Chapter 1. Stranded on a deserted island. Big brother, please wake up. Lin Feng lay on the sandy shore. A girl with a cherubic face crouched beside him, gripping his arm and shaking it vigorously. Cough. Cough. As Lin Feng awakened and opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of the girl's doll-like face. Who are you? He slowly sat up, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, murmuring, "Where am I?" Big brother, you're awake. How wonderful. The girl's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed upon seeing Lin Feng regain consciousness. My name is Sue, Nan Nan, you can call me Nan Nan. She introduced herself. This is a beach. A beach? Lin Feng shook his head, attempting to clear his mind. Gradually, the events of the previous night began to surface in his memory. He had been a security guard aboard a luxurious cruise ship, which had been engulfed by a colossal whirlpool the night before, and then there was nothing further. After a moment of reflection, Lin Feng stood up and walked to the shoreline, scanning the area. It soon became clear to him that he and the girl named Su Nan had been cast away on a deserted island. Behind them lay a cluster of low-lying trees, while endless coastlines stretched to the left and right, and before them was the vast expanse of the ocean. Have you encountered anyone else? Lin Feng turned to Su Nan and inquired. She shook her head. No, when I woke up, you were the only one I saw lying on the beach. Could it be that out of the entire cruise ship with thousands of people aboard, only this girl and I have survived? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, gazing contemplatively at the sea. He began to ascend the coastline, hoping to find other survivors, with Su Nan closely following him. The daytime temperature on the island hovered around 30 degrees Celsius, and within less than 10 minutes, beads of sweat formed on their foreheads. Before long, Lin Feng felt parched. Continuing like this was unsustainable and needed to locate fresh water. However, aside from the ocean, all he could see were trees. There wasn't even a single coconut tree in sight. Where could he find fresh water? Big brother, look, there seems to be something over there. Suddenly, Su Nan pointed towards a rocky area. Lin Feng turned to see a dark object wedged between the rocks, resembling a chest. Wait here for me, Lin Feng instructed Su Nan, then dashed towards the rocky area. 10 minutes later, he returned, dragging a black chest behind him. To escape the searing sun, they retreated into the shade of the trees. This chest has a combination lock. I can't open it, Lin Feng muttered as he examined it. Let me try. Su Nan volunteered eagerly, and after fiddling with the lock for about a minute, the chest clicked open. Nan, you're truly remarkable, Lin Feng marveled at her. Of course, I am a genius beauty, Su Nan replied with a proud smile. Upon opening the chest, they discovered 2 black coats for men, a 20-centimeter-long brocade box, a bundle of fine nylon rope, a cigarette, and a golden windproof lighter. The garments remained damp, yet the cigarettes, encased in transparent plastic, were untouched by moisture, affirming the waterproof nature of the ornate box. Lin Feng retrieved a lighter and flicked it a few times. Snap! The lighter failed to ignite, likely due to the dampness. Big brother, this dagger is truly exquisite, Su Nan exclaimed as she opened the ornate box to reveal a golden dagger, its sheath adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix engravings, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship. Be careful not to cut yourself, Lin Feng cautioned as he took the dagger, drawing it from its sheath to admire its beauty. After a brief moment of contemplation, he sheathed the dagger and secured it at his waist, subsequently taking the 2 garments to the seaside rocks to dry. Wait here for me, I will search for fresh water, Lin Feng said before venturing into the woods. Su Nan glanced at him, pondering for a moment, before ascending the slope. Within the forest, the ground was parched, strewn with dry twigs and leaves, rendering the search for fresh water futile. Without fresh water, their survival here with Su Nan would be precarious. After more than half an hour of searching, Lin Feng felt a wave of despair wash over him, having found no source of fresh water. Big brother, big brother. Suddenly, Su Nan's voice rang out from outside, prompting Lin Feng to follow the sound. Nan, what is it? He called out as he emerged from the woods. I discovered 2 coconut trees. Su Nan ran toward him, her face alight with joy. Coconut trees? At her words, Lin Feng's spirits lifted, and he quickly urged her to lead the way. After a few minutes of walking, rounding a bend, and climbing 100 meters, Lin Feng spotted the 2 coconut trees at the edge of the forest. Big brother, look! Su Nan pointed excitedly at the trees. Indeed, You are quite remarkable, Nan Nan, Lin Feng replied with a gentle smile. With coconuts in sight, they would have fresh water. Without further ado, Lin Feng approached one of the coconut trees and began to ascend. Having trained during his military service to climb poles of considerable height, the 10-meter coconut tree posed no challenge for him. Big brother, be careful, Su Nan called from below. Step back, be cautious of falling coconuts. Upon reaching the top, Lin Feng drew the dagger from his waist and carefully cut down 5 or 6 coconuts. When he descended, he found Su Nan had gathered them together. Lin Feng approached, picked up a coconut, and with the dagger, carved an opening before handing it to Su Nan. He was pleasantly surprised by the dagger's sharpness, as it effortlessly sliced through the fibrous layer of the coconut. After savoring the coconut water, Lin Feng felt revitalized. Let us return to where we dried the clothes, he said with a slight smile. Each of them cradled 2 coconuts as they made their way back. Upon returning to the woods, they placed the coconuts beside the box. Having quenched their thirst, hunger soon returned. Lin Feng grasped a small stick and led Su Nan to the rocky shoreline in search of seafood. Big brother, there's an octopus here, come quickly. At her call, Lin Feng hurried over to find an octopus hiding among the crevices of the rocks. Lin Feng crouched down and gently prodded with a small stick, causing the octopus to escape, which he promptly seized. Moments later, he also gathered some small sea snails and mussels from the rocks. That's enough, let us return, he declared, noting that the bounty would suffice for a meal for the 2 of them. Upon returning to the woods, they collected some dry twigs and leaves, and Lin Feng produced a lighter. Snap it ignited. Upon witnessing the flame, Su Nan's face lit up with joy. Soon, a lively bonfire roared to life as Lin Feng placed the small sea snails and mussels upon it to roast. Chapter 2. Encountering Survivors. In the woods, the 2 sat beside the crackling fire while Lin Feng carefully extracted the roasted sea snails and mussels using a stick. The octopus, skewered on another stick, was also roasting nearby. Phew, that's hot. Su Nan picked up a small sea snail, only to burn her hand. She quickly blew on it before placing it in her mouth to suck. Big brother, I can't get it out. Lin Feng smiled gently, driving the octopus into the ground and whittling 2 small skewers from a nearby branch. Use these to extract and eat. Taking the small skewer, Su Nan delicately pried out the snail meat. The mussels, however, were simpler. She could easily open the shell to enjoy. Before long, the octopus was also ready, and they shared their meal. Once satiated, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a beautiful twilight glow across the sky. After retrieving his clothes from the rocks, Lin Feng broke off some leaves from nearby low trees, placing them beside the bonfire to create a makeshift bed that would retain warmth. Meanwhile, Su Nan scavenged for firewood, finding an abundance of fallen branches in the uninhabited woods. As night fell, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the only sound was the waves lapping against the shore. Nan, who did you come on a cruise with? Lin Feng inquired, gazing at her. My aunt, she replied softly. I wonder how she is now. I miss her so much. Big brother, are you a security guard on the cruise? Indeed, my attire speaks for itself. Lin Feng replied with a subtle smile, clad in the uniform of a cruise security officer. They conversed for quite some time before Su Nan finally lay down to sleep. As night deepened, the temperature dropped to a chilly degree. Su Nan curled up on the leaves, shivering slightly. Lin Feng draped a coat over her and shifted her closer to the bonfire, ensuring she would not feel the cold. In the stillness of the night, Lin Feng, smoking a cigarette, became lost in thought as he gazed into the flames, contemplating their next steps should rescue fail to arrive. The fire crackled, sending sparks into the air, and after half an hour, Lin Feng finally managed to rest his eyes for a brief moment. The following morning, as dawn broke, Lin Feng awoke to find the bonfire extinguished, leaving only ash and charcoal behind. Fortunately, the charcoal still smoldered, and Lin Feng placed a handful of dry leaves atop, gently blowing until the fire reignited. Big brother. At that moment, Su Nan awoke, rubbing her eyes as she sat up and draped her clothing over herself. You're awake, have a sip of coconut juice. Lin Feng smiled gently, handing her coconut with a hole made for drinking. Thank you, big brother, Su Nan replied with a cheerful smile, accepting the coconut and taking a drink. As dawn began to break, Lin Feng added some firewood to the campfire and ventured out of the woods. Arriving at the rocky area, He searched for about 10 minutes before catching a few small sea snails. Gazing out at the reef, Lin Feng realized that to catch larger fish, he would need to take the risk of diving beneath the waves. Returning to the forest, he found a stick and sharpened it with his dagger, crafting a makeshift spear. The sun now bathed the woods in light, and the temperature gradually rose. "Big brother, are you going to catch fish in the sea?" Su Nan asked excitedly, eyeing the spear in Lin Feng's hand. He nodded. "Yes, wait for me here," and with that, he made his way towards the rocky area. Su Nan stopped at the water's edge, watching as Lin Feng slowly ventured further out. Lin Feng set his discarded clothes on a rock and waded into the deeper waters, plunging into the sea. After swimming down about 7 or 8 meters, he reached the ocean floor, teeming with vibrant coral reefs and darting fish. Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed 2 long antennae protruding from a crevice in the coral. Swimming closer, he discovered a large lobster hiding within. With precision, he aimed his spear at the lobster and thrust it, piercing through its body. Upon capturing the lobster, Lin Feng swam swiftly back to the surface. Breaking through the water, he exhaled deeply and swam towards the rocks. Upon reaching the shore, Su Nan spotted the large lobster on his spear and leaped with glee, exclaiming, "Wow, a lobster! Big brother, you're amazing!" Lin Feng merely chuckled softly, heading back into the woods. Once back, he placed the lobster on the campfire to roast, occasionally turning it over. Su Nan watched intently, swallowing in anticipation. After several minutes, Lin Feng retrieved the lobster, peeling back its shell to reveal the succulent white meat within. He then sliced it in half with his dagger, and the two eagerly began to feast. So fragrant," Su Nan exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she closed her eyes, savoring the delectable lobster. After relishing the meal and taking a brief rest, Lin Feng placed his clothes into a box. "Big brother, where are we going?" she inquired. "We're going to explore higher ground. This place isn't suitable for waiting for rescue," he replied as they walked upwards, engaging in light conversation. Along the shore, Lin Feng found 2 empty water bottles and added them to the box. The beach often bore remnants of marine debris carried by the currents. "Big brother, what use are these empty bottles?" Su Nan asked curiously. Lin Feng smiled slightly and explained, "These bottles can be used to store fresh water if we come across it. So remember to collect any bottles or jars you find in the future." "Oh, I see." Su Nan seemed to comprehend, nodding her head. Arriving beneath the coconut tree, Lin Feng climbed up to pluck a few coconuts, and they continued their ascent. After more than an hour of walking and navigating a wide bend, Lin Feng discovered a bay resembling a concave shape. At its innermost point stood a towering peak several hundred meters high, surrounded by a small grove and grassy expanse, where a handful of coconut trees thrived. "Big brother, there are people over there," Su Nan joyfully exclaimed, pointing at the figures on grass. "Let's go and take a look." Lin Feng smiled gently, finally having found some fellow survivors. They quickened their pace towards the interior. Suddenly, Su Nan spotted a beautiful figure seated on the grass and dashed towards her, calling out excitedly. The individuals on the grass turned their attention towards the approaching pair upon hearing the commotion. Nan, the stunning woman sitting on the grass, upon seeing Su Nan rush towards her, joyfully stood up and called out, hurrying to embrace her. They quickly fell into each other's arms, and Su Nan began to weep. "Whoa, Aunt, I thought something had happened to you." "Don't cry, Nan. It's all right. Everything is fine," the beautiful woman replied, tears of joy streaming down her face. "Chigu, another beauty has arrived, and she has a youthful face, just your type," a rather unsavory-looking man remarked with a smirk towards the man beside him. "Fan Tienda, can't you keep your mouth shut for once?" The man shot a glare at the lewd fellow, cursing under his breath, then rubbed his chin while casting a sly smile at the embracing pair. Chapter 3 excluded Lin Feng dragged his suitcase to the edge of the grass, casting a glance at the embracing couple and surveying the surrounding crowd. Many merely glanced at Lin Feng before turning away, their expressions indifferent, while some reclined lazily on the grass. 2 men attempted to climb a coconut tree, but struggled to ascend. This big brother even caught lobsters for me to eat," Su Nan exclaimed, pulling a beautiful woman over. "Hello, I am Song Yin Fei." The lovely woman introduced herself. "Thank you for taking care of Nan. I am Lin Feng." he replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Song Yin Fei merely nodded gently before leading Su Nan Nan into the grass, engaging in conversation. Lin Feng continued pulling his suitcase and stopped after walking a dozen meters, finding a small clearing devoid of people. He understood that everyone was awaiting rescue here. Lin Feng sat atop his suitcase, lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a delicate smoke ring. While smoking, he surveyed the picturesque bay. The scenery was breathtaking, perfect for a leisurely holiday. "Excuse me, could you spare me a cigarette?" A woman in a purple qipao approached, her delicate oval face adorned with a subtle smile. Lin Feng glanced at her, retrieved his cigarette case, and handed her one, even offering his lighter to ignite it. "Thank you." The qipao-clad woman exhaled a plume of smoke, flashing Lin Feng a flirtatious smile before turning and leaving. At that moment, Lu Hu, seated beneath a coconut tree, exchanged a knowing glance with Fan Tianda, who smiled in understanding. "Hey, everyone, gather around," Fan Tianda called out as he moved to the center of the grass. "Continuing like this is not a solution. Shall we select a leader to guide us in surviving until help arrives?" Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, acknowledging the merit in Fan Tianda's words. This leader must possess wilderness survival skills. What does everyone think? Who among us has such skills? We all reside in big cities, mostly just watching reality shows. I've hardly ventured into the mountains, let alone survived in the wild. The crowd erupted in discussion. "The big brother can," Su Nan shouted, raising her hand. "He can catch big lobsters from a sea." At this, some turned to Lin Feng, who sat on grass. "Look at his attire. He is merely a security guard. What qualifies him to lead us?" "Exactly. A mere security guard lacks the credentials. Who among us isn't worth millions? What makes him worthy of leadership?" Voices of disdain rose among the crowd, dismissing Lin Feng solely for his occupation. "Who says no one possesses wilderness survival skills? Fan tiendas milets legally. Lu Gu does. How about we elect Lu Gu as our leader?" At that moment, Lu Hu approached with a smile, addressing the crowd. "Rest assured, I have participated in survival reality shows and even secured first place. I promise to lead you all to survive here until help arrives. From now on, Brother Lu is our leader. He is our captain." Fan Tianda shouted. "I concur. I too agree," seeing the unanimous support for his leadership. Lu Hu felt a surge of joy within. "Very well. Since that is the case, I am now your captain," Lu Hu declared cheerfully. "Now, everyone, please bring forth the items you have gathered. This will allow me to allocate our resources judiciously. Rest assured, I shall ensure fairness and equity." As soon as Lu Hu finished speaking, Fan Tianda moved to a nearby coconut tree, retrieved a waterproof backpack, and extracted 3 bottles of mineral water along with some snacks. Observing Fan Tianda revealing his belongings, the others turned and ventured into the woods to retrieve their hidden possessions. Before long, a collection of suitcases, backpacks, and travel bags was piled in the clearing. When opened, the boxes revealed an assortment of clothes, instant noodles, cutlery, lighters, cosmetics, folding umbrellas, toothbrushes, and even a short-handled axe. Lin Feng paused upon noticing the axe, pondering, how did this come to be? Who would carry an axe in their luggage? Lu Hu also produced a suitcase, opening it to reveal several bottles of water and a Nepalese military knife over a foot in length. The knife was exquisite, its blade adorned with a scale-like pattern that gleamed ominously. Lu Hu organized the food and water together, setting aside the clothing and categorizing the remaining items. The provisions would last at most 2 days, given the number of individuals present. "Hey, why aren't you bring your suitcase over?" Fan Tianda called out to Lin Feng. In response, Lin Feng lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke, and replied with a faint smile, "I am accustomed to solitude. I do not intend to join you." "Humph. I hope you won't come begging for our help later," Fan Tianda scoffed, turning away in disdain at Lin Feng's ungratefulness. Lin Feng merely smiled, stood up, and began to ascend with a suitcase. "Big brother Nan Nan, don't go." Song Yinfei pulled Su Nan back. Lin Feng, upon hearing her, turned back and smiled before continuing on his way. However, he did not venture far. He stopped about 20 meters ahead and entered the woods. Finding a small clearing, he broke some branches, cleared the area, and began constructing a shelter. "Humph. Let us see how he survives here, all alone. Indeed, we offered him our kindness, and he showed no gratitude. He deserves what he gets. A group of men and women cast scornful glances in Lin Feng's direction, criticizing his lack of appreciation. Lu Gu, with such little food and water, how will it suffice for 14 people? Do not worry, I have some provisions stashed away, he. Truly commendable, Liu Ye. Impressive. Lu Hu and Fan Tianda sat beneath the swaying coconut palm, engaging in hushed whispers. As dusk approached, Fan Tianda began to distribute provisions, sharing a bottle of water among 5 individuals, along with some biscuits and instant noodles. Lin Feng emerged from the thicket, wielding a spear, and made his way towards the shoreline. Upon reaching a large boulder, he leapt off with a graceful bound. 2 minutes later, Lin Feng resurfaced from the water, swimming towards the shallows, where he ascended the shore, the spear still bearing a 2-pound sea bream. As night fell, Lin Feng settled beside the crackling campfire, savoring the grilled fish and sipping on fresh coconut water. After satisfying his hunger, he indulged in a cigarette, savoring the moment as if he were on a delightful vacation. Chapter 4. Do you wish to steal a smoke? As night fell, Lu Hu and his companions kindled several bonfires, gathering around them in small clusters for warmth. Yin Fei, I have half a bottle of water here for you, Van Tienda said with a grin as he approached Song Yin Fei. Since their first encounter, he had been captivated by her beauty. Thank you, Song Yin Fei replied politely, but I still have some water. You should keep it for yourself. Noticing she did not accept his offer, Van Tienda awkwardly smiled and walked away. What's the matter? Hit a wall? Lu Hu chuckled softly as he observed Van Tienda's retreat. I must tell you, a woman like her is quite challenging to win over. Lu Gu, don't you think that pursuing such a woman is what makes it thrilling? Van Tienda replied with a slight smile. If it were that easy, what would set her apart from others? True, ambition is commendable, Lu Hu praised, casting a glance at Su Nan Nan. In the deep of night, a crescent moon adorned the sky, surrounded by a canopy of stars. The following morning, as sunlight bathed the bay, Lin Feng emerged from the woods, spear in hand, and gazed towards the shore. There, Lu Hu and others were attempting to catch fish in the shallows. Lin Feng leapt from the giant rock into the sea, prompting astonished looks from Lu Hu and the others, for he had plunged into deep waters at least 7 or 8 meters deep. 2 minutes later, Lin Feng resurfaced, triumphantly spearing a large lobster and clutching a sizable sea snail in his hand. He passed by Lu Hu and his group without sparing them a glance. 2 hours later, Lu Hu and his companions had only managed to collect a few small sea snails and a single sea cucumber. I refuse to eat these. I want meat. I want lobster, Su Nan Nan exclaimed, throwing her wafer on the ground in frustration. Nan Nan, be reasonable. If we eat this, the rescue will come, and when we return, I will take you to a hotel where you can have anything you desire, Song Yin Fei reassured her. I don't want that. I want to find Big Brother, Su Nan Nan shouted, rising to run towards Lin Feng. Nan Nan, Song Yin Fei began to protest, but Su Nan Nan had already dashed away. Let her go, chuckled the woman in the Chong Sam beside her. Yun Jia, I fear she might get into trouble, Song Yin Fei said, her brow slightly furrowed. Lu Yin smiled gently. What trouble could she possibly encounter? That security guard isn't as dreadful as you imagine. Or do you look down upon him? I. Song Yin Fei hesitated. The words stuck in her throat. Look, Annie, lobster meat. At that moment, Su Nan Nan returned, gleefully holding a piece of cooked lobster. It was given to me by Big Brother. Seeing this, those around her felt their instant noodles and biscuits suddenly unsatisfying. Didn't the captain say he had excellent survival skills in the wild? Why hasn't he brought back any lobsters for us to eat? Indeed, if not lobster, he could at least catch a few fish. Lu Hu, seated above, felt his expression shift upon hearing their comments. He is indeed capable of swimming, yet only within the confines of a swimming pool. The tumultuous waves of the sea pose a significant threat. A moment's inattention could cast him into the depths, leaving him to serve as sustenance for the fish. However, upon overhearing others speak thus, his composure faltered. Grasping a Nepalese knife, he ventured into the woods, felled a slender tree, and fashioned a spear before making his way to the shore. Liu Ye, where are you headed? Someone inquired. I'm going to catch fish, he replied. Upon reaching the coastline and gazing at the surging depths, a sense of trepidation gripped Lu Hu. Luga, is this wise? Fan Tienda murmured, observing the churning waves. The surf is too fierce. Perhaps we should wait until it calms, he suggested before turning back. Song Yinfei watched as Su Nan savored lobster meat, her throat tightening in longing. Nearby, Lu Yun pondered for a moment, then a subtle smile graced her lips. Andy, I'm full. Here, you take it. Su Nan offered the last 2 bites of lobster to Song Yinfei. In the afternoon, with the sun blazing overhead, everyone sought refuge in the woods, leaving only Lu Hu to brave the shoreline. Song Yinfei frequently cast her gaze towards the sea, yearning for a vessel to ferry her back. Her mental state had begun to wane over these past days. Everyone come quickly. I've caught a fish, Lu Hu exclaimed joyfully as he returned, brandishing a spear and announcing his catch of a fish weighing approximately 1 pound. Lu Gu is formidable, Fan Tienda shouted in excitement. Yet, upon seeing the fish, a wave of disappointment washed over the group. How could a single fish suffice for 14 individuals? Before long, the fish was roasted, and Lu Hu along with Fan Tienda were the first to partake. Others soon gathered to indulge, and in a swift moment, the fish was devoured, leaving some with growing discontent for having missed out on the meal. Yang Jun, be careful, a woman cautioned a man climbing a coconut tree. Manny, have no worries, Yang Jun reassured her as he ascended gradually. Moments later, he reached the top, producing a small dagger to sever a coconut from its perch. That chap is quite impressive, Lu Hu remarked, casting his gaze upwards in admiration. Indeed, with so many coconut trees here, we needn't fear a lack of water, Fan Tienda concurred with a smile. When he turned around, he noticed Lin Feng seated on the grass, smoking. Lu Gu, that lad appears to have an abundance of cigarettes, Fan Tienda whispered. Lu Hu squinted slightly, responding, Tienda, go ask him for a few. And if he refuses? With so many of us, one man alone wouldn't dare to deny us. If he does, we'll simply take what he has, Lu Hu said firmly. He is just a worthless security guard. Go on. Understood. Fan Tienda replied eagerly as he dashed towards Lin Feng. Brother, what do they call you? He inquired with a beaming smile as he approached. Recognizing the lecherous grin on Fan Tienda's face, Lin Feng sensed mischief was afoot. I am Lin Feng, he replied coolly. It is as follows, Brother Lin Feng. I notice you smoke frequently. May I request a few cigarettes to quell my cravings? Fan Tienda inquired amiably. No, Lin Feng replied curtly. Upon hearing Lin Feng's refusal, Fan Tienda's demeanor shifted instantly. It's merely a few cigarettes. There is no need for such hostility. No means no, Lin Feng reiterated, his expression impassive. You young man, I am speaking to you civilly. Do not display such ingratitude. Fan Tienda glared at Lin Feng, anger palpable in his voice. I possess cigarettes, yet I choose not to share them with you. What will you do about it? Lin Feng stood, a slight smile gracing his lips as he regarded Fan Tienda. Faced with Lin Feng, who towered over him, Fan Tienda felt a flicker of trepidation. He sensed he could not overpower him. Brother, must it be this way? I merely asked for a few cigarettes, he pleaded. At that moment, Lu Hu approached, accompanied by 2 men, and spoke up. What is this? If I refuse to give you any, do you intend to resort to violence? Lin Feng mocked, surveying the group with a derisive smile. At this juncture, others, having heard the commotion, began to gather around. Chapter 5. The transaction as a group of over 10 individuals approached. Lin Feng remained utterly unperturbed. Hey kid, hand over the cigarettes obediently, or else we'll make sure to beat you to a pulp. Laughed Fan Tienda menacingly. Indeed, surrender the cigarettes, shouted a burly man who stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Feng. Oomph. Lin Feng scoffed lightly, suddenly extending his hand to seize the man's finger. Twisting it forcefully, the man cried out in agony, collapsing to one knee. With a swift kick, Lin Feng sent him flying several meters away. Zhao Meng, are you all right? A petite woman rushed over, her voice laced with concern. Witnessing Lin Feng's ferocity, the onlookers instinctively took several steps back, their faces etched with astonishment. It was well known that Zhao Meng was the strongest among them. There is nothing I loathe more than someone pointing a finger at me, Lin Feng remarked with a faint smile. If you desire the cigarettes, it is not impossible, but you must offer something in return. Lu Hu, who had been on the verge of exploding with anger, managed to suppress his fury upon hearing Lin Feng's words, inquiring, "Oh, what do you wish to exchange for?" Lin Feng smiled gently. "I would like that axe. I could part with 2 packs of cigarettes for it." "What say you?" "The axe?" Lu Hu furrowed his brow, taken aback by Lin Feng's request. "Brother Lu, I believe it's a fair trade. That old axe is of no use to us," Fan Tiendo whispered. "Rescue might arrive in the next few days. Do we really want to lug that useless axe back with us?" Nodding slightly, Lu Hu conceded that Fan Tiendo was correct. The axe indeed held no value for him. "Very well," Lu Hu replied to Lin Feng. "I agree to your terms." Turning to Fan Tiendo, he ordered, "Go fetch that axe." Without hesitation, Fan Tiendo dashed back into the woods to retrieve the axe. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Hu and the others before heading back into the woods himself, opening a box to procure 2 packs of cigarettes. He had only smoked 1 pack, leaving him with 9. Before long, Fan Tiendo returned, axe in hand. "Captain, this axe is communal property. Isn't it? Why trade it for cigarettes? We don't even smoke." "Exactly. That seems rather unfair," grumbled some bystanders, voicing their discontent as they did not partake in smoking. "Enough with the complaints. I am the captain, and what I say goes." Lu Hu barked at the dissenters. "It's merely an old axe. What use is it to anyone? It cannot be consumed." At Lu Hu's booming voice, they shrank back, silenced by fear. Fan Tiendo disregarded their protests and approached Lin Feng, extending the axe toward him. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, handing over the 2 packs of cigarettes to Fan Tiendo. Examining the axe, Lin Feng weighed it in his hands. It was quite hefty, indeed satisfactory. Lu Hu and his companions glanced at Lin Feng before turning away and departing. While the crowd gradually dispersed, Song Yanfei, pulling Su Nanan along, cast a glance at Lin Feng before following suit. "Ah, did food." Fan Tiendo inhaled deeply, savoring the smoke before exhaling languidly, his eyes closed in sheer bliss. Lu Hu divided a pack of cigarettes among those who smoked, giving each person 5 sticks, and he shared the pack with Fan Tiendo. In the afternoon, Lu Hu crafted numerous fish spears, claiming he would teach them how to catch fish, prompting the group to rush towards the shallow waters. Lin Feng approached a coconut tree, climbed it, and gathered several coconuts, which he brought back to the woods. After cracking them open, he poured the coconut water into 2 mineral water bottles. Over an hour later, Lu Hu and the others returned, having caught 3 sea fish. "Liu Yi truly excels. Finally, we will have fish to eat tonight." I always knew Lu Gu possessed remarkable survival skills in the wild. Upon hearing everyone's praises, Lu Hu felt a surge of pride. 3 sea fish meant that each person could enjoy a few bites, which was quite satisfactory. As evening approached, Lin Feng ventured into the sea and caught an octopus, much to the envy of Fan Tiendo and the others. "How could this guy be so lucky? He always returns with fish," Fan Tiendo grumbled. "It's not merely luck. Perhaps there are plenty of fish on the ocean floor," Zhao Meng chimed in. "Indeed, Lu Gu. Why not accompany him tomorrow? After all, you're such a proficient swimmer," Fan Tiendo suggested, turning to Lu Hu. I'll give it a try tomorrow," Lu Hu replied thoughtfully, determined to prove that his swimming skills surpassed Lin Feng's. He could hold his breath for 40 seconds underwater. That night, as Lu Hu smoked, he gazed at Su Nanan's delicate, doll-like face, and a wave of mischief surged within him. He turned his attention to Song Yanfei, who was chatting with Lu Yun and Yi Shui, while Su Nanan sat alone by the campfire, playing with a stick. Lu Hu stroked his chin, stood up, and walked towards Su Nanan. "Nanan, haha," he said with a smile as he approached, crouching down a whisper, "I have a cloth doll. Would you like it?" Initially, Su Nanan ignored him, but upon hearing about the doll, she immediately brightened, asking, "Where is the doll? Are you giving it to me?" "Yes, it's for you. The doll is in that small grove." "Let me take you there," Lu Hu replied with a grin. "Go to the small grove?" "I'm not going. You go get it," Su Nanan said, shaking her head. "Oh, come on, let us go together," Lu Hu insisted, grasping Su Nanan's hand and attempting to lead her toward the grove. "Let go of me. I don't want it." Su Nanan protestive, trying to break free from Lu Hu's hold, but she was unable to escape. Hearing Su Nanan's cries, Song Yanfei rushed back, shouting, "Lu Hu, let go of Nanan." What do you want? Upon seeing Song Yinfei approach, Lu Hu released Su Nan and smiled slightly, saying, "Nothing, I just wanted to take Nan to get something to eat." Haha. At that moment, Lu Yun and Yi Shui also arrived, eyeing Lu Hu suspiciously. Su Nan ran to Song Yinfei and hugged her. Feeling wronged, as she exclaimed, "Annie, he said he would take me to the small grove to give me a doll, and when I refused, he tried to drag me there." Lu Hu. This isn't appropriate. Even children are not spared. Yi Shui approached Lu Hu and said, "Do not heed her nonsense. I genuinely intended to take her out for a meal." Lu Hu, feigning innocence, raised his hands and replied, "If she doesn't want to eat, then so be it." With that, he turned away and walked towards the flickering campfire ahead. "Nan, it's all right now," Song Yinfei reassured Su Nan as she guided her to sit beside the fire. The onlookers, witnessing the exchange, chose to remain silent, pretending as if nothing had transpired. "Yinfei, you must exercise caution. Both of you have drawn unwanted attention," Lu Yun whispered as she crouched down. "Sister Yin, what do you mean?" Song Yinfei, perplexed, struggled to comprehend Lu Yun's words. "Have you not noticed? Over the past few days, Lu Hu, Fan Tianda, and Zhao Ming have been watching you and Nan closely," Lu Yun confided in hushed tones. "It's not just the two of you. We are being watched as well," Yi Shui added quietly as she settled down. Upon hearing their words, a chill ran through Song Yinfei's heart. She had been preoccupied with scanning the sea, hoping for the sight of vessels, and had overlooked such ominous developments. Chapter 6. Seeking refuge the following morning, Lu Hu led the group once more to the rocky shore in pursuit of fish. "Oh dear, I feel the urge to relieve myself again. My stomach is also upset. I must return soon," for individuals hastily retreated to the camp, plagued by discomfort. "What ails them?" "Never mind. They are merely slothful," Lu Hu remarked coldly, casting a glance at the departing quartet. Song Yinfei and Lu Yun bent over, wielding their spears, inspecting the crevices in the rocks for sea snails or crabs. Meanwhile, Fan Tianda and Zhao Meng stood behind them, covertly observing. "What do you think? Quite splendid, isn't it?" "Haha," they whispered among themselves, leering with lascivious grins. Sensing their penetrating stares, Song Yinfei and Lu Yun swiftly relocated to a different area. In the forest, Lin Feng felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach. It must be the coconut juice. Excessive consumption could lead to diarrhea or bloating. Furrowing his brow, he murmured to himself, "I cannot afford to fall ill. That would pose significant trouble. I must leave this place and seek fresh water." Rising promptly, he gathered his belongings, spear in hand, dragging his box as he exited the woods, heading upwards. "Yunjia, look!" Yi Shui approached Lu Yun, pointing discreetly towards Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng is about to leave. Observing his departure, Lu Yun's brow furrowed. "Let us follow suit. If we remain here, I fear he may be thoroughly exploited in a few days." Yi Shui nodded in agreement. Lu Yun approached Song Yinfei, glancing around to ensure their privacy, before whispering, "Yinfei, Yi Shui and I are going to seek refuge with Lin Feng. Will you join us?" "Seek refuge with Lin Feng? Why?" Song Yinfei asked, puzzled. "Oh, how naive you are. If we stay here and Lu Hu and his gang succumb to their primal instincts, what will become of us? No one will come to our aid," Lu Yun explained urgently in hushed tones. "Do you think they would dare?" Song Yinfei inquired, her brow furrowed. She had never contemplated such a scenario, believing that with so many people present, Lu Hu and his companions would think twice. "Huh, what is there to fear? You witnessed how he dragged Nan into the thicket last night. Did anyone intervene?" Lu Yun scoffed. "You must realize that we are on a deserted island. Should they force themselves upon us, how could we resist? Yinfei, will you accompany us or not? If you choose to stay, Yunjie and I will be leaving." Yiju interjected softly. Contemplating her options, Song Yinfei recognized that if Lu Yun and Yi Shui departed, she would be left friendless, as they were her only companions. If Lu Hu and his group turned against her and Nan, she might find herself utterly alone. "I will go with you." After taking a deep breath, Song Yinfei declared. Shortly thereafter, she called for Su Nan, and the four of them made their way back to the camp. "Yinfei, Yi Shui, where are you headed?" Fan Tianda inquired upon seeing the quartet return. "We are thirsty. Let's return for some coconut juice," Yi Shui remarked as she turned her head. The four of them made their way back into the woods, hastily grabbing a folding umbrella and a backpack before ascending. Andy, where are we going? One of them inquired. Stay silent and just follow, came the reply. As they rounded a large bend, they spotted Lin Feng walking not far ahead. Lin Feng glanced around and proceeded along the coastline, where towering cliffs loomed to the left, steep and insurmountable. Lin Feng, wait, called out the older brother. Just then, several voices echoed from behind, prompting Lin Feng to halt and look back, surprised to see Song Yinfei and her companions. What brings you here? He asked, astonished. We have come to seek your protection, Lu Yun replied with a gentle smile. Seek my protection? Why? Lin Feng chuckled lightly. I am merely a security guard. And so what? We do not look down upon you, Lu Yun responded earnestly. Big brother, I want to be with you, Su Nan said as she walked over and took Lin Feng's hand. Last night, Lu Hu attempted to lure Nan into the woods, and we caught him in the act. Yi Shui interjected. Lu Hu and his companions had ill intentions, which is why we sought you out. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He could hardly believe that Lu Hu and his gang could be so depraved. Had he been present, he would have unhesitatingly taught them a lesson. Seeking refuge is fine, but you must heed my instructions, Lin Feng cautioned Song Yinfei and her friends. Of course, not in the way you might think. I simply mean that we must cooperate in our endeavors. The three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed, Lin Feng declared, turning to lead the way. Where are we headed? Yi Shui asked. Have you not noticed your stomachs feeling unwell these past couple of days? Lin Feng inquired. The three shook their heads. But Lu Yun suddenly remembered, oh, this morning four individuals may have suffered from diarrhea. Lin Feng smiled knowingly. That explains it. Did you know that consuming excessive coconut juice can lead to diarrhea or bloating? Falling ill here is tantamount to awaiting death, as there are no medicines available. Hence, I decided we should leave this place in search of a location with fresh water. Oh, I see now, Song Yinfei nodded gently, realizing why those four had frequently ventured into the woods earlier. The five of them walked briskly along the coast, basking in the sunlight. By midday, Lu Hu and his group returned to the camp, having caught 2 sea fish. Where are Lu Yun and the others? Lu Hu scanned the surroundings and noted the absence of Lu Yun, Yi Shui, Song Yinfei, and Su Nan. Could they still be out? Zhao Meng suggested. That's impossible. They returned quite early, Fan Tianda interjected. Hong Tao, come here, Lu Hu called to a man ahead. On my way, Captain, what is it? Hong Tao approached with a questioning look. Have you seen Lu Yun and Yi Shui? Oh, they're heading upwards, Hong Tao remarked, gesturing towards the direction. Lu Hu pondered for a moment, suddenly sensing something amiss, and hurriedly stood up to pursue them. Fan Tianda, Zhao Meng, and Hong Tao exchanged glances and followed suit. Indeed, they had run off with Lin Feng. Upon arriving at Lin Feng's former residence, they found it already tidied up, with Lin Feng himself nowhere to be found. Let us go. Chase after them, Lu Hu shouted, dashing out of the woods and immediately ascending the path. After running for a while, they discovered no trace of Lin Feng and his companions. That scoundrel, he has taken away the one I have my eyes on. If I encounter him again, he shall pay dearly. Lu Hu roared into the surroundings, venting his pent-up fury. The eyes of Zhao Meng and the others also flared with indignation. How could they not be enraged with the departure of the 4 most beautiful women? At this moment, they were filled with a desire to rend Lin Feng to pieces. Chapter 7. The new camp. Lin Feng led Song Yinfei and the others on a long trek, finally arriving at a region dominated by enormous reefs. The water here was a deep emerald green, with tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, interspersed with several prominent rock formations submerged in the depths. These rocky hills were riddled with small caves, worn away by the relentless sea, which had become nesting grounds for seabirds. The coastline was adorned with oddly shaped colossal rocks, as the waves surged forth, sending up countless sprays of water. The 5 of them rested on the rocks by the shore, gazing out at the vast ocean before them. Lin Feng, what do you think would happen if we build a boat and set out to sea? Yi Shui asked, her eyes fixed on the horizon. Lin Feng smiled faintly. We would be carried away by the currents, adrift in the endless ocean, and ultimately, we would be upended by monstrous waves, ending up in the water to become fish bait. By the way, Why hasn't the rescue team arrived yet? Lu Yun voiced her lingering concern. Lin Feng lowered his head in thought before articulating his inner resolution. The cruise ship may have been pulled into a whirlpool. Perhaps we have drifted beyond that area, which is why they cannot locate us. Moreover, they may have already searched that region and found no leads, leading them to believe everyone on board has perished. Upon hearing this, Song Yinfei's expression soured immediately. Are you suggesting that the rescue team won't come? Although Lin Feng was reluctant to entertain such a notion, it was the harsh reality. Consider this. It has been 4 days since the incident, yet there have been no helicopters in the sky or rescue boats on the water. Lin Feng addressed the trio. You must understand that once a cruise ship encounters trouble, helicopters and rescue boats are dispatched without delay. What shall we do now? Song Yinfei's mind was beginning to spiral into panic. Lin Feng offered a reassuring smile. Do not worry. As long as we are alive, we will surely find a way off this deserted island. No wonder you were willing to trade cigarettes for an axe. You've already planned to endure a long stay here, Lu Yun remarked with a calm demeanor. It's merely 2 packs of cigarettes. If rescue arrives, that would be splendid. If not, then this axe becomes invaluable, Lin Feng replied solemnly. With this axe in hand, he could fell trees to construct sturdy shelters and attend to various other essential tasks, all of which hinged on this tool. After resting for about 20 minutes, the 5 resumed their journey upward. Lin Feng, I have one more question, Yi Shui inquired as they walked. What if the rescue team arrives and cannot find us? Lin Feng chuckled softly. Do not fret. If they reach this island, they will undoubtedly deploy helicopters to search for us. At that point, we can start a bonfire to produce smoke, and they will see us. The 3 nodded in agreement, astonished that a security guard would contemplate such intricate concerns. After over 2 hours of walking, they began to notice some low shrubs emerging at the foot of the mountains. Here, the shoreline lacked the rocky formations, replaced instead by countless small pits and tidal pools. The so-called tidal pools emerge after the tide recedes, revealing small pools of water along the shore where some marine life, including fish and other sea creatures, find themselves stranded, awaiting the return of the tide to escape. Exhausted, when we find fresh water, Lu Yun sat on the ground, exposing her smooth, fair thighs as she pounded the earth with her hands while lamenting. Indeed, my stomach is growling with hunger, Yi Shui chimed in, furrowing her brow. Big brother, do you see that? Doesn't it resemble the moon? Su Nan pointed toward a nearby peak, smiling as she asked. The group turned their gaze, noticing a large, round opening in the center of the mountain, which pierced through both sides, resembling a luminous full moon. Quite beautiful. It truly resembles a full moon. Song Yinfei remarked, rarely speaking up. Let us go take a look, Lin Feng suggested, rising to his feet and striding ahead, prompting the others to follow suit. After a few minutes traversing a patch of low shrubs, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Looking up at the opening, which was about 100 meters from the ground, Lin Feng declared, I want to go up and have a look. Please wait for me here. He began searching for a path that would lead him upward. Fortunately, the slope of the mountain was not too steep, allowing him to bend slightly and ascend gradually. In less than half an hour, Lin Feng reached the mouth of the opening, where a few wild trees grew nearby. He pushed through the underbrush and entered the cavern. Inside, the space was spacious yet only a few meters long, leading deeper into the mountain. Upon stepping outside the opening, Lin Feng beheld what appeared to be a valley, surrounded by towering cliffs, with an exit in the center leading inland. At the heart of the valley lay a flat expanse of grass, flanked by depressions on either side. After observing for a while, he decided to venture down and explore. Exiting the cave, he descended along a gentle slope for about 10 meters, ultimately arriving on the grassy land. To his left, the slope dipped sharply, about 2 meters high. Below lay a patch of verdant grass, and Lin Feng discerned a faint stream flowing beneath, prompting him to leap down the slope. He crouched down, parting the grass to reveal a small babbling brook. Dipping his hand into the stream and tasting the water, Lin Feng exclaimed in delight, It's fresh water. Peering further, he spotted a small grove of lush bamboo on the gentle slope ahead. Bamboo! How wonderful! Ha ha ha! Discovering bamboo filled Lin Feng with childlike joy, for it was immensely useful. Overjoyed, he climbed back up the slope to the cave's mouth, then continued his descent towards the mountain's base. Hey, look! Lin Feng is coming down. Yishue looked up and saw him descending. He was noticeably quicker this time, taking only a few minutes. I found it! I found it! Upon reaching the grassy area, Lin Feng announced excitedly. The four women were left puzzled by his words. What did you find? Lu Yun inquired. Lin Feng chuckled. I found fresh water, and it's also an excellent site for building shelter. Are you suggesting we stay up there? Yishue asked in surprise. Oh dear, I cannot quite express it to you. You shall understand once we ascend. Lin Feng smiled gently, suggesting, let us head to the seashore and see if we can catch some marine fish. After nearly a day's journey, Lin Feng's stomach had begun to grumble with hunger. Arriving beside a tidal pool, he peered into the water, searching for any fish. Suddenly, Song Yinfei exclaimed, "Ah, a snake!" pointing towards another tidal pool. She observed a sea snake swimming gracefully. Lin Feng approached, offering a reassuring smile. Do not be afraid. Although this sea snake is venomous, it is quite docile. It will not bite unless provoked. After a brief interval, Lin Feng skillfully speared 2 fish and an octopus with his harpoon, while Su Nanan managed to catch several small fish in a shallow puddle. Meanwhile, Lu Yun and Yi Shui collected a few sea snails and 3 crabs. Though modest in size, they were certainly a feast. They placed their marine bounty into Yi Shui's backpack. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the group slowly began their ascent towards the cave entrance. Careful now, Song Yinfei cautioned as she lost her footing and slipped slightly, only to be gently supported by Lin Feng from behind. Once they reached the cave entrance and ventured inside, following Lin Feng down a slope, they arrived at a grassy expanse. This is splendid. I did not expect such a hidden paradise here, Lu Yun remarked with a smile, surveying the surroundings. Everyone, let us gather some firewood from the nearby underbrush. Nightfall approaches, Lin Feng suggested, glancing at the sky. Chapter 8. Constructing the bamboo house beside a bamboo grove. There lay a gently raised mound of earth, relatively dry. Lin Feng kindled a fire at its center. Yi Shui and Lu Yun gathered some leaves to spread on the ground. Armed with an axe, Lin Feng ventured into the bamboo forest and felled a stalk. With a swift motion of his dagger, he scored the bamboo deeply around its circumference, then applied pressure with his knee, causing it to snap cleanly at the joint. In the bamboo forest, one must remain vigilant for a particular serpent known as the green tree viper, which is highly venomous. Its vibrant green hue closely resembles that of bamboo, often making it indistinguishable until encountered. After harvesting 2 bamboo tubes, Lin Feng brought them to the stream, clearing the surrounding grass to dig a small pit in the sandy bed. Before long, the water in the pit had become crystal clear. Lin Feng filled the bamboo tubes with this water and returned to the fire. Though the stream's water appeared pristine, it was not safe for direct consumption. It required boiling first. As the sun began its descent, casting its final rays upon the cliff summit, Lin Feng placed the bamboo tubes into the flames, adding some bamboo needles as well. Why the bamboo needles? Song Yinfei inquired, puzzled by Lin Feng's actions. With a gentle smile, Lin Feng responded, Did you know that bamboo needles can be used to brew tea? Song Yinfei shook her head, unfamiliar with the practice, as she typically had a secretary prepare her tea at the office. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng crafted several bamboo cups with his dagger, ready to serve the boiling water once it reached the desired temperature. Oh no, it's burnt, Su Nanan exclaimed as she tended to a fish that had turned blackened over the fire. Not to worry, you can eat this one, Lu Yun replied with a soft smile. Soon, the water in the bamboo tubes began to bubble vigorously. Lin Feng quickly poured it into the bamboo cups, despite the heat. Ah, delightful, with a hint of bamboo's fragrance, Lu Yun remarked, taking a sip and nodding in approval. Having a warm cup of tea here is quite splendid, Yi Shui added with a gentle smile. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. In less than half an hour, night would fully descend. The 5 of them sat on the ground, savoring roasted fish and sea snails. As night fell, the temperature began to drop. Lin Feng opened the box and retrieved 2 coats, offering them to Song Yinfei and Lu Yun. Draped in the coats, Song Yinfei embraced Su Nanan, while Lu Yun and Yi Shui shared 1 coat. After a long day of travel, The four were thoroughly exhausted and soon lay down to rest on the ground. Lin Feng surveyed the surrounding darkness, striving to stoke the fire higher, ensuring the area remained warm. In the bay, Lu Hu, Fan Tianda, and Zhao Meng sat by the campfire, appearing listless. Lu Ge, it seems that Manny and Hong Tao have fallen ill, suffering from diarrhea, likely due to overindulging in coconut juice, Fan Tianda observed. What shall we do now? He inquired. Lu Hu grasped a branch, incessantly tracing patterns upon the ground, and remarked, "No wonder Lin Feng chose to leave this place. He understood that mere consumption of coconut water would prove inadequate. It appears we must also depart from here." Depart? What will happen when rescue arrives? Zhao Meng inquired. Rescue? Do you truly believe assistance will come? Lu Hu shot a glare at Zhao Meng. Lin Feng exchanged his smoke for an axe. He was well aware that help would not arrive. What shall we do now? Zhao Meng hastily questioned. Lu Hu pondered with his head bowed. Tomorrow, we too shall leave, in search of a location with fresh water. At this rate, within 2 days, all will fall ill. Where shall we go? Upward. I must locate that scoundrel Lin Feng, Lu Hu declared through clenched teeth. Ever since Song Yanfei and her companions had departed, he had felt a lingering discontent. Even if returning was not an option, he intended to claim these women for himself. He aimed to establish his own dominion upon this desolate isle. With this thought, his heart surged with excitement, brimming with fervor. Indeed, let us find him, capture him, then we shall relish in tormenting him slowly. Thus, Yanfei and Lu Yun shall belong to us. He cackled, stroking his chin with a sly grin. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of desire. He had long coveted Lu Yun, and the mere thought of her voluptuous, devilish figure ignited a fervent heat within him. As night fell, the moon ascended, casting a silvery glow over the entirety of the island. The following morning, Lu Hu and his companions tidied their camp before ascending the hill. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and his 5 companions had also risen. After sipping some warm tea, Lin Feng ventured into the bamboo grove to harvest bamboo. Lin Feng, what shall we do next? Song Yanfei and her companions approached with inquiries. We shall construct a shelter on the grassy expanse above. This shaded area is unsuitable for habitation, Lin Feng replied. Once I have collected the bamboo, I will seek food. As Lin Feng chopped bamboo, Song Yanfei and her companions transported the bamboo to the slope, setting them upright one by one. Su Nan collected firewood from the adjacent woods. An hour later, dozens of bamboo stalks were piled at the slope. Ascending the incline, the 4 transported the bamboo to the center of the expansive grassy area, which appeared to span over 200 square meters. Lin Feng sharpened the ends of the bamboo with his axe, preparing to dig holes in the grass. As for Lu Yun and her companions, they followed Lin Feng's instructions diligently. After digging 6 holes and embedding 6 2-meter-long bamboo poles, the foundation was established. Lin Feng fashioned some bamboo strips, securing 3 horizontal poles across the upper, middle, and lower sections of the 6 vertical poles with the bamboo strips. Simply drive the pointed end of the bamboo firmly into the grass, then align the bamboo parallel to this horizontal bar, Lin Feng instructed, gesturing towards the horizontal bamboo. Next, thread the bamboo strips through the gaps and secure them tightly. As he demonstrated, Lu Yun and her companions nodded in understanding. The task was straightforward and easily grasped. Exercise caution with the bamboo strips. They are quite sharp, he advised. Lin Feng continued, we only need to leave a doorway in the middle. All right, we understand. Yishui replied with a gentle nod. Big brother, come quickly. I've gathered a great deal of firewood. Su Nan shouted from the slope. You all go fetch the firewood. I shall venture out to search for food, Lin Feng declared before departing, ascending the incline. Upon entering the cave and gazing towards the sea, he realized it was high tide, rendering his descent futile, so he returned to the grassy expanse. What happened? Weren't you going to find food? Yishui inquired upon seeing Lin Feng's return. The tide has risen, and the seawater has submerged the tidal pool. So I plan to take a look outside, Lin Feng explained, gesturing toward the valley's exit. Be careful, Lu Yun cautioned. Lin Feng nodded softly, making his way to the end of the right grassy area, descending along the slope. After traversing over 20 meters, he finally reached the valley floor. Continuing forward for several meters, he arrived at the exit. From the grassy elevation, the opening appeared narrow, yet as he approached, it expanded into a vast expanse. Chapter 9. Capturing a wild deer. As Lin Feng emerged from the exit, he was greeted by a dense expanse of dark brown reeds flanking him on either side. The ground was dotted with freshly disturbed earth and a multitude of chaotic footprints. Kneeling down to inspect, he murmured, "These are the tracks of wild boars. It seems they frequently come here to root for grass roots." Beyond the reeds lay a vast jungle, characterized by sparse yet towering trees and a complex terrain. Cautiously, Lin Feng ventured into the thicket, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Goo goo goo. Upon stepping deeper, the melodious calls of birds reached his ears. Lin Feng unsheathed his dagger, severing a branch from a nearby shrub to fashion a makeshift staff. The branches above were laden with spiderwebs, necessitating that he wield his staff to clear his path as he proceeded. The underbrush was thick, visibility poor, and the uneven ground posed a risk of stumbling, compounded by the presence of numerous moss-covered stones. Finding a suitable rock, he settled down and lit a cigarette. As he exhaled wisps of smoke, he observed several small birds flitting about the branches overhead. Nearby stood a cluster of towering pine trees, so robust that a single person could not encircle their trunks. The ground was strewn with pine cones and a thick carpet of needles. Perched on the branches were two squirrels, curiously watching the newcomer with a hint of intrigue. A wild chicken? Suddenly, a striking figure emerged from the thicket. A wild chicken foraging for food. Its plumage was resplendent, adorned with vibrant colors and a long, elegant tail. Lin Feng understood that capturing this wild chicken with bare hands would be an impossible feat. Caw! Caw! Abruptly, the calls of wild chickens echoed from the depths of the forest, prompting the wild chicken in the thicket to turn and vanish from sight. It appeared that numerous wild chickens inhabited the woods, Lin Feng mused. Finishing his cigarette, he stood and ventured further into the forest, sunlight filtering through the leafy canopy above. After a leisurely stroll of several minutes, he arrived at a gentle slope adorned with broadleaf plants and ferns, their roots exposed by the foraging of wild boars. Descending the slope, Lin Feng discovered a river, 2 to 3 meters wide, with water that was not overly deep, reaching only to his calves. The riverbed was littered with small stones. Kneeling by the water's edge, he splashed his face, feeling the refreshing chill of the stream. Suddenly, 2 yellow figures darted through the thicket not far ahead, causing Lin Feng to question his own sight. Hastily, he rose and crouched low, making his way to a towering tree behind which he could observe the activity in the underbrush. Before long, the 2 figures reappeared in his line of sight, 2 wild deer. Upon closer inspection, he was thrilled to discover they were a large doe and her fawn, both nibbling on the tender shoots of the shrubs. At that moment, Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement. Capturing just one would suffice to sustain them for 2 or 3 days. Suddenly, Lin Feng crouched down and slowly retreated into the thicket behind him, where he skillfully cut 2 vines from the bushes using his dagger. He then bound the dagger to a long stick, thus crafting a makeshift spear. Lin Feng found refuge among 2 dense shrubs, allowing him to effectively camouflage himself. With the spear ready in his hand, he prepared to launch it at any deer that ventured too close. As time passed, Lin Feng remained motionless, even as 2 caterpillars crawled upon him, his focus unwavering. After approximately 10 minutes, the figures of 2 deer emerged, gradually approaching Lin Feng. At that moment, they were merely 10 meters away, yet Lin Feng sensed that the time was not yet right. 8 meters, 6 meters, whoosh. At 6 meters, he swiftly hurled the spear. Thud! The larger deer was struck directly beneath its neck, and it immediately turned to flee, while the smaller one had already vanished from sight. Lin Feng sprang to his feet and pursued the wounded deer, which soon disappeared from view. He could only follow the trail of blood left on the ground. Indeed, after pursuing for 50 or 60 meters, he discovered the deer collapsed amidst the underbrush. As Lin Feng approached, he found it lifeless, the spear still embedded in its body. He extracted the spear, observing that the deer was not particularly large, weighing perhaps 60 to 70 pounds. Concerned about attracting other carnivorous creatures, Lin Feng hastily hoisted the deer onto his back and retraced his steps. Meanwhile, in the valley, Lu Yun and her companions had surrounded the bamboo hut, leaving only a small portion in the center unprotected. The hut, measuring over 3 meters wide, 5 meters long, and 2 meters high, was spacious enough for the 5 of them to sleep within. They had also piled the firewood that Su Nanan had gathered on the grass to the left. "Where is Big Brother? I'm starving," Su Nanan lamented, lying on the grass with a bamboo skewer in her mouth, gazing up at the sky. "Hunting is not as easy as it seems. He might not return until afternoon," Yishui replied. "Why don't we head to the beach? Perhaps we can catch a few fish," Lu Yun suggested to Song Yanfei and the others. Yishui pointed to the sky. "Look, it was sunny just now, but it's gradually darkening, and there are storm clouds. The wind is picking up. There might be a typhoon soon. It's dangerous to go to the beach now. If a strong wind blows us into the sea, it would be disastrous." After glancing at the sky, Song Yanfei added, "The weather here changes in an instant. Let us wait for Lin Feng to return before making any decisions." As the group conversed, Lin Feng was making his way back, the deer slung across his back. Su Nanan, spotting him at the edge of the grass, exclaimed joyfully, "Big Brother is back. He is carrying something." Song Yanfei and the others rushed over. And upon seeing the deer, Yi Shui gasped in astonishment. "He has captured a deer." As Lin Feng stepped onto the grassy expanse, he placed the wild deer upon the ground, prompting the 4 of them to crouch in astonishment and gaze at the creature. "How did you manage to catch it?" Yi Shui inquired, her eyes fixed on Lin Feng. With a subtle smile, Lin Feng replied, "I discovered it in the woods, lay in ambush, and captured it." "Was it truly that simple?" Yi Shui responded, puzzled. "Enough chatter. Let us prepare it swiftly." "The weather is unpredictable," Lu Yun interjected promptly. Lin Feng nodded and dragged the deer to the slope, leaping down before carrying it to a small grove opposite the bamboo forest. There, he hung the deer from a tree and began to skin it, knowing that the hide would provide warmth. Thus he intended to strip it entirely. Meanwhile, Song Yanfei and the others had excavated a pit using bamboo strips at the site where they had built a fire the previous night. Once the skin was removed, Lin Feng took an axe and severed the 2 legs of the deer, gathering a few large leaves to bring back to the prepared pit. He then lined the pit with leaves, placed the legs within, covered them with more leaves, and finally sealed it with soil. "Are you not concerned about getting dirty?" Lin Feng asked the 3 of them. "I am not," Yishui replied. "Then come over and help clean out the entrails," Lin Feng said with a gentle smile. Chapter 10. Before the storm, Yishui was meticulously preparing the innards, while Song Yanfei and Lu Yun were roasting 2 front legs over the campfire, which was set atop buried deer legs, ensuring they would be tender by evening. Lin Feng had placed the other cuts of meat nearby and had brought Su Nanan to the thatched area. "Big Brother, why are we here?" "So Nanan inquired." Gazing at Lin Feng, "We're harvesting thatch. It will be quite cold tonight, and sleeping on thatch will provide some warmth," Lin Feng replied with a smile, drawing out his dagger to commence the gathering. After a short while, he had harvested a significant patch of thatch, and the 2 of them carried a bundle back to the grassy ground. Observing the gathering clouds above, Lin Feng sensed the possibility of rain, prompting him to begin constructing a roof. He split bamboo with an axe, clearing the nodes in the middle, and then secured 3 horizontal bamboo poles atop the roof, laying bamboo sheets in an alternating fashion and binding them with split bamboo strips. After more than an hour of labor, the roof was finally complete. "Oh, I'm exhausted," Su Nanan exclaimed, having made 4 trips to collect the thatch, and she collapsed onto the grass, calling out. At that moment, Song Yanfei approached with a roasted front leg, calling out, "Nanan, Lin Feng, time to eat some deer leg." "Annie, I'm coming," Su Nanan joyfully shouted, rushing over to retrieve the leg. "Big Brother, it's time for meat." She beamed, presenting the leg to Lin Feng. Lin Feng affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "You eat first. I'll have mine after I finish up." Delighted, Su Nanan scurried to a nearby patch of grass and began to eat. Lin Feng spread the thatch over the roof and secured it with bamboo strips to prevent leaks. As he admired the completed bamboo hut, a smile of satisfaction crossed his face. "I'm full here for you." Su Nanan rushed back, offering the deer leg to Lin Feng. He accepted it, savoring the taste, noting that it would have been even better with salt. "Lin Feng, how do we cook the innards?" Yishue called from below the slope. Upon hearing her, Lin Feng turned and leapt down to join her by the campfire. He fetched a bamboo pole from the forest, fashioning several bamboo tubes. Fill them halfway with water, then place the cleaned and chopped innards inside. After that, just set the tubes in the fire to cook. He instructed the three of them. And what about the meat? Song Yinfei questioned, gesturing toward the nearby deer meat. Lin Feng smiled gently. You three are responsible for roasting that meat. I have other matters to attend to. Go ahead and busy yourself. With us three heroines here. You need not worry. Lu Yun waved him off with a grin. Lin Feng chuckled, handing his dagger to Yishue before turning back toward the grassy area. Wow, this dagger is truly exquisite. It must be quite valuable, Lu Yun exclaimed in awe as she examined the dagger. Song Yinfei nodded in agreement. Indeed, the dragon and phoenix motif is intricately carved. It appears to be of ancient craftsmanship. Are you suggesting this dagger is an antique? Lu Yun asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Song Yinfei let out a bitter smile and shook her head, expressing uncertainty. I wouldn't know. If we were in Zhonghai, I could have someone investigate it. Regardless of whether it is an antique, as long as it serves a purpose, that's sufficient, Yishue replied with a faint smile. As she spoke, she cut the cleaned entrails into small pieces and placed them into a bamboo tube. Lin Feng returned to the grassy area and called for Su Nan to help move 2-meter-long bamboo poles into the house. Inside, he laid 3 bamboo poles horizontally against the left side near the bamboo wall, then placed the remaining poles upright atop the horizontal ones. He skillfully wove bamboo strips between the poles to secure them, thus constructing a bamboo bed. He replicated the same process on the right side. Nan, could you bring in a straw from outside? Lin Feng called to Su Nan. Sure, she replied eagerly, running out to fetch the straw. Lin Feng bundled the straw together and laid it atop the bamboo bed to prevent it from scattering, adding another layer on top to create a soft resting surface. Wow, this feels wonderful. Finally, a bed to sleep on. Su Nan exclaimed joyfully, lying down and swaying from side to side. A space of over a meter remained in the center, suitable for a fire at night. Lin Feng understood that there was still much to be done for a comfortable sleep, but time was of the essence with rain approaching. Adjustments could be made later. After completing these tasks, Lin Feng took out a cigarette to smoke, as he still needed to create a bamboo door. Big brother, have some water, Su Nan said, approaching with a mineral water bottle. When you went out, we poured the boiled water into the mineral water bottle, she added with a smile. Very clever, Lin Feng remarked, taking a sip with a grin. Once he finished smoking, Lin Feng and Su Nan carved a groove in the roof using bamboo strips. As the grassy area sloped slightly downward, this groove would allow rainwater to flow off the roof rather than pooling inside. After digging the groove, Lin Feng took an axe and headed to the bamboo grove. How's the roasting coming along? He inquired as he approached. Not quite ready. There are still 2 pieces left. Ye zhu ripiet. Lin Feng nodded with a smile and ventured into a small thicket nearby. This grove, located on a slope beneath a sheer cliff, housed trees that struggled to grow, possibly due to insufficient nutrients, each only as thick as a calf. Ignoring the limitations, Lin Feng raised his axe and began chopping, felling over a dozen trees within half an hour. He also cut down some parasitic vines, using them as rope to bundle the chopped timber, which he then carried back to the grassy area in 3 trips. Lin Feng, why are you cutting down so many trees? Song Yinfei asked, puzzled. Of course, to use for firewood, Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. All right, you all go back to the bamboo house to roast. Don't do it here, he instructed. All right, Yinfei, let's tidy up, Lu Yun said as she stood up. Once the 3 individuals had tidied up and returned to the gentle slope, Lin Feng was the first to ascend, subsequently assisting the others one by one. Oh, this is quite impressive, he exclaimed upon entering the dwelling. Inside, they beheld 2 bamboo beds adorned with thatch, which astonished the trio. Of course, this was crafted by me and my older brother, Su Nan declared with a proud smile, tilting her face upward. Oh my Nan has truly outdone herself, Lu Yun remarked, gently caressing her cheek with a smile. Indeed, it's quite pleasant to lie down, Yishue added with a chuckle as she settled in. No more sleeping on the ground. You all should bring the firewood from outside and prepare to roast the meat. I will check on how the braised venison is coming along, Lin Feng stated before making his way to the bonfire, adjusting the flames. He understood that it needed to simmer until evening, hoping that rain would not arrive too soon. Chapter 11. The deluge in the afternoon, around 3 o'clock. Dark clouds amassed over the distant sea, casting a shadow upon the tumultuous waves that surged fiercely. The ominous clouds drifted slowly towards the island. Everyone hurry! A torrential downpour is imminent, Lu Hu urged as he propelled the group forward. 10 individuals sprinted desperately along the coastline, the sea breeze whipping at their faces, nearly blinding them. At that moment, they passed by the Moon Mountain, where Lin Feng resided. An hour later, Lu Hu and his companions finally discovered a path leading up the mountain and raced into the embrace of the hills. After several minutes of running and navigating turns, they arrived at a ravine flanked by towering mountains. Liye, there's a cave over there. Quickly, everyone rush inside. Upon entering the cave, they found a spacious and relatively dry interior, though the ground was littered with bat droppings and animal bones. Let us not rest just yet. We must gather firewood before the rain arrives, or we will face trouble later, Lu Hu called out, observing Fan Tianda and the others leaning against the wall. Upon hearing this, they promptly dashed out of the cave, searching for dry wood among the nearby, scattered stones. Suddenly, Manny leaned against her forehead and collapsed to the ground, her expression one of distress. Manny, are you all right? Let me help you back to the cave, Yang Jun exclaimed, rushing over to his sister. Lu Hu also gathered some leaves and tidied the cave. Liu Ye, come help us. Fan Tianda and Zhao Meng called as they returned, carrying a thick, 3-meter-long piece of dry wood. Meanwhile, in the valley, Lin Feng had just finished installing the bamboo door when the sky darkened abruptly. Why is it getting dark so fast? Yiju inuitit anjuosli. This is bad, Lin Feng replied urgently. You all take these 3 bundles of firewood back inside and gather the deer hide as well. I'll fetch the deer legs. Lin Feng dashed to the edge of the grass, leaping down the slope to the mound, where he used a stick to clear the dirt above. Soon, he emerged with 2 deer legs in hand. Here, give them to me, Song Yinfei said, extending her hand from the grass, and Lin Feng promptly handed them over before climbing back up. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the air, followed by a deafening crash. As torrents of rain began to pour down, the daylight transformed into an impenetrable darkness outside. Lin Feng rushed back to the house, clutching 3 2-meter-long bamboo poles, and quickly shut the bamboo door behind him. Lin Feng, is this house sturdy? Lu Yin asked, her face etched with concern. It'll be fine. As long as the winds aren't fierce, we'll be all right. Lin Feng reassured her with a faint smile. After adding more wood to the campfire, Lin Feng took an axe and chopped the freshly gathered timber into manageable pieces, arranging them beside the fire in a grid-like formation to dry. Here, have a smoke to calm your nerves, he said, producing a pack of cigarettes and offering one to Lu Yun with a grin, before lighting one for himself. Not bad. Even with such heavy rain, the roof isn't leaking, Yishui remarked with a subtle smile as she gazed up at the ceiling. Phew, it's hard to tell who built this roof, Lin Feng chuckled. Lin Feng exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled softly. Lin Feng, I never anticipated your capabilities to be quite substantial. It seems that seeking your company was indeed a wise choice. Lu Yin also released a wisp of smoke, smiling as she added, otherwise we might very well still be caught in the rain. In the rain? Ha! Lin Feng glanced at the pitch black outside and remarked lightly. Being drenched in such a torrential downpour makes it exceedingly unlikely to survive until dawn. In a storm of this magnitude, once a person gets soaked, their body rapidly loses heat and one might not even make it to the next morning. I had always said that my elder brother possesses formidable wilderness survival skills. It was merely your disbelief, Su Nan Nan interjected from her position on the bed. Indeed, it seems Nan Nan has a keen eye for discernment. Song Yin Fei smiled gently. As the rain fell, the temperature plummeted, prompting Su Nan Nan to hastily retrieve 2 coats. After finishing his cigarette, Lin Feng took an axe and split 3 bamboo stalks, then sliced the bamboo into finger-sized strips. He then retrieved a dagger and meticulously whittled thin bamboo splints. Lu Yun sat across from him, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Song Yin Fei, Su Nan Nan, and Yishui lay on the bed, wrapped in coats, gradually drifting into slumber. Curiosity stirred within Lu Yun. Many men, upon seeing her, would display an overt desire to possess her, yet Lin Feng appeared distinctly different, seemingly untouched by such inclinations. Lin Feng picked up 2 sturdier bamboo strips and began to weave them together with the splints. After about an hour, a bamboo basket had taken shape, along with a few pairs of chopsticks, just enough for everyone. "I never expected you possessed such a skill," Lu Yun remarked with a slight smile. Taking the basket to examine it, Lin Feng retrieved a cigarette, and they resumed smoking together. "There are many unexpected facets to me," Lin Feng said with a laugh. "Then I shall eagerly await to see," Lu Yun replied, her eyes sparkling as they locked onto Lin Feng's with an almost electrifying intensity. Before long, Lin Feng felt hunger gnawing at him. He placed 2 bamboo tubes containing entrails into the fire to heat them, as they had long since cooled. Lu Yun also brought over a deer leg to roast, just as soon Nan and the others began to stir awake. Outside remained shrouded in darkness. Uncertain whether it was merely late or if the rain still persisted, albeit less violently than before. "The rain is still falling?" Yishui murmured as she rubbed her eyes awake. "Here, have something to eat," Lin Feng said, using chopsticks to extract the entrails from the bamboo tube and placing them into a bamboo cup, pouring a bit of broth over them. Though the soup was bland, a few sips on a cold night would warm the body. Lu Yun took the dagger and began slicing the meat from the deer leg. "Tomorrow, how about I take you all to catch some wild chickens?" Lin Feng suggested, biting into a piece of meat as he looked at the 4 of them. "How do we catch them?" "We have no idea," Yishui responded. Lin Feng swallowed the meat and replied with a smile. "I will teach you how to set a snare. Once it's prepared, we can check for our catch the morning after next." "Where do we set it?" Lu Yun inquired eagerly, her interest piqued. "Of course, we shall go to the woods." Lin Feng smiled gently. "I will take you all tomorrow afternoon." "All right, it's settled then." Lu Yun nodded with a smile. Su Nan gazed at Lin Feng with sparkling eyes, her curiosity piqued by the unknown. After finishing her meal, Song Yin Fei picked up the basket beside her and looked at Lin Feng. "Did you make this?" Lin Feng nodded lightly. "Yes, I wove it while you were asleep." "Can you teach me next time?" Song Yin Fei inquired with a cheerful tone. Lin Feng replied with a soft smile. "Rest assured, whenever I have the time, I will teach you all how to weave." Upon hearing this, Song Yin Fei beamed with delight, and Lin Feng found himself momentarily captivated by her enchanting smile. Late at night, the rain had ceased, the dark clouds dispersed, and the moon hung gracefully in the sky. Chapter 12. Crafting bows and arrows the following morning. The sun shone brightly, and after the cleansing deluge of the previous night, the valley was suffused with refreshing air. "Lin Feng, did you not mention you would teach us to make lassos? Shall we begin now?" Lu Yun inquired as she stepped onto the grass, gazing at Lin Feng. He added 2 half-wet logs to the campfire to ensure it would not extinguish. "Let's postpone it until this afternoon. The heavy rain has left the woods quite damp." Lin Feng replied as he emerged. Hearing this, Yishui spoke up. "Then what shall we do this morning? The slope outside is slippery, and we cannot venture to the seaside." Lin Feng responded nonchalantly. "This morning, we shall remain here. Wait for me. I will fetch some bamboo." With that, he headed towards a steep slope, leaping down toward the bamboo grove. "This place is too elevated. It would be ideal if we could level it, so we wouldn't have to keep jumping up and down," Yishui remarked upon reaching the slope. "That's simple. We can remove the turf, and then use the bamboo to excavate the soil," Lu Yun chuckled lightly. Moments later, Lin Feng returned, dragging bamboo behind him, and the 3 girls helped him haul it up. After a short while, Lin Feng returned with a bundle of firewood on his back. Once atop the slope, he sharpened one end of a branch with his axe and inserted it into the ground. "Lin Feng, we wish to excavate this slope, so we need not constantly jump up and down." Yishui approached him and said. Lin Feng pointed to the nearby bamboo. "You can use the bamboo to descend. Just hollow out the soil in the middle. The pointed ends of the bamboo would easily penetrate the earth, and with the soil softened by last night's rain, it would be simpler to dig." Yishui walked over, picked up 3 pieces of bamboo, and together with Lu Yun and Song Yin Fei, they jumped down the slope and began excavating the center. Su Nan dashed down to a wider area above the creek, pushed the grass aside to reveal a small patch of sand, and used her hands to dig a pit, allowing the creek's water to flow into it. Lin Feng inserted 4 tree forks into the ground, secured 2 short bamboo pieces within the forks, and then laid several 2-meter-long bamboo poles across the top, binding them firmly to create a long bench. Meanwhile, Song Yinfei and the others loosened the soil and quickly dug out a large hole with their hands. Lin Feng, come over here and step on it a few times to see if it collapses, Yi Shui called out from above. Lin Feng approached with his axe, severed the grass roots, and stamped down forcefully, causing the surface to suddenly give way. We can dig a bit deeper now, Lin Feng remarked after inspecting the site. He then returned to the side of the house and crafted a second bench. At this juncture, Lu Yun and her companions had successfully excavated the slope, allowing for direct access. Come, let's wash our hands. My clothes are covered in mud. Look, my qipao is all soiled. The 3 girls made their way to the pit that Su Nanan had dug, cleaned themselves, and rinsed their clothes. Having crafted a stool, Lin Feng made his way to the slope, where an abundance of gravel lay scattered. Soon, he discovered 3 smooth, dark gray stones, unmarred by cracks. He carried them back to the grassy area, prepared a bed of bamboo, and gently struck the stones with an axe. In an instant, they shattered into several smaller fragments. Lin Feng selected 2 suitable pieces and set them aside before proceeding to break the remaining stones. Big brother, what are you doing? Su Nanan inquired as she approached, squatting down with curiosity. Lin Feng smiled faintly, carefully picking up the small stone fragments from the ground, and replied, "You will find out shortly." He then took the stones to the stream, searching for more rocks. Big brother, what are you looking for? Su Nanan followed closely behind, asking again. Rocks, Lin Feng said. I need to find a large one. Upon hearing this, Su Nanan dashed towards the bamboo grove and soon returned, cradling a sizable stone. Nanan, what did you find that? Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished by the stone's smooth surface, reminiscent of a whetstone. Su Nanan giggled. I dug it up while playing in the sandpit. The sandpit? Lin Feng paused, glancing upward to see Lu Yun and her companions revealing their alluring long legs while washing off dirt in a puddle. Particularly, Song Yinfei's long legs were strikingly white and straight, drawing Lin Feng's gaze unwillingly. Big brother, my aunt's legs are beautiful, aren't they? Su Nanan teased playfully. Ahem. What do children know? Hand me the stone. Lin Feng quickly shifted his gaze, accepting the stone from Su Nanan and placing it on the ground. He crouched down to methodically polish the sharp little fragments against the stone. I'm not a child. I'm 19 this year, Su Nanan pouted, murmuring softly. Yet, her delicate doll-like face often led others to believe she was still a minor. Lin Feng meticulously shaped the stone fragments into arrowheads, sharpening them until they gleamed, creating small grooves on either side of the rear end for binding to the arrow shaft. After half an hour, he had transformed 8 small stones into razor-sharp arrowheads. Returning to the grassy area, Lin Feng sat upon the stool and selected a piece of older bamboo with good resilience, splitting it with his axe before gradually whittling it down with a dagger. Nanan, could you fetch me that nylon rope from the box? Is it the pretty bundle? She asked. Indeed. Moments later, Su Nanan emerged with a bundle of fine nylon rope, which, when unraveled, extended impressively long. Lin Feng carved 2 bamboo strips, fashioning notches at both ends. He then began to meticulously wrap the nylon rope around the bamboo pieces, working his way to the ends. This composite bow, forged from the 2 materials, exhibited remarkable resilience and elasticity, boasting extraordinary power. After cutting 3 sections of nylon rope, he braided them together, forming an excellent bowstring. Given the inherent toughness of nylon, the 3 strands combined offered even greater strength. Carefully bending the well-woven bamboo strips, he secured the ends with intricately braided nylon cord, thus crafting a bow. The next task was to fashion the arrows. Are you making a bow in arrows? Su Nanan inquired, lifting the bow for a closer inspection. Indeed, Lin Feng replied with a subtle smile. To capture prey, one cannot rely solely on bare hands. At that moment, Lu Yun and her companions returned. Lin Feng, this stool appears rather haphazardly constructed, Lu Yun remarked as she settled onto it. It hardly supports one's weight. It's better than nothing, Yishui chimed in with a gentle smile as she took her seat. Lin Feng merely smiled in response, remaining silent as he fetched another bamboo strip to commence the arrow-making process. I'm famished. Let us return and reheat the roasted deer meat from yesterday, Yishui said, patting her stomach and rising. Upon hearing about food, Sun An promptly followed her into the house. Chapter 13. Setting traps in the forest. By the time Song Yanfei and the other three had finished their meal and approached, Lin Feng had already fashioned 8 arrows. Lin Feng, you should eat well before you continue, Yishui remarked, approaching with a deer leg in hand. The leg still bore a fair amount of meat, sufficient to satiate Lin Feng's hunger. He set down his dagger, accepted the deer leg, and began to tear into it with his teeth. This bow is quite impressive. I almost couldn't draw it, Yishui commented, picking up the bow and trying to pull it back. I used to practice archery at a club. Lin Feng, could you make one for me as well? Then I could join the hunt, she added eagerly. I want one too, Sun An exclaimed, rushing over. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Of course, I'll help you with that shortly. After they filled their stomachs, Lin Feng first taught Song Yanfei and Lu Yun how to weave bamboo baskets. Cross them like this, and remember to lift this strip carefully. Insert the other strip here. He explained meticulously to Song Yanfei. Be cautious while handling the bamboo strips, as their edges can be quite sharp. As he demonstrated, Yishui and Su Nan listened attentively, observing his every move. Half an hour later, Lin Feng had crafted a small bamboo basket. Now it's your turn. With practice, you'll get the hang of it, Lin Feng encouraged, smiling at the 4 of them. Once Lin Feng stepped away, the 4 began to weave their own baskets. He returned to his seat and securely bound the 8 stone arrowheads to the shafts with nylon string. Now, all that remains are the fletchings, Lin Feng mused with a slight smile, contemplating whether he might catch a wild chicken the next day. The feathers of a wild chicken's tail would serve as excellent materials for arrow fletchings. After enjoying a smoke, he set to crafting bows and arrows for Yishui and Su Nan. Their bows, made from single bamboo strips, were relatively simple to construct. Do not underestimate a single bamboo strip. Its power is formidable. It can easily take down small game like hares and wild chickens, and even a deer, he assured them. Once the bows were completed, he ventured to a slope to gather a few pieces of dark gray stone. After finishing his tasks, he stored the remaining 20 meters of nylon string back in a box. At noon, the sun shone brightly, evaporating the dew on the grass, though the ground retained some moisture. Though not perfect, it's my first attempt at weaving, Song Yanfei chuckled, admiring her handiwork. Mine is just as good, Yishui replied with a slight smile. After a while, Su Nan lost patience with her weaving and began to play with the bow and arrow Lin Feng had made for her. In the afternoon, Lin Feng descended to the slope, observing the dried weeds, before returning to summon Song Yanfei and the others. Let's head into the forest. I'll teach you how to set traps, Lin Feng said with a gentle smile. The 5 departed the valley, making their way toward the woods beyond, each wielding a bamboo spear. As they ventured out for the first time, Song Yanfei and the others found themselves filled with curiosity about their unfamiliar surroundings. Entering the dim forest, while still somewhat damp, the droplets on the trees had long since dried. Creak, creak, cuckoo. A flock of birds took flight upon spotting Lin Feng and his companions, their departure accompanied by delightful chirps. Wow, that bird was absolutely stunning, exclaimed Sunanan, her eyes wide with wonder. I've never seen such a beautiful bird, even at the zoo. And look at the squirrels. Yishui chimed in, gazing up at the trees with a smile. A myriad of colorful butterflies flitted amidst the underbrush. Lin Feng crouched down in a clearing among the tangled trees, discovering some droppings and 2 tail feathers that had fallen from a wild chicken. He picked up the feathers, placing them into his pocket, and drew out a knife to cut several small vines from the trees. These vines were remarkably resilient, impossible to break by mere tugging. Come over here, Lin Feng called out to Song Yanfei and the others, who quickly approached. Watch closely as I demonstrate how to fashion a lasso. He began first, tie a slip knot with the vine, then secure the other end to a flexible branch, bending it downwards. Utilize this small branch embedded in the ground to catch the vine. Lin Feng patiently explained, gently touching the branch. As it released, the vine sprang up, ensnaring Lin Feng's finger. Do you understand? He asked the group with a smile. Of course, we must also bait it with something enticing, like worms, grasshoppers, berries, or even some seeds, as wild chickens are fond of such treats. Still not quite clear, Lu Yin admitted, shaking her head. Lin Feng demonstrated twice more before they finally grasped the technique, and they began to assemble their own lassos nearby. Lin Feng moved ahead, inspecting the underbrush, where he set up several traps. Suddenly, Sunan screamed, "A snake!" Lin Feng hurried to her side. "Big brother, there's a snake!" she exclaimed in terror as she clutched him tightly. Lin Feng spotted a small cobra nestled among the roots, its head raised slightly to observe them. "Stay still," he instructed Su Nan, approaching the snake cautiously with a bamboo spear. As he extended the spear, the cobra recoiled. But Lin Feng seized the moment to pin its head down. He then drew his knife to sever its head. "All is well," Lin Feng declared, emerging with the snake's body, then proceeded to remove its innards and peel away the skin, leaving only the white flesh. "Nan, what is the matter?" At that moment, Song Yin Fei and the others arrived, concerned. "It's just a cobra," Lin Feng reassured them with a gentle smile. "Be cautious while setting your lassos. Ensure the area is free of snakes first." "Thank goodness, you startled me," Song Yin Fei said, patting her chest in relief. Lin Feng then ventured into the thicket on the right, with Su Nan following closely, perhaps still shaken by the earlier encounter. After an hour, Lin Feng led them out of the woods and towards the valley. "We shall check again tomorrow morning," he said to the group. Returning to the thatched field, Lin Feng gathered a bundle of reeds for each of the four to carry back. Upon their return, he meticulously tied the reeds into bundles and fashioned some bamboo strips. He then arranged the bamboo strips in the center of the bamboo house, stuffing the reeds within and securing them tightly. "Follow my lead and fill the bamboo strips with the reeds," Lin Feng instructed the group. Given the gaps in the bamboo structure, which allowed the evening winds to seep in, he surrounded the exterior of the bamboo house with the reeds to prevent the cold air from intruding. Once the enclosure was complete, Lin Feng produced wild chicken feathers from his pocket and affixed them to the arrow tips. "I have some as well," Yi Shui chimed in with a smile, producing 3 feathers from her own pocket. "I saw you pick up the feathers, and I collected some too." "Excellent," Lin Feng replied with a subtle smile. With the arrow fletchings in place, they would be ready to test the power of the bow and arrow the following day. Chapter 14. The delectable wild chicken soup. As dusk descended, Su Nan diligently practiced with her bow and arrow. "Align your eyes with the target, just like that. Now release," Lin Feng instructed from beside her. An arrow flew forth, but it veered slightly off course, missing the target. "Big brother, why doesn't my arrow have a tip?" "Sunanan incoyer perplexed," Lin Feng chuckled as he explained. "Because you are just beginning your practice, a tip is unnecessary for now. Once you master your aim, I shall provide you with arrows fitted with tips." Inside the cabin, Song Yin Fei and Lu Yun were busy roasting venison steaks. Yi Shui was also practicing her archery, believing that proficiency comes with repetition. It had been a while since she last handled a bow, which was fashioned from bamboo. Observing the two in their training, Lin Feng retrieved the dried deer hide, using his dagger to scrape off the remnants of flesh, ensuring they would have a hide to cover themselves with that night. "Yunjia, have you ever considered what we would do if we could never return?" Song Yinfei asked Lu Yun, her expression laden with concern. Lu Yun, with a wry smile, replied, "I am uncertain what we would do. We can only leave it to fate." In truth, such a life was not without its merits, for there was significantly less intrigue and rivalry. "Perhaps you're right," Song Yinfei sighed, "but what about our families? And Nan is still so young. Have you not heard the saying? The boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge," Lu Yun said lightly. "Do not overthink. As long as we are alive, there remains a chance to return." That evening, everyone gathered inside the cabin to feast on roasted venison and sip bamboo needle tea. Lin Feng enjoyed the freshly roasted snake meat, while the others hesitated to partake. "Does it feel warmer tonight to you all?" Ye Zhu remarked it, glancing at Lin Feng and the others. "Certainly, the thatch wards off the wind," Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. Later that night, after everyone had eaten their fill and engaged in light conversation, they retired to bed, leaving only the campfire flickering in the darkness. Outside, the stars twinkled faintly in the sky, and soft moonlight bathed the valley. A shadow appeared on the grass, circling the bamboo hut before disappearing. Merely a raccoon. The following morning, everyone rose early, heading to the brook to freshen up, excitement bubbling within them as they ventured into the woods. Each hoped their crafted lassos would ensnare some game. This time, Lin Feng, Yi Shui, and Su Nan'an all carried bows, with Lin Feng having fashioned 3 quivers from bamboo the night before. Upon entering the forest, Lin Feng remained vigilant. "Wait, do not move," he suddenly commanded, halting Song Yinfei and the others. "What is it?" Song Yinfei whispered. Lin Feng pointed toward a nearby large tree, where a splendid wood grouse perched upon a branch. "Stay here for a moment," he instructed softly before crouching low and stealthily moving away. Positioning himself behind another larch, Lin Feng peeked out to observe the wood grouse, which remained obliviously still, merely a few meters away. Gradually, he drew his bow from his back, nocked an arrow, and carefully aimed at the wood grouse. Whoosh! An arrow was swiftly released, causing a grouse perched on a branch to plummet to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng hurried over. "I hit it! Quick, let us see!" Yi Shui exclaimed excitedly as she dashed forward. Lin Feng approached the fallen larch, quickly retrieving the grouse, whereupon he noted that the arrow had pierced through the bird's body, with the tip protruding approximately 20 centimeters, a testament to the bow's formidable power. Let me see. Su Nan'an arrived just in time to snatch the grouse from Lin Feng's hands, exclaiming in wonder, "Wow, the feathers are truly beautiful. All right, everyone, go check your snares. But be cautious of snakes," Lin Feng instructed Song Yinfei and the others. After they departed, Su Nan'an followed Lin Feng to inspect a snare. As they ventured into the thicket, Lin Feng suddenly heard a commotion, prompting Su Nan'an to rush ahead. "Big brother, I caught a wild chicken. It's so beautiful, and it's still alive," she shouted. Lin Feng approached to find a wild chicken ensnared by its foot, flapping its wings desperately in an attempt to free itself. He quickly grasped the bird's wings and released the snare. He then inspected the other snares, but found none had been triggered. "Let us go find them," he said to Su Nan'an before heading back out. Soon, the 5 of them gathered together, with Lu Yun holding a bird, Yi Shui with a deceased wild chicken, while Song Yinfei had no catch. "How is your wild chicken still alive?" Yi Shui inquired, gazing at the bird in Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng smiled gently. "Its foot was caught, which is why it's still alive. Let us head back now. Today's haul has been quite fruitful. 2 wild chickens, 1 grouse, and a bird." Upon returning to the campsite, Lin Feng first tended to the deceased wild chicken, the grouse, and the bird. "How much deer meat do we have left?" Lin Feng asked Lu Yun. "There is some left, enough for today," she replied. "Let us save the deer meat for dinner. The wild chicken will suffice for now." After preparing the wild chicken and grouse, he chopped several bamboo tubes, placed the meat inside, added water, and set them over the campfire to cook. While Lu Yun tended to the fire, Lin Feng called over Song Yinfei and Yi Shui. On the grassy area beside the entrance, he inserted bamboo strips into the ground, spaced a few centimeters apart, forming a circle, and then wrapped bamboo strips around them for reinforcement. Next, Lin Feng wove a bamboo sieve and placed it atop the bamboo strips, thus creating a makeshift cage. "Nan'an, bring the wild chicken over," Lin Feng beckoned Su Nan'an, who promptly ran over and handed him the bird. He carefully placed the wild chicken inside the cage, swiftly covering it with the bamboo sieve and securing it with 2 bamboo poles on top. "Are we going to keep it?" Yi Shui asked, gazing at the cage. Lin Feng nodded gently. "We have enough food for now, so let us keep it for a while." A few minutes later, the wild chicken meat in the bamboo tube was cooked. Lin Feng poured the meat and broth into bamboo cups. It smells delightful, even better than deer meat," Lu Yun remarked as she savored a piece of meat and took a sip of the broth. A faint fragrance of bamboo lingered in the air. Song Yinfei smiled gently and remarked, Yeshu, after sipping a few spoonfuls of the soup, smiled slightly, noting that if it had a hint of saltiness, it was even more delectable than the broth served at the restaurant. Su Nan'an, engrossed in her meal, nodded appreciatively from time to time. "Lin Feng, thank you. Without you, we would be a loss." Lu Yun expressed her gratitude while gazing at him. "Moreover, we would not have the pleasure of savoring such exquisite soup and meat." "Indeed, Even if you were to dismiss me in the future, I would remain. Yeshua chimed in with a playful smile directed at Lin Feng. Song Yinfei, too, looked at Lin Feng, her laughter soft and light. Is merely uttering a thank you sufficient? What about actions? Lin Feng teased, casting a mischievous glance at the three of them. Oh, what kind of reward do you desire? Lu Yin asked coyly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Feng. Sister can grant you anything. Lin Feng's lips curled slightly as he stood up, saying, I shall decide when the time is right before stepping out of the bamboo house. Upon reaching the grassy expanse, Lin Feng pressed his hand against his rapidly beating heart, silently contemplating, this enchantress shall inevitably be yours. Chapter 15. Fishing by the sea in the afternoon, Lin Feng crafted several fish spears from small bamboo sticks, and, accompanied by Lu Yun and others, ventured to the seaside. Big brother, Ani, I'm going over there to search, Su Nan Nan exclaimed, clutching a fish spear as she dashed towards the right. Upon seeing her departure, Lin Feng promptly called out, Don't go near the seawater. Be careful not to get swept away by the waves. I'll follow her, Song Yinfei said, somewhat concerned. Lin Feng nodded in agreement and approached the tidal pool near the shore. This pool was connected to the sea, revealing a few fish swimming in and out. They moved swiftly, and Lin Feng found it challenging to seize an opportunity. Lin Feng, I've caught 2 crabs. Yi Shui joyfully ran over. Observing the crabs in her hands, which were rather small, Lin Feng contemplated for a moment before taking them from her, crushing them underfoot. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Yi Shui asked, her eyes wide with confusion. You'll see in a moment, Lin Feng replied with a slight smile, crouching down to gather the crushed crab meat and tossing it into the tidal pool. The fragments quickly attracted a school of fish eager to feast. Lin Feng raised his spear, calmly watching as the fish scrambled for the morsels. Suddenly, with swift precision, he plunged the spear into the water, impaling a large fish on the 5 prongs. He quickly pulled it up. Wow, what a big fish! Yi Shui exclaimed, her eyes wide in astonishment. You can catch fish like this? Lin Feng crouched down, inspecting the sea creature. This is a triggerfish. See that spine on its back? It resembles a trigger, hence the name. This fellow spends its days foraging around reefs and rocky areas, and has grown quite plump. This one weighs at least 3 pounds, quite substantial. Yi Shui hurriedly ran to fetch a bamboo basket to place the triggerfish inside. Lin Feng returned to the tidal pool, spreading his legs and aiming his spear at the fish below, but they all darted away, retreating to the sea. If only we had a net. We could lure them in and catch them all at once, Lin Feng mused, gazing at the shoreline. Meanwhile, Lu Yun was bent over in the shallower tidal pool, exploring for something. A bamboo basket rested on the shore, containing several sea snails and oysters, with 2 snails attempting to escape. Big brother, we're back. At that moment, Su Nan Nan and Song Yin Fei hurried back, with Su Nan Nan holding an iron can and Song Yin Fei clutching a tattered fishing net. I dug up an iron can. Big brother, do you think it's useful? Su Nan Nan asked, extending the can towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng eagerly took the can, inspecting it closely for any small holes, and nodded excitedly, saying, It's useful, very useful. This is quite a treasure. We found it buried in the sand below. Song Yin Fei added with a gentle smile. Upon closer examination, Lin Feng realized it was a resin container, tightly sealed at the opening. Lin Feng extracted a dagger and, with gentle precision, managed to pry open the lid. As it swung ajar, a fragrant waft of resin enveloped him. The container was filled with seawater, yet there was no sign of leakage, which filled Lin Feng with a sense of triumph, marking it as his most significant discovery of the day. Lin Feng, we also stumbled upon this dilapidated fishing net. I'm unsure of its utility, but we decided to bring it back. Song Yinfei remarked with a smile as she observed Lin Feng. Crouching down, Lin Feng grasped the net and tugged at it, only to have it snap instantly. This net is unusable. It has succumbed to age. Oh, there's a piece of metal here, he exclaimed as his fingers brushed against a rusty iron shard. On the reverse side, a hook was ensnared within the net, and Lin Feng deftly dislodged it. The iron piece was encrusted with rust, and upon striking it a few times, it emitted a clanging sound, indicating that the rust was merely superficial. Although it measured roughly 20 centimeters in length, Lin Feng resolved to carry it back. At that moment, Lu Yun and Yi Shui approached, carrying bamboo baskets. "Let us head back. It's time," Lin Feng stated, contemplating the process of burning down the remaining resin in the iron can and cleaning it for future culinary use. In the mountain ravine, the others had ventured out in search of food. Due to a bout of diarrhea, Manny remained in the cave, resting. Suddenly, Zhao Ming joyfully entered the cave, only to find it empty. He had spotted several wild goats atop the ravine and hurried back to inform Lu Hu and the others. Upon noticing Manny sleeping within, an inappropriate thought crossed his mind, and he stealthily approached. Stopping a few meters away, he licked his cracked lips. Manny, with her round face, could be considered a beauty, but as she was Yang Jun's girlfriend, Lu Hu and the others dared not entertain any ill intentions toward her. Zhao Ming glanced outside, aware that the others were foraging for food and would not return anytime soon. He then ambled closer and crouched down. Zhao Ming, what are you doing?" Manny gasped. "Shoo, it will be over soon. Don't scream." Zhao Ming hastily covered her mouth with one hand while the other began to unfasten her trousers. 5 minutes later, Zhao Ming, feeling satisfied, adjusted his pants and slowly exited the cave. Meanwhile, Manny gradually donned her clothing, tears streaming down her face. An hour later, the others began to return one after another. "Manny, look, I brought you something. Wild fruits, discovered by Hong Tao and me in the woods. Come, let us eat." Yang Jun exclaimed, joyfully presenting 5 or 6 large yellow fruits resembling eggs as he sat beside Manny. "Turning her head, Manny, here, face pale, kiste Yang Yun. What is wrong? Is your stomach still unwell?" Yang Jun inquired with immediate concern upon noticing her pallor. At that moment, Zhao Ming entered alongside Lu Hu and Fan Tianda. Seeing Zhao Ming, Manny swiftly turned away and whispered, "I'm fine. Just leave the wild fruits. I need a rest for a while." "All right, I'll place them beside you. Please take care of yourself," he replied. Yang Jun set down the wild fruits, stood up, and departed. "Zhao Ming, are your eyes deceiving you? Have you truly discovered a herd of wild goats?" Lu Hu inquired, gazing at Zhao Ming. "Lu Gu, yes, you. I would never mistake it," Zhao Ming affirmed, thumping his chest. "Very well, let us all venture out tomorrow morning. If we manage to catch one, it will be ample for a hearty meal for everyone," Lu Hu responded with a cheerful nod. At that moment, Zhao Ming observed Yang Jun passing by. He turned his head and cast a lingering glance at Manny, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. He then approached Yang Jun. "Hey, Yang Jun, what is it?" Yang Jun paused and turned back to look at Zhao Ming, puzzled as to why he had been called, given their lack of prior interaction. "I have spotted a herd of wild goats, and Lu Gu suggested we check it out early tomorrow," Zhao Ming said with a slight smile. Upon hearing of Zhao Ming's discovery, Yang Jun felt a surge of astonishment. "Understood," he replied briefly before stepping out to fetch water for Manny. Chapter 16. The discovery of berries. Upon returning to the campsite, Lin Feng utilized his dagger to slice open the resin container and placed it over the fire. As the resin melted, it emitted a fragrant aroma, prompting Lin Feng to hastily scrape it off with a small bamboo stick. After ensuring that it was thoroughly cleaned, he proceeded to the creek, where he meticulously washed it with fine sand until not a trace of resin remained, deeming the iron container spotless. "Are you planning to cook something in this iron pot?" Lu Yun approached, looking down at Lin Feng. Turning around, Lin Feng caught a glimpse of her beautiful legs revealed by her chi pao and smiled slightly. "Indeed, what else would I do with it? I'm somewhat curious as to how you consistently manage to repurpose seemingly useless items," Lu Yun remarked with a half-squinting smile. In response, Lin Feng stood up and chuckled. "There's nothing peculiar about it. Everything possesses its own utility." Once back inside the dwelling, he flattened one side of the iron container with an axe, thus creating a lid. "Big brother, this wild chicken is hungry. What should we feed it?" Su Nan rushed in with her question. "Just head over to the bamboo grove or the thicket and catch a few worms for it," he replied. "Oh!" Su Nan exclaimed before darting off towards the bamboo grove. After fashioning the lid, Lin Feng made his way to a slope, gathering several larger stones to construct a stove beside the campfire. Upon stepping onto the grass and glancing at the sky, he realized that dusk was still far off, prompting him to venture outside for a stroll. I'm stepping out for a moment, Lin Feng announced to Lu Yun and the others, slinging his bow and quiver over his shoulder while grasping a bamboo spear, before descending the slope and leaving the valley. Yanfi, Sister Yin, let us take advantage of the warm weather and wash up in the creek, Yi Shui suggested with a smile to the two. They nodded in agreement, as it had been several days since their last bath. Approaching the edge of the woods, Lin Feng glanced around before heading left. After walking for about 10 minutes, he entered a patch of dense bushes. To his surprise, he discovered a type of berry growing there, small, about the size of chopstick tip, with a dark hue. The unripe fruits were green. Though diminutive, they grew in abundance, clustered densely, with a few small birds merrily feasting without a hint of fear at Lin Feng's presence. He picked a handful and tasted them. They were sweet with a hint of tartness. The branches bore long, hard thorns that could easily draw blood if one were careless. The surroundings were thick with climbing plants and wild grasses, a favored habitat for snakes, making Lin Feng particularly cautious. As he gathered a handful of berries, he continued forward, navigating through the thicket, where he also stumbled upon several nests, though all were unoccupied. The patch of bushes seemed expansive, and it took Lin Feng approximately 20 minutes to emerge from it. Upon exiting, he found himself in a vast green meadow dotted with small mounds of earth. To the right lay rolling hills, while the left was lined with continuous mountain peaks. Ahead was a dense forest. Seating himself on the grass, Lin Feng took out a cigarette and began to smoke. After a few minutes of contemplation, he stood up and turned back towards the thicket. Suddenly, Lin Feng appeared to have discovered something amidst the thicket. He approached, crouched down, and began to dig with a bamboo spear. Lo and behold, it was wild onion. Lin Feng picked it up and examined it, realizing he had indeed found wild onions. There were several more nearby, which he also unearthed. The wild onion, with its distinctive pungent aroma, serves as an excellent seasoning and can be enjoyed in salads. After gathering a handful, Lin Feng noticed additional wild onions, but decided to leave them for another day as harvest. He then spotted some wildflowers, plucked a few, and savored their sweetness as they touched his lips. Upon returning to the berries, Lin Feng filled both pockets before making his way back to the valley. The encounter with the berries and wild onions was a significant discovery. The shrubbery was so extensive that he resolved to return and seek further surprises. Back in the valley, Song Yanfei and the others sat on benches, tending to their somewhat damp hair, while Su Nanan practiced with her bow and arrow against a small tree on the slope. Have you all bathed? Lin Feng approached the trio with a smile. Lu Yun nodded slightly and replied, Yes. Are you regretting missing the sight of a beauty bathing? Lin Feng, with an honest nod, admitted, Indeed, I do feel a twinge of regret. What do you have in your pocket? It seems to be bulging, Yi Shui inquired, eyeing Lin Feng's swollen pocket. As her words fell, Song Yanfei and Lu Yun's gazes immediately shifted to Lin Feng's pocket. Hee, Lin Feng smirked. These are delightful treasures, I assure you. Big brother, what treasures? Can we eat them? Su Nanan rushed over with curiosity. Lin Feng chuckled and produced a handful of berries. Look, they're quite delectable. The trio gazed at the berries in Lin Feng's hand, and Su Nanan eagerly grabbed a few to taste. So delicious. Big brother, give them all to me, she exclaimed as she claimed the remaining berries from Lin Feng. Now, no need to snatch. Lin Feng promptly retrieved the remaining berries from his pocket and handed them to Song Yanfei and the others. Song Yanfei took the berries to the creek to wash them before returning to distribute them to Lu Yun and Yi Shui. They are delightful, sweet with a hint of tartness, quite refreshing, Yi Shui remarked, nodding in approval. Where did you find these? Lu Yun inquired, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled enigmatically in the thicket. I assure you, there are countless berries there. That's wonderful. Big brother, let us go berry picking together tomorrow. Sunanan exclaimed joyfully. Song Yanfei looked at Lin Feng, contemplating internally. He always brings surprises. Let us speak of it tomorrow. Lin Feng said as he produced the wild onions. You all wash these thoroughly while I prepare the triggerfish. In the evening, Lin Feng diced the triggerfish into pieces and placed them into an iron pot, which he set over the fire. The sea snails and oysters were roasted directly over the charcoal. Once the fish was nearly cooked, he added the wild onions to enhance the flavor. If only we had some salt, Yishui remarked softly. Salt? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng contemplated for a moment before breaking into a smile. Rest assured, there will be salt by tomorrow. Do you really know how to make salt? Lu Yun inquired with a gentle smile. Of course. I am capable of anything. Lin Feng boasted with a chuckle. I don't believe you, Lu Yun replied, shaking her head. Don't believe me? How about this? If I produce salt by tomorrow, you shall grant me a kiss. What do you say? Lu Yun responded with a playful smile. That sounds fair. Not just a kiss, but a passionate kiss is also on the table, hee. Opeshenit kish. Lin Feng's heart raced at her words as he gazed at Lu Yun's alluring lips, imagining the delightful taste they would offer. Chapter 17. The boiling of sea salt as night descended. The room was filled with the delightful sounds of friends feasting on fish and savoring venison steaks. These wild scallions are delectable. I adore them. Iklaimet, Yeju. As she gingerly bit into a steaming wild scallion, her mouth moving about from the heat. Lu Yun glanced at the bamboo basket hanging on the wall, noting that there were still plenty of scallions left uncooked. Su Nan, clutching a piece of venison, tore at the meat with her teeth, before popping a tender morsel of fish into her mouth. Lin Feng extracted sea snails and oysters, skewering them with a bamboo stick and offering them to Song Yanfei. Would you care to indulge? He inquired. Song Yanfei shook her head with a smile, replying, I'm quite full. I can't manage any more. Please, enjoy it yourself. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng promptly placed a piece of snail meat into his mouth. As the night deepened, the serene moonlight outside cast a dreamy ambience. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings erupted from the enclosure at the door. Lin Feng quickly rose to open the bamboo door, catching sight of a small figure darting swiftly down the slope. Akat. The fleeting shadow resembled a feline, yet was too swift for Lin Feng to discern clearly. He peered around the slope before returning indoors. A new day approached swiftly, heralded by the cheerful chirping of birds. Opening the door, the group joyfully followed Lin Feng, baskets in hand, to forage for berries. After about 20 minutes, Lin Feng led them to a thicket. Do not pick too many. The unripe ones are not ready for harvest, he cautioned the group. However, it seemed Lu Yun and the others were oblivious to his words, as they eagerly began to gather berries. Wow, these green ones are quite sour, but I like them, Yishui exclaimed with a grin after tasting some unripe berries. Lin Feng shook his head in exasperation and wandered nearby to seek other discoveries. After a brief exploration, Lin Feng only stumbled upon a few strands of golden vine, while the rest were mere weeds and wild shrubs. Returning to the berry bushes, he found Lu Yun and her companions had harvested a generous amount of berries. Let us head back, Lin Feng suggested, eyeing the basket filled with berries. This should last us for 2 days. Come, let us go. Leaving the thicket, they returned to the edge of the woods. Lin Feng instructed the girls to head back first, while he ventured into the forest to check the snares. Within the woods, he inspected the traps, discovering that 2 had been triggered, yet neither had ensnared any prey. After resetting them, he departed. Upon returning to the valley, Lin Feng crafted 2 bamboo tubes. Lin Feng, where are we going next? Yishui inquired, her gaze fixed on him. To the seaside, he replied. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng placed some thatch into the basket and approached the creek, gathering fine sand to spread atop the thatch. Big brother, are we ready to leave? Su Nan called out from the grassy area towards the creek. We are, he responded. Back on the grass, the 5 of them made their way towards the cave entrance. Lin Feng, what is the purpose of putting thatch and sand in the basket? Yishui asked, puzzled. Song Yanfei and Lu Yun also cast curious glances at Lin Feng's bamboo basket. He chuckled mysteriously, and as he descended the slope into the woods, Lin Feng sought a small clearing. He gathered some firewood and returned, placing the still glowing charcoal amidst the dry grass. With a few gentle puffs from his mouth, a flame ignited. Come, let's go fishing, Yishui declared, brandishing a spear towards Lu Yun and the others. The 4 swiftly dashed to the tidal pool, while Lin Feng layered more grass over the bamboo basket and fetched a half can of seawater from the shore. Upon returning to the clearing, he scooped the ashes from the firewood into the iron can, preparing to extract sea salt. The seawater, rich in calcium, magnesium ions, sulfate, and bromine, would precipitate these elements through the potassium carbonate found in the ashes. Once the charcoal had burned down, he set it aside to cool, placing it atop the bamboo basket, then added another layer of grass, thus crafting a makeshift filter. Next, he hung the bamboo basket from a tree and poured the seawater into it, allowing the liquid to slowly filter through the charcoal, grass, and fine sand. The iron can was positioned below the basket, ready to collect the purified seawater. During this filtration process, Lin Feng gathered several stones to construct a simple stove, preparing to boil down the seawater into salt. Although the resulting sea salt would contain some impurities, it was sufficient for curing meats and seasoning dishes. About 10 minutes later, the seawater had been adequately filtered, and Lin Feng placed the iron can on the stove to heat. The process of evaporating the seawater to yield coarse salt was somewhat prolonged. Hence, he took out a cigarette to smoke, allowing himself 5 or 6 a day, sharing a few with Lu Yun, which meant a single pack lasted 2 days. He still had around 5 packs remaining. After more than an hour, the seawater had evaporated, leaving behind pure, white coarse salt. Lin Feng hastily scraped it into a bamboo tube and ventured back to the shore for more water to continue his salt-making endeavor. "Big brother, I caught a big sea snail. Look," Su Nan Nan exclaimed, running over with 2 fist-sized shells. "Oh, quite impressive. Where are your aunt and sister Yen?" Lin Feng inquired with a smile as he accepted the snails. "They're over by the puddles catching fish. It took them quite a while to catch just 2. Su Nan Nan replied. "By the way, big brother, what are you boiling the seawater for?" "Nothing in particular. Go and play," Lin Feng answered with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Su Nan Nan turned and departed. Meanwhile, deep within a mountain gorge, Lu Hu and his companions scaled a steep cliff, reaching the summit where a grassy expanse lay below. "Brother Lu, I spotted wild goats here yesterday." Zhao Ming pointed toward the field. Lu Hu squinted thoughtfully in the direction of the grassland and suggested, "Let us split up and search. If you find any wild goats, return immediately to report." Hong Tao nodded in agreement. "That sounds like a good plan. The chances of encountering wild goats will be significantly enhanced." "Brother Lu, I wish to accompany you in the search," Tian Fen said sweetly as she approached. "Of course, let us go," Lu Hu replied with a sly grin, leading Tian Fen away. Tian Fen, though of ordinary appearance and standing at a modest height of approximately 1.50 meters, possesses an alluring posterior, which is precisely what captivates Lu Hu. Soon, Yang Jun, Hong Tao, Fan Tianda, Roland, Li Bo Wan, and Zhang Quan swiftly dispersed, each heading in different directions across the grassy expanse. Zhao Ming observed their departure, a subtle, mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth, before he turned and sprinted towards the cave. Upon returning to the cave, he found Manny busily arranging the leaves scattered on the ground. With a sly grin, Zhao Ming stroked his chin and leered at Manny. Hearing the noise, Manny turned her head and, upon recognizing Zhao Ming, her expression shifted dramatically. "Zhao Ming, weren't you supposed to be searching for wild goats with them?" Zhao Ming replied with a faint smile, casually stating, "With so many of them out searching, my absence is hardly significant. What do you intend to do? I warn you, if you dare to act inappropriately, I will inform Lu Gu and Yang Jun." Manny exclaimed in terror as she saw Zhao Ming approaching her. Chapter 18. The Wrath of Yang Jun. Zhao Ming slowly approached Manny, disregarding her words entirely. He was unperturbed by Lu Hu and Yang Jun, for in a brawl, none could match his prowess. "Get out of my way." Manny, seeing Zhao Ming advance, stood and gradually retreated until her back pressed against the wall, her hand reaching behind her to grasp a sharp twig. Zhao Ming halted a few meters from her, licking his lips mockingly. "Weren't you quite happy yesterday? Stop pretending to be a fierce woman. Come on." With that, he lunged at Manny. Thud. "Ah, you filthy wretch. How dare you stab me?" Seizing the moment when Zhao Ming was inattentive, Manny drove the twig forcefully into his arm, blood oozing forth. With a loud slap, Zhao Ming struck Manny across the face, causing her to collapse onto the leaves as he pounced upon her. "Ah, beast! No!" By noon, Lu Hu and the others returned. Although they had not spotted any wild goats, they had managed to capture a porcupine. "Ha ha ha! Finally, we can feast today," Lu Hu exclaimed. Indeed, We owe our gratitude to Yang Jun, for he was the one who discovered this porcupine, Roland remarked, casting a glance at Yang Jun. She held a fondness for him, yet since he had Manny, she buried her feelings deep within. All right, let us process it together. I've been starving. Fan Tianda shouted to Hong Tao and the others. Hey, Zhao Meng, what happened to your arm? Lu noticed Zhao Meng wrapping a torn cloth around his arm and inquired. Zhao Meng glanced at his injury, chuckling lightly. Oh, I fell and accidentally got pricked by a twig. It's nothing. It will heal in a couple of days. Yang Jun joyfully entered the cave, only to find Manny missing, perplexed about her whereabouts. Have any of you seen Manny? He asked Tian Fun and the others. Oh, when I returned, I saw her heading towards the seaside, Li Bowen replied. The seaside? At this, Yang Jun immediately turned and dashed outside. Roland, observing Yang Jun chase after Manny, cast a wistful glance before discarding the porcupine quill she held. Zhao Meng watched Yang Jun's retreating figure, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Even if Manny divulged everything to Yang Jun, he harbored no fear. He was scheming to eliminate Yang Jun, thus making Manny his own. Manny stood by the seaside upon a rocky outcrop, the sea breeze tousling her hair, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed intently at the boundless ocean. Manny! Manny! As Yang Jun emerged, he spotted her atop the rock and hurriedly called out, rushing towards her. Hearing Yang Jun's voice, Manny leaped down from the rock and ran toward him. Manny, what's wrong? Yang Jun quickly caught up to her, grasping her arm and anxiously inquiring. At that moment, he noticed that her eyes were slightly swollen. What happened to your eyes? Yang Jun asked, his concern palpable. Did something occur? Manny gazed at the man she cherished, tears streaming down her face as she wept uncontrollably. Yang Jun, I am no longer pure, sobbing. I am no longer pure. She then crouched down, covering her face in despair. Yang Jun's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing her distress, and he urgently implored, What on earth happened? Please tell me. Are you trying to drive me mad? After a prolonged moment of anguish, Manny suddenly stood up and shouted, I was defiled by that beast, Zhao Meng. I am no longer pure. After her outburst, she collapsed again, weeping bitterly. What? Yang Jun was momentarily frozen in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape, his face a mask of shock. Within seconds, a surge of rage coursed through him, and he bellowed, I will kill that bastard. I will kill him. He then dashed towards the ravine, only to be embraced from behind by Manny, who cried, No, you can't defeat him. Don't. Sobi, Sobi. What should I do then? Am I to pretend this never happened? Yang Jun replied bitterly, unable to dismiss the gravity of the situation. I cannot simply act as if nothing occurred. Yang Jun, please do not act impulsively. We can devise a plan and ensure he pays for this, Manny implored, holding him tightly. If you don't calm down, I will jump into the sea to prove my despair. Upon hearing Manny's words, Yang Jun's fury subsided momentarily, and he suppressed his rage. Eventually, the two conversed by the seaside for over half an hour before returning to the ravine. Upon arriving at the cave, they found Lu Hu and the others grilling porcupine meat outside. What happened to Manny's eyes? Fan Tianda inquired, noticing her tear-stained visage. Yang Jun forced a smile and replied, Oh, it's nothing. She just misses home. Missing home is quite normal. Come, let us sit down and enjoy the roast, Lu Hu said with a gentle smile. Zhao Meng, sitting by the bonfire, was grilling a piece of liver. After glancing at Yang Jun and Manny, he slowly began to eat the charred liver. Having gone a long time without substantial nourishment, the sight of the roasted porcupine meat nearly made everyone salivate. After a few minutes, Zhao Meng picked up a skewer of meat and offered it to Manny with a smile. This meat is ready. You should eat it. It will be good for your health. No, mine will be ready soon, Manny replied expressionlessly. Yang Jun, suppressing his inner turmoil, refused to even look at Zhao Meng. His fist clenched tightly, but Manny's hand reached out to grasp his. It smells wonderful. Everyone dig in, Fan Tianda exclaimed after taking a bite of the meat, nodding in approval. As the saying goes, when one is extremely hungry, everything tastes delightful. The group feasted ravenously, their mouths glistening with grease. The 20-some-pound porcupine was devoured entirely by the 10 of them, with not even the innards left behind. Sitting on the ground, they patted their bellies, having not experienced such fullness in several days. Let us take a moment to rest. We will need to venture out for food again soon, Lu Hu announced. Glancing at the group, after half an hour, they continued their trek deeper into the ravine, with Yang Jun keeping Manny close by his side. By the seaside, amidst the woods, Lu Yun and her companions were joyfully returning, having caught several sizable fish and various other seafood. Lin Feng, what mischief have you been up to all day here? Lu Yun inquired with a smile as she approached. Lin Feng chuckled softly. What mischief could I possibly engage in alone? That is debatable. I have heard that a man can indeed act alone, Yishui remarked, her eyes narrowing as she gazed at Lin Feng with a peculiar smile. Oh, Lin Feng, is this salt? How did you manage this? Song Yinfei exclaimed as she knelt down, lifting a bamboo tube and gazing in astonishment at the coarse salt contained within. Salt! Upon hearing this, Lu Yun and Yi Shui hurried over, snatching the bamboo tube from Song Yinfei's hands. Lu Yun, in disbelief, exclaimed, "It truly is salt. Lin Feng, do tell. How did you create this?" Hee, Sister Yin, what do you think? Isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? Lin Feng remarked, his gaze lingering on Lu Yun's alluring lips as he instinctively licked his own. Chapter 19. Identifying wild vegetables. Observing Lin Feng's smug expression, Lu Yun smiled playfully and suddenly remarked, Hee, Lin Feng, I did agree, but I never specified when I would kiss you, did I? Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Lin Feng's face as he retorted, Oh, Yin Jia, you are quite the trickster. I am no trickster. You simply failed to clarify, Lu Yun replied, tilting her head slightly with a laugh. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a surge of joy at witnessing Lin Feng's discomfiture. All right, I'm hungry. Let us grill some fish, Song Yinfei suggested. Lin Feng nodded and proceeded to kindle another fire, allowing the four of them to cook their fish. Lin Feng, you haven't told us how you came up with this method for making sea salt, Yi Shui inquired while grilling fish. Oh, I once saw it in a video. It left quite an impression on me, Lin Feng replied casually. In the afternoon, due to the rising tide, Lu Yun and her companions refrained from heading to the beach and instead explored the nearby area while Lin Feng continued to produce sea salt. It was only in the evening, when the tide receded, that Lin Feng led them to the rocky shore in search of seafood. Hey, it's getting dark. We should head back, Lin Feng called to the four, glancing at the sky. Wait, let me catch this crab, Ye Zhu exclaimed, crouching down to pin a large crab with her spear, swiftly capturing it with her hands. Upon returning to the campsite, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. The group hurriedly washed the crabs, mussels, and oysters they had caught in a nearby stream before placing them in a pot to boil. Lin Feng placed 2 bamboo tubes filled with sea salt into a basket and hung it on the bamboo wall. That amount of sea salt would suffice for their meals for 2 months. I feel as though we are akin to savages, Lu Yun remarked with a chuckle. Savages? Hey, with your delicate skin, be careful lest a savage snatch you away as a bride, Lin Feng teased with a mischievous grin. Hey, Lin Feng, do you think there are savages here? Yi Shui suddenly asked, looking at him inquisitively. Feigning mystery, Lin Feng smiled. How should I know? Perhaps there truly are savages on this island. Could it be? Aren't savages merely tales? Song Yinfei exclaimed in astonishment. Is it possible that they really exist? I cannot say for certain about savages, Lin Feng replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. But there may be indigenous people. Indigenous? Are they like the ones portrayed in movies? Yi Shui asked, her face alight with surprise. Lin Feng, sensing the gravity of the conversation, replied solemnly. You have already stated that movies are fictional. I know. Su Nan suddenly exclaimed with excitement. I watched a film about cannibals. Enough of that. The crab is ready. Let us eat. Lin Feng interjected, wishing to steer the conversation away from unsettling topics, fearing that they might become frightened and hesitant to venture beyond the small valley. That night, a fierce wind suddenly arose, howling and causing the bamboo hut to sway. The following morning, Lin Feng awoke to find that much of the thatch on the roof had been blown away by the wind. Big brother, let us go. Su Nan emerged with a bough slung over her shoulder, a basket in hand, and exclaimed with a smile, Wait a moment, I need to wash my face. With that, Yi Shui dashed toward the brook. Shortly after, she returned, her face adorned with a rosy hue. The morning water from the brook was icy cold. Such a splash would undoubtedly leave her cheeks flushed. Upon Yi Shue's return, everyone promptly made their way down the slope. As they departed, Su Nan then tossed a handful of berries into the pen to feed the wild chickens. Upon entering the woods, they first checked the traps. Alas, not a single snare had been triggered, prompting a sigh from Yi Shue. Lin Feng chuckled lightly. Not every attempt yielded a catch. Let us move on. Where to? She inquired. To the meadow, he replied, leading them towards the thicket. Having gone without breakfast, they gathered some berries to appease their hunger. Lin Feng forged ahead, sweeping his bamboo spear through the underbrush while keenly observing the movements in the grass. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Can you hurry up? Yi Shue voiced her impatience from behind. Unfazed, Lin Feng replied with a grin. I'm merely stirring the grass to startle any snakes. Should there be one lurking, it will flee at the first sound. A bite from a venomous snake here could prove fatal within an hour or two. The mere mention of snakes sent shivers down the spines of Song Yin, Fei, and Lu Yun, and Yi Shue fell silent. Oh, is that wild onion? Yi Shue exclaimed suddenly, crouching to examine the wild onions at her feet. Let us go back. There are more in the house. We can dig them up after we eat, Lin Feng suggested, continuing onward. Emerging from the thicket, they reached the meadow's edge and settled down to rest. Let us search for wild vegetables, Lin Feng announced as he stood up. The others followed suit, mimicking his actions as they scoured the grassy area. Suddenly, Lin Feng crouched down, plucked a dandelion, and with a gentle breath, sent its seeds drifting like tiny parachutes on the breeze. This is a dandelion. Both its leaves and roots are edible, serving as a wild vegetable and medicinal herb, capable of clearing heat and detoxifying, he explained to the four. Su Nan ran over, plucked a flower, and blew on it, watching the delicate white seeds dance in the air. A beautiful sight. Look, you can dig them up, Lin Feng instructed, having unearthed a couple of plants before moving to the right. After a few minutes, they arrived at a low-lying area where some wildflowers flourished. This is shepherd's purse, another wild vegetable, Lin Feng said, uprooting one for them to see. You can search the nearby grasslands for more. Come on, let us go dig for wild vegetables, Lu Yun encouraged with a smile directed at Song Yin, Fei, and the others. The four quickly ran towards the center of the meadow, while Lin Feng observed their retreating figures with a faint smile, surveying the surroundings. Do it? Yeah. A rabbit. There's a rabbit over there. Su Nan pointed excitedly at a patch of grass not far ahead. Shoo! Keep your voice down. That's a wild hare. Yi Shue whispered excitedly. Nan, the moment to test our archery skills has arrived. Let us proceed quietly, so as not to startle it. Upon hearing this, Su Nan nodded eagerly, setting down her basket and taking up her bow and arrow. Following closely behind Yi Shue as they stealthily approached the direction of the wild hare. Do you think they will be able to catch that wild hare? Lu Yun inquired, watching the pair's figures gradually diminish in the distance, before turning to smile at Song Yin Fei. Song Yin Fei gently shook her head, chuckling softly. It is unlikely. They possess no hunting experience whatsoever. It will depend on sheer luck. At this, Lu Yun nodded thoughtfully, glancing to the left. Let's go. There are a few dandelions over there. Chapter 20. The spotted viper Lin Feng ventured into the hilly terrain, observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted several figures not far ahead and swiftly concealed himself. Reaching a slope, he crouched down to get a better view and, upon recognizing the figures, he was instantly astonished. They were antelopes. Despite their seemingly diminutive size, these creatures were remarkably swift and exceedingly alert. They grazed on the tender grass, occasionally lifting their heads to survey the vicinity. Lin Feng understood that he could not outrun them. His only option was to lie in wait until they drew closer. He bent low and ascended a short distance before lying in a depression, preparing his bow and arrows. At this moment, he was approximately 50 meters from a herd, and he knew he would only act when they were within 20 meters. The rugged terrain obstructed the antelope's line of sight, making this an optimal hiding spot for Lin Feng. Now, he merely had to wait. On the grassy expanse, Yi Shue and Su Nan returned with their bows, both empty-handed. What? Did you not catch any rabbits? Lu Yun inquired with a smile. Yi Shue shook her head. The rabbit was too swift. We couldn't keep up. Yes, it darted into its burrow, Su Nan added. Let us forage for wild vegetables instead, Lin Feng suggested with a gentle smile. The absence of rabbits did not surprise her in the least. Hey, where's Lin Feng? Yi Shui glanced around, noting his absence. Lu Yun pointed toward the hills. He must have gone that way. Come on, let us see what he is up to. Yi Shui turned and headed toward the hilly region, with Su Nan following closely behind. At that moment, Lin Feng had been lying in wait for over half an hour. He cautiously lifted his head and noticed the antelope herd approaching. Just a little closer, Lin Feng thought to himself. If the herd came within 10 meters, he would have his chance. The four of them, carrying baskets, arrived at the edge of the hills. They looked up to see Lin Feng motionless on the ground. Upon spotting him, Yi Shui dashed over and called out, Lin Feng, what are you doing lying there? The sudden shout startled Lin Feng. He raised his head to see the herd bolting in alarm, causing him to miss his opportunity. Yeju, why did you shout so loudly? Lu Yun hurried over to restrain her. What's wrong? Yi Shui asked, puzzled by Lu Yun's reaction. Sigh. Lu Yun sighed. Just then, Lin Feng approached, his expression slightly irate. Who told you to shout? He said, looking at Yi Shui with mild anger before walking toward the grass. What's wrong? I merely called out, Yi Shui replied, confused by Lin Feng's irritation. He was hunting. Your shout must have frightened away his prey, Lu Yun explained. Hearing this, Yi Shui lowered her head and muttered, I didn't mean to. Let us go, Lin Feng said, leading the way outside. Lin Feng approached the edge of the grassland, settled down, and lit a cigarette. Had it not been for Yi Shui's sudden shout, in a mere 10 minutes, the herd of antelopes would have been within his range. Lin Feng understood that Yi Shui's outburst was unintentional. He felt no significant anger, merely a fleeting sense of disappointment at having let his quarry slip away. I am sorry, Lin Feng. I didn't realize you were hunting. Yi Shui came over to offer her apology. Forget it. It was unintentional, Song Yinfei interjected as she took a seat. It's nothing, Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. Just be more mindful next time, especially when hunting. Even the slightest sound can startle the prey. Lin Feng, why don't you teach us how to hunt? Lu Yun suggested. Lin Feng nodded. All right, I will bring you all tomorrow morning. Isn't it possible now? Now that the antelopes have fled, where would you find them? Lin Feng responded. Let us head back. It seems we will have to settle for the wild vegetables we just dug up for lunch. Meanwhile, atop a pile of rubble in the mountain gorge, Lu Hu and his companions rested on the stones. Since feasting on porcupine yesterday, they had not eaten anything since then. Brother Lu, how about we go to the seaside to catch some fish? Fan Tianda suggested, if this continues, we might starve. Indeed, fishing seems more feasible. Tianfen chimed in. Lu Hu pondered with his head bowed. He understood that should they fail to find game today, they would lack the strength to seek it out tomorrow. Alas, it seems we have no choice, Lu Hu sighed. Let us head back and make some fish spears. Suddenly, Li Bowen let out a loud cry and immediately crouched down. What's wrong, Bowen? Hong Tao, sitting nearby, rushed over. Li Bowen clutched his calf, glancing fearfully at the crevice in the rocks. I've been bitten by a snake. Within the stone crevice lay a deadly viper, a round-patched pit viper. What? Hong Tao exclaimed, immediately shouting towards Lu Hu. Brother Lu, this is bad. Bowen's been bitten by a snake. Hearing this, Lu Hu and Fan Tianda hurried over. Bowen, where is the snake? Lu Hu asked urgently as he approached. At that moment, Li Bowen leaned against Hong Tao, his face pale, and pointed towards the stone crevice. Upon seeing it, Lu Hu's brow furrowed deeply. This is bad. It's a pit viper. He had previously enjoyed watching videos about various venomous snakes and recognized the round-patched pit viper before him, realizing that Li Bowen was beyond saving. Brother Lu, please save Bowen. Hong Tao im lot det poten. Zhao Ming arrived with a wooden stick and struck the viper dead. Lu Hu glanced at Li Bowen and quietly asked, Bowen, do you have anything you wish to say? Li Bowen remained silent, his expression growing increasingly pained. Bowen, Hong Tao cried out, his heart heavy as he had long considered Bowen a brother. Tian Fun and Roland, witnessing the scene, covered their mouths in fear. Brother Lu, what kind of snake is this? It's so formidable, Fan Tianda inquired. This is a terrifying venomous serpent known as the round-spotted viper. Once bitten by it, one can only await their demise, Lu Hu murmured. At that moment, Yang Jun approached with Mani. Upon seeing Li Bowen's condition, Yang Jun quickly crouched down and inquired, "What has happened to Bowen?" Hong Tao remained silent, merely gesturing towards the viper that had been crushed to death. The sight of the serpent sent a jolt of fear through Yang Jun Lu Ge. He sighed, "Let it be, Yang Jun. There is no hope once bitten by such a snake." Lu Hu lamented softly. After approximately 20 minutes, Li Bowen lay lifeless against Hong Tao. The group then carried him to a low-lying area in the woods for burial. "Let us proceed to the seaside," Lu Hu instructed the others. Chapter 21. Forging the iron spear at noon, Lu Yun and her companions meticulously washed the wild vegetables and placed them into an iron pot to boil. Outside, Lin Feng constructed a rudimentary earthen stove using mud and set a fire within. "Big brother, should we just toss the firewood in a burn?" he inquired. "Indeed," Lin Feng replied, approaching with a bundle of firewood in his arms. As the charcoal within the stove blazed sufficiently, Lin Feng placed a piece of iron into the flames. "Nan, step back a bit," Lin Feng exclaimed, having procured a large stone from somewhere to position beside the stove. Once the iron had turned a brilliant red, he swiftly extracted it using 2 flat sticks and placed it upon the stone, then began to strike it with an axe. Clang, clang, clang. The sound echoed as the heated iron slowly began to morph, gradually darkening. Observing this, Lin Feng returned the iron to the stove for further heating. Although the flat sticks had begun to char, he had prepared a dozen more. With a bamboo tube in hand, Lin Feng fervently blew air into the stove. "The vegetables are ready to eat," announced Song Yinfei as she approached. Nan, you all go ahead and eat," Lin Feng said to Song Yinfei, continuing to stoke the flames. When the iron glowed red once more, he removed it and resumed striking. After 2 hours, the iron had finally taken the shape Lin Feng desired, thin on both sides with a pointed tip. "Lin Feng, I don't understand why you're exerting so much effort on a mere piece of iron," Lu Yin remarked, seated on a stool, her legs crossed alluringly as she smoked. Watching Lin Feng with a subtle smile, Lin Feng returned her smile. "If you can fulfill your promise, I might tell you." "Who cares to know?" Lu Yin exhaled a puff of smoke with a light laugh. Lin Feng, still smiling, washed the iron piece in the stream. It remained a dark hue. He then proceeded to polish it against the stone for quite some time until it was somewhat smooth. "Lin Feng, we have run out of food. Should we venture out?" Song Yinfei inquired as she approached. Turning his head, Lin Feng was suddenly struck by a fragrant aroma that invigorated his senses. "Yinfei, did you apply perfume?" "What perfume? Where'd I find perfume here?" Song Yinfei replied, but then suddenly recalled something. Stepping back a few paces, her face flushed. The proximity earlier had allowed Lin Feng to catch a whiff of her natural scent. Let us go. It's time to search for food," Lin Feng said with a mischievous grin as he returned to fetch his bow and arrows. The 5 of them exited the valley, with Lin Feng leading them to the right. To the right lay a narrow path overgrown with weeds. After navigating several bends and ascending a steep slope, they stood atop a hill. Gazing out, they beheld a small patch of grassland and woods below, with a ravine in the distance, and beyond that, a series of undulating mountains. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, from the woods to the right of the hill, a series of sounds emerged. Lin Feng approached and smiled. "Do you all eat monkey meat?" "I would never. I would rather starve," Yi Shui quickly retorted. "Yes, Lin Feng, let us not eat that," Song Yinfei added as she joined the conversation. Lin Feng smiled faintly. "I was merely jesting. I have no intention of consuming such a thing. I am no native." In truth, Lin Feng had reservations about eating monkeys, yet if faced with starvation, he would resort to it. "Look, the monkeys are feasting on fruits." Pointing at the monkeys in the trees, Lin Feng stepped closer and indeed found some yellow wild fruits scattered on the ground, slightly smaller than eggs. He peeled one and took a bite. It was somewhat astringent, but predominantly sweet. Quite delightful," Lin Feng remarked with a smile to the 4 companions. Upon hearing this, they rushed over to gather some wild fruits from the surroundings. "Oh no, mine has worms," Yi Shui exclaimed as she peeled a wild fruit, revealing wriggling white larvae inside. "No worries, they're all protein and edible," Lin Feng said with a slight grin. "I refuse to eat that." Yi Shui promptly discarded the fruit and peeled another one. It's quite good, Lin Feng. Why don't you climb up and pick some to bring back? Lu Yun nodded, glancing up at the wild fruits in the trees with a smile. The fruits hung from branches at a height of 20 to 30 meters, many still unripe and green. After tasting two, Lin Feng looked up. It appeared challenging, yet he resolved to try climbing. Hand me the bamboo spear. Shortly after he began to ascend, Song Yinfei passed him the spear. As he climbed along the trunk, the initial stretch was manageable, but as he ascended further, it became increasingly difficult. Chirp, chirp. The surrounding monkeys emitted calls, seemingly attempting to dislodge Lin Feng. Reaching a branch, he secured himself and extended the spear to gently knock down the wild fruits ahead. Nan, do not gather them yet. Wait for Lin Feng to come down. Song Yinfei instructed as Su Nanan made a move toward the fallen fruits. The fruits, plummeting from a height of over 20 meters, possessed considerable force. Being struck could lead to dire consequences. Thud, thud, thud. The fruits continuously fell to the ground, creating a cacophony, prompting the four to hastily retreat. After several minutes, Lin Feng gradually descended, allowing the four to collect the fruits and place them into baskets. These green ones are ineatable, far too astringent, Lu Yun remarked after sampling a green fruit and promptly spitting it out. Before long, the four baskets brimmed with an abundance of wild fruits. Are we heading back? Su Nanan inquired while munching on a fruit. Back. We still have no provisions for dinner tonight, Lu Yun replied. Lin Feng surveyed the grasslands and woods, contemplating the challenge of hunting. After a brief moment of consideration, he addressed Lu Yun and the others. You may return first. I will explore the woods. You're going alone? Yes. You all head back, Lin Feng affirmed, beginning his descent toward the hillside, aware that their presence would only hinder his archery speed. Upon reaching the grassland, he ventured into the woods to the left, startling a flock of small birds as he entered. Bending slightly, he navigated through the forest, ever vigilant of his surroundings. After traversing a distance, Lin Feng observed that, apart from a few birds and squirrels, there seemed to be no other creatures present. Continuing on his path, he veered to the right and soon emerged from the woods into a small patch of wild grass. Suddenly, he noticed a movement not far ahead. He cautiously approached and crouched down, discovering a wild rabbit nibbling on tender grass. With great care, Lin Feng drew his bow and nocked an arrow. The distance merely 10 meters. Whoosh! Thud! The arrow flew, piercing the rabbit's neck, and it collapsed without so much as a struggle. Lin Feng hurried over to retrieve the rabbit, weighing it lightly in his hands before exclaiming with a smile, "Not bad. It must weigh around 3 to 4 pounds." With the rabbit in hand, he ventured back into the woods. Half an hour later, Lin Feng had also caught 2 small birds. Time to head back, he murmured, making his way towards the hillside. Chapter 22. Capturing antelopes upon returning to the valley camp. Lin Feng observed Lu Yun and her companions emerging from the thicket, their arms laden with firewood. Lin Feng, you're back so soon, Lu Yun exclaimed. Lin Feng raised the wild rabbits in his hands with a smile. Go boil half a pot of water. I shall need it shortly. Wow, rabbits. Tonight we shall feast on rabbit meat, Su Nanan exclaimed, setting down the firewood and rushing over. Lin Feng handed her the 2 small birds for plucking. After a brief interval, the water reached a boil. Lin Feng scalded the rabbits in the hot water and called for Yi Shui to assist with plucking the feathers. Once the feathers were removed, he singed the rabbits over the flames, extracted their entrails, and propped them open with bamboo sticks before roasting them over the bonfire. The 2 small birds were diced with a dagger, placed into a bamboo tube along with some water and salt for boiling. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng took a metal shard to the creek's edge to continue his sharpening. Sister Yin, the water in the bamboo tube has boiled, he called. Let it simmer a while longer, she replied. Yi Shui, make a few slashes on the rabbit legs, otherwise they won't cook through. The trio inside the hut was responsible for the roasting, and their skills had improved significantly over the past few days, no longer producing burnt offerings akin to charred coal. It smells delightful. The roasting has improved considerably, Yi Shui remarked, inhaling the aroma of the rabbit. Sprinkle a bit more salt on it. If it turns out poorly again, we shall hear it from someone. Lu Yun chuckled, recalling Lin Feng's humorous comments about their previous charred attempts. As dusk fell, the rabbit meat was ready. Yi Shui poured the broth from the bamboo tube into a bamboo cup. Lu Yun sliced the rabbit into manageable pieces for easy consumption. Nan, go fetch Lin Feng. It's time to eat, Song Yinfei instructed Su Nan. Upon hearing this, Su Nan dashed outside to the creek, calling Big Brother. My aunt says the rabbit is ready. Lin Feng, upon hearing her, rose and made his way back to the hut, thinking the metal shard needed just a few more touches before it would be ready for use. The roasting is quite commendable. You have improved, Lin Feng said, biting into a piece of rabbit leg. With bites of rabbit meat, sips of hot broth, and morsels of bird meat, the experience was quite delightful. After satiating his hunger, Lin Feng returned to the creek to bring the sharpening stone back to the hut, continuing his work. Lin Feng, why are you sharpening that metal shard to such a keen edge? Song Yinfei inquired as she perched on the edge of the bed, extending her lovely legs. Lin Feng explained while he worked, I intend to fashion a spearhead from this. It would serve as a weapon for protection should we encounter any large carnivorous beasts. Oh, I see, Song Yinfei nodded gently. Shortly after, the four of them lay on the bed, covered with coats, whispering and occasionally bursting into laughter. Lin Feng persisted with his sharpening, pausing to smoke whenever his hands grew weary. By midnight, he had managed to hone the shard to a razor's edge. After washing his hands, he lay down to rest. The following morning, the sun had yet to rise, and the sky was overcast with clouds. Listen carefully. You must heed my words. Remember to tread lightly and speak softly, he instructed. As Lin Feng meandered through the thicket, he addressed Yi Shui and Su Nan, saying, even if you wish to observe the prey, it suffices to steal a glance and ascertain its distance. Upon reaching a grassy expanse, Song Yinfei and Lu Yun set off to the left to forage for wild vegetables, while Lin Feng led Yi Shui and Su Nan to the right. After traversing the hilly terrain for several minutes, the trio concealed themselves in a low-lying area, with the forest not far to their right. Stay put here. I will scout ahead, Lin Feng instructed, bending slightly as he ascended a rise to survey the surroundings. Finding no signs of activity, he returned to their hiding spot. As time elapsed, the prolonged wait began to wear on Su Nan. Big Brother, how much longer must we wait? She inquired. Patience is essential. Hunting demands it. Lin Feng replied softly. Sometimes, even after hours of waiting, the prey may not appear. Half an hour later, hey Lin Feng, they've emerged. Yi Shui exclaimed excitedly, leaning closer to whisper in Lin Feng's ear. Hearing this, Lin Feng swiftly crawled up the slope and peered over, confirming that 5 or 6 antelopes were indeed slowly stepping out of the woods. Filled with exhilaration, Su Nan and Yi Shui readied their bows, eager to test their archery skills. Let me shoot first, Lin Feng cautioned them in hushed tones. Soon, a dozen antelopes stood at the edge of the woods, gradually making their way onto the grassland. Directly opposite Lin Feng lay a slope, a mere 7 or 8 meters away, where the antelopes would first reveal their heads. Drawing his bow and nocking an arrow, Lin Feng aimed at the slope, knowing that once an antelope showed its head, he could shoot without much need for precise aim. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Suddenly, a head appeared over the slope, gradually revealing the entire head of an antelope. With a swift motion, Lin Feng loosed his arrow before the antelope could detect him. The arrow struck the creature squarely in the forehead, causing it to collapse on the slope. The remaining antelopes, startled by the commotion, turned and dashed back into the forest, vanishing from sight. Don't run, so not exclaimed, rising to pursue and firing an arrow at the fleeing antelope. Nan, do not waste your arrows, Lin Feng admonished, quickly moving to the slope. Although Yi Shui felt a pang of remorse at the sight of the fallen antelope, the harsh realities of survival compelled them to act as they did. Suddenly, the sky darkened with thunder and lightning, ominous clouds rolling in. We must return. Rain is imminent, Lin Feng remarked, glancing at the dimming sky as he hoisted the antelope onto his back. Upon returning to the thicket, he instructed Lu Yun and the others to grasp the antelope's limbs and help carry it back. Just as they reached the valley, the rain began to pour, prompting Lin Feng and the others to hurry. They placed the antelope under the eaves and retreated indoors. Once the rain subsides, I shall teach you how to process the antelope, Lin Feng said, puffing on a cigarette while observing the four with a smile. Upon hearing this, Song Yinfei quickly shook her head, saying, I cannot dare, nor do I wish to. Yizhu iquit have sentiment. Lu Yun's lips curled slightly, yet she remained silent. It is precisely because of your hesitance that you must gradually conquer your fears, Lin Feng stated. To survive here, you must acquire a variety of skills. Is that truly necessary? Song Yinfei inquired with a hint of trepidation. Indeed, it is essential, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. The rain fell heavily but ceased just as swiftly. 2 hours later, the downpour abated. Lin Feng instructed the four to carry the antelope to the stream, where he presented a dagger and an axe, urging them to handle the situation themselves. They complied with Lin Feng's guidance, as he stood by to oversee their efforts. Reluctantly, Song Yinfei and the others proceeded, while Su Nanan exhibited a bit more courage. First and foremost, do not fear getting dirty, Lin Feng said with a gentle smile. Last time, Yishuan managed the entrails, so it is not a daunting task. After 2 hours, the four finally completed the processing of the antelope. Chapter 23. Rapid Development of Relationships. After finishing with the antelope meat, Lu Yun and the others hurried to the waterhole above to cleanse the grime from their bodies. Lin Feng brought over a piece of wood, placing the meat atop it to commence the final preparations. He deftly sliced the meat with a dagger, then used an axe to chop the bones into small segments. Lin Feng, do we need to assist? Song Yinfei inquired as she approached. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before replying. You can place the entrails in the iron pot to boil. Nodding in understanding, Song Yinfei returned with Lu Yun to tend to the entrails, while Yi Shui took a dagger to slice the meat into strips. Having chopped the bones, Lin Feng re-entered the dwelling, where the water in the iron pot was boiling, a layer of unsightly foam floating atop. He quickly fetched a basket, using chopsticks to transfer the entrails into it, discarding the murky water from the pot. The meat is ready, Yi Shui announced with a smile as she stepped inside. Lin Feng nodded and instructed, please chop the entrails further and place them directly into the iron pot. Blanching the entrails effectively removes blood and impurities, diminishing the odor. Lin Feng took a bamboo tube outside, pouring some sea salt into the basket containing the meat strips, and began to knead them thoroughly. If marinated until evening, they will be ready for drying. Big brother, a cat is stealing the bones, Su Nanan exclaimed as she rushed over. Akat, there are cats on this island? Lin Feng mused, walking towards the stream. He soon spotted a raccoon carrying a bone, glancing back at Lin Feng before disappearing into the underbrush. That's just a raccoon. Let it be. It's merely a bone, Lin Feng said with a light smile. Indeed, there was still ample meat attached to the bone, which Lin Feng had not trimmed too closely. I'll fetch my bow and arrows, Su Nanan declared, darting into the house. Nanan, Lin Feng quickly called out, do not harm it. Raccoons catch snakes. With its presence, we shall have no venomous serpents around. Oh, it catches snakes? Then we shall let it be. Hee, Su Nanan giggled joyfully. Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head, retrieving a piece of bamboo and splitting it into segments with the axe, then having them to create containers for food. Returning indoors, he sought the entrails, adding a handful of wild scallions, followed by a sprinkle of sea salt to stir-fry. Once cooked, he promptly placed them into the bamboo tubes. If it doesn't fit, bring your bamboo cups as well, Lin Feng instructed Lu Yun and the others. He had not anticipated that the seemingly scant entrails would yield such a substantial amount once sought addition afterward. He blanched the bones again and boiled them with a pinch of sea salt, covering the pot. Ah, it smells so good, Su Nanan said, lifting a piece of fatty intestine to her mouth, chewing eagerly. The heat made her shift the intestine around in her mouth. Next time, use chopsticks, all right? Who taught you to pick it up with your hands? Song Yinfei scolded her directly. Ah, let it go. It was just one time, Lu Yun interjected, coming to Su Nanan's defense. Indeed, it is far more delectable than the last time, Yi Shui remarked, nodding as she savored a piece of thick intestine. Lu Yun smiled slightly, responding, this time, we have salt and wild scallions. How could it not be better? It would be even more delightful with some chili peppers. Yi Shui mused aloud after a moment's contemplation. Song Yinfei also picked up a piece of liver, nodding gently in agreement that it was indeed superior to the previous offering. The offal alone was sufficient to satiate the 5 of them, and they had only consumed a single bone. In the afternoon, Lin Feng instructed Su Nan Nan to guard the meat, ensuring it was not pilfered by raccoons. He ventured into the small grove, searching for a considerable length of sturdy wood. After a prolonged search, he found a straight stick of suitable weight, which he brought back to the grassy area. Inside, he retrieved a sharp iron blade and affixed it to the stick. The rear of the blade bore a hook. Lin Feng expertly drove it into the wood using an axe, then tightly wrapped it with resilient tree bark, crafting a well-balanced iron spear. This spear, measuring 2 meters in length, featured a razor-sharp edge capable of slicing through thick wild boar hide with ease. Wielding the spear, he practiced a series of thrusts on the grass, while Lu Yun stood at the doorway, watching him with a smile, pondering to herself. This man certainly possesses skill. I wonder how he fares in other aspects. Big brother is amazing, Su Nan Nan exclaimed, clapping her hands joyfully. Lin Feng, are we going out later? Ye Zhu in it. Lin Feng shook his head. It has just rained. It would be best to stay here this afternoon. That's wonderful. Then we'll go out to play, Yi Shui replied cheerfully. Playing is fine, but do not venture too far. Just amuse yourselves nearby, Lin Feng cautioned. Big brother, may I have a turn with that? Su Nan approached, pointing at the spear. Lin Feng smiled gently, of course, but do be careful not to harm yourself with the point. He then handed the spear to Su Nan, who excitedly ran off with Yi Shui to play in the bamboo grove. Where is Yanfei? Lin Feng glanced around the room, noticing Song Yanfei's absence. Lian looked up. She has gone to the hole above alone. You should check on her. Lin Feng understood that Song Yanfei was likely sitting by the entrance, gazing out at the sea. Nodding, he made his way up the slope. Upon entering the cave, he found Song Yanfei seated on the ground, staring vacantly towards the ocean. Lin Feng quietly approached and sat beside her, also gazing at the sea. At that moment, Song Yanfei snapped back to reality and turned to look at Lin Feng. Are you thinking of home again? He asked with a gentle smile. Song Yanfei nodded slowly. Yes, but I know we may never return. After so many days, she was aware that rescue was unlikely. Do not worry, there's always a way out. We will find a means to leave this place, Lin Feng reassured her. Upon hearing this, Song Yanfei tilted her head slightly to meet his gaze. Is that truly the case? Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, but first, we must survive here and live well. Song Yanfei suddenly burst into laughter, her smile radiating beauty and charm, leaving Lin Feng momentarily spellbound. You are right. There is hope in living, she said lightly. Rest assured, I will no longer harbor such negativity. May I lean on your shoulder for a while? Lin Feng, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement within him. Of course, you may lean on me for a lifetime if you wish. Upon hearing Lin Feng's heartfelt words, Song Yanfei leaned against his shoulder, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. For she had never experienced such affection, nor had anyone ever spoken to her in this manner before. Thus they sat together, gazing into the depths of the ocean. Chapter 24. Yang Jun's decision within the cave. Lu Hu and his 9 companions sat huddled together. The death of Li Bowen had instilled a sense of dread among them. With no game caught, and relying solely on a few meager wild fruits for sustenance, their spirits had suffered significantly. Observing the despondent expressions of his comrades, Lu Hu felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, Yang Jun stood up and approached Lu Hu, declaring, Brother Lu, I have decided to leave this place. Lu Hu, taken aback by Yang Jun's proclamation, inquired, Why? After a moment's contemplation, Yang Jun replied, There is no food here. If we continue like this, we will inevitably starve. Lu Hu furrowed his brow at this remark, perceiving it as a challenge to his leadership. As the captain, he believed he had done his utmost, but the harsh reality was that food was simply unavailable, and they could not catch fish by the seaside. If you wish to leave, do so alone. Do not drag others down with you, he retorted. Zhao Meng interjected with a smirk, casting a glance at Manny to his right. He secretly hoped Yang Jun would venture out alone, thus leaving Manny to him. Fan Tinda also spoke up, Yang Jun, you truly intend to leave us? Sighing deeply, Yang Jun nodded, I do not wish to perish here. I will only take what I have gathered. He then entered the cave, retrieved a backpack, and packed 2 garments along with a lighter, items he had salvaged. There were 3 lighters in total, so taking one would not impact Lu Hu and the others significantly. The primary reason for his departure, however, was his aversion to being in Zhao Meng's company. The mere sight of him sparked a desire to lash out. Wearing a green hat is a burden for anyone, especially when sharing space with the one who placed it there. With the backpack slung over his shoulders, he approached Manny and said, "Manny, let us go." Manny hesitated, grappling with her thoughts. What if a rescue team arrived after they left? Observing the turmoil etched on her face, Yang Jun's displeasure grew. "Let's go," he urged once more. "Manny, you are not leaving." "I am." Before Manny could finish her sentence, Yang Jun, fueled by anger, stormed out of the cave. "Captain, I'd apologize, but I must accompany Yang Jun." Roland stood up and, after addressing Lu Hu, dashed out. Hong Tao, after a brief internal struggle, also rose to bid farewell to Lu Hu and followed suit. "Yang Jun, wah!" Manny cried as she rushed out of the cave, only to discover that Yang Jun and the others had already distanced themselves. Zhao Meng approached with a wicked grin, attempting to console her. "Do not worry. I shall take care of you from now on. Heh." Yang Jun quickened his pace, believing the footsteps behind him belonged to Manny pursuing him. Upon turning around, he was surprised to see Roland and Hong Tao trailing him. "Why are you following me?" Roland stepped forward, smiling lightly. "I believe that staying with you is the key to survival here." "Indeed, I share the same sentiment," Hong Tao quickly affirmed. Yang Jun nodded upon hearing this. With 2 companions, he no longer felt so solitary. "Let us proceed. Where shall we go?" "To the interior of the island. There should be an abundance of wildlife there." The trio ascended a steep slope, traversed grassy fields, and ventured into the woods. The departure of Yang Jun and his companions cast a shadow over Lu Hu's demeanor. Yet it bore a silver lining. With fewer individuals around, the available food could be distributed more generously. "Come, let us seek sustenance. I refuse to believe that a few grown men could perish from hunger here," Lu Hu declared to Fan Tianda and the others before stepping out of the cave. In the bamboo forest of the valley, Su Nanan and Yi Shui crouched on the ground, excavating a hole with bamboo. "Sister Shui, I will use this to dig," Su Nanan whispered, brandishing a spear. "No, use this instead. Be cautious of Lin Feng giving you a reprimand," Yi Shui quickly replied. "What are you 2 up to?" Lu Yin approached and observed the duo squatting on the ground. Her curiosity piqued. "Sister Yin, I spotted a large rat. It scurried into this hole, and Sister Shui and I intend to dig it out," Su Nanan responded with a smile. "A large rat?" Lu Yin, puzzled, leaned closer to examine the disarray of the hole, commenting, "This hole appears quite deep. How do you plan to excavate it? Moreover, would you dare eat a rat?" "I would never eat a rat. I am merely passing the time by digging." Yi Shui shook her head. "Passing the time? You will be better off weaving a few bamboo baskets," Lu Yun suggested as she stood up. "Let's gather 2 bamboo stalks in return." After procuring 2 stalks, the pair returned to the grassy area, while Su Nanan ventured into the thicket with her spear. "Can you strip bamboo strips? I observed Lin Feng doing it. It seems rather simple." She began her task, using an axe to split the bamboo and then slicing off a small section. "Sudendi, ye jugaspit." The axe had nicked her hand, and blood began to flow. "What now?" "I'm bleeding," she exclaimed, panic rising as she gazed at her injured finger. Just then, Lin Feng and Song Yinfei descended from the cave. "Lin Feng, hurry, Yi Shui has cut her hand," Lu Yin shouted. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng rushed to their side and examined Yi Shui's hand. "It's nothing serious. Fortunately, it's not a deep cut. Suck on it to draw out the blood," he instructed, producing a cigarette and removing the tobacco from its paper. I can't," Yi Shui stammered, shaking her head at the sight of her blood, her voice trembling. Without hesitation, Lin Feng took her finger and began to draw the blood, reasoning that there could be bacteria on the axe, and that removing some blood would suffice. Yi Shui murmured as she watched Lin Feng tending to her wound. After a moment, he withdrew and placed the tobacco on the cut, applying pressure to stem the bleeding. "Press on it with your finger for a while, and it will be fine. It will heal in a few days," Lin Feng reassured her. Gazing at the bamboo strips on the ground, Lin Feng picked one up and demonstrated how to carve bamboo splints with an axe. "This is how it's done," he explained, "but one must also control the force applied. If too much pressure is exerted, one risks cutting their hand. Within a span of mere minutes, Lin Feng had transformed the bamboo strips into slender splints. He laid 2 strips crosswise on the ground and began to weave them together with the bamboo splints. As he wove, the edges reached a length of about 20 centimeters, and he gradually started to draw it in. Lin Feng, this doesn't resemble a basket, does it? Lu Yun inquired. While continuing his weaving, Lin Feng responded, this is a type of backpack that can be carried on one's back. Far more convenient than a basket. After more than half an hour, a small was successfully crafted. Lu Yun tried on her back and remarked, it feels a bit snug. It would be more suitable for Nan Nan. Your physique is a bit larger, which is why it feels tight. Lin Feng chuckled slightly. Oh, you cheeky Lin Feng. Are you implying that I'm overweight? Just wait until I get my hands on you. With that, Lu Yun set down the small and chased after Lin Feng, delivering a flurry of playful punches. Chapter 25. Encounter. Observing the playful banter between the two, Song Yinfei smiled knowingly. After receiving Lin Feng's comforting words, her spirits lifted. As dusk settled in, the already dim sky gradually darkened. Lin Feng crafted a bamboo rack, positioning it beneath the eaves. Remaining from their midday meal of offal were some tripe and intestines. He merely needed to heat the bones in the iron pot for a meal. Once warmed, Lin Feng savored a rich bowl of bone broth. The meat had been boiled to tenderness, easily shredding with a mere bite. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Feng brought the bamboo rack inside. Placing it in the center of the campfire, he arranged the marinated strips of meat on the bamboo, directly drying them over the charcoal flames. This method would not only cook the meat but also preserve it for future use. When food was scarce, these dried strips would serve as rations. Soon, the meat sizzled and released a tantalizing aroma that filled the room. Lin Feng, how is it that you seem to excel at everything? Lu Yun remarked, crossing her long, alluring legs with a smile. Lin Feng, while flipping the meat with chopsticks, replied with a gentle smile, such tasks are the simplest of operations back in my hometown. Hometown? Is it in the countryside? Lu Yun inquired, lifting her gaze to Lin Feng. He nodded slightly, setting aside the dried meat, and placing some fresh strips on the rack. I'll help you, Yi Shui offered as she approached. No need, just relax over there, Lin Feng quickly responded. Fine, then I'll just sleep, Yi Shui muttered, lying down on the bed. By the early hours of the morning, Lin Feng had dried all the meat, though the bamboo rack had been charred to ruin and was discarded outside. He placed the iron pot on the stove, still containing some bones and remnants of meat broth, adding the ribs to simmer until morning. At last, it was time for rest. Stretching lazily, Lin Feng lay on the bed, pulling the deer hide over himself. The room was dimly lit, with only a small ember glowing in the hearth. As dawn broke, a new day emerged. The sky was clear and bright, warm sunlight enveloping the valley. What splendid weather, Yi Shui exclaimed, basking in the sun on the grassy field. Lu Yun and Song Yinfei returned from washing up in the stream. Yi Shui donned a small backpack, wielding a bamboo spear, awaiting the group's readiness. Lin Feng emerged from the house, armed with a bow and quiver, a dagger at his waist, and a spear in hand. Let us go, he announced, and together they descended the slope towards the exit. Upon entering the woods, Lin Feng ventured alone into the thicket above to check his snares. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air from the right. Big brother, come quickly. Someone is stealing our wild chicken. It was Su Nan's voice. Lin Feng's expression shifted, and he sprinted towards the sound. What of it, Lin Feng? We caught this wild chicken first. Zhao Ming's voice rang out as Lin Feng arrived. Exactly. What is a mere security guard to us? If he shows up, I'll make him eat dirt. Yin Fei, Lu Yun, Yi Shui, and Nan Nan. You should return with us. Staying beside a security guard, what does that signify? Lu Hu remarked with a smile, directed at the four, suggesting such a situation undermines your dignity. Indeed, please accompany us back, Zhang Quan added, his gaze lingering on Lu Yun, the epitome of allure, harboring fantasies about her. Today, he was determined to take them all back. Who dares to snatch our game? Lin Feng approached, inquiring. Su Nan immediately pointed at the wild chicken in Fan Tian's hands, exclaiming, Big brother, we only came to inspect the snares and saw them pulling the wild chicken from the trap. Huh, that wild chicken was entangled in vines. We merely happened upon it. Zhao Ming scoffed at Lin Feng. With four robust men present, they were unperturbed by Lin Feng alone, as the saying goes. Two fists cannot contend with four hands. So what if your snares caught it? Zhang Quan derided. Just a mere security guard. What is your status compared to ours? In Hangzhou, I could summon 100 men to deal with you in an instant. Believe it? Now, let's not be so harsh, Lu Hu interjected, glancing at Lin Feng with a smile. How about this? I'll return the wild chicken to you, but the four of them must come with us. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, smiled faintly and replied, That's acceptable. Lu Hu's heart surged with excitement at Lin Feng's acquiescence, with four stunning beauties accompanying him. What was a mere wild chicken worth? Tianda, hand it over, Lu Hu commanded, turning to Fan Tianda. He complied, approaching Lin Feng and offering the wild chicken, which Lin Feng accepted with a smile, noting it was still alive. Impressive. Let us depart, Lu Hu said, addressing Lu Yun and her companions with a grin. However, Lu Yun and Yi Shui exchanged glances, retreating behind Lin Feng, while Song Yin Fei pulled Su Nan Nan to follow suit. Are you foolish enough to starve by following them? Lu Yun and her friends were far from naive. What are you doing? Lu Hu observed the retreating quartet and exclaimed, Lin Feng, you promised me. I did make a promise, but if they choose not to accompany you, what can I do? Lin Feng shrugged, smiling nonchalantly. It's not my decision to keep them from going with you. If you can command them, I have no rebuttal, Lu Hu replied, feeling a surge of anger, yet acknowledging Lin Feng's silence. Lu Hu sighed deeply and turned to Lu Yun and her friends. Come with me, and I assure you, the first portion of food will always be reserved for you. What say you? Lu Yun regarded Lu Hu, firmly stating, Lu Hu, we will not accompany you. Abandon this futile endeavor. Indeed, why would we go with you only to face hunger? Song Yin Fei chimed in. You should leave. Do not waste your breath here. We will not abandon Lin Feng. Lin Feng observed the exchange, a subtle smile gracing his lips. You. Lu Hu felt humiliated by Lu Yun and Song Yin Fei's words, his frustration evident in his wide-open eyes. Lin Feng, I can offer you a chance to join us, Lu Hu proposed, fixing his gaze on Lin Feng. He understood that as long as Lin Feng accompanied them, then Song Yin Fei and her companions would inevitably follow suit. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, saying, I'm afraid I have never considered joining you. You insolent fool. How dare you? Zhao Meng approached, pointing at Lin Feng and scolding, You a mere security guard, monopolizing four beautiful women. What skills do you possess? Indeed, Brother Lu, let us not waste our breath on him. I refuse to believe that the four of us cannot overpower him, Zhang Quan shouted as he joined the fray. At that moment, Fan Tianda also stepped forward, positioning himself defiantly before Lin Feng, creating a tense atmosphere. Lu Yun and her companions instinctively recoiled in fear, while Song Yinfei clung to Su Nan. Lin Feng regarded the four with a slight smile, dismissing them entirely. He handed the wild chicken and the bow and spear to Yi Shui and boldly declared, Come on, will you confront me one by one or all at once? I am ready for you. Chapter 26. 1 against 4. Lu Hu glared fiercely at Lin Feng, acutely aware that he stood no chance alone. Perhaps with the combined efforts of the four, there might be a glimmer of hope. Eliminating Lin Feng would compel Lu Yun and her companions to follow them. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Meng and the others felt a surge of anger, their fists clenched tightly. Let us all attack together, Lu Hu shouted, raising his fist to strike Lin Feng's face. Oomph. Lin Feng let out a cold snort, retaliating with a punch that collided with Lu Hu's fist. Lu Hu cried out in agony, clutching his injured fingers with his other hand. Zhao Meng and his companions swung their fists, but Lin Feng swiftly tilted his head, evading them and darting behind the three. He seized the collars of Zhang Quan and Fan Tianda, yanking them forcefully. Bang! The two collapsed onto the ground. Zhao Meng shouted, turning around to deliver a sweeping kick. Lin Feng stood firm, waiting for Zhao Meng's foot to approach, then reached out to grasp his leg, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Bang! Zhao Meng screamed as he was propelled several meters away. Come quickly. Suddenly, Lu Hu lunged from behind, wrapping his arms tightly around Lin Feng, shouting for Zhang Quan and Fan Tianda to rush forward. Yeah, the two scrambled to their feet and charged at Lin Feng. In a flash, Lin Feng gripped Lu Hu's arms and twisted them with considerable force. Ah! Lu Hu cried out in pain as Lin Feng reached behind him, grasped his hair, and executed a suplex, slamming him onto Zhang Quan and Fan Tianda. Ah! The three lay on the ground, moaning in agony. Oomph. Is this all you have? I haven't even begun to warm up. Lin Feng jeered, brushing off his clothes. Big Brother is amazing. Big Brother is incredible. Su Nanan exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Lin Feng, you shall perish. Lin Feng, be careful. Zhao Meng brandished a Nepalese dagger, charging forward. With a leap, he aimed to slash down at Lin Feng's head. Should he succeed, Lin Feng's skull would split like a watermelon. Upon witnessing Zhao Meng wield the dagger, Song Yinfei and her companions were instantly filled with terror, crying out in alarm. Ha! Lin Feng bellowed, raising his palms, channeling all his strength to clamp down on the descending blade. How was this possible? Zhao Meng stared in disbelief as Lin Feng withstood his full force strike. Lin Feng glared at Zhao Meng, realizing he intended to take his life. Oomph! Seeking death. Lin Feng scoffed, lifting his foot to deliver 3 devastating kicks to Zhao Meng's chest, the final kick sending him flying. Crack! Ah! Bang! Tuoli numero. Zhao Meng flew 5 to 6 meters away, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Several ribs had been shattered, and soon he succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Feng cast a cold glance at Zhao Meng. He had never shown mercy to those who wished for his demise. Observing the Nepalese knife in his hand, he drove it into the ground and approached Lu Hu and his companions with a mocking tone. Are we still fighting? No. Then let it be. Zhang Quan shook his head repeatedly. With a swift motion, Lin Feng delivered a resounding slap across his face. Ah, did I not say no more fighting? Why strike me again? Zhang Quan questioned, his expression one of indignation. With another slap, Lin Feng chuckled lightly. At the outset, you were the loudest. If not you, then who else shall I strike? Begone. Should I encounter you again, I'll not hesitate to strike once more. At his words, Lu Hu and the others hastily scrambled to their feet, assisting Zhao Meng as they departed in silence, leaving their weapon behind. Lin Feng watched them leave, then picked up the Nepalese knife, a smile gracing his features. Lin Feng, having struck them, they will undoubtedly seek retribution, Lu Yun remarked, her brow furrowed. Yixuan nodded in agreement. Lu Hu and Fan Tianda are particularly vindictive. We must exercise caution. Fear not, they will not dare to retaliate. Lin Feng replied with a gentle smile. Nevertheless, prudence is advisable. The blade is easily parried, yet the hidden arrow is difficult to defend against, Song Yinfei cautioned him. Acknowledging her words with a nod, Lin Feng suggested, let us return and discuss this further. The 4 of them nodded in agreement and followed Lin Feng back to the valley. In the ravine, Tianshun and Manny, upon seeing Lu Hu and the others supporting Zhao Meng, quickly inquired about their condition, noting the injuries on their faces. The trio remained silent, merely assisting Zhao Meng into the cave, laying him down gently. Coughing violently, Zhao Meng expelled a mouthful of blood as he settled. Zhao Meng, Lu Hu shouted, his voice laced with anger. That bastard Lin Feng was too ruthless. Lin Feng. Manny's eyes glimmered with a fierce light at the mention of his name. What shall we do now, Brother Lu? Zhang Quan asked, gingerly touching his swollen face. Revenge. This grievance must be avenged. Fan Tianda declared vehemently, his body racked with pain, possibly harboring broken bones. Brother Da, how shall we exact our revenge? We cannot hope to defeat him. Zhang Quan replied in a hushed tone, grimacing at the pain in his face. You saw our current state. Lin Feng, that wretched security guard, is he truly capable of such strength? Tianshun asked, astonished by their condition. Enough of your whining, woman. Go fetch us some water, Lu Hu commanded Tianshun. Without hesitation, Tianshun pulled Manny along as they exited. At that moment, Zhao Meng suddenly convulsed, his eyes wide with terror as blood trickled from his mouth. Brother Lu, help me. Avenge me, Zhao Meng stammered, his head drooping as his eyes glazed over, lifeless. Zhao Meng, Lu Hu and Fan Tianda cried out, their expressions mingling sorrow and disbelief as they witnessed Zhao Meng's demise. Zhao Meng, rest assured, we shall avenge you. Lu Hu covered Zhao Meng's eyes with his hand. Lu Ge, give the command. What shall we do? Fan Tianda asked through clenched teeth. Lu Hu lowered his head in contemplation and sighed, alas, for now. We must first recover from our injuries, and then seek retribution against Lin Feng. His eyes gleamed with fierce determination. What I cannot possess, he shall not have either. Upon hearing this, Fan Tianda's gaze also ignited with ferocity. He comprehended Lu Hu's intent. Given Lin Feng's formidable prowess, they would first exact vengeance through Song Yanfei and her companions. Capturing them would compel Lin Feng to submit. Let us first attend to Zhao Meng's remains. The three of them carried Zhao Meng's body to a low-lying area in the valley, laying him to rest and covering him with stones. Mani gazed at the stone pile, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Though Zhao Meng, who had been entwined with her, was dead, a sense of joy filled her heart. Yet, at that moment, Yang Jun was no longer present. Chapter 27. Mani's escape. After addressing matters concerning Zhao Meng, the five of them returned to the cave, sitting on the ground while consuming the yellow wild fruits. With no water left, I decided to venture out to fetch some. Mani picked up 2 mineral water bottles and stepped outside. Observing her departure, Fan Tianda stood up and casually remarked about needing to use the restroom before following her out. Mani reached the river in the valley, crouching down to fill her bottles. Just as she was about to return, she noticed Fan Tianda approaching her. Douyi, what brings you here? Mani inquired, holding the 2 bottles of water. Fan Tianda gazed at Mani's alluring figure and leered. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? She stammered, feeling a twinge of fear at his lascivious grin. I'm rather agitated. I need you to help me cool down. Fan Tianda's demeanor shifted abruptly, and before she could react, he lunged at her. Ah no, Douyi, you can't do this. Mani protested, raising her hands in defense. Yang Yunis Goldflint. Yang Yunis Goldflint. Huh, spare me the act, he sneered. Do you think I'm unaware of your affair with Zhao Meng? I heard you that night. Your cries were quite loud. With that, he forcefully carried Mani into the nearby woods. 10 minutes later, Fan Tianda emerged from the trees with a smug smile. While it took several moments for Mani to gather herself and step out, her expression noticeably altered. Upon returning to the cave, she sat against the wall, expressionless as she munched on the wild fruits. Lu Hu cast a glance at Mani, his brow furrowing, then turned to Fan Tianda and cautioned, be more careful in the future. Understood, Lu Gu. Fan Tianda quickly replied with a grin. Zhang Quan also glanced at Mani, fully aware of what had transpired. Tian Fen approached Mani and sat beside her, letting out a sigh. She recognized that their survival now depended solely on Lu Hu and his companions, and thus feigned indifference. After resting for half a day, the pain from their injuries had lessened. As night fell, they consumed some wild fruits before drifting off to sleep. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Lu Hu and the others were still sound asleep. Mani opened her eyes, slowly sitting up to glance at the 3 men before quietly rising. She stealthily approached the spot where the lighter and dagger were kept, retrieving them and placing them in a small satchel. Afterward, she picked up 2 pieces of clothing and quietly exited the cave. Mani, suddenly, Tian Fen approached and whispered, are you planning to leave by yourself? Mani looked at Tian Fen, her expression blank, and replied softly, yes, do you intend to stop me? Tian Fen shook her head. Can I come with you? Knowing that once Mani left, she would become a mere tool for Lu Hu and his companions' frustrations, she too wished to escape this place. Mani nodded gently, and the 2 of them departed from the cave together. An hour later, Lu Hu was the first to awaken. After a night of rest, his injuries had healed significantly, though his fingers still throbbed faintly. Tian Fen, bring some water, Lu Hu called out to the outside. Usually, when he called out, Tian Fen would promptly bring water. After waiting for 2 minutes without seeing her, Lu Hu shouted again, Tian Fen, are you listening? Hurry and bring the water. Another minute passed, and still no sign of her. Angered, Lu Hu stood up and walked over, only to discover that the ground was empty. Even Mani was nowhere to be found. Could she have gone to fetch water? Lu Hu scratched his head in confusion. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. The 2 lighters and 2 short daggers that had been resting on the stone were gone, as was the bag tucked in the corner. Zhang Quan, Tiande, wake up. Something's wrong. Lu Hu rushed inside and kicked the two awake, shouting, Lu Gu, what is the matter? Why are you kicking me? Fan Tianda, half asleep, inquired. Zhang Quan also stirred, looking at Lu Hu, completely unaware of the unfolding situation. Still sleeping. Those two wretches, Mani and Tian Fun, have stolen the lighters and daggers. Hurry, let us chase after them. Lu Hu cursed at them before darting out of the cave, hoping the two hadn't ventured too far. Upon hearing this, Fan Tianda and Zhang Quan instantly shook off their drowsiness and followed suit. The trio searched the vicinity but found no trace of the two, eventually resting on a rock. This is all your fault. If you hadn't treated Mani that way, would she have run off? Liungriasculda Fan Tianda. Fan Tianda felt unjustly accused and quickly retorted, Hey Lu Gu, this isn't my fault. Mani has been mingling with Zhao Meng for a while now. Why didn't she run then? Lu Gu, I believe the Gu has a point, Zhang Quan chimed in, nodding in agreement with Fan Tianda. Lu Hu, brimming with frustration, bellowed, What are we supposed to do now? Without fire or knives, even if we catch something, are we to eat it raw? Taken aback by this, the two fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Lu Gu, I think they haven't gone far. We should search again. We might still catch them. Fan Tianda suggesta. Upon hearing this, Lu Hu exclaimed, Everyone split up. We must catch them. As soon as he finished speaking, the three headed in different directions. Zhang Quan ran towards the seaside, searching along the coastline. By 3 in the afternoon, they returned to the cave, utterly exhausted, and grabbed some wild fruits to eat. Lu Gu, what do we do now? Zhang Quan asked, gulping down a bottle of water. Lu Hu glanced around the cave, now merely containing a few suitcases and 3 pieces of clothing. Everything else was gone. With a bitter smile, he sighed, I don't know what to do anymore. Sigh. He couldn't comprehend how things had spiraled to this point, with everyone seemingly abandoning him. Hey, Lu Gu, I have an idea. Fan Tian suddenly said with a smile. What idea? Speak up. Lin Feng. Fan Tian de lauga hartili. Lin Feng. Indeed, Lin Feng must possess great power, and the axe along with the Nepalese knife are undoubtedly in his possession, not to mention Song Yinfei and the other 3. Lu Hu suddenly recalled that if they could eliminate Lin Feng, all these treasures, including the women, would be his. But we do not know where they reside. Zhang Quan interjected. Hey, are you foolish? They appeared in the woods, so they cannot be far from where they dwell. Fan Tianda chuckled wickedly, Brother Lu. If we manage to capture one of Lu Yun's group, Lin Feng will surely comply with our demands. At that moment, we can take him by surprise and eliminate him. Excellent. It's settled then. Lu Hu exclaimed with a hearty laugh, slapping his thigh. As long as we capture one of them, we can coerce Lin Feng into surrendering the knife, and then, tonight, we shall rest well, and at the break of dawn, we will venture into the woods to seek them out. As night fell, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars, while insects chirped among the crevices of the stones. Due to the cold, Lu Hu and his companions huddled together in the corner, draping the 3 garments over their bodies for warmth. Chapter 28. Relocation from the valley that evening. Lin Feng had taken the lives of 2 wild chickens, preparing a pot of chicken soup. He and Lu Yun, along with 2 others, had resolved to relocate at dawn the following day. Although Lin Feng harbored no fear of Lu Hu and his companions, the thought of the 4 women, including Song Yinfei, compelled him to take precautionary measures. While he was unafraid for himself, he could not risk their safety should Lu Hu choose to take out his frustrations on them. After all, he could not be their constant protector, nor could he ensure how long he could shield them. Lin Feng, have you decided where we are heading tomorrow? Lu Yun inquired. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Let us discuss it in the morning. You all should rest now to conserve your energy for our journey. Very well, we shall follow your lead. Lu Yun said before lying down, her curvaceous form exposed, causing Lin Feng to swallow hard. In the deep of night, as he observed the 4 women slumbering peacefully, Lin Feng indulged in a cigarette, his eyes half closed, pondering their destination for the morrow. The following morning, after preparing a pot of shepherd's purse soup, they finished their meal and began to gather their belongings. Just before departing, Lin Feng set fire to the bamboo hut. With a suitcase in hand, Yi Shui carried a backpack, Lu Yun wielded a spear, Su Nanan bore a small basket, and Song Yinfei held 2 bamboo baskets. They exited the valley, veering left into a thicket where they foraged for berries. Lin Feng, where are we headed? We shall proceed to the hilly terrain on the right of the meadow. Moving inland, he replied. Upon reaching the meadow, the five of them marched resolutely towards the right, forging ahead without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lu Hu and his two companions had arrived at the woods, stealthily surveying their surroundings. Lu Gu, it seems they haven't come here today. What should we do? Fan Tianda queried, glancing at Lu Hu. Scratching his head, Lu Hu responded, let us move outward. As they exited the woods, they beheld the entrance of the valley. Hee, they must be residing inside. Fan Tianda smirked at the entrance. Let us go. We must investigate, Lu Hu exclaimed, leading the way. Upon entering, Lu Hu noticed white smoke rising above, while Fan Tianda and Zhang Quan dashed up the slope. Scattered bamboo in the meadow was still smoldering. Lu Hu approached the scene. Bewildered, what is happening here? Fan Tianda glanced towards the slope and hurried over, then ventured into the bamboo grove to investigate. Liu Lin Feng and the others have fled, Fan Tianda shouted upon returning. Zhang Quan observed the still-burning bamboo and remarked, it appears they left not long ago. Perhaps just over half an hour. Damn it! Let us go! Lu Hu bellowed in fury, racing outward as Fan Tianda and Zhang Quan immediately followed suit. The three of them scoured the vicinity, yet they found no trace of anyone. Dejected, Lu Hu and his companions sat down, lamenting their predicament, without a lighter or knife. How would they survive in this place? Meanwhile, Lin Feng led Song Yinfei and the others across the rugged hilly terrain, ascending steep slopes and traversing fields overrun with wild grass. More than 2 hours later, the five individuals arrived at a river strewn with jagged stones. The crystal-clear water flowed beneath the rocks, flanked by dense jungle. Let's take a moment to rest, suggested Yishui, as she perched upon a stone and wiped the sweat from her brow. Lu Yun, Song Yinfei, and Su Nannan also found stones to settle upon. Yishui retrieved a bottle of water from her backpack, took a couple of sips, and then passed it to Lu Yun. Lin Feng set down his suitcase, glanced around, and was greeted by the melodious calls of birds emanating from the lush foliage. Here, have a smoke, Lin Feng said, stepping in front of Lu Yun and offering her a cigarette. Lu Yun accepted with a smile, asking, how many cigarettes do you have left? Excluding this half-pack. There are 2 more in the suitcase, Lin Feng replied with a slight grin. Surveying the surroundings, Song Yinfei appeared somewhat perplexed and turned to Lin Feng, inquiring, which direction should we take? Exhaling a puff of smoke, Lin Feng replied, we shall ascend along the riverbank. The terrain within the jungle was treacherous and fraught with unknown dangers. Thus he deemed it safer to follow the river. After resting for over half an hour, the five resumed their ascent along the river, their pace considerably slowed by the abundance of rocks. After more than an hour of walking, Lin Feng heard the sound of rushing water and looked up to see a waterfall cascading from a cliff several dozen meters high, blocking their path. With no other route available, he led them into the jungle. Once inside, Lin Feng unsheathed his Nepalese army knife to forge a path through the dense undergrowth. Towering trees loomed around them, with numerous vines dangling from their branches and parasitic plants clinging to the trunks. The ground was adorned with broadleaf plants and palm trees, while sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting an almost ethereal glow. Suddenly, they encountered a troop of monkeys frolicking in the trees, some swinging from vines like playful acrobats. Colorful macaws perched above, while skylarks flitted through the thickets. After half an hour of trekking, the five arrived at a small clearing where the ground was remarkably level, surrounded by several ancient, withered trees. In the center of the clearing lay 3 large mounds of earth, triangular in shape and over half a meter high. Let us rest here. I am utterly exhausted, Lu Yun panted as she approached the mounds. Wait, Lin Feng suddenly shouted, halting her in her tracks. Startled, Lu Yun turned to look at him. Furrowing his brow, Lin Feng cautiously approached the mound and peered atop, discovering a hole that seemed to harbor something moving within. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, and he yelled, Run? What's wrong? Song Yinfei asked, approaching him. If you want to live, run now. Lin Feng bellowed, sprinting ahead. Without hesitation, the others followed suit. Suddenly, A swarm of voracious ants erupted from the mounds, spreading in all directions. Yishui glanced back and, terrified, propelled herself forward with all her might. Lin Feng, are they just a few ants? Is it necessary to run so fast? Luyan gasped as she spoke. Lin Feng glanced behind him and, upon not spotting any flesh-eating ants in pursuit, finally came to a halt. He turned to the group of 4 and explained, "Those are army ants. Once they ensnare you, there is no chance of survival. They will drag you back to their nest for a leisurely feast." He chuckled ominously. "Is it truly that terrifying?" Luyan seemed somewhat skeptical. Lin Feng replied with a smile, "It is 100 times more horrifying than you can imagine. Gome, we must vacate this place." Though Song Yinfei and the others felt utterly fatigued, they followed Lin Feng away from the grove. After walking several hundred meters, they settled beside a few towering ancient trees. The 5 of them perched on the massive roots, and Yishui retrieved water and dried meat from her backpack, distributing it among Song Yinfei and the others. Lin Feng took a sip of water and chewed on the jerky, sensing an unsettling stillness in the vicinity. Not even a bird was in sight, rendering the atmosphere rather eerie. Chapter 29. The Man-Eating Python. Sensing an eerie atmosphere, Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings but found nothing amiss. Only an unsettling silence. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a python, as thick as a thigh, slowly descending from an ancient tree. Having set its sights on Song Yinfei as its prey, without hesitation, Lin Feng hurled aside his jerky and drew his Nepalese knife, lunging towards Song Yinfei. "Be careful," he shouted as he tackled her, rolling several meters away, just in time to evade the python's deadly strike. Lu Yun and the others screamed in terror upon seeing the python, collapsing to the ground, their faces drained of color, paralyzed by fear and unable to flee. Hiss! Hiss! The python, realizing its prey had been rescued, flicked its tongue and hissed menacingly at Lin Feng. In an instant, it opened its cavernous jaws and lunged toward him. Despite its massive size, the python moved with incredible swiftness. As it struck, Lin Feng executed a quick roll to evade the attack, only to have the python pivot and pursue him. Springing back to his feet, he raised his knife and aimed for the creature's head. The python, however, was remarkably agile, dodging Lin Feng's strikes multiple times before encircling him. Lin Feng understood the peril of being ensnared by the python. Its constricting strength could easily crush a person's bones. As the python slithered behind him, raising its formidable head to bite, Lin Feng swiftly sidestepped and swung his knife horizontally. With a sharp thud, the blade sliced into the python, drawing blood. Hiss! Hiss! In pain, the python lunged again, its speed overwhelming. Lin Feng had no time to evade. He could only raise his knife in defense. The python's jaws clamped down upon the blade, which it then flung aside with great force. "This is bad," Lin Feng thought grimly as he felt the python's tail wrap around his leg. In a flash, he drew his Dragon Phoenix dagger. As the python coiled around his waist, he plunged the dagger into its flesh. The blade was razor-sharp, penetrating deeply as Lin Feng gritted his teeth and made a decisive slash. With a guttural cry, the python writhed in agony, releasing Lin Feng, who quickly rolled away. The creature reared up to a height of 5 or 6 meters, its massive jaws gaping wide once more. "Javelin!" Lin Feng shouted as he sprinted toward the group behind a tree. Hearing his call, Yishui quickly grabbed a javelin from the ground and hurled it toward him. Upon seeing the javelin, Lin Feng leaped into the air, catching it deftly. He landed and rolled, quickly turning to thrust the javelin upward. Just then, the python's enormous mouth descended, only to be impaled by Lin Feng's javelin. The creature writhed in agony, collapsing to the ground as it thrashed in pain. Lin Feng swiftly dashed over, seized the Nepalese knife from the ground, and leaped onto the colossal python, furiously striking at it. In a short span, the serpent, measuring over 10 meters, was cleaved into 2 segments by Lin Feng's relentless blows. Gazing at the lifeless creature, Lin Feng exhaled deeply, sinking down to the ground. Lin Feng, Song Yinfei, and the others hurried over, assisting him to sit against the roots of a tree. Lu Yun glanced at the enormous python on the ground, a wave of trepidation washing over her. It was her first time witnessing such a gargantuan serpent. Water, Lin Feng requested. Song Yinfei held a bottle of mineral water to his lips, allowing him a sip. We cannot linger here. We must depart swiftly. Lin Feng rose, approached the python's head, retrieved his spear, and tidied up before the five of them hastily left the scene. His urgency to leave stemmed from his uncertainty about the presence of other pythons in the vicinity. Lin Feng, how could the snake grow so large? Song Yinfei asked, a shiver of fear creeping in. Had it not been for Lin Feng, she would have surely been consumed by the serpent by now. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. Such colossal pythons face no natural enemies here. It is not surprising for them to reach such sizes. Big brother, you nearly frightened me to death just now, Su Nan said, patting her ample chest in relief. Lu Yin merely regarded Lin Feng, astonished at his prowess in vanquishing even a python. Lin Feng, we didn't assist you earlier. Do you hold against us? Ye Zhu Yin wuied it. Turning her head toward him, Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, harboring no resentment toward them. Besides, their intervention would likely have resulted in unwarranted casualties. After over an hour, they finally emerged from the jungle, arriving at the foot of a hillside. The five ascended the slope, surrounded by wildflowers and breathtaking scenery. With a wide vista before them, upon reaching the summit, they discovered an expansive area. On the opposite side of the slope lay a cliff, beneath which sprawled a serene lake, with a forest beyond it and a majestic peak in the background. To reach the lake below, they had to veer to the right. Lin Feng surveyed the sky and suggested, let us spend the night in the woods over there. The four nodded in agreement, following Lin Feng as they walked to the right. After traversing a distance, they descended a slope and made their way into the forest. Crossing the grassy expanse and entering the woods, Lin Feng cautiously scanned the surroundings for any dangers. Once satisfied, he settled in a clearing among 3 trees. Song Yinfei and the others gathered some firewood. Lin Feng took his knife to chop some branches, constructing a rudimentary shelter, and fetched some palm leaves to place inside. Here, have some of this. Lin Feng offered 3 palm hearts to Song Yinfei and her companions. What is this? Song Yinfei inquired, examining the palm heart in her hand. Lin Feng smiled gently. This is palm heart. Go ahead, it's not poisonous. Ha. Song Yinfei took a tentative bite, chewed thoughtfully, and nodded with a smile. Not bad, quite tasty, with a hint of sweetness. Annie, let me have a bite. Sunan took the palm core from Song Yinfei's hands and swiftly consumed it. Where did you find this? Is there more? Lu Yin inquired of Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head, replying, there are none left. There are only a few palm trees, and I have chopped them all down. Seizing the opportunity before darkness enveloped the surroundings, Lin Feng stepped out of the woods and onto the grassy expanse, arriving at the lakeside. The lake was vast and oval-shaped, with several mounds of earth protruding from the center, covering an area of approximately a dozen square meters, and adorned with lush aquatic vegetation. Lin Feng also spotted a few wild ducks emerging from the dense water plants, accompanied by a brood of ducklings, as they glided across the surface of the lake in search of sustenance. Not far from the lakeside, several long-legged water birds were foraging. After observing for about 10 minutes, Lin Feng retreated back into the woods. In the evening, the 5 of them gathered around the campfire, roasting antelope jerky that sizzled and released savory juices. After a long day of travel, during which they encountered predatory ants and a giant python, Song Yinfei and the others soon retired to their shelter after consuming a modest portion of the jerky. Chapter 30. The Ideal Place as Night Descended. A crescent moon graced the peak of the mountains, accompanied by a gentle breeze that carried a hint of chill. Lin Feng sat beside the campfire, his back resting against a tree trunk, eyes closed in repose. A spear and a Nepalese knife lay beside him, poised for any unforeseen circumstance. In the deep of night, Lin Feng was roused from his slumber by the cold. He opened his eyes to find the fire nearly extinguished and hurriedly added some firewood. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught his attention. He lifted his gaze to see, illuminated by the hazy moonlight, an owl clutching a small mouse as it perched on a branch, its round eyes momentarily meeting his. Rubbing his eyes, Lin Feng retrieved a cigarette and placed it between his lips, using a burning branch to ignite it. After several hours of sleep, he felt significantly rejuvenated. At that moment, Song Yinfei emerged from the shelter, joining Lin Feng by the fire. "Why are you out here?" Lin Feng inquired softly regarding her. With a faint smile, Song Yinfei extended her hands toward the warmth of the flames. "I couldn't sleep after waking up. Thank you for saving me today. Otherwise, I would have ended up in that giant python's belly." Lin Feng shifted closer, captivated by her breathtaking beauty. He chuckled lightly. "And how do you intend to express your gratitude?" Taken aback by his response, Song Yinfei's smile widened as she looked at him playfully. "How would you like me to thank you?" Lowering his gaze to her alluring red lips, Lin Feng smirked. A kiss would suffice. "Oomph." Song Yinfei scoffed playfully, her demeanor enticing. Lin Feng, unable to resist, leaned in and kissed her. "Oh, you're teasing me," she exclaimed. "Not at all," he retorted, and before she could protest further, he planted another kiss on her cheek, grinning mischievously. "Ah, be gentle," she exclaimed. Suddenly, Song Yinfei pinched Lin Feng's arm, causing him to grimace in pain. "Oomph. That's what you get for kissing me," she laughed, her lips pouting in a delightful expression, bringing him some joy. Suddenly, Lin Feng embraced Song Yinfei and pressed his lips against hers. Initially, she resisted, but soon she began to reciprocate, gradually succumbing to the enchanting kiss. "Little aunt, big brother. What are you doing?" An untimely voice broke the moment. Su Nanan emerged from the shelter, rubbing her eyes. Startled, the two quickly parted, and Song Yinfei discreetly wiped her lips. Lin Feng looked at the still drowsy Su Nanan and asked softly, "Nanan, you're awake?" "It's not dawn yet. I need to use the restroom," Su Nanan replied, approaching Song Yinfei. With a smile, Song Yinfei stood and took Su Nanan's hand, leading her into the nearby woods. A few minutes later, they returned, donning their coats as they entered the shelter. The following morning, as sunlight danced upon the lake, Lu Yun and the others were already gathered around the campfire, grilling strips of meat. Lin Feng approached the lakeside with an iron can, intending to collect some water for cooking. At that moment, the aquatic vegetation stirred, prompting Lin Feng to investigate, only to discover two catfish that swiftly darted into the lake upon sensing his presence. Once back in the forest, he boiled the water, allowing it to cool before transferring it into a mineral water bottle. Lu Yun and her companions, while snacking on jerky, made their way toward the lake. "Look, over there is a flock of ducks," Yi Shui exclaimed joyfully, pointing at a mound of earth in the center of the lake. Observing the wild ducks, Lu Yun smiled gently and remarked, "Those must be wild ducks. If we manage to catch one, it would suffice for our meal. Let me give it a try." Su Nanan immediately brandished her bow and arrow, eager to test her marksmanship. "Wait, don't shoot," Song Yinfei quickly interjected. "Even if you hit it, how will you retrieve it from the middle of the lake?" "Hey, we should be leaving," Lin Feng called out to the four as he emerged from the woods. "Let's go," Song Yinfei replied, turning back toward the forest, with the others promptly following suit. They gathered their belongings and ventured deeper into the woods. After a while, they ascended a slope, climbing several dozen meters to reach the mountaintop before descending the opposite side. "Why is the ground so uneven here?" Lu Yin remarked, surveying her surroundings. Lin Feng glanced over and chuckled. These must be the result of wild boars rooting around. Descending the slope, they found themselves on flat terrain, surrounded by mountains of various sizes, stacked upon one another. Some were perilously steep and uniquely shaped, while others were lush and verdant with abundant vegetation. After observing for a moment, Lin Feng veered to the right, soon revealing a narrow path overgrown with dense grass. The five traversed this path, which wound its way deeper into the mountains, with thorny vines on their right and a patch of weeds on their left. After several minutes, they had ventured into a landscape encircled by towering peaks. Continuing forward, the path twisted and turned through the mountains. Suddenly, a small stream appeared at the base of the peaks, its waters flowing gently, with some aquatic snails clinging to the grasses along its banks. "Wow, look at all the shepherd's purse," Lu Yun joyously shouted, rushing to the weedy area beside the stream, where a dense growth of shepherd's purse flourished. Lin Feng noted the presence of dandelions, wild chives, and other edible greens, resembling a veritable wild vegetable garden. This expansive patch of weeds spanned several acres, nourished by the nearby stream, creating an ideal habitat for wild vegetables and attracting waterfowl to nest nearby. The five then followed the stream upstream, navigating between the two mountains. Initially, the path was somewhat narrow, but after 20 meters, it began to widen. The stream transformed into a river as they proceeded along its course, and soon, the landscape ahead opened up dramatically. They found themselves in a vast clearing surrounded by towering mountains, a breathtaking vista of layered greenery. After walking for over 10 minutes, a lush green bamboo forest emerged along both sides of the riverbank, stretching infinitely into the distance. The river had widened significantly, measuring 4 to 5 meters across, with the water depth only reaching the calves, where schools of fish frolicked joyfully. Upon reaching a clearing, a small hill stood majestically in the center, resembling a natural landmark, adorned with trees and bordered by a thicket at its base. Lin Feng, this place is exquisite. Why don't we settle here? Song Yinfei inquired. Her eyes filled with longing as she gazed at Lin Feng. Lu Yin nodded with a smile, adding, indeed, with the river and wild vegetables. Who knows what else we might discover? This place is vast, surely encompassing thousands of acres. Lin Feng nodded slightly, recognizing that this location was indeed perfect for habitation. If he were to leave, he doubted he would ever find another place quite like it. Approaching the clearing beside the hill, Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings and deemed it ideal for constructing a wooden cabin. Let us build a wooden house here, he proposed. Chapter 31. The construction of the wooden cabin after placing their belongings on the open ground. Lin Feng ascended the small hill with an axe in hand, ready to fell trees. The mountains were abundant with fir trees, some as thick as a thigh, and without hesitation, Lin Feng began his work. With each swing of the axe, he soon found himself drenched in sweat after only felling 2 trees. Lu Yun wielded a Nepalese knife to chop off the branches, while Song Yinfei and Yi Shui gathered the branches and neatly placed them beside the thicket. Sun Yin, carrying a small backpack, scurried off to the nearby overgrown area in search of wild vegetables. This would isn't too heavy, Lin Feng. What kind of tree is this? Lu Yin inquired, lifting one of the felled logs. With a slight smile, Lin Feng replied, this is fir wood. It is exceptionally suitable for constructing a cabin, and the bark can also be used for roofing. Truly a dual-purpose material. As noon approached, after several hours of labor, there lay a pile of over a dozen fir trees at the foot of the mountain, each capable of being cut into 4 2-meter-long logs. The 5 of them sat upon the ground, enjoying wild vegetables and soup, discussing the construction of the cabin. Shall we begin building it right away? Lu Yin asked, sipping her vegetable soup. Lin Feng shook his head. Constructing a cabin isn't something that can be accomplished in a day or two. In the afternoon, we will head to the river to chop some bamboo and construct a shelter first, so we have a place to sleep tonight. All right, we don't even have a place to sleep tonight, Lu Yun exclaimed, slapping her forehead. After satisfying their hunger and resting for an hour, Lin Feng led Song Yinfei and the others to the riverbank. I'll chop the bamboo. You can drag it back, he instructed, then proceeded to cut down the bamboo. In about 5 minutes, he had felled 10 stalks, with each person carrying 2 back to their site, digging holes, burying the bamboo, and constructing the framework. Under Lin Feng's guidance, Lu Yun and the others diligently built the shelter. Lin Feng also fashioned some bamboo strips, securing several bamboo pieces onto the top of the shelter. After more than 2 hours, a shelter measuring 5 meters in length and over 2 meters in width was erected, surrounded by bamboo pieces, leaving only a single entrance. Once the shelter was completed, they promptly placed their boxes and other belongings inside. Lin Feng brought in some tree bark, which, being composed of soft fibers, would make for a comfortable resting surface. Lin Feng, come quickly, what is that? Yi Shui's voice rang out from outside. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng dashed outside, following the direction of Yi Shui's pointing finger. To his delight, he spotted 2 or 3 wild boars making their way into the mountains. It's wild boars, Lin Feng shouted with excitement, quickly strapping on his bow and arrows and grabbing a spear as he raced toward the direction the boars had vanished. Upon reaching the grassy area, he observed the fresh soil turned up by the boars as they searched for roots to eat. A narrow path was lined with their footprints, leading deeper into the forest. Cautiously, Lin Feng treaded along the path, well aware of the wild boar's ferocity. He knew he could not confront them head-on, but would have to rely on cunning instead. After walking for a while, Lin Feng discovered that he had entered a valley. To his right, in a low-lying grassy area, there was a pool of murky water, likely a spot where wild boars often rolled in the mud. On his left stood a grove of trees, among which were some palm trees and various ferns, with broad-leaved plants strewn about, the ground having been uprooted by the wild boars. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes alighted upon two papaya trees growing in the depression. He hurried over. The trees were laden with papayas, several of which were a ripe orange-yellow. Without hesitation, Lin Feng used his spear to cut down the ripe papayas. By this time, the wild boars had long vanished, and Lin Feng returned with 4 large papayas in his arms. "I'm back. Look what I brought," he exclaimed joyfully upon reaching the shelter. "Lin Feng, what fruit are you holding?" asked Yi Shui, approaching him first. Lin Feng smiled faintly. "Could it be that you don't recognize papayas?" "Papayas? Is this what they look like?" Yi Shui pondered, admitting that she had indeed never seen one before. Once inside the shelter, Lin Feng sliced one of the papayas with a knife, and a rich aroma wafted through the air. "Wow, that smells wonderful. It must taste delicious," Su Nan exclaimed with delight. Lin Feng smiled gently. "Go ahead, eat it like you would a cantaloupe." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 of them eagerly grabbed pieces to eat. The texture is sweet and soft, with an abundance of juice. It's exquisite. Lu Yin nodded in appreciation after a few bites. Song Yin Fei and the others agreed, acknowledging that this papaya was indeed more delectable than many other fruits. In no time, 1 papaya was devoured, prompting Lin Feng to slice another. "Big brother, can these seeds be planted?" Su Nan asked, eyeing the papaya seeds scattered on the ground. Lin Feng nodded, to sprinkle them in the grassy area. As long as no animals eat them, they will take root and sprout. After enjoying the papayas, Lin Feng ventured into the woods to chop wood. An hour later, the sky began to darken as the sun approached the horizon. Upon returning to the shelter, Song Yin Fei had already started a bonfire, and a pot of shepherd's purse was simmering. "Lin Feng, we don't have much meat left. If we eat it tomorrow, there won't be any more," Yi Shui remarked to him. Lin Feng nodded gently. Food was scarce, and relying solely on wild vegetables would not suffice. At that moment, he recalled the wild boars in the valley. If he could catch one, it would provide enough sustenance for a week. However, the question remained, how could he catch one? Digging a trap? Lacking tools, excavating a pit nearly 3 meters deep would take considerable time. Lin Feng rubbed his head and took out a cigarette to smoke. Suddenly, he noticed the 2 papayas in the basket, and a glimmer of inspiration struck him. I can use the papayas as bait. The wild boars should come to eat them." As night fell, everyone gathered with bamboo cups, using chopsticks to enjoy the shepherd's purse while sipping the broth. In the cold of the night, a few sips of hot soup brought warmth to their bodies, making it easier to fall asleep. After Su Nan had her fill, she continued to gaze at the 2 papayas. Those were reserved for breakfast the following morning, so there was no need to dwell on them tonight. Lu Yin remarked with a gentle smile as she ruffled Su Nan's hair. In response, Su Nan pouted and murmured, "I'm merely looking. I'm not thinking about eating them now." After a long day of exertion, everyone shared some light conversation before succumbing to slumber. In the pitch-black night, Lin Feng sat beside the campfire, faintly hearing the sounds of animals stirring outside. 2 hours later, the moon gradually ascended, casting a luminous glow over the valley, transforming it into a bright, ethereal expanse. Lin Feng reclined on the cedar bark and slowly closed his eyes. As the night deepened, the campfire dwindled, eventually extinguishing itself, leaving only the glowing embers of charcoal behind. Chapter 32. The ambush on the wild boar the following morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the valley. Song Yin Fei and her companions had already risen. The morning air retained a hint of chill, prompting Lin Feng to kindle a fire first, while Lu Yun retrieved a papaya, slicing it into small pieces with a knife. Su Nan, holding a piece of papaya in one hand and its seeds in the other, scampered to a nearby patch of weeds, gently scattering the seeds upon the ground. The weedy area was riddled with numerous mouse holes and paths carved by the tiny creatures. Lin Feng made his way to a clearing, drawing 6 circles upon the ground. You need only dig holes within these circles, he instructed. How deep should we dig? Lu Yin inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng replied, dig down to where you can bury your calves. Having given his instructions to the trio, Lin Feng grasped his spear and proceeded towards the valley ahead. Upon reaching its depths, he plucked a papaya and approached a grand tree. A stout branch extended from the tree, about 3 to 4 meters high, and Lin Feng deftly smashed the papaya against the branch before ascending the tree with his spear. Carefully navigating to the center of the thick branch, he settled down to await his quarry. Half an hour passed in silence, as Lin Feng remained motionless, keenly observing the surroundings. Just as he was about to light a cigarette, he spotted a wild boar emerging from the valley, making his way to a puddle in the grassy area to drink. Suddenly, it seemed to catch a whiff of something unusual, raising its head to sniff the air. Lin Feng slowly rose, tightening his grip on the spear, remaining perfectly still on the branch. Before long, the wild boar detected the enticing aroma of the papaya and ambled toward the tree. Lin Feng's heart raced as he noted the creature's size, estimating it to weigh around 70 to 80 pounds. Not overly large, but substantial nonetheless. The boar soon reached the base of the tree, ravenously consuming the papaya. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng raised his spear and hurled it forcefully at the boar's head. With a sickening thud, the spear pierced the boar's spine, embedding itself completely. The wild boar let out a frantic cry, thrashing wildly before staggering away for several meters, ultimately collapsing amidst the surrounding brush. Its cries gradually subsided, and after a few feeble movements, it lay still. Lin Feng swiftly descended from the tree and rushed to the thicket, where he found the boar lifeless. Glancing back toward the valley, wary of attracting other boars, he exerted himself to hoist the creature onto his back and made his way out. As Su Nan dug into the earth, she suddenly spotted Lin Feng returning with an object slung over his shoulder and hurried toward him. Oh, it seems Lin Feng has caught something, Lu Yun remarked, her gaze following Su Nan's excited sprint. Yishue squinted in curiosity. That prey appears rather substantial. Moments later, Lin Feng emerged, carrying the wild boar, with Su Nan joyfully trailing behind. Lin Feng, is that a wild boar? How did you manage to catch it? Lu Yun approached, astonished at the sight of the boar. Lin Feng set the creature down with a slight smile, all thanks to the papaya, of course. Surely it weighs at least 100 pounds, doesn't it? This wild boar is truly massive, exclaimed Song Yanfei, squatting down to stroke the animal's bristly fur in astonishment. Lin Feng responded with a chuckle. This is not considered large. Some wild boars can grow to several hundred pounds. However, such weight can pose significant danger. How is the pit coming along? He inquired. It's nearly finished, Lu Yun replied. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. That will suffice. Let's head to the river and process the wild boar first. With that, he hoisted the boar onto his back and made his way toward the riverbank. Lu Yun and the others promptly returned to the shelter to gather bamboo baskets and knives, while Su Nan carried her small backpack. Upon reaching the river, they placed the boar on the grassy bank and began their work. They skillfully removed the skin, opened the belly, and extracted the entrails, instructing Lu Yun and the others to start sorting through the intestines a little further down. Having gained some experience from their previous handling of antelope innards, they were now more adept and unbothered by the mess. Lin Feng extracted the fat, placing it into a bamboo basket, then carefully separated the ribs, laying them on the grass, and methodically sliced the meat into pieces. After half an hour, they had thoroughly cleaned the entrails, filling 2 baskets to the brim. Lin Feng, let us take these entrails back, Lu Yun suggested, lifting one of the baskets. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Yes, Nan, you should carry some of the meat back as well. The 4 of them promptly departed with their baskets, while Lin Feng continued to extract the meat from the bones. After another half hour, Lu Yun and her companions returned, laden with meat, and made their way back to the camp. After 2 trips, they had successfully transported all the meat outside the shelter. Lin Feng then laid some branches on the ground and placed the meat upon them. Next, he constructed several bamboo racks in the overgrown area, slicing the meat into strips and instructing Lu Yun and the others to hang the strips on the racks to dry. Meanwhile, Yishue was boiling the entrails in the shelter. After blanching them, she used a dagger to cut the entrails into smaller pieces. Lin Feng, it's rather cumbersome to fetch water here. Each time we have to walk over 200 meters to the river, Yishui remarked as she stepped outside. Lin Feng surveyed the area near the river and pointed towards a lower section. Over there, the terrain is more favorable. When we have the time, we can dig a trench to channel the river water here, using bamboo to direct it. Once the meat was prepared, the pig offal soup was ready as well. The five of them sat on a log, holding bamboo cups and chopsticks, savoring the steaming fatty intestines and pig liver. They admired the beautiful scenery surrounding them. However, they had yet to explore the area, as they had been preoccupied with cutting down trees since their arrival. After their satisfying meal, it was already noon. Lin Feng went to the clearing to inspect the freshly dug pit, which was sufficiently deep. He then found several logs, about the thickness of a calf's leg. To bury them, carefully filling the holes with dirt. With the posts secured, the next task was to stack the surrounding logs gradually. Lin Feng wielded his axe, meticulously smoothing the wood. This was a rather intricate task, as he needed to level both sides of the logs and carve grooves at both ends. Fortunately, the cedar was relatively easy to shape, and within just over 2 hours, Lin Feng had fashioned a dozen logs. Lu Yun and Yishui had also fashioned numerous bamboo strips intended for binding wood. Lin Feng, would you care to assist? Lu Yun inquired as she approached after finishing her work on the bamboo. Lin Feng gently shook his head and replied, "This task is beyond your capability. You should accompany Yin Fei and the others to gather some bamboo." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun nodded in understanding and led Song Yin Fei and the others toward the riverbank. By the time evening descended, Lin Feng concluded his work, having added several bamboo poles to the patch of weeds. He walked over to inspect the meat hanging on the bamboo rack, noting that its color had deepened and it had dried somewhat. With just a couple more days of sun, it would be ready for storage, provided that rain did not intervene. Yishui was boiling bones while Lu Yun brought over a bamboo tube, pouring in some sea salt. As they tended to the boiling bones, Lin Feng crafted 5 or 6 additional bamboo tubes, preparing to render lard that night. Chapter 33. The Banana Grove as Night Fell. The sky was adorned with countless stars. The 5 of them sat in the shelter, gnawing on bones and sipping on bone broth. Lin Feng consumed the leftover entrails from lunch, devoured a bone, and after 2 cups of soup, felt his stomach had reached fullness. Lin Feng, could you make a few bowls? Drinking from his cup is quite cumbersome. Lu Yun spoke up. Lin Feng smiled gently. I can only do so once I find the necessary materials. What materials do you need? Yishui inquired. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Bamboo would be ideal, particularly varieties like Mao bamboo or giant dragon bamboo. Other types tend to be smaller and less suitable for crafting bowls. That's easy. There is plenty of bamboo by the riverside. I refuse to believe we can't find suitable bamboo for bowls. Yishui chuckled lightly. Lin Feng nodded, knowing there was indeed an abundance of bamboo along the riverbank, likely of various species. After finishing the soup in the iron pot, Lin Feng commenced the rendering of lard. As he began, the rich aroma of the lard wafted through the air. He sprinkled a handful of sea salt into the mix, ensuring the lard would have a longer shelf life. How delightful! Can we eat it? Su Nan asked Lin Feng, her eyes gleaming. Lin Feng chuckled softly. These freshly fried pork cracklings are quite hot. Just wait a moment. These lard cracklings would make a delectable dish when cooked with wild vegetables the next day. Once the lard cooled sufficiently, Lin Feng poured it into the prepared bamboo tubes. Su Nan picked up a piece of pork crackling and popped it into her mouth. Delicious, she exclaimed. Moderate your intake. It's quite rich, Lin Feng cautioned her. Lu Yun sampled a piece as well, smiling. Not bad. This could serve as a snack. All right, let us save these for tomorrow's dish with the wild vegetables. No more eating for now, Lin Feng promptly intervened, concerned that overindulgence might lead to discomfort the following day. Lin Feng, if we don't cook these ribs and meat, will they spoil by tomorrow? Song Yinfei asked, glancing at the ribs in the basket. Lin Feng shook his head. Not in this cold weather. You need not worry. As night enveloped them, the group drifted into slumber. Lin Feng stepped outside the shelter, where the moon hung high and stars sparkled across the sky. In the thicket, insects chirped and mice ventured out in search of food. The next morning, the sounds of birds filled the air from the small hill. Lin Feng, I'm taking Nan to gather wild vegetables. Lu Yun announced as she grabbed a basket and departed with Su Nannan. Lin Feng moved to the clearing, instructing Song Yanfei and Yi Shui on how to stack the wood. First, place the largest logs at the bottom, he said, holding a prepped log. Align its grooves with the post, and then bind it with bamboo strips. Song Yanfei and Yi Shui nodded, beginning to lift the prepared logs to stack them. Lin Feng continued to shave wood with an axe while they arranged the logs. With both sides of the wood flat, they fit snugly together, preventing any rolling. The lightweight logs made it easy for the two to lift them. After an hour, Song Yanfei and Yi Shui had successfully stacked all the logs Lin Feng had prepared. Where are Yunjie and Nannan? Why haven't they returned yet? Song Yanfei glanced around, yet failed to spot the figures of the two individuals. Her heart filled with concern for their safety, particularly since they were new to this place and still unfamiliar with their surroundings. They were by the riverbank. Yi Shui pointed towards the river and smiled, revealing that the two were returning from the riverbank. Moments later, the two approached, their faces beaming with joy, as if they had stumbled upon a treasure. What could possibly bring them such delight? Yi Shui observed them with a gentle smile. Sister Shui, we discovered giant bamboo and a vast grove of banana trees. Before Lu Yun could utter a word, Su Nannan exuberantly exclaimed. Lu Yun smiled slightly, recalling Lin Feng's word from the previous night about needing larger bamboo to craft bowls. Nannan and I were foraging for wild vegetables to wash by the river, and we decided to look around. To our surprise, not only did we find large bamboo, but also a banana grove. Let's first fill our stomachs before exploring further. Lin Feng chimed in with a grin. This was indeed splendid news. Banana trees should bear bananas. Lu Yun nodded, returning to the shelter with the wild vegetables, placing them in water to cook alongside some pork fat. After a few minutes, a large pot of wild vegetables was ready, and they gathered around the campfire to eat. The wild vegetables, cooked with pork fat, were slippery and delicious. Once satiated, the five of them set off towards the banana grove without taking a moment's rest. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at the banana grove that Lu Yun had mentioned, which was also surrounded by many mozo bamboo. Lin Feng looked up and remarked with a faint smile, "These are not bananas, but plantains." Plantains? Aren't they the same as bananas? Lu Yun asked, somewhat perplexed. Lin Feng chuckled lightly. It matters not. The distinction lies only in their flavor. He then stepped forward to investigate and found several plantain trees on the ground. Some were just beginning to bear small fruits. Lin Feng discovered a plantain tree with its fruits already ripened to a yellow hue. Drawing out his knife, he cut down the tree and proceeded to harvest the fruits. "Big brother, there's another one here, and its fruits are ripe," Su Nannan called out from the side. Lin Feng approached and harvested 2 bunches of plantains, noting that the others were not yet mature and thus did not require cutting. "Let us return after chopping down 1 piece of mozo bamboo," Lin Feng suggested to the group. "If we harvest too many plantains, we want to be able to consume them all, and they would spoil, leading to waste." With that, he walked toward the mozo bamboo grove, seeking a suitable stalk to fell. Lin Feng noticed a small patch of bamboo that had withered and, upon surveying the area, deduced that bamboo rats were likely present. Moreover, there were many bamboo shoots. On their next visit, they could harvest some to cook. Upon returning to the campsite, Lu Yun and the others placed the plantains in the shelter and sliced a few for immediate consumption. Lin Feng cut the mozo bamboo into segments, then used his dagger to split the segments in half, thus crafting 2 bamboo bowls. With a few smooth refinements, the bowls were complete, and he fashioned a bamboo spoon as well, making it more convenient for serving soup. "At last we have bowls," he exclaimed with delight. Lu Yun held a bamboo bowl and smiled joyfully as she carved the character Yun into its center with a dagger. "It's my turn now," said Su Nannan, taking the dagger to inscribe the character Su on her own bamboo bowl. Lin Feng split 2 bamboo tubes, fashioning the strips into makeshift plates. With food prepared, Lin Feng could devote his attention to constructing the wooden cabin. Lacking sufficient timber, he instructed Lu Yun and the others to take axes and venture to the nearby hillside to gather more. Lin Feng spent the entire afternoon whittling wood. As dusk approached, he concluded his work, casting a glance at the carved wood. Though it was still insufficient, it was nearly adequate. Inside the shelter, Lu Yun and the others were simmering pork ribs and roasting several pieces of meat. "Can we eat now?" one inquired. Hold on, why the rush? Lin Feng replied, sitting on a log outside, smoking as he gazed at the darkening sky. At that moment, he reflected, indeed, this way of life is quite delightful. Chapter 34. Completion of the cabin. In the evening, several individuals gathered in the shed, indulging in succulent ribs. Su Nan held one rib in her left hand and another in her right, savoring the feast with great delight. Each bite of the tender meat was followed by a sip of the rich broth, complemented by morsels of perfectly charred barbecue, the exquisite flavors elevating her spirit to the heavens. After satisfying their appetites, a considerable amount of ribs and roasted meat remained in the iron pot, as Lin Feng had prepared an abundance of culinary delights. I am so full, Su Nan remarked with a gentle touch on her belly, a smile gracing her lips. Tonight, I've eaten my heart content, hee hee. One more bite, and I might burst, haha. Yi Shui, amused, reached out to pat Su Nan's belly as well. Will we be able to finish building the cabin tomorrow? Song Yinfei inquired, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng. He nodded affirmatively, indeed. The cabin is already a third complete. With an entire day ahead of us, we shall surely finish it. Then let us retire early. We have work to assist with in the morning, Lu Yun suggested, making her way to lie down. As midnight enveloped the night, the only sound was the chirping of insects. Suddenly, a shadow darted onto the underbrush, swiftly capturing a mouse before vanishing into the darkness. With the arrival of a new day, the weather remained splendid, the sun shining brightly, albeit with a noticeable increase in wind. Lin Feng, what do you intend to do with that piece of charcoal? Lin asked, observing him as he wandered towards the riverbank, a hint of confusion in her eyes. With a slight smile, Lin Feng replied, charcoal can be used to cleanse one's teeth. Did you not know? Why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Yun retorted with a playful glare, grabbing a piece of charcoal for herself. Song Yinfei and the others quickly followed suit. Lin Feng approached with a grin. You can also take a root from that grass. Crush it with a stone until it transforms into fine fibers. It makes for an excellent toothbrush. The iron pot was already heating over the fire, awaiting the return of Lin Feng and the others from the riverbank, just in time for a meal. At the river, they crushed the charcoal, gently rubbing it on their teeth, then used the grass root as a toothbrush, rinsing their mouths with the fresh river water afterward. On their return, the group dragged bamboo with them, adhering to Lin Feng's principle that one should never return empty-handed. Upon arriving at the campsite, the five of them nibbled on a few morsels before commencing the construction of the cabin. As before, Lin Feng whittled the wood, while Song Yinfei and the others stacked the pieces. Lin Feng, these 3 logs seem a bit short, Yi Shui remarked, looking towards him. Lin Feng glanced over and chuckled. Just place them directly. They are meant for the windows. Yi Shui nodded, enlightenment dawning upon her. Feeling fatigue from the labor, Lin Feng took a moment to smoke and inspect the progress, promptly addressing any issues that arose. The cabin boasted a generous 40 square meters, and Lin Feng envisioned it as a spacious 1 living room with 2 bedrooms. Strange, why is the wind so strong today? Song Yinfei observed as the bushes swayed violently, the trees creaking under gusts. It seems a change in the weather is imminent, Lu Yun commented, glancing up at the sky. Lin Feng noted that since the morning, the wind had been relentless. We must hasten to complete the cabin. It appears a storm may be brewing, he thought to himself. 3 hours later, when the wooden house had reached a height of 2 meters, Song Yinfei and her companions found themselves struggling to continue. Lin Feng, we aren't high enough, Lu Yun remarked as she approached. Lin Feng surveyed the partially constructed wooden structure. If they could elevate it just a bit more to install the roof, the house would be complete. All that remained was to partition it into 2 rooms. He quickly seized some nearby timber to craft a wooden frame, allowing him to stand atop it. Pass me the wood, Lin Feng instructed from his elevated position. By noon, the wooden house had risen to 2.5 meters. Once the roof was in place, it would nearly reach 3 meters, sufficient height for their needs. For the final timber, Lin Feng intentionally left it considerably long, ensuring that the eaves would extend outward. Noticing that some timber was lacking, Lu Yun and the others took their axes and ventured back to continue felling the cedar trees. A small clearing had emerged in the cedar grove atop the hill. Lin Feng fashioned a large triangular frame from several thick cedar logs. designed to rest directly on the roof. In the afternoon, the group hastily consumed a few bites of food, having no time to rest, and resumed their labor. Lin Feng, how will we lift such a large frame? Song Yinfei exclaimed, astonished by its size. Lin Feng replied with a slight smile, cedar wood is inherently lightweight, despite its size. It is not heavy. Song Yinfei approached and, with a gentle effort, managed to lift one side of the frame. Come, let us move it beside the wall. Lin Feng encouraged, and together they maneuvered the large frame next to the wooden house, gradually erecting it. Next, Lin Feng climbed the wooden frame, reaching the top, and began to shift the structure upwards while Song Yinfei and the others supported it from below. Once the frame was level, Lin Feng instructed Lu Yun and the others to pass up the prepared bark. He placed the bark atop the frame in overlapping layers, completing 3 layers before descending. However, that was not sufficient. Another layer of thatch was necessary to ensure waterproofing. The 5 of them sat on the timber, resting and gazing at the nearly completed wooden house, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Lin Feng, is the roof finished? Ye zhu inwit it. Lin Feng gently shook his head, not quite. We still need to add a layer of thatch and secure it with bamboo strips for it to be truly complete. Song Yinfei and Su Nanan ventured inside the wooden house to inspect it. Windows were left open on both sides, providing some light, though it was dim. Nonetheless, opening the door would suffice for illumination. By evening, Lin Feng finally completed the roof, and Lu Yun and the others moved their belongings inside. The interior of the wooden house remained bare, lacking partitioned rooms, and as night approached, they decided to postpone that task until the following day. While there was still light, Lin Feng hurriedly crafted a bamboo door, binding one side with split bamboo to the post, resulting in a functional door. That night, they dined in the shelter, and after satisfying their hunger, they returned the iron can to the wooden house. Inside the wooden cabin, a bonfire blazed in the center, and with the bamboo door securely closed, the chill was kept at bay, rendering the interior considerably warmer. Yet, a slight draft still seeped through the 2 windows. Lin Feng, aren't you going to retrieve the meat from the rack outside? Song Yinfei inquired. I have checked. The meat is already thoroughly dried, Lin Feng replied, nodding in acknowledgement. We can collect it tomorrow. After a long day of toil, Lu Yun and the others quickly succumbed to slumber upon the bark bedding, their soft snores filling the air. Lin Feng approached and draped his coat over them. Then, he opened the door and stepped outside, where a wave of frigid air enveloped him instantly. Gazing up at the sky, he noted the absence of stars and moonlight. The world beyond was shrouded in darkness. The shift in weather signaled to Lin Feng that rain would soon follow. Chapter 35. The approaching typhoon. The following morning, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and fierce winds began to swirl. Nan quickly fetched the box. Coming. Lu Yun was busy packing the already dried meat strips, while Su Nan hurried over with the suitcase. Lin Feng, Song Yinfei, and Yishue promptly moved the wooden planks and bamboo back inside the house. Bring in firewood as well, Lin Feng instructed Yishue. Once Lu Yun and Su Nan had stored the dried meat, they carried the suitcase back into the wooden cabin. Observing the turbulent clouds above, Lin Feng understood that rain would not fall for some time. Yunjia, Yishue, follow me. Grab your backpacks and baskets. Lin Feng called out to the 4. Yin Fei, Nan, you needn't come along. Go find some wild vegetables instead. No sooner had he spoken than Song Yinfei and Su Nan dashed outside with their small baskets in search of wild greens. Lin Feng led Lu Yun and Yi Shui to the riverbank, where the surrounding bamboo creaked ominously in the wind. Lin Feng, what are we doing here? Lu Yun inquired. We're here to dig for bamboo shoots, he replied, stepping into the bamboo grove and producing a knife to chop down several half-meter tall shoots. Lin Feng skillfully peeled the outer shell off the bamboo shoots, instructing the 2, you see, simply remove the outer layer like this. Lu Yun nodded, taking the knife to slice at the shell, while Yi Shui assisted by pulling it off. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed through the sky, startling Lu Yun and Yi Shui. That's enough. We should head back. It's about to rain, Lin Feng announced, carrying 3 bamboo shoots as he approached. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun and Yi Shui quickly placed the peeled bamboo shoots into their bags and baskets, hurrying after Lin Feng back to the wooden cabin. "Aunt, let's go back," Su Nan shouted to Song Yin Fei, glancing at the ominous sky, feeling a pang of fear as flashes of lightning lit up the heavens. Song Yin Fei quickly gathered a few shepherd-s purse plants and took Su Nan's hand, urging her to run toward the cabin. Upon their return, the sky had darkened significantly, as if night were swiftly approaching. "Come, let us dig a drainage ditch," Lin Feng said, brandishing several sharpened bamboo poles before heading to the back of the wooden house to commence digging under the eaves. This area was flat, and should heavy rain fall, water would surely seep into the cabin. Hence, Lin Feng resolved to create a drainage ditch to redirect the rainwater to either side. He covered the excavated soil alongside the ditch to reinforce and elevate it. Minutes later, raindrops the size of coins began to fall. "Quick, get inside. It's raining," Lu Yun shouted, prompting everyone to rush into the cabin as Lin Feng sprinted in last, clutching 3 stones. Just as they closed the bamboo door behind them, a torrential downpour began, with the rain whipping wildly in the fierce winds, mercilessly battering the earth. Lin Feng kindled a fire, while Lu Yun and the others neatly arranged the wood in a line, placing 2 layers of bark atop it. "Fortunately, we managed to finish the cabin just in time. Otherwise, we'd all be drenched right now," Yi Shui remarked with a slight smile. The makeshift shelter outside could hardly withstand such a violent storm. Lin Feng approached the door with an iron can in hand, opened it, placed the can on the ground outside, and promptly returned inside. "Come, each of you take 2. Lu Yun plucked some bananas and distributed them among Song Yin Fei and the others. "Lin Feng, I would also like a backpack. It would be more convenient for carrying things when we go out," Lu Yun remarked, munching on a banana while gazing at Lin Feng. With a smile, Lin Feng nodded. "All right, since it's pouring outside, we can't go out anyway. I will teach you." He then brought over 2 large logs, laying them beside the bonfire to serve as seats. After crafting a pile of bamboo strips with his knife, he began to instruct Lu Yun and the others on how to weave a backpack. After a while of teaching and explaining, Lin Feng allowed the 3 of them to weave on their own while he retrieved the iron can. He arranged 3 stones in a triangular formation and placed the filled can atop them to boil. He took out some bamboo shoots, slicing them into thin pieces on a wooden board. "Big brother, do you need help?" Su Nan approached with a smile. Lin Feng returned a slight smile. "Just place the sliced bamboo shoots into the iron can." Once the bamboo shoots were chopped, the water in the can began to boil. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Feng used chopsticks to retrieve the blanched bamboo shoots and place them into a basket. He then poured the water from the can outside, using it to collect rainwater. "Lin Feng, why do I need to blanch them?" Lu Yun paused her work, curious. Lin Feng explained with a smile. "Blanching the bamboo shoots removes the bitterness and oxalic acid, enhancing their flavor." When the iron can was filled with rainwater, Lin Feng brought it inside and placed the bamboo shoots into the basket. After completing these tasks, he filled 2 bamboo tubes with rainwater and set them on the bonfire to boil, then sat down to smoke a cigarette. This was his last pack. Once it was finished, he would have none left. However, for him, smoking was merely optional. He gently pressed bamboo strips into the gaps he noticed in the backpack woven by Song Yin Fei, eliminating the spaces. After finishing his cigarette, Lin Feng carved more bamboo strips, intended to weave a few larger bamboo sieves for drying purposes. By midday, Lu Yun and the others had finally completed a backpack. "Why does mine look somewhat unattractive?" Yejun murmured. "Eva minink had kudishin." Lu Yun chuckled lightly. "As long as it can hold things, it doesn't matter on this deserted island who cares about appearances." "Exactly," Song Yin Fei agreed, shaking her somewhat sore hands. Su Nan poured a cup of the brewed bamboo shoot tea for each person. "Lin Feng, what purpose does this serve?" Lu Yun inquired, picking up a finished bamboo sieve. Lin Feng smiled faintly. "Haven't I mentioned? Everything has its use. This is for drying items." In the afternoon, after consuming a few bananas, they reclined on the wooden logs to rest. Lin Feng used his knife to shape 4 logs, each the thickness of an arm, carving them into a convex shape. He then carefully chiseled holes at both ends of 2 1-meter-long logs using a dagger and an axe. After meticulously creating the hole, he took the convex-shaped piece of wood and inserted it into the opening. In no time, The 4 legs of the table were completed. Next, he placed 12 pieces of wood, each measuring 1.5 meters, on top to take measurements. He then removed them and used an axe to smooth the surface. After several checks to ensure they were level, he secured them in place, binding both sides with bamboo strips. "What are you concocting now, Lin Feng?" Lu Yun inquired as she approached. Before her question was fully uttered, she beheld a simple table beside her, exclaiming in surprise, "A table? You can actually make this?" Lin Feng smiled slightly. "It's merely a table. There's no need for such astonishment. It's quite decent, though a tad uneven." Lu Yun gently caressed the table, murmuring, "It's rather impressive." Lin Feng shot her a sidelong glance. "Considering I'm not a carpenter, this is quite commendable." Lu Yun regarded him with a subtle smile. "Since you've managed to create a table, surely you can make a stool as well?" At her words, Lin Feng nodded. "I can, but there's limited bamboo left. Enough for only 2 stools. Let us take a break before proceeding." As he spoke, he retrieved a cigarette, offering one to Lu Yun while lighting one for himself. Chapter 36. Bamboo Water Diversion. As evening descended, Lin Feng stepped outside to take a glance, only to find that the heavy rain continued to pour. He washed some wild vegetables with the rainwater, retrieved the bamboo shoots from the iron can, and placed them into his backpack. Next, he filled half a can with rainwater to begin boiling, adding some dried meat and a splash of lard. "Are we not cooking the bamboo shoots?" asked Yi Shui, eyeing the basket of shoots. "Let us save them for tomorrow," Lin Feng replied, stirring the wild vegetables in the iron can with his chopsticks. Dinner consisted of wild vegetables paired with dried meat, and of course there was broth to sip. On a chilly night, a steaming bowl of wild vegetable soup was a delightful comfort, warming the body. After eating their fill, Lu Yun and the 3 women lay on the bark of the wooden bed, engaging in light conversation, while Lin Feng crafted 2 stools from bamboo. As the night deepened, the 4 of them finally succumbed to sleep, while the patter of rain outside began to quiet. An hour later, the rain ceased, and the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. The heavy downpour lasted a full day and night. The following morning, when Lin Feng and the others stepped out of the wooden cabin, they were greeted by the radiant sun, bathing everything in brilliant light, accompanied by the fresh scent of earth in the air. "Shall we head to the riverbank?" Song Yinfei suggested with a smile. "We cannot go to the river," Lin Feng quickly interjected. "After such torrential rain yesterday, the river is surely flooded. It's too dangerous." "Then where shall we go?" "Let's take a stroll nearby. We've been here for a few days, and Haven T had a good look around," he proposed, leading the way towards a hill behind them, with the 4 women following closely. The grass was drenched, quickly soaking their shoes and pant hems. As they rounded the hill, they stumbled upon a pond, roughly 50 to 60 square meters in size, its edges adorned with lush aquatic plants. "Wow, big brother, look at that red one." Suddenly, Sunan shouted, pointing excitedly at the base of the hill. The 4 turned their gaze to see a tree at the foot of the hill, laden with numerous vibrant red fruits. "Let's go check it out," Lin Feng said, hastening towards a tree. Upon reaching it, he noticed the ground strewn with fallen fruits, likely dislodged by the previous day's fierce winds. "These are persimmons," Lin Feng remarked, bending down to pick one up with a slight smile, surprised to find a persimmon tree in this place. "Ugh, it's so astringent. It tastes terrible," Sunan exclaimed after taking a bite, squinting her eyes in distaste. Lu Yun and Yi Shui also sampled the fruit, but found it equally unpalatable. "Yin Jia, you and Yinfei go back and fetch the backpack. Let us collect some to take home," Lin Feng instructed the 2. "Why will we bring back such inedible persimmons?" Lu Yun countered. "Trust me, in a few days, you'll be eager to eat them," Lin Feng replied with a gentle smile. Though Lu Yun harbored doubts about Lin Feng's words, she nonetheless accompanied Song Yinfei back to retrieve the backpack. After a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, the 2 returned with the backpack, while Lin Feng, Yi Shui, and Sunan had gathered a sizable pile of fallen persimmons. Once they had packed the persimmons, they returned to the shelter, where Lin Feng produced 2 bamboo sieves. Thus, the skin was peeled away, and the flesh was placed atop a sieve. Lin Feng picked up a persimmon, demonstrated the peeling process, and soon, Song Yinfei and the others began to follow suit. Although the persimmons were astringent, once dried, they became quite delectable and could be preserved for an extended period. Such nourishment was not to be overlooked by Lin Feng. After instructing them, he took up his spear and bow and departed. Upon reaching the riverbank, it was evident that the floodwaters had risen. Lin Feng could only walk along the riverbank, traversing through the bamboo grove. After approximately 10 minutes of ascent, he spotted a stone step in the river, over 2 meters high, with water cascading down from above. It seemed feasible to divert the water from here to the wooden house, which was about 500 meters away. The stone step was elevated by about half a meter compared to the surrounding terrain, making it possible to channel the water using bamboo. Continuing his ascent for another 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Feng arrived at the river's end, where the water turned sharply into the mountain's embrace. With the current flowing vigorously, he dared not venture further for inspection and retraced his steps back to the grassy area. As he walked across the meadow, he beheld a vast expanse of flat land, overgrown with weeds, some towering over a meter in height. Surrounded by mountains and valleys, the area was rife with exploration opportunities, which would undoubtedly consume considerable time. After a circuitous route, Lin Feng returned to the wooden house, where Song Yinfei and the others had already peeled the persimmons, placing them in 2 bamboo sieves. "Lin Feng, we have finished peeling," Yi Shui called out upon seeing him return. Lin Feng approached and placed the 2 sieves of persimmons atop the roof to dry. "We shall cut bamboo to divert the water here. This will simplify our efforts in the future," Lin Feng remarked with a smile to the 4. "How do we do that?" Song Yinfei inquired. With a slight smile, Lin Feng replied, "Follow me." The 4 immediately trailed behind him toward the riverbank. Arriving beside the stone step, Lin Feng produced a Nepalese knife and began to cut bamboo in the grove. Lu Yun and the others dragged the harvested bamboo to the grassy area. After felling dozens of stalks, Lin Feng finally paused. He then split several pieces of bamboo, crafted strips from them, and bound 3 2-meter-long bamboo pieces together to create a tripod. "Do you understand?" Lin Feng inquired, smiling at the 4. "Simply bind the 3 bamboo pieces together and support them apart." "Got it. What next?" Lu Yun nodded and asked. Lin Feng pointed toward the wooden house and said, "Every 6 meters or so, we will place a tripod." Song Yinfei glanced at the distance and exclaimed in surprise, "I senti that too far?" Lin Feng smiled gently. "A greater distance is of no concern. We have an abundance of time. Let us get to work." "Lin Feng is right," Lu Yun said, picking up the Nepalese knife with a smile. Following her lead, Yi Shui, Su Nannan, and Song Yinfei trailed behind Lu Yun, dragging the bamboo along. Placing a tripod every 6 meters was not a daunting task for the 4 of them. Lin Feng split the bamboo with an axe, cleaving it into 2 halves. He then employed a slender bamboo stick to pierce through the joints within the bamboo segments before securing them onto a tripod. Within half an hour, the quartet had successfully constructed approximately 10 frames, their movements growing increasingly swift, a testament to the adage that practice makes perfect. Lin Feng, having also prepared the bamboo segments with the joints cleared, placed them onto the tripod and bound them together with bamboo strips, connecting one to another. By noon, they had finally positioned the bamboo frames in a low-lying area approximately 20 meters from the wooden cabin. "Just 3 more, and we will reach the cabin," Ye Zhu exclaimed joyfully. Lin Feng shook his head. "No need, this will suffice. Otherwise, we might find ourselves disturbed by the sound of flowing water as we attempt to sleep tonight." Upon hearing this, Yi Shui and the others nodded in agreement, realizing that the sound of water might indeed hinder their slumber. "I shall go fetch some water," Lin Feng declared before turning and sprinting towards the stone steps, while Song Yinfei and the others stood nearby, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the water, having toiled throughout the morning for this very moment. Chapter 37. Being stalked by wolves, Lin Feng dashed towards the stone steps, seized a bamboo strip, and positioned it upon the tripod, directing it downward. Water cascaded swiftly along the bamboo, much to Lin Feng's delight, as he followed the flowing stream back to its source. "Water is here! Water is here!" Su Nannan exclaimed joyfully, clapping her hands. A smile graced the faces of Song Yinfei and the others. Their efforts throughout the morning had not been in vain. With water now available, the arduous trek to the river was no longer necessary. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Lin Feng noticed the iron pot had begun to smoke. He added a bit of lard, followed by the diced dried meat, stirring until an enticing aroma wafted through the air before incorporating bamboo shoots into the mix. After preparing the sot ed meat and bamboo shoots, he proceeded to boil a pot of wild vegetable soup. Time to eat. Su Nan joyfully fetched a bowl, ladling a portion of the wild vegetable soup onto the table before seating herself and commencing her meal. How about we venture outside to forage for wild vegetables afterward? Yi Shui suggested after tasting the soup. Lu Yun nodded in agreement. Yes, let us go after we're full. Song Yanfei savored a few pieces of bamboo shoot, relishing their delightful crunch. Once satisfied, the four of them donned their backpacks and set out, while Lin Feng armed himself with a spear and headed towards the left ravine. Upon entering the ravine, he spotted a papaya on a tree turning yellow, contemplating plucking it on his way back. Venturing deeper, a narrow path came into view, littered with wild boar tracks. He followed the path, turning twice before arriving at a grove teeming with ferns, their roots uprooted by wild boars. Observing the dampness of the grove, Lin Feng decided against entering and turned back. Suddenly, the bleating of wild goats echoed nearby. Lin Feng immediately sprinted toward the sound. Navigating through the thicket, he arrived at the base of a hillside. As he ascended, he spotted two wild goats grazing in the grassland ahead. Upon catching sight of him, they swiftly darted into a ravine. Without hesitation, Lin Feng pursued them, but upon reaching the ravine, he found no trace of the goats. The steep rocky walls on either side made climbing nearly impossible. After a fruitless search, he retraced his steps. In the grassy expanse outside, Song Yanfei and Yi Shui were crouched, diligently foraging for Shepherd's purse. Meanwhile, Su Nan and Lu Yun chased after a wild chicken, which, being unable to fly far, would pause intermittently, prompting their relentless pursuit. Yunjia, it's flown up the mountain. What now? Su Nan exclaimed as the wild chicken vanished into the dense foliage halfway up a steep peak. Lu Yun glanced at the daunting mountain, contemplating the risks of climbing, especially the potential encounter with a venomous snake. It's not worth it for a wild chicken. Let us head back. If we don't, your aunt will start to worry, Lu Yun advised, turning back. Su Nan, casting one last look at the mountain, followed suit. Just as they departed, a wild wolf emerged from around a bend, subtly trailing behind them. Back so soon? Where's the wild chicken? Yi Shui inquired with a smile as she regarded the two. It soared to the mountaintop. Otherwise, I would have surely shot it down, Su Nan remarked, pouting as she lifted her bow and arrow. Upon hearing this, Song Yanfei merely smiled and continued her diligent foraging of wild vegetables. Yi Shui, with a slight smile, glanced at Lu Yun, and suddenly she noticed a figure not far behind Lu Yun, observing them. Oh, why you brought a dog back? Yi Shui asked in surprise as she discerned the figure clearly. A dog? Lu Yun responded, puzzled. Look, Yi Shui pointed behind her. Isn't that a dog? Didn't you two bring it back? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun turned her head and her expression changed dramatically. There were no dogs on this desolate island, for it was undoubtedly a wolf. Oh, it really is a dog. Su Nan also turned to take a look, astonished. Run. Lu Yun urgently grabbed Song Yanfei and whispered to Yi Shui and Su Nan, that is a wolf, not a dog. We must return to find Lin Feng. Wolf. Upon hearing this, the three immediately sprang to their feet and dashed towards the valley, abandoning the baskets on the ground. As they reached the shelter, they saw Lin Feng returning, cradling a papaya. Lin Feng, we encountered a wolf. Upon seeing him, Lu Yun rushed over, her expression tense. A wolf? Lin Feng frowned upon hearing this, then glanced outside, where a wolf stood in the grass, watching them. After a moment, the wolf turned and fled. Lin Feng promptly handed the papaya to Lu Yun and grabbed a spear, pursuing the creature. However, by the time he reached the grassy expanse outside, the wolf had vanished. With the wolf gone, Lin Feng had no choice but to retrieve the abandoned basket. Lin Feng, what happened? Where did the wolf go? Lu Yun hurriedly inquired, and the expressions of Song Yanfei and the others darkened. Lin Feng set down the basket and shook his head. It has disappeared. Disappeared? Song Yanfei asked. Will it return? Lin Feng nodded slowly. Yes, and there will be more than one. He understood that the wolf was likely a scout. Upon spotting prey, it would report back to the Alpha, the Wolf King, who would then lead other wolves to hunt. More than one? Are you saying it will bring more wolves? Lu Yun exclaimed in shock. What shall we do? Should we leave this place? Song Yin Fei asked, her face pale. Lin Feng sighed with a wry smile. It's futile. They will track us, and we cannot outrun them. Does that mean we are waiting for death? Yi Shui exclaimed, her eyes wide with fear. Fear not. I am here. Lin Feng reassured them with a smile, urging them to maintain their composure. He walked to the entrance of the wooden cabin and about 5 meters away, drew 4 circles in the ground. You will dig 4 pits here, and they should be deep, Lin Feng instructed, pointing to the circles. For what purpose? Yi Shui asked, puzzled. Do not question why. You will understand in due time, Lin Feng replied before taking an axe and heading towards the hillside. Shortly thereafter, the sound of chopping would echoed through the air. The 4, upon hearing this, promptly entered the shelter, retrieved bamboo, and began to dig. Due to the recent rainfall, the ground was damp, making excavation considerably easier. After half an hour, Lin Feng returned carrying a piece of timber, placing it beside the entrance, and then continued to fetch more wood. He brought back 4 pieces in total, each exceeding 6 meters in height, and proceeded to strip the bark from them. The pit was quickly dug, and Lin Feng buried the 4 pieces of timber, arranging them in a square formation with approximately half a meter of distance between each. Subsequently, he crafted a 6-meter-long ladder from cedar and bamboo. He aligned several bamboo poles in a row, binding them securely with bamboo strips, and then laid the structure across the 4 pillars. Lin Feng ascended the ladder to test its stability. Assured of its safety, he descended, having successfully erected a lookout tower. Lin Feng, do you intend to climb up and shoot wolves with a bow? Lu Yun gazed at him in astonishment. Lin Feng smiled faintly and replied, what else would I do? I still need to construct a wooden door. You all should prepare dinner for tonight and refrain from lingering here. He was aware that the wolf pack would soon arrive after dusk. Chapter 38. Wolves Under the Moon. As the 4 prepared dinner, Lin Feng installed the wooden door he had crafted and sealed the 2 windows with wood. In the evening, the 5 gathered around the table for their meal. Yet Song Yinfei and her companions wore expressions heavy with concern, while only Lin Feng and Su Nannan appeared content. Tonight you must guard the windows. Lin Feng instructed Lu Yun and the others. If you see those wolves trying to poke their heads inside, strike them with your knives, axes, or bamboo spears. Otherwise, if they get in, it will be your demise. Will they really come tonight? Song Yinfei asked anxiously. Lin Feng nodded in response. They typically arrive once they sense prey. If they don't, that will be fortunate. He then turned to Lu Yun. By the way, where are the wild chicken feathers I placed in the box? Oh, they're right here, Lu Yun replied, quickly retrieving her backpack and unzipping a compartment to produce several beautiful feathers. Lin Feng took the feathers and reassured Song Yinfei and the others. Do not fear. Face them with courage. After saying this, he moved to the campfire and began crafting arrow shafts from piece of bamboo. Lu Yun placed 4 bamboo spears by the window, while the Nepalese knife and axe lay on the table. As darkness fell, Lin Feng had fashioned over a dozen arrows, bringing the total to more than 20 when combined with his original stock. He set up a ladder and, holding a spear, climbed up, while Lu Yun and Yi Shui moved the ladder away. Once back in the wooden cabin, they promptly closed the bamboo and wooden doors, propping them shut with 3 wooden beams. The 4 sat anxiously by the campfire. Lin Feng perched atop the lookout tower, donning a coat against the chill, and lit a cigarette, noting only 7 remains in the pack. Time drifted by slowly, and the moon emerged, casting a bright glow across the valley. Suddenly, a chorus of wolf howls echoed through the air, reverberating far and wide. They have come, Lin Feng remarked with a faint smile, showing no signs of panic. He took a deep drag from his cigarette before discarding the butt and reaching for his bow. Soon, several figures dashed across the grass under the moonlight, and Lin Feng counted 13 wolves. 13, he murmured, before focusing on a particularly large and robust wolf. This must be the alpha. The wolf approached the shed, gazing at the wooden cabin, and let out a low growl, prompting the others to encircle the structure. Whoosh! A wild wolf was struck by an arrow, letting out a howl before collapsing, its limbs twitching briefly before lying still. Lin Feng's arrows possessed tremendous power, piercing through the wolf's neck with ease. Whoosh! Another arrow flew, taking down yet another wolf. The alpha raised its head, baring its teeth at Lin Feng in the lookout tower, watching as Lin Feng shot at its companions. Bang! Bang! Two wolves relentlessly battered against the wooden window, managing to break through. D. As the wolf's head cautiously entered, Lu Yin swiftly wielded her knife, aiming for its skull, while Yishuo lunged forward with a bamboo spear. Song Yanfei and Su Nanan stood guard at another window. Whoosh! An arrow was shot towards the Wolf King, but with a remarkable leap, it evaded the strike. Such agility? Lin Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this Wolf King possessed the ability to dodge arrows. Ignoring the Wolf King, Lin Feng turned his attention to the other wild wolves, unleashing a barrage of arrows. In a matter of mere minutes, 5 or 6 wolf carcasses lay strewn across the ground. A howl erupted from the Wolf King as it leapt high, attempting to ascend the watchtower. Yet, at over 6 meters, how could it possibly reach the summit? Lin Feng successfully felled 2 more wolves, and at that moment, the Wolf King raised its head and let out a piercing howl, summoning the remaining wolves to its side. Now, only 5 wild wolves remained, stationed a mere 20 meters from the wooden cabin, vigilantly guarding their territory. Inside the cabin, the absence of wolf assaults brought a semblance of calm to Lu Yun and her companions, though their hands, gripping the bamboo spears, trembled with anxiety. Do you think this distance ensures safety? Ha! Lin Feng scoffed, drawing an arrow and aiming towards the pack. Whoosh! Thud! An arrow embedded itself into the skull of one wolf, claiming its life. A howl echoed as the Wolf King let out a cry, urging the remaining 3 wolves to retreat into the thicket, disappearing from sight, the Wolf King among them. Standing atop the watchtower, Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the underbrush, aware that the cunning wolves were merely biding their time, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, movement in the right thicket caught his eye. Without hesitation, Lin Feng loosed an arrow, and shortly thereafter, another rustle drew his attention from a different direction. Another arrow was released. Do you wish to play this game with me? Oomph. Lin Feng snorted derisively. Despite the continued rustling, he refrained from firing again, opting instead to maintain vigilant observation of his surroundings. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and he shot an arrow directly into the thicket. Whoosh! A howl erupted as an arrow pierced the thigh of one wild wolf, causing it to collapse in agony amid the underbrush. Scanning the area, he noted that, along with the Wolf King, 3 wolves remained, though they had seemingly vanished from sight. Minutes passed, and Lin Feng still could not locate their whereabouts. He knew he could not allow them to escape, for they posed an imminent threat to Lu Yun and the others. After a moment's contemplation, he seized his spear and bow, swiftly descending from the watchtower and sprinting into the open grassland ahead. This area was more exposed, less conducive to ambush. Planting his spear firmly in the ground, he nocked an arrow and surveyed his surroundings intently. Suddenly, 2 wolves launched an ambush from both sides, barreling towards Lin Feng with incredible speed. Whoosh! An arrow pierced the throat of the leading wolf, followed by Lin Feng discarding his bow and executing a rapid spinning kick that connected with the head of the wolf approaching from behind. The creature was sent tumbling several meters away, but quickly regained its footing, lunging forward with its gaping maw gape. Oomph! Lin Feng let out a cold snort. Swiftly advancing forward, he extended his hands and seized the wolf's head, forcefully pressing it to the ground and twisting with all his might. Crack! In an instant, the wild wolf's neck was snapped. Lin Feng released the lifeless body and surveyed his surroundings. The Wolf King had yet to reveal itself. Come fort. Your minions have perished. Do you not wish to join them? Lin Feng declared loudly, turning in a circle as he shouted into the air. Within the wooden cabin, Lu Yin and her companions heard Lin Feng's call. Is he speaking to those wolves? Yi Shui inquired with curiosity. Lu Yin nodded. It appears so, aside from us. The only beings here are the wild wolves outside. Has he lost his mind? Can wolves comprehend human speech? Do not ask me. I am equally perplexed, Lu Yun replied, shaking her head in haste. Suddenly, from the thicket to the right, the Wolf King sprang forth, leaping directly towards Lin Feng. In a flash, Lin Feng grasped the spear lying on the ground, pivoted halfway around, twirled the spear in his hand, and hurled it towards the oncoming Wolf King. Chapter 39. An unexpected arrival. After Lin Feng dealt with the Wolf King, he called out to Lu Yun and the others to come out. Lin Feng, what about the wolves? Lu Yun inquired cautiously, her eyes darting around as the four of them opened the door. They're all dead. Come out and lend a hand. Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. Upon hearing that the wolves had been vanquished, the four felt an immediate sense of relief and followed Lin Feng to retrieve the carcasses of the wild wolves. 13 in total, not one missing. Lin Feng, it seems someone is coming. Song Yinfei suddenly exclaimed. Look! At her words, the four turned to gaze at the entrance, where several figures holding torches approached. Though the moonlight was bright, from such a distance, Lin Feng and his companions could only discern the silhouettes of the moving figures. After 7 or 8 minutes, the figures became clearer as they reached the grassy area. Lin Feng then saw that there were 5 individuals, all armed with torches and bamboo spears, 3 men and 2 women, all unfamiliar. Ha, I knew it. There must be other survivors on this island, remarked a somewhat handsome man around 30 years old, standing at about 6 feet tall, as he approached Lin Feng and smiled. Brother, your skills are impressive. You and your companions have taken down so many wolves. As he spoke, he glanced at Song Yinfei and the others, his eyes briefly flashing with intrigue before the emotion faded. Lin Feng smiled slightly at him. It seems you witnessed what has transpired. With that, he surveyed the 4 individuals behind the man, 2 burly men with muscular builds who bore a resemblance to each other, a woman with a beautiful oval face and an impassive expression, and another woman who appeared to be an elegant beauty, even more striking than Lu Yun. The man nodded in response. We follow them here. We inadvertently discovered that they were headed this way tonight, so we decided to follow. Lin Feng felt a hint of curiosity at this revelation. Who would dare to track a pack of wolves? Noticing Lin Feng's perplexed expression, the man chuckled and explained, You see, these wolves have been trailing us for a day. If we hadn't taken refuge in a cave on the cliff, we would have been devoured by them long ago. Lin Feng spoke calmly. Oh, aren't you afraid that these wolves might ambush you? Fear not. My brother Ming has a gun, boasted one of the muscular men, but he was quickly silenced by a glare from the man before him. A gun? Lin Feng scrutinized the man, noticing a bulge in his waistband, likely the weapon in question. Don't mind his boasting, the man said to Lin Feng with a slight smile. I haven't introduced myself yet. Ming. He gestured towards the 2 muscular men. This is Li Dahu and Li Dalong, my brothers. He then pointed to the woman with the impassive face. She is Lung Rushuang, and finally, he indicated the elegant beauty. And this is Chun Yen. Lin Feng regarded Du Ziming, not wishing to engage in lengthy conversation, and stated, I am Lin Feng. Do you have any other matters to discuss? If there's nothing to discuss, please leave. We need to sleep, Lin Feng stated, leaving Du Ziming momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Lin Feng would hasten to dismiss them so soon, and the displeasure was evident on the faces of the 4 behind him. Brother Lin Feng, allow me to explain, Du Ziming chuckled lightly. As we are all survivors, shouldn't we assist one another? If there's something to address, please do so quickly. It's rather cold standing here. Lin Feng promptly waved his hand and replied. Du Ziming rubbed his palms together, glancing at the corpse of the wild wolf on the ground, and remarked, Brother Lin Feng, we haven't had a hearty meal in several days. You see, Lin Feng smiled slightly. Oh, you desire the carcasses of these wild wolves? Yes, we don't need much, just one will suffice, Du Ziming declared, raising a finger with a grin. Very well, let's trade. Lin Feng nodded, looking at Du Ziming. Kid, with so many wolf carcasses, you can't possibly eat them all. What harm is there in giving us one? Li Dahu stepped forward, addressing Lin Feng. Am I not right? Lin Feng honestly nodded again. You are correct, but you stood by, watching me battle the wolf pack for my life without offering assistance. Why should I grant you a wolf? Li Dahu was momentarily rendered speechless, scratching his head, unsure of how to respond. You are exceedingly selfish. Lung Rushuang shot Lin Feng a disdainful glare. Unfazed by her remark, Lin Feng was about to respond when Lu Yun stepped forward, mocking, selfish? Just moments ago, you observed as we were besieged by wolves without lifting a finger. May I not label you as cold-blooded and heartless? Indeed, do not speak while standing idly by. Yishue chimed in. Enough of the quarrel. I can trade. Du Ziming interjected Astidi. However, we only found 2 boxes, and, apart from a few articles of clothing, a pair of glasses, and a telescope, there seems to be little else. After contemplating, Lin Feng proposed, how about this? 1 telescope for 1 wolf carcass. He then glanced at the gold watch adorning his wrist and pointed. This can also be exchanged for a carcass. Goodness. Kid, do you realize my brother Ming's watch is worth millions? You think to trade it for just 1 wolf carcass? Dream on, Li Daolong exclaimed, stepping forward. Lin Feng smiled nonchalantly. I'll give you 1 minute to decide. If you choose not to trade, I'll take my leave. Du Ziming touched his gold watch, gritted his teeth, and nodded. I agree to the trade. However, the telescope is in the cave. May I bring it tomorrow? Saying this, he casually removed his watch and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted the watch with a smile. Very well. I trust Brother Ming's character. Take 2 wolf carcasses. Thank you, Du Ziming replied, his expression somewhat grim as he instructed Li Dahu and his brother to carry away a wolf carcass each. Before leaving, Lung Rushuang deliberately cast one last glance at Lu Yun and Lin Feng. Ah, Yin Fei, could you take a look at this watch for me? Is it truly valuable? After Du Ziming and the others departed, Lin Feng promptly handed the watch to Song Yinfei for her examination. She took a brief glance at it and assured him, "It's authentic, rest easy." Upon hearing that it was indeed quite valuable, Lin Feng eagerly donned the watch on his wrist, exuding a rather avaricious demeanor, which left Song Yinfei and the others somewhat speechless. Half an hour later, Du Ziming and his group returned to the cave and immediately began to process the carcasses of the wild wolves, for their hunger was overwhelming. Brother Ming, why do we have to trade with him? We 3 strong men couldn't possibly be overpowered by 1 individual, could we? We should have simply taken it by force. Li Dalong exclaimed in frustration. Li Dahuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, I could take him down with a single punch. You could have just pointed your gun at him. I refuse to believe he wouldn't fear for his life. Lung Rushuang coldly interjected. Du Ziming shook his head. Did you not notice the 2 women behind him wielding bows and arrows? Moreover, Lin Feng was brandishing a spear at such close range. I might not even have the chance to draw my gun before he pierced me. Enough. Let's focus on roasting the meat. It's merely a watch, he concluded. Chapter 40, Leisurely moments at the break of dawn the following day. Lin Feng and his companions rose early to attend to the remains of the wolf. After meticulously cleaning the pelts, they hung them up to dry. The meat was sliced into strips, suspended to air out. Such an abundant supply would suffice for their sustenance for at least a week, alleviating any worries over food for the time being. However, the meat proved to be rather unpalatable. Yishue took a bite of the wolf meat and nearly retched. Lin Feng, with a faint smile, remarked, "Though it may not taste delightful, it is still meat, and we must not waste it." Once satiated, they ventured to the riverbank, where Lin Feng gathered some bamboo to craft stools. "Nana, this is for you," he said, fashioning a bamboo dragonfly, which he then rubbed between his palms before releasing it into the air. It soared gracefully before eventually descending. Overjoyed, Sunan ran off to the grassy expanse to play with her new toy. With no need to hunt, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to explore the vicinity. "Where is Lin Feng?" "Sonaning Guayev. Big brother has gone that way." She pointed toward the riverbank, where Lin Feng's slight figure was visible. As they noticed him by the river, Lu Yun and her companions made their way to the pond for a bath. Half an hour later, the 3 returned and settled in the shelter. "Aunt, Sister Yun, look at the beautiful wildflowers I've picked." Sunan exclaimed, holding a vibrant bouquet. "Sitting here is rather dull. Why don't we build a fence around the wooden house?" Yishue suggested, glancing at Lu Yun and Song Yinfei. Lu Yun nodded enthusiastically. "That sounds wonderful. We could even plant some flowers and herbs." Without hesitation, they took their tools to the river, fetching a dozen bamboo stalks, which they then buried in the ground to form posts. They laid bamboo horizontally across the posts, binding them securely with strips, and crossed additional bamboo pieces for reinforcement. Meanwhile, Lin Feng ventured towards a bend in the river, walking deeper into the embrace of nature. Towering cliffs bordered the flowing water, and after a leisurely stroll of several minutes, he beheld a waterfall cascading from a precipice several dozen meters high. Surrounded by mist, he opted not to venture further, casting a glance around before retreating, finding little of interest. Upon returning to the riverbank, Lin Feng shed his clothing and reclined on the riverbed, allowing the cool water to wash over him. After approximately 10 minutes, he rose. The water was rather brisk, and lingering too long could invite illness. As he wandered onto the grassy area, he spotted a few quails flitting into the underbrush, yet he chose not to chase them, instead meandering leisurely. Approaching a persimmon tree, he observed numerous colorful little birds feasting on the fruit, chirping and frolicking among the branches. It was only at midday that Lin Feng returned to the campsite, where he sat on a stool, watching Lu Yun and her friends as they constructed the fence. He retrieved the papaya he had gathered the previous day, slicing it into pieces to enjoy. At that moment, a figure approached. Lin Feng turned to see it was the woman named Chun Yen. "Hello. Here is the binoculars you requested," she said with a smile, handing him the binoculars while glancing curiously at the papaya. Lin Feng accepted the binoculars with a grin, saying, "I knew I could count on Minggu. Here, have a piece of papaya." "Thank you," she replied. Chun Yin Mei chuckled lightly, displaying no pretense, and took the papaya to savor it. So sweet. Where did you find this?" Lin Feng observed her exquisite visage and replied with a smile, "Isn't it delightful? I went to great lengths to procure it." Chun Yin smiled back, noticing Lu Yun and the others leisurely engaged in other activities, which starkly contrasted with her own relentless pursuit of sustenance. "Aren't you all searching for food?" she inquired of Lin Feng. Upon hearing her question, Lin Feng chuckled softly. "Food? Ha! Even if we stayed here for a week without venturing out, we wouldn't starve." Chun Yin was taken aback by his words. Glancing upwards, she noticed persimmons drying from the ceiling. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a basket beside the shed, filled with wild vegetables that Su Nan Nan had foraged. She approached, squatting down to inspect them. "Can these be eaten?" "Of course," Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. "They are wild greens, quite delectable." Chun Yin smiled wryly. Wild vegetables, wild fruits, and meat. It was no wonder Lin Feng could make such claims. "I should head back now. Thank you for the fruit," she said, swaying her lovely figure as she departed. Lin Feng watched her leave, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he touched his own. "Hey, was she beautiful?" "Indeed, quite lovely," Lin Feng responded, only then realizing it was Lu Yun approaching. "If she's so beautiful, why not keep her here?" Lu Yun teased with a flirtatious smile. Lin Feng regarded her with a mischievous grin. "No matter how stunning she is, she pales in comparison to you, Sister Yin." Smooth talker. Lu Yun shot him a glare before walking away. Upon returning to the cave, Chun Yin immediately noticed the bones scattered on the ground, recognizing them as remnants of the meal consumed by the Li brothers, most likely from a wolf. "Chun Yin, you're back." Li Da, who lay on the ground, propping his head slightly to smile at her, a piece of grass hanging from his mouth. Chun Yin ignored him, entering the cave and sitting on a stone, where Lung Ru Shuang leaned against the wall, while Du Ziming sat nearby, polishing his handgun with a cloth. "Chun Yin, you've returned." Du Ziming greeted her with a smile upon her arrival. Chun Yin merely nodded in acknowledgement. "By the way, we've reached a decision," Du Ziming continued. "We plan to leave tomorrow and head to the seaside." Chun Yin's brow furrowed at his words. The week of traveling, coupled with the hardships endured, had left her both physically and mentally exhausted. Furthermore, it seemed that her input was seldom considered in their discussions. Even if they reached the coast, only Lung Ru Shuang possessed any swimming skills among the five of them, while the others were utterly inept. How would they procure food? "Since you all have made your decision, there is no need to consult me." Chun Yan's tone revealed her irritation. Du Ziming sensed her displeasure and awkwardly ran a hand through his hair. "Well, you went out. So we thought." Taking a deep breath, Chun Yan fixed her gaze on Du Ziming. "What if we reach the seaside and find no food?" Du Ziming pondered her question for a moment, then replied, "If there's none, we will seek it elsewhere." Chun Yan spoke in a low voice. "I no longer wish to roam about aimlessly. I am weary, do you understand? I intend to remain here. If you wish to leave, then go ahead." At that moment, Li Dalong sauntered over and chuckled. "Minggu, she just returned from Lin Feng's place and declared she wouldn't accompany us. Could it be that there is something undisclosed at play?" "Think as you will." Chun Yin suddenly rose and declared solemnly, "In any case, The message is clear. If you choose to depart, then depart. I shall not leave this place. With that, she exited the cave and settled onto a nearby rugged stone, gazing at the distant peaks. Chapter 41. The Imperial Green Jade in the Valley. Lu Yun and her companions were gathered around the fence, while Lin Feng leisurely sat on a bench outside the shed, sipping tea. How I wish there were a rocking chair, he murmured after taking a sip. The day was splendid, with gentle breezes and radiant sunshine, perfect for basking in the warmth, and the wildflowers in the surrounding fields exuded a delicate fragrance. You shui, I'll support you. You strike with the axe. Nan, fetch the bamboo strips. Coming. Witnessing the cheerful camaraderie among the four brought joy to Lin Feng's heart. Suddenly, he felt an urgent need to relieve himself and hurried towards the small hill. Ah, I seem to have forgotten that the restroom hasn't been built yet. How could I overlook such an essential matter? He muttered, smacking his forehead. After wandering for a while at the foot of the hill, Lin Feng finally discovered a pit. Approximately 2 meters deep, 1 meter wide, and over a meter long. He thought that placing some wood on either side and enclosing it with a wall would suffice. Glancing back at the wooden house, he noted it was a good distance away, around 40 to 50 meters. Returning to the wooden house, he bound 4 2-meter-long wooden planks with bamboo strips, securing them in 2 rows, and carried 1 row towards the pit. Upon reaching the pit, he set the wooden planks down, then ascended the hill to chop down several pieces of brushwood, which he inserted into the sides of the pit. All right. Let us take a break, Lu Yun announced, as the 4 settled onto the bench outside the shed and poured themselves some tea. Hey, what is Lin Feng doing over there? Yu Shui glanced over, noticing Lin Feng seemingly preoccupied with something at the foot of the hill. Lu Yun squinted and shook her head. I don't know. It looks like he is building something. I'll go take a look. So Nan exclaimed, promptly dashing over. 10 minutes later, Su Nan returned, chuckling. Big brother is constructing a toilet. A toilet? That is splendid. Otherwise, we would know where to relieve ourselves. Lu Yun chuckled lightly. Song Yin Fei smiled gently. Isn't it too far? Yu Shui shook her head. It's better to be a bit distant. Otherwise, the scent might drift over while we're eating. As soon as Yu Shui finished speaking, Lu Yun envisioned the scenario. An hour later, Lin Feng finally returned, just as twilight descended. The fence was nearly complete, and a little more work tomorrow would see it finished. In the evening, the sky was adorned with fiery clouds, creating a beautiful spectacle as the clouds continually shifted. Inside the wooden house, the 5 gathered around the campfire, roasting meat, while a pot simmered with shepherd's purse soup. This wolf meat isn't palatable at all. It's rather coarse, and carries a gamey taste, Yu Shui remarked, though her mouth was stuffed with wolf meat. Song Yin Fei chuckled. Are you complaining about having meat? Did you not see how those 5 men last night were willing to barter for 2 wolf carcasses? Exactly. Big Brother's watch is worth quite a lot. So not grinning. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng glanced at the watch on his wrist and smiled faintly, thinking that once he returned home, he would promptly sell it. With the money, he could enjoy life back in his hometown. By the way, that Du Ziming, the jade pendant around his neck, is even more valuable. Lu Yun cast a glance at Lin Feng and smiled. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with avarice as he looked at Lu Yun. You must be mistaken, he said. Lu Yun replied with a serene smile. I assure you, I am not mistaken. I am in the jade business, and that piece of jade around his neck is likely imperial green jade of the finest quality. Yi Shui gasped in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape. Top-tier imperial green? The price must be astronomical. Lin Feng, you must acquire it, sell it upon your return, and you will be a millionaire. The mention of being a millionaire sent a thrill through Lin Feng's heart. It seemed that Du Ziming was indeed a super-rich individual. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Song Yinfei glanced at Lin Feng and said, anyone who can board a luxury cruise must possess a fortune exceeding millions. Oh, so, all of you are millionaires then? Such wealthy ladies. Lin Feng remarked with a mischievous grin. I don't have that much money. I came here with my elder brother. Ye jure tortet, rolin herreis. After a moment's thought, Song Yinfei added, actually, Du Ziming isn't the most formidable. The most formidable is a woman named Lung Rushuang. Lung Rushuang? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, recalling that icy visage. Indeed, Song Yinfei nodded gently. She is the youngest daughter of the Lung family, one of the 4 prominent families in Yanjing. Her wealth is merely a fraction of her influence. Lu Yun inquired, "How do you know this?" Song Yinfei smiled slightly. "I remember encountering her at a gala once." "All right, enough of this chatter. Let us eat before the meat grows cold," Lin Feng interjected, grabbing a piece of freshly roasted wolf meat and devouring it, pondering how he might procure the jade from Du Ziming's neck. Nightfall descended quietly, and the moon bathed the valley in its luminous glow, while everything around remained eerily still. Inside the cave, the following morning, as dawn broke, Du Ziming and his companions feasted on roasted wolf meat, which was rather bland and reeked of game. Chunyin took a few bites before losing her appetite. In contrast, the brothers Li Dalong and Li Dai savored the meal heartily, each consuming 4 to 5 pounds of meat to feel satisfied. "Chunyin, are you certain you do not wish to accompany us?" Du Ziming inquired, gazing at her. Chunyin, expressionless, nodded silently. "If Chunyin is not going, then I shall remain as well," came a calm voice from Lung Rushuang beside them. "Rushuang you." Du Ziming was taken aback by her choice to stay with Chunyin, realizing he could not abandon her. "Sigh, very well. We shall linger here a few more days," Du Ziming conceded with a sigh. The brothers Li Dalong and Li Dai feigned ignorance, continuing to gnaw on bones. After a while, Chunyin stood and walked out of the cave, making her way along the narrow path beneath the cliff, with Lung Rushuang following closely. "Rushuang, where are you going?" "The outside is perilous," Du Ziming called out, hastily trailing after them. The 2 brothers exchanged glances as the trio departed. "Brother, when shall we take action? I can hardly contain my anticipation," Li Dahua inquired, gazing at Li Dalong. Observing Li Dalong's bowed head in silence, Li Dahua continued, "Brother, what is there to fear? We are on a deserted island. Once we tire of our amusement, we shall." He gestured across his throat ominously. "Let's wait for another couple of days," Li Dalong replied, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the cave. Meanwhile, in the valley, Lu Yun and her companions had consumed a few bananas and were diligently constructing a fence. Lin Feng glanced at the persimmons hanging from the shelter, noting their changing hue. In a few more days, they would be ripe for consumption. "Lin Feng, we have yet to divide the rooms in the house," Yishui remarked, looking at him. Lin Feng nodded. "What is the rush? I shall attend to it shortly." "Big brother, look what I have brought back," Sunanan exclaimed gleefully, as she dashed towards them from the grassy field, a bamboo basket in her hands. Chapter 42. The visit of Du Ziming. Su Nanan approached Lin Feng, holding a basket for him to inspect. "Oh, wild scallions. Quite impressive. Where did you unearth these?" Lin Feng inquired with a smile. "Over there in the grassy field," Su Nanan replied, pointing towards the distant meadow with a grin. "There's still some I haven't dug up." "Excellent. Let us hang them in the shed," Lin Feng suggested, before retreating indoors to construct a wooden wall, skillfully fashioned from timber, with one side smaller than the other. The diminutive left side served as his sleeping quarters. A space was unnecessary for a single occupant. Half an hour later, Lu Yun and her companions had finished erecting the fence and entered to assist. By midday, they had completed the wooden wall. Stepping outside to admire the newly constructed fence, Lin Feng nodded in approval. It appeared quite satisfactory. "Lin Feng, let's add a fence gate at the entrance, designed in an ancient style for aesthetic appeal," Lu Yun proposed with a gentle smile. Lin Feng nodded lightly. "Certainly. That is simple enough. We shall tackle it tomorrow. For now, let's focus on preparing the beds. By the way, would you all like to try a different flavor?" he inquired. "What flavor?" Song Yinfeng asked, curiosity evident in her tone. With a mysterious smile, Lin Feng replied, "Fish." "Fish?" Lu Yun questioned, perplexed. "But we are too far from the sea. Are you suggesting we venture to the coast?" "The coast? That sounds delightful. We could enjoy the beach." Su Nan exclaimed joyfully. Lin Feng gestured towards the riverbank. "I meant we shall fish in the river. We can visit the coast at a later date." "Fishing in the river? With our hands?" Yishui asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Not with our hands, but with tools," Lin Feng clarified as he stepped outside the shed, seated himself on a stool, and began to split 2 bamboo stalks to fashion bamboo strips. Once the strips were prepared, he arranged 5 of them on the ground, spacing them apart, and began weaving them together like a bamboo sieve. Come, join me with the other bamboo strips, and let's work together, he urged. 2 hours later, two tightly woven bamboo rafts, each over 5 meters long and half a meter wide, were completed. Of course, these rafts were not intended for paddling upon. Let us proceed to the river, he declared, taking the two rafts and leading Lu Yun and the others towards the water's edge. Descending onto the riverbed, Lin Feng identified a sandy area along the bank and excavated a large trench that connected directly to the river, allowing the water to surge in. Yezhou, you and Sister Yun, take this raft and walk down into the water, placing it gently as you come, he instructed. He then called over Song Yinfeng to hold one side while he grasped the other, demonstrating how to proceed. Remember to walk slowly and do not lift it. If you do, the fish will scatter, Lin Feng explained. Understood. This is too simple. Let us begin, Yi Shui exclaimed, eager to test the method. All right, you may enter. Lin Feng chuckled in agreement. Yinfeng, let's go upstream. Nan, please fetch a bamboo stalk and return here. The over 5-meter-long raft nearly obstructed the river, causing schools of fish to swim downstream, while those below began to swim upstream. As the two sides drew closer, the spaces where the shoals of river fish could swim became increasingly confined. The group halted at a depression in the ground. Lin Feng called out to Lu Yun and Yi Shui, while he and Song Yinfei quickened their pace to descend. The fish, in a state of panic, found themselves at a loss, unsure of where to swim, as both sides were blocked. Suddenly, they spotted the depression and hurriedly darted inside, with the first fish entering. Others quickly followed suit. Lin Feng swiftly positioned a bamboo raft at the entrance of the depression, trapping the fish within like lambs awaiting slaughter. Wow, so many little fish, Su Nan exclaimed, rushing over with the bamboo in tow. Lu Yun, Yi Shui, and Song Yinfei crouched beside the depression, gazing at the fish. What are you waiting for? Cut some bamboo sections and catch them, Lin Feng urged the trio. Oh, I'll go chop some, Lu Yun replied, immediately grabbing Su Nan's knife to cut 4 or 5 sections of bamboo, then went to fetch some water from the river. The four quickly set about capturing the fish trapped in the depression. Lin Feng, you're amazing. We've caught over 50 little fish, Song Yinfei said with a faint smile. Lin Feng smirked. I excel in many areas, you know. Humph. You rogue, Song Yinfei retorted, giving him a sidelong glance before departing with the bamboo. Lin Feng chuckled, placed the 2 bamboo rafts on the grass, and headed back to the campsite. Upon returning to the shelter, the group squeezed the fish entrails out and laid them on bamboo strips. Lin Feng heated a metal can, poured in some lard, and added sea salt and wild scallions before dropping the fish in a fry. After a while, he used chopsticks to place the fish on the bamboo strips, then tossed in some shepherd's purse, stir-frying briefly before adding water and 7 or 8 fish to cook together. Wow, it smells so good. So nanan exclaimed. Patience, greedy cat. Wait to eat, Song Yinfei said, swatting her hand away just as she reached for a fried fish. 10 minutes later, the shepherd's purse and fish soup was ready, and everyone quickly retrieved bowls and chopsticks. Lu Yun picked up a fish, took a bite, and nodded enthusiastically. So delicious. Especially the flavor of the wild scallions mixed with the fresh fish. It's sublime. Indeed, the taste is exquisite, Song Yinfei smiled at Lin Feng. At that moment, Du Ziming approached with Chun Yin and Lung Rushuang from the grass. What is that wonderful aroma? They inquired. They're having lunch. Let us hurry over, Chun Yin suggested, quickening her pace. Soon, Lu Yun and Yi Shui spotted the 3 approaching and furrowed their brows slightly. Lin Feng, Du Ziming is coming, and he has brought 2 lovely ladies, Lu Yun remarked with a playful smile. Lin Feng and Song Yinfei turned to look, and indeed, it was Du Ziming accompanied by the 2 women, while the 2 burly men had not followed. Hello, enjoying lunch? Chun Yin greeted cheerfully as she walked over. Lin Feng stood up with a smile. Yes, but just as we finished, you arrived. What an unfortunate timing. There are still 3 river fish. Would you care to sample them? Song Yinfei approached the trio with a bamboo stick in hand, casting a deliberate glance at Lung Rushuang. Du Ziming nodded with a smile. Certainly, I shall have a taste. With that, he picked up a river fish and began to eat. Chen Yin, not one to be polite, joined in as well. Delightfully fragrant, with a hint of salt. Do you have any salt? Du Ziming looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, saw the course we have some. After tasting, Chun Yan's eyes sparkled with delight, and even Lung Rushuang's frosty countenance displayed a slight change. By the way, have you come here for a particular reason? Lin Feng inquired, his gaze lingering momentarily on Du Ziming's neck, where he noticed a jade pendant adorning it. Chapter 43. Partnership? Impossible. May we have the pleasure of visiting your wooden cabin? Chun Yan inquired with a smile as she approached Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, and Chun Yan led Lung Ruo Shuang through the fence and into the cabin. Inside the wooden structure, Chun Yan gazed in astonishment. It was divided into 2 rooms, furnished with a table and stools. Is that a banana plant? She exclaimed, hurrying to the corner to examine a cluster of bananas. Lu Yan walked over, skillfully slicing off 2 bananas with a knife and offering them to Chun Yan and Lung Ruo Shuang. Do give them a try. By the way, may I ask when you moved here? Chun Yan asked Lu Yan with a cheerful expression. After a moment's thought, Lu Yan replied, It has been about 6 or 7 days. Did you also come here from the seaside? Lung Ruo Shuang turned to inquire. Yes, affirmed Song Yin Fei, who was nearby. There is no fresh water by the sea, which is why we relocated here. Lung Ruo Shuang nodded lightly, echoing their sentiment. She too had journeyed from the east coast due to the lack of fresh water by the seashore. Lin Feng crafted several bamboo cups and poured a drink for Du Ziming. Thank you, Du Ziming said as he accepted the bamboo cup, then looked toward the cabin and spoke, Brother Lin Feng. Do you intend to reside in this wooden cabin long term? Lin Feng smiled gently. Indeed, this island is fraught with dangers. Finding a safe haven is certainly preferable to wandering aimlessly. Du Ziming took a sip of tea, nodding in agreement. You're right, without rescue. Surviving on this deserted island is no easy feat, by the way. Brother Lin Feng, I have a notion. Oh, please share your thoughts. Mingo. Lin Feng encouraged with a soft smile. Du Ziming lowered his gaze, contemplating before speaking quietly. I was thinking that we might partner with you to await rescue together. After all, there's strength in numbers, Brother Lin Feng. What do you think? At this, Lin Feng remained silent, pressing his fingers against his forehead, pondering. If I were to enter into a partnership, how would I broach the subject of acquiring that imperial green jade? Moreover, they possess no skills, merely adding to the burden. This won't do. What are you discussing? Chun Yan and Lung Ruo Shuang approached with curiosity. Oh, nothing much, just casual conversation. Lin Feng replied, rising with a smile. I must excuse myself to the restroom, so I shall leave you to your chat. Hey, Brother Lin Feng. Du Ziming called out, but Lin Feng feigned ignorance and continued toward the restroom. Watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, Du Ziming realized that his proposal had been declined, and he shook his head with a resigned, bittersweet smile. Shall we go? Du Ziming glanced at Chun Yan and Lung Ruo Shuang before turning to leave. In truth, Chun Yan and her companions had just discussed their circumstances with Lu Yun's group, discovering that they need not worry about food. It was clear that Lin Feng was the source of their confidence. Perhaps we should join them, Chun Yan suggested. It would spare us the trouble of wandering about, exposed to the elements. I concur with what Sister Chun Yan has said, Lung Ruo Shuang added softly. During this period, she felt exhausted, perpetually hungry and cold, sometimes enduring an entire day without sustenance. She no longer wished to live in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Du Ziming let out a bitter laugh, saying, I mentioned earlier, but it seems Lin Feng is not particularly welcoming towards us. Oh, is that so? Why? Chun Yan responded with a hint of surprise. Lung Rushuang pondered briefly before speaking in a calm tone. He believes we lack any skills. Joining them would merely render us a burden. Chun Yan's mouth fell agape in shock. A burden? We are a burden? It's the first time in my life someone has deemed me such. In Yanjing, suitors lined up from Linsheng to Zhonghai for me. Lung Rushuang cast a glance at Chun Yan and Du Ziming, stating, his reasoning is sound. Had I been in his position, I too would not consent to a partnership. Du Ziming contemplated this, acknowledging their lack of capabilities. Had they not possessed firearms and hunted a couple of deer, they might not have survived this long. Du Ziming, be cautious of the Li brothers, one remarked. Rest assured, I am aware, he replied, as they watched the retreating figures of Du Ziming and the others. Song Yinfei and her companions exchanged glances. A few minutes later, Lin Feng returned from the restroom. Lin Feng, why did they leave? Did you say something to do Zimming? Song Yinfei inquired as Lin Feng approached. He smiled faintly. He proposed a partnership, which I declined. Upon hearing this, Song Yinfei fell silent, understanding that Lin Feng had his own plans and refrained from pressing further. Come, let us go chop some trees, Lin Feng suggested, entering the wooden hut to retrieve an axe before heading toward the hillside. After considerable effort, Lin Feng managed to fell 5 trees, while Lu Yun and the others dragged the branches and leaves into the thicket. Now, carry these logs into the room, Lin Feng instructed, cutting the wood into 2-meter lengths. Wiping the sweat from his brow as he called out to Lu Yun and her companions. They brought the logs back, arranging them on either side while leaving space in the middle for a fire. Song Yinfei and Yi Shui spread bark over the top, noticing that something seemed to be missing. There's some thatch not far in front of the pond. Go cut some to cover it, Lin Feng directed the trio. Lu Yun glanced at Song Yinfei and Yi Shui. Let us go now. Nan, you must join us. After the 4 departed, Lin Feng took a spear and a basket and stepped outside. Upon reaching the grassy area, he surveyed the terrain. Some shepherd's purse had already been harvested by Lu Yun and the others, leaving only a few wild chives and ground vegetables. Lin Feng crouched down to gather some ground vegetables, which grew in clusters, making them easy to uproot. After filling half a basket, he glanced toward the direction of the lake before heading back. Outside the pond, Lu Yun was cutting thatch while Yi Shui gathered it into a pile. Suddenly, Su Nan shouted in alarm, rushing out from the thatch. A snake! It was merely a small snake. Song Yinfei rushed over with a bamboo spear, quickly dispatching the serpent. Ah, Nan, look! There are little birds. Yi Shui pointed at a quail that had dashed into the thicket and exclaimed, How splendid! It is the perfect opportunity to test my archery skills. Su Nan sprinted towards the grass, seizing her bow, an arrow. Ah, so many ants. Run. Suddenly, Lu Yun shouted, emerging from the thicket, bending over to swat the ants off her feet. Yi Shui glanced at the towering ant mound within the thicket and hurriedly followed suit. At that moment, Lin Feng approached, chuckling at Lu Yun's predicament. What troubles you? He inquired. Lu Yun gestured towards the interior of the thicket. There's an ant nest in there. An ant nest? Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. Then we shall simply burn it. Chapter 44. Shooting ducks in the lake. Lin Feng approached the anthill, meticulously laying a layer of straw around it before igniting a fire and piercing the nest with a spear. The flames swiftly engulfed the anthill, incinerating all the ants within. Big brother, look, I shot a little bird. Su Nan joyfully ran over, clutching a quail in her hand. Very well, bring it back. Lin Feng replied with a gentle smile, gathering a bundle of straw as he led Lu Yun and the others toward the wooden cabin. Upon returning to the cabin, he spread the straw over the wooden floor, effectively completing a makeshift bed. Meanwhile, Song Yinfei and her companions rushed outside to the overgrown area to gather wildflowers, intending to plant them beneath the fence. Lin Feng skillfully prepared the quail, slicing it and placing it into a bamboo tube, while also retrieving some dried wolf meat to chop for a stir-fry with bamboo shoots that evening. With everything in order, he took a moment to rest on a stool as the evening sun cast its warm glow upon the mountain peaks. Soon, Song Yinfei and the others returned, laughing and chatting. Big brother, look, how beautiful these flowers are. Su Nan squatted beside Lin Feng, eagerly presenting the wildflowers in her basket. Lin Feng leaned down to examine the bouquet, discovering wild chrysanthemums alongside various blue, purple, and pink blooms, a veritable tapestry of colors. These wild chrysanthemums are delightful. They can be brewed into tea, Lin Feng remarked with a smile, picking up 2 of the flowers. Really? I had no idea they could be made into tea. There are plenty of them around, Song Yinfei commented with a serene smile. Let us plant these wildflowers before nightfall, Lu Yun suggested, prompting the 4 to step inside the fenced area. Casting a glance at the sky, Lin Feng rose and entered the cabin to prepare dinner. As twilight descended, the sky transformed into a fiery canvas of sunset hues. The 5 gathered outside the shed, bowls in hand, savoring their meal while admiring the stunning scenery. The following morning, Lin Feng led Song Yinfei and her companions to the bamboo grove, where they cut 5 or 6 stalks of mozo bamboo and dragged them to the grassy entrance. "Follow me," Lin Feng instructed, hauling 2 bamboo poles as he headed toward the lake, while each of the others managed 1 pole. "This bamboo is so heavy. Annie, wait for me," Su Nan exclaimed through clenched teeth as she struggled to drag her burden behind Song Yinfei. "Huh? Were Lu Yun and the others taking the bamboo?" At that moment, Chen Yin and Lung Rushuang approached, noticing Su Nan hauling the bamboo outward. "Let us go see," Lung Rushuang suggested after a moment's thought. Lin Feng dragged the bamboo to the lakeside grass before returning to assist Su Nan and Song Yinfei in bringing their poles. "Are you planning to make a bamboo raft to float on the lake?" Lu Yun inquired, shaking her tired hands. Lin Feng smiled slightly. "Isn't that quite evident?" With that, he took an axe and ventured into the woods, cutting down a few logs as thick as an arm, laying them across the grass. He then positioned the bamboo upright on the logs, securing them tightly with bamboo strips. "Gome!" Everyone pushed together, Lin Feng called out, and Lu Yun and the others rushed over to help push the bamboo raft onto the surface of the lake, while Lin Feng extended a 5 or 6 meter long bamboo pole to stabilize it. The bamboo raft glided slowly across the lake, and Lin Feng observed the mound of earth and aquatic grasses in the center. Not far ahead, 3 wild ducks swam leisurely. He maneuvered the raft to a halt behind the mound, where tall grasses obscured his view. He intended to ambush the ducks from this vantage point. "Sister Chun, Lung Ruo, what brings you here?" Song Yinfei inquired, surprised as she saw the two emerge from the woods. Chun Yin smiled lightly. "We saw you come here and decided to follow." Hee hee. She then gazed at the lake, astonished by its unexpected beauty. "What is Lin Feng doing?" Chun Yin asked, glancing toward him. Song Yinfei replied with a faint smile. "Oh, he is hunting wild ducks." "Wild ducks?" Chun Yin remarked, surveying the lake. Indeed, in the lower right corner, several birds were present. One duck swam closer to the mound, prompting Lin Feng to knock an arrow and draw his bow. Whoosh! The arrow flew true, striking the duck, which then floated motionless on the water's surface. Lin Feng quickly paddled over with his pole to retrieve it. I got it! I got it!" Sonanan exclaimed excitedly. Lung Ruo squinted slightly, watching Lin Feng secure the duck onto the raft, and felt a twinge of surprise at how effortlessly he acquired his prey. The 5 of them had spent an entire day searching for food without success. Is the disparity between people truly this vast? Lung Ruo murmured. Once celebrated as a prodigy, she now felt like a mere novice, realizing her inadequacies since arriving here. Lin Feng docked the raft, secured it with the pole, and stepped ashore with the duck. Lu Yun approached, took the duck, weighed it in her hands, and smiled. "It's quite hefty, around 4 pounds. Big brother, my aunt, and I want to take the raft out to play." Su Nan chimed in cheerfully. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. "Go ahead, but be careful." "Got it." Su Nan gleefully ran to grab Song Yinfei's hand, leading her onto the raft, and began to push off with the pole. Lin Feng glanced at Chun Yin and Lung Ruo, surprised they had decided to join. Curiously, he noted the absence of Du Ziming and the 2 robust men. Seeing Lin Feng seated on the grass, Chun Yin approached and sat beside him, smiling as she asked, "Aren't you worried about them venturing so far?" Lin Feng looked at her and replied with a gentle smile, "Worried? You underestimate Nan. She can swim. Unless a crocodile appears, they'll be just fine." Chun Yin chuckled lightly, then shifted the topic. "Yesterday, Du Ziming mentioned a partnership. Why did you decline?" Lin Feng lowered his gaze briefly before meeting her eyes again, saying, "There's no particular reason. Life is already challenging for us 5. Adding your group would only complicate matters further." "Oh, is that so?" Chun Yin responded with a slight smile. "It seems to me you all are enjoying a vacation." Sighing deeply, Lin Feng remarked, "What you perceive is merely an illusion. It is not as effortless as you suggest." Chun Yin inquired earnestly, "If one day, Ru Shuang and I were to find ourselves in dire straits, would you offer us refuge?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded gently, affirming, "I would." Chun Yin, pleased by his candid response, smiled knowingly and said, "I shall not disturb you any longer. We ought to return. Why not stay for a meal before you depart?" "There's wild duck," she suggested. "That sounds delightful." Chun Yin replied cheerfully, having been eagerly awaiting Lin Feng's invitation. However, Lin Feng felt somewhat exasperated. Could she truly not discern that he was merely being polite? Soon, Song Yin Fei and Su Nan Nan returned with the bamboo raft, allowing Lu Yun and Yi Shui their turn aboard. Observing Song Yin Fei and Chun Yin joyously engaged in conversation, Lin Feng reclined upon the grass, gazing vacantly at the sky. Chapter 45. The stolen wolf meet. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Lin Feng heated a tin pot of water, briefly scalded a wild duck, and proceeded to pluck its feathers on the grassy ground. Meanwhile, Song Yin Fei and her companions ventured into the thicket to play. "Is this the wild vegetable you all consume?" Chun Yin inquired, holding a shepherd's purse. Song Yin Fei nodded with a smile. "Indeed, it's quite delicious. We should gather some to bring back for you to taste." Su Nan Nan picked a few wild flowers, weaving them into a crown that she adorned upon her head, while playing with the bamboo dragonfly gifted by Lin Feng. "Yu Shui, what have you dug up?" Chun Yin asked, intrigued by the wild leeks Yu Shui was harvesting. Shaking the leeks, Yu Shui replied with a grin, "These are wild leeks. They lend a delightful aroma when stir-fried with meat." Lung Rushuang interjected softly, "Did Lin Feng teach you all of this?" Song Yin Fei responded cheerfully, "Yes. He has enlightened us on which wild vegetables are edible and which are not, and even taught us how to fashion nooses." Lin Feng had often remarked that survival in this place often relied on self-sufficiency. Lu Yun added with a gentle smile, "Because no one can care for you indefinitely." At that moment, Lin Feng was chopping the duck meat, which was surprisingly lean and firm. The basket still contained some bamboo shoots, perfect for stir-frying with the duck. 10 minutes later, Song Yin Fei and the others returned with the freshly harvested wild vegetables and leeks to wash them. "Nan Nan, start the fire. I am about to cook," Lin Feng instructed. "All right." Su Nan Nan dashed into the cabin, moving unburned firewood from the room to the stove and adding some twigs. As the tin pot began to emit steam, she poured in some lard, followed by the leeks to saute them until fragrant, before quickly adding the duck meat for stir-frying. Once the duck released its oil, the bamboo shoots were introduced to the pot for cooking. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, and Chun Yin smiled, realizing that it was the first time she had encountered such a delightful scent since their arrival. "Chun Yin, Rushuang, here are the bamboo bowls and chopsticks I made for you," Lu Yun said cheerfully as she entered, placing 2 sets on the table. Chun Yin examined the bamboo utensils and remarked, "This brings me a sense of home." Half an hour later, Lin Feng transferred the stir-fried duck into 4 bamboo plates and prepared a pot of wild vegetable soup. "It's time to eat. Serve yourself some soup," he called out to the others. As they savored the wild vegetables, sipped the soup, and relished the bamboo shoots with duck meat, Chun Yin and her companion felt as if their previous days had been utterly miserable. "Lin Feng, I never expected your culinary skills to be so remarkable," Chun Yin said with a slight smile, and even the typically aloof Lung Rushuang regarded Lin Feng with newfound respect. Lin Feng chuckled modestly. "It's simply the quality of the ingredients. I merely cook them casually." Lung Rushuang enjoyed 2 bowls of shepherd's purse, beginning to appreciate this wild vegetable. The delightful lunch soon came to an end, and Lin Feng brewed a pot of chrysanthemum tea in bamboo tubes. "A cup of tea after a meal? You certainly know how to indulge," Chun Yin remarked with a light sip of tea. Lin Feng replied with a faint smile, "Even in dire circumstances, one must maintain a positive mindset. This way, one can keep a clear head." Chun Yin nodded gently, smiling. "I concur with that sentiment. Well, we have been out long enough. It is time to return." Cold as Frost stood up and expressed her gratitude for the lunch, then exited the wooden cabin. Chun Yin smiled faintly at Lin Feng before following suit. On the path, both appeared to be burdened with unspoken thoughts. "Do you not wish to leave this place?" Chun Yin inquired. Cold as Frost nodded. "Indeed, they have dispelled my recent agitation." Chun Yin smiled subtly. She too was reluctant to depart and contemplated how to persuade Lin Feng to keep them around. Upon returning to the cave, they discovered that the brothers Du Ziming and Li Dalong had yet to return. By noon, the trio finally arrived, sharing laughter and merriment. Chun Yin, cold as frost. "We are back," Du Ziming announced as he entered the cave, grinning as he added, "I managed to shoot a wild chicken with a single shot today. It seems my marksmanship has improved, haha." Impressive, Chun Yin replied with feigned enthusiasm, while Cold as Frost merely cast a glance at him. The brothers swiftly plucked the feathers from the wild chicken, discarding the entrails outside, and skewered it on a stick to roast over the campfire. After half an hour, the chicken was cooked. Du Ziming tore off 2 drumsticks and offered them to Chun Yin and Cold as Frost. Here, these are for you. Cold as Frost glanced at the drumsticks. We have already eaten. You should enjoy them. Already eaten? Du Ziming paused, realizing they must have visited Lin Feng again. Do not disturb him unnecessarily. I can provide for you both, he remarked, taking a bite of the chicken leg. The previous rejection from Lin Feng had left him feeling somewhat uneasy. The brothers felt a twinge of joy that the 2 girls were not partaking. As they quickly finished the remaining chicken between them. We can go wherever we please. It is none of your concern, Cold as Frost retorted coldly, glaring at Du Ziming. Oomph. Du Ziming scoffed, stepping out of the cave. Brother, where are you going? Li Dalong inquired as he noticed Du Ziming's departure. Going hunting, came Du Ziming's voice from outside, prompting the brothers to hastily follow him, feeling somewhat unsettled. Chun Yin chuckled at Du Ziming's retreat. Alas, he is quite vain. His discomfort from Lin Feng's previous refusal is evident, Cold as Frost observed, having a deeper understanding of Du Ziming. By evening, the trio returned empty-handed, having failed to catch any prey. That night, the 5 gathered around the campfire, with the brothers Li Dalong and Li Dahu already feeling famished. Chun Yin gazed outside the cave entrance, pondering whether Song Yin Fei and the others had eaten their fill. The moonlight outside was bright, illuminating the night as if it were day. Brother, I am so hungry, Li Dahu whispered to Li Dalong. I am hungry too. Wait, follow me, Li Dalong said mysteriously, glancing at the 3 who were already asleep, and then left the cave. Li Dahu tightened his clothing and quietly asked, Brother, where are we going? Just follow me, Li Dalong replied impatiently. Guided by the moonlight, they ventured into the valley. After a brief interval, they arrived outside the shed and beheld the wolf meat drying on the bamboo racks. Wow, so much meat. A surge of excitement coursed through Li Dahu's heart. Let's take some back, he urged. Li Dalong tugged at Li Dahu, and they stealthily approached the racks, swiftly collecting the wolf meat. In no time, they had stripped the meat from a bamboo pole, cradling it in their arms as they hurriedly departed. Upon returning to the cave, the 2 immediately commenced roasting the wolf meat. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would hang so much meat there? Hee, this truly benefits us, brothers. Li Dahu mused with a slight smile. No more chatter. Let us get roasting. I'm absolutely famished. Meanwhile, Du Ziming, roused from his slumber by the enticing aroma of grilled meat, slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 46. Lu Hu and the others captured the following morning. Yi Shui approached the rack and noticed that the wolf meat on one of the bamboo poles had vanished. Lu Yin heard her and walked over, suggesting, could it have been taken by other animals during the night? What's wrong? Lin Feng inquired as he approached. Lin Feng, the wolf meat is missing. It may have been stolen by some wild animals last night, Yi Shui replied. Lin Feng shrugged with a nonchalant smile. If it's gone, then so be it. We wouldn't have been able to finish it anyway. Big brother, where are we going today? Are we going fishing? Su Nan rushed over to ask. After pondering for a moment and gazing at the distant peaks, Lin Feng declared, Today, I will take you to set some snares. It has been a while since they ventured out, and it was the perfect opportunity to explore the surroundings. 10 minutes later, everyone, carrying their baskets and wielding bamboo spears, followed Lin Feng toward the mountains ahead. In the cave, DeLong, where did this meat come from? Lung Ruo Shuang asked coldly, eyeing Li Dalong. Oh, Ruo Shuang, as long as there is food, why question it? Li Dahu replied with a slight smile. Chun Yin scrutinized the dried meat, feeling a sense of familiarity. It seemed like the meat Lin Feng had hung out to dry. Did you steal the meat that Lin Feng had hanging outside? Chun Yin asked, her tone serious as she looked at the 2 brothers. Steal? What do you mean by that? He has so much meat. We are merely alleviating his burden, they retorted. Exactly, don't worry, it's nothing serious. Du Ziming chimed in, offering a reassuring smile. It's just a bit of meat. Once we catch a large game, we'll send it back to them. Lung Ruo Shuang cast them a cold glance before exiting the cave. Chun Yin, noticing her departure, hurried after her. Ruo Shuang, Do you think Lin Feng will suspect us of stealing his meat? Chen Yin asked with concern. Upon hearing this, Lung Ruo Shuang paused, responding coolly. Are there any others here besides us 5? Let us go and explain things to Lin Feng. When the two arrived outside the shelter, they discovered that Lin Feng and Lu Yun were no longer there, and they could see no trace of them. How strange! Where could they have gone? Chen Yin murmured. Looking around, Lung Ruo Shuang scanned the area and contemplated. They must have gone out and likely won to return until noon. Let us head back for now. By the seaside, Lu Hu, Zhang Quan, and Fan Tianda were pushing a wooden raft toward the ocean. Brother Lu, are we really going out to sea? Fan Tianda asked, his voice laced with apprehension. Venturing out could pose a significant risk to their lives. Of course. Lu Hu shot back. I've almost perished here. Going to sea might actually save us. What if we encounter a passing freighter? We could be rescued. Brother Lu is right, Zhang Quan agreed. Our health is too poor. We can't last many more days. It's better to take our chances at sea. During this time, the three had been subsisting on a meager diet of small sea snails and mussels, which had led to numerous bouts of diarrhea. At present, the three individuals are in a dire state of health. Lu Hu occasionally experiences bouts of dizziness and an overwhelming sense of weakness. My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. Let's embark, Lu Hu shouted, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him as he did so. The three stood upon the wooden raft, gradually pushing it forward with long poles, soon reaching the depths of the water. At this point, the raft could only be carried away by the current, and the waves quickly drenched their clothes. After drifting for 3 hours, the raft floated desolately upon the endless sea, with the three of them lying flat, gazing up at the sky. Lu, Brother Lu, I am so thirsty. Oh no, I need to relieve myself, Fan Tianda exclaimed, hastily rising and pulling down his trousers. Dagu, could you step aside a bit? You'll make a mess all over the raft. Zhang Quan complained, pinching his nose in disgust. It stinks. Rubbish. Step aside, and what if you fall into the sea? Are you going to save me? Fan Tianda shot back. Suddenly, with a loud sigh of relief, he felt much better. What on earth did you eat? It reeks. Lu Hu shouted at Fan Tianda in anger. Feeling wronged, Fan Tianda replied, Brother Lu, I didn't eat much, just a few oysters. Damn it, Brother Lu, I also need to go. Zhang Quan cried out, disregarding everything and swiftly pulling down his trousers. Damn it, it's my turn. Lu Hu wished to protest, but he too succumbed to the call of nature, and soon the three were squatting on the raft. In the distance, aboard a ship, several pirates stood watch, tasked with patrolling the nearby waters. Whenever another vessel appeared, they would seize the opportunity to plunder. These pirates were ruthless, committing acts of violence without a second thought. The slaughter of innocents for wealth was a common occurrence for them. Vice Captain, a suspicious object has been spotted, announced a pirate clad in a headscarf, holding an AK-47. As he approached a burly man with respect, the man, with dark skin and a face marked by scars, exuded a menacing aura. Taking the binoculars, he peered toward the object and suddenly shouted, It's humans. Quickly, let's investigate. Upon hearing his command, the ship's prow swiftly adjusted course towards the raft. At that moment, Lu Hu and his companions were utterly exhausted and lay motionless on the raft. Approximately 10 minutes later, the pirate ship had reached the raft side. A massive shadow loomed over them, and Lu Hu opened his eyes, feeling a surge of excitement. Bring them aboard, commanded the burly man, and 4 or 5 pirates descended the rope ladder. Damn, it stinks worse than a dead fish. One pirate cursed in English while covering his nose. Wash them off before bringing them up, the burly man shouted from the ship's edge. Soon, Lu Hu and his companions found themselves bound by ropes and tossed into the water for a thorough rinsing before being hoisted aboard. On the deck, they lay on the ground as several pirates pointed their guns at them. Who are you? The burly man inquired, crouching down to look at Lu Hu and his companions. Speaking in English, coughing, Zhang Quan expelled 2 mouthfuls of seawater. Observing the individuals before him, he realized he had been rescued, and a wave of joy washed over him. However, as he lifted his gaze to the multitude of guns aimed in his direction, a sudden wave of terror engulfed him. The sight of the fluttering skull and crossbones flag chilled his heart. He had encountered pirates, a theme he had seen portrayed in films. No, please do not kill us, We can offer you a substantial reward, Zhang Quan implored, hastily kneeling and bowing his head. The burly man furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by Zhang Quan's utterances. Speak. Who are you? If you remain silent, I shall toss you into the sea to feed the fish. The man demanded again. Upon recognizing the language as English, Zhang Quan promptly reiterated his plea in the same tongue. Oh, a substantial reward? Huh. It appears we have captured a significant prize today. The burly man grinned with delight. Set sail. Return to the island. The chief shall surely appreciate this gift. Haha. Chapter 47. The Pirate Crisis. A pirate ship docked at a port, and Lu Hu and his companions were forcibly brought ashore, tightly bound. This was a small island, adorned with immense rocks, where 7 or 8 large vessels and a dozen smaller boats were anchored. Some pirates, armed and standing atop the colossal boulders, displayed no reaction upon spotting Lu Hu and his companions, for they had captured countless individuals over the years, navigating through a labyrinth of narrow paths. Lu Hu and his companions were led into a cave. Chief, we have captured 3 Easterners, a burly man respectfully reported to the figure seated in a chair above them. This man was the pirate leader, known as Barin, who bore a patch over one eye. Oh, Easterners? Hee hee. Upon hearing this, Barin chuckled softly, rising slowly to approach Lu Hu and his companions. Do you have any money? If not, we might as well toss you into the sea to feed the fish, lest we waste provisions. Barin languidly addressed the burly man, speaking in English, which Zhang Quan could comprehend. Chief, we do have money. We can offer you 1 million. Hoping you might spare us. Zhang Quan hastily interjected. Barin glanced at Zhang Quan and instructed the burly man, Mike. I need you to interrogate these 3 thoroughly while I entertain Captain Brownie. Mike nodded respectfully, gesturing for several pirates to escort Lu Hu and his companions away from the cave. 3 hours later, Mike returned to the cave. Chief, I have clarified their circumstances. These 3 emerged from Bamboo Island. They claimed their cruise ship encountered a mishap, leading them to this island. Moreover, they are willing to pay 10 million in ransom, solely requesting their release. Oh, 10 million in ransom? It appears these individuals are quite affluent, Barin mused, taking a sip of red wine with a slight smile. Mike, returning the smile, added, Chief, according to their account, there are other Easterners on the island, all of whom are the offspring of wealthy families. Upon hearing this, Barin's expression shifted to one of surprise, followed by uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha. Mike, you have struck gold this time. The children of the rich? This is indeed a lucrative venture. Mike, immediately take a crew to Bamboo Island and capture those wealthy offspring. Mike pondered for a moment and replied, Chief, Bamboo Island is vast, home to fierce natives and gigantic creatures. The weather is unpredictable. In about 10 days, snow will blanket the island. Mike, Barin interrupted before Mike could finish. Once you complete this task, I shall promote you to captain, placing you on par with Lena and Best. Upon hearing this, Mike nodded in agreement. He was willing to risk the journey to Bamboo Island for the prospect of promotion. After Mike departed, Barin drained his glass of wine, well aware of the perils that loomed on Bamboo Island. However, he believed that with wealth, he could amass an army, thereby expanding his influence, undeterred by danger. Once Mike left the cave, he hurriedly assembled his crew, loading supplies onto the ship, eager to reach Bamboo Island before dusk. In the valley, Lin Feng and Lu Yin were preparing dinner together as the biting cold wind swept through. Lin Feng, why do I feel that the weather is getting colder? Lu Yin remarked, tightening her clothes. Lin Feng smiled gently. Perhaps winter is approaching. Due to the frigid temperatures outside, they retreated into the wooden cabin early, shutting the door behind them. Inside, the crackling fire and bowls of vegetable soup provided some warmth to their bodies. In contrast, Du Zimming and his companions were not faring as well. The cave was painfully cold, and without the fire, they would have succumbed long ago, especially since their supply of wolf meat had already been consumed. Chun Yin and Lung Rushuang were huddled in the corner, wrapped in several layers of clothing, remaining motionless. As the deep night settled, the occupants of the cave gradually drifted into slumber. Li Dalong exchanged glances with his brother before quietly rising and approaching Du Zimming, who was sleeping nearby. They reached out their hands, groping over Du Zimming's form. Are you looking for this? A chilling voice suddenly pierced the stillness. In the glow of the firelight, Lung Rushuang held a pistol aimed directly at the two men, while Chun Yin also stood up to observe them. "Oh no! Rushuang, please don't misunderstand. I was merely covering Minggu with a blanket," Li Daolong said, standing slowly and turning to smile at Lung Rushuang. At that moment, Du Ziming also rose, casting a cold smile at the Li brothers. "There's no misunderstanding. You may not know, but I handed my gun to Rushuang earlier tonight. I have long suspected your ill intentions, and it seems tonight you have finally acted upon them." With their intentions exposed, Li Daolong dropped the pretense, looking directly at Du Ziming. "Minggu, we've helped you quite a bit along the way, haven't we? And what about them?" He gestured towards Chun Yin and Lung Rushuang. "All they do is eat. They are of no assistance to us. They are merely a burden. Yet you continue to heed their words." "Stop right there," Du Ziming interjected, his face darkening. "You may have assisted me, but I will let you go this time." He then pulled out a lighter from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground. "Here, take one of these lighters and leave." Li Daolong glanced at Du Ziming, picked up the lighter, and spoke. "Minggu, you will surely regret bringing them along." With that, he took 2 pieces of clothing and left the cave with Li Dahua. Upon hearing Li Daolong call them a burden, Chun Yan's expression soured. The departure of the Li brothers weighed heavily on Du Ziming's heart. After all, they had indeed been a significant help. He sat by the fire, lost in thought as he gazed into the flames. Chun Yin and Lung Rushuang approached him, with Lung Rushuang handing the pistol back to Du Ziming. "Rest assured, everything will be fine," Chun Yin comforted him with a smile. "Even the worst-case scenario, we still have Lin Feng and the others, right?" Du Ziming let out a bitter laugh. "Lin Feng? He would never allow us to join them. Don't worry. Rushuang and I have a good relationship with Song Yinfei. We can ask her to speak a few words on our behalf." Chun Yin replied with a gentle smile. "If that doesn't work, we'll think of another way." "Very well. Let us rest for the night. At dawn, we shall venture out together for hunting." Upon hearing this, Du Ziming could only nod in agreement. Lying amidst the leaves, Chun Yin contemplated. Should all else fail, she would resort to her final measure. Cold as frost, she found herself unable to sleep, her eyes wide open, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in her mind. As the first light of day broke, Du Ziming and his companions departed the cave, heading towards the right. There lay a winding path of small stones. After a 10-minute walk, they arrived at the banks of a gentle stream, with a small hillside to their left and a thicket of lush bushes to their right. Chapter 48. An encounter with a black bear in the valley. Lin Feng led Lu Yun and the others to inspect the snares. Due to the morning chill, Su Nanan and Song Yinfei had donned their coats. After nearly an hour's trek, they arrived at a small gorge, where a thicket lay at its center, flanked by dense woodlands. As they entered the thicket, Lu Yun and her companions promptly dispersed to check their individual snares. Lin Feng, armed with a spear, ventured deeper into the thicket, ascending a slope cluttered with underbrush, at the bottom of which flowed a river. The water was shallow, only reaching his calves, while an opposite steep bank was lush with vegetation. Navigating through the undergrowth, Lin Feng reached the riverbank and discovered a fish resting on a stone in the water. Approaching for a closer look, he observed that the fish's sides were tinged with red, its mouth still moving, indicating it was not yet dead. Was this a salmon? Lin Feng recalled that during spawning season, these fish would swim upstream from the sea in great numbers, enduring immense hardships only to perish at their breeding grounds. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed from the opposite thicket, prompting Lin Feng to swiftly retreat up the slope and conceal himself behind a tree. Moments later, a black bear emerged from the underbrush, making its way to the river in search of food. It sniffed the air before approaching the salmon, tearing into it with ferocity. Lin Feng, observing the bear, realized that capturing this creature would ensure they would not have to worry about food for at least a fortnight. Roar! A sudden roar resonated as another massive black bear appeared, advancing towards the first with an imposing presence that sent the feeding bear fleeing into the thicket. Lin Feng, taken aback by the sheer size of the second bear, cautiously distanced himself. As he walked back, he pondered that these bears were likely foraging in preparation for hibernation, striving to accumulate substantial fat reserves to withstand the harsh winter. Upon returning to the thicket, he found Song Yinfei and her companions waiting for him. Lin Feng. We caught a capercaillie and a squirrel. Song Yinfei exclaimed excitedly upon seeing him. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, noting the cold weather had diminished the presence of wildlife. Why don't you all head back? I'll take a stroll nearby. It's perilous with bears around, and it's safer for you to return, he advised. After they departed, Lin Feng ventured into the nearby woods. Run. At the riverbank, Du Ziming brandished his pistol, shouting to Chun Yin and Lung Rushuang as a bear charged toward them. Faces pale with fear, the two women fled down a narrow path, with Du Ziming trailing behind. Fortunately, upon seeing the trio flee, the bear halted its pursuit. Once back in their cave, a wave of relief washed over them, astonished that a bear had charged down the slope. What do we do now, Du Ziming? Chun Yin inquired. Glancing at the cave entrance, he approached with a wry smile. I honestly don't know what we should do. Now, he no longer dared to venture outside. His pistol contained only 3 bullets. If he were miss, death would surely follow. There was but one course of action left, seeking Lin Feng. Lung Rua Shuang furrowed her brow and spoke. There are black bears in this vicinity. This cave is no longer safe. If a bear were to intrude while we sleep, we would all perish. Indeed, we must find Lin Feng. Let us hasten to gather our belongings, Du Ziming said urgently as he rushed inside, stuffing some clothes into a suitcase before zipping it up and emerging. The 3 hurriedly departed the cave. Upon reaching the valley, they spotted Lu Yun and her companions warming themselves by a fire in a shelter. Chun Yin, Rua Shuang. What brings you here? Song Yinfei turned, smiling at the two. Come inside. It's cold out here. She failed to notice Du Ziming, who lingered at the back. Lu Yun observed the suitcase in Du Ziming's hand, her brow furrowing as she pondered. Are they here to seek refuge? Lu Yun. Yinfei, I must be candid. We have come to rely on you, Chun Yin declared, addressing the two. We encountered a black bear, and the cave is no longer safe. Upon hearing this, Song Yinfei's expression darkened. Chun Yin, it is of no use telling us. We need Lin Feng's consent for you to stay. Where has he gone? I will speak to him, Lung Rua Shuang interjected. He has yet to return. Lu Yun pointed toward a distant peak. He is over there. Then let us wait for his return before discussing further. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was walking along the riverbank, where remnants of decayed salmon flesh clung to some rocks, leftovers from the black bears. After walking for several minutes, he arrived at a small waterfall, where salmon were desperately leaping upstream. In the pool below, numerous salmon swam about. Lin Feng climbed down a nearby rock to the edge of the pool. Spotting a salmon, he thrust his spear downwards, successfully impaling it. Upon inspection, he found the salmon still lively. He would not settle for one that was half alive. He moved to a narrow area and caught several fish, then ventured into a nearby thicket to chop down 2 branches, threading the salmon through their mouths. Suddenly, Lin Feng glanced down to see a black bear approaching, accompanied by 2 cubs. Recognizing the danger, a mother bear with cubs is highly protective. He prudently decided to leave with his catch. He ascended the slope, traversing the treacherous incline, and, after a challenging journey, reached a relatively flat patch of grass. After winding along the mountain path for nearly 2 hours, Lin Feng finally returned to the valley. Big brother is back, Su Nan Nan exclaimed joyfully upon spotting him, rising with a smile. Back at the wooden cabin, Su Nan Nan eagerly accepted the fish from Lin Feng's hands, exclaiming, Wow, how heavy! Lu Yun, Yi Shui, and Song Yinfei emerged from the shelter to process the salmon. What brings the 3 of you here? Lin Feng entered the shed, seated himself, and inquired of the 3. Lin Feng, we encountered a black bear by the river. Chun Yin spoke up. A black bear? Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. I have encountered a few myself. Cold as frost wasted no time and directly stated, Lin Feng, we wish to join forces with you. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled lightly. Where are those 2 hulking figures? They have left, Cold as frost replied, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Tell us, what must we do for you to take us in? Brother Lin Feng, we are left with no choice and can only seek refuge with you. Du Ziming chimed in Ernestel Ypsilon. Lin Feng glanced at the suitcase beside him, recognizing that they had indeed been frightened by the black bear. Being compatriots from Xia country, he thought it best to extend a helping hand. You may stay, Lin Feng said to the 3, but I have no patience for deceit. Upon hearing Lin Feng's consent, Chun Yin immediately expressed her delight. How could we engage in deceit? We are good sisters with Yin Fei and the others. With that, she pulled cold as frost along to assist Song Yin Fei and the others. Chapter 49. A sudden drop in temperature at noon. Everyone gathered in the wooden cabin, savoring delicious fish soup and fresh salmon. Thank you, Lin Feng, Du Ziming said with a smile, acknowledging that this delightful meal was the finest he had experienced since arriving on the island. Lin Feng replied with a gentle smile, just call me Lin Feng. Even the usually stoic Lung Ruo Shuang exhibited a rare smile at that moment. After enjoying the fish soup, everyone felt significantly warmer. Wow, this clothing is exquisite, Chun Yin remarked with a smile. Choose one that fits you best. The wolf meat had been thoroughly dried outside, and Yi Shui and the others collected it to store in boxes for future provisions. In such frigid weather, the wolf meat would have a longer shelf life. Cool, mate. Everyone, try the dried persimmons, Lin Feng said, retrieving a bamboo sieve from the rafters and distributing one to each person. This is delightful. So sweet. The sweetness was abundant, with a chewy texture that was quite refined. Lung Ruoshuang smiled. I really enjoy this snack. It's astonishing how delicious it is after drying. Song Yin Fei chimed in with a light laugh. When freshly picked, the fruit is quite astringent. Du Ziming looked at Lin Feng with admiration. I seldom admire anyone, but you're the first. Oh, should I feel honored, haha? Lin Feng responded with a slight smile. Big brother, I want more. Su Nan chimed in sweetly as she approached. Save some for when there is no food available, Lin Feng said, patting her head with a smile. You can have one today. He then turned to Lu Yun and the others. There are many black bears roaming about, so be cautious and do not wander off. Don't worry, we won't leave this valley, Lu Yun nodded. No, Lin Feng shook his head. The valley may not be entirely safe. Black bears could enter at any moment. Does anyone have a fear of heights? As he glanced at the group, noticing no one responding, he continued, if not, you will take turns climbing the lookout tower and using the binoculars to survey the surroundings. Should you spot a black bear or any other wildlife, inform me immediately. I'll go up first, Lian volunteered. Lin Feng then moved the ladder to the base of the lookout tower, and Lu Yun climbed up with the binoculars in hand. Shall we pick more persimmons? Song Yinfei suggested with a smile at Chun Yin and the others. Let's go. Time to gather some persimmons. Su Nan cheerfully exclaimed as she retrieved several baskets from a shed. Yi Shui and Chun Yin trailed behind her, dragging a bamboo pole towards the persimmon trees. What about us? Du Ziming asked Lin Feng, eager to prove himself and contribute to the group. Lin Feng smiled slightly. The men will go hunting, while the women will handle the gathering. After saying this, he stepped inside, retrieving his bow and arrows, and strapped a Nepali knife to his waist. Let's go, Lin Feng said, heading towards the riverbank, with Du Ziming hastily following behind. Upon reaching the river, Lin Feng squatted down to wash his hands, the icy water causing his hands to turn a bright red. Where shall we hunt? Du Ziming glanced around and spoke. Lin Feng stood up, raised his head to gaze at the mountains across from him, and pointed toward a hollow on the left. Let's explore there, he suggested. By the riverbank, Lin Feng collected some sizable stones and cast them into the water, stepping across the stones, while Du Ziming also gathered a few and handed them to Lin Feng. Soon, a stone bridge spanning the riverbed was completed, and the two cautiously made their way across. Upon reaching the sandy ground, they ventured towards the grassy area, continuing their ascent. They arrived at the entrance nestled between two mountains, which was obscured by a few scraggly trees. Lin Feng had no choice but to draw his knife, cutting through the underbrush as he progressed. Lin Feng, do you think there are snakes here? Du Ziming inquired, eyeing the dense foliage around them. Lin Feng chuckled lightly. In such cold weather, snakes would not be out. Do not worry. As they stepped inside, a narrow grassy path emerged, flanked by steep, sheer cliffs. The two followed the trail forward, and after a few minutes, the area opened up slightly, leading them to a small clearing. Surrounding the clearing were several small trees, and directly ahead lay a hillside, also lush with vegetation. This place is delightful. Building a wooden cabin here would be perfect, Du Ziming remarked with a grin. Lin Feng surveyed the area, noting the steep cliffs encircling them, with only one entrance visible. The hillside opposite likely led to the other side. Lin Feng crossed the clearing and began to ascend the hillside, which was not too steep and presented no significant challenge. In about 10 minutes, they reached the summit and looked down. Below the opposite hillside stretched a vast expanse of grassland, dotted with undulating mounds. The far end of the meadow was shrouded in mist, making it impossible to discern without binoculars. "Let us venture onto the grassland," Lin Feng proposed, and he began to trot down the slope, quickly arriving at the meadow. "Is that a wild rabbit?" Du Ziming exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a nearby mound. Lin Feng squinted and confirmed. Indeed, a wild rabbit was hopping among the small hills in search of tender grass. Upon spotting the rabbit, Du Ziming immediately drew his pistol, eager to shoot it. "Wait," Lin Feng stopped him with a smile. "Do not waste a bullet. Just stay here." He feared that if Du Ziming approached, the rabbit would surely flee. With that, Lin Feng retrieved his bow and, crouching low, stealthily maneuvered to the depression beneath the mound. Soon he positioned himself behind the rabbit, slightly raising his head to assess the distance, which was roughly 20 meters. He inched closer, but the flat grassland beside him posed a risk of alerting the rabbit, so he prepared to draw his bow from his concealed position. Du Ziming crouched in the grass, watching Lin Feng's every move. Suddenly, he saw Lin Feng release an arrow towards the rabbit, which instantly dropped to the ground. "Excellent shot. Du Ziming shield. Moments latte." Lin Feng returned with the wild rabbit in hand. "Lin Feng, could you teach me your archery skills?" Du Ziming asked, excitement bubbling within him. "We can discuss it when we return," Lin Feng replied. Du Ziming nodded and followed closely behind Lin Feng, the two engaging in conversation as they made their way towards the valley. Upon returning to the valley, they found Song Yanfei and others huddled around a fire in the shed, merrily peeling persimmons while sharing laughter. They had returned. From the lookout tower, Yishui called out, pointing towards the riverbank. Soon, Lin Feng and his companion were back, with Su Nanan rushing out to take the wild rabbit from them. Lin Feng noticed that both bamboo sieves were filled with peeled persimmons and placed them atop the shed. As evening fell, after preparing the wild rabbit, he instructed Lu Yun to take it inside for roasting, while the wild chicken and squirrel were chopped into small pieces, placed in bamboo tubes, and roasted over the bonfire, with fresh game simmering in an iron pot. The night seemed to be even colder. Song Yanfei could feel the chill, noting that tonight was colder than the previous 2 days. Chapter 50. The pirate camp is plundered. As night fell, the temperature plummeted, and the 8 individuals huddled around the campfire to stave off the chill. "It's too cold. We should sleep," Lu Yun suggested, rising to gather some firewood from the flames and bring it indoors. Du Ziming shared a room with Lin Feng, where they kindled a fire in the center. "This place is wonderful, far warmer than the cave," Du Ziming remarked with a light chuckle. Lin Feng smiled in response. "Let us add another layer of thatch tomorrow. It will keep us even warmer." "Lin Feng, I'll entrust this gun to you," Du Ziming said after a moment of contemplation, producing a handgun and handing it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng received the weapon, expertly opened the magazine, and noted there were 3 bullets remaining. "This gun is quite decent," he commented before returning it to Du Ziming. "You keep it for protection. I have no use for it." Du Ziming glanced at the handgun before setting it aside, aware that with Lin Feng's archery skills, hunting did not necessitate such a firearm. In the dead of night, the two finally settled down to sleep while outside. The moon had just begun its ascent. Morning arrived in the forest. Li Dalong climbed a wild fruit tree, surrounded by chattering monkeys. "Damn, still making noise. Keep it up, and I'll eat you," Li Dalong shouted, tossing 2 green fruits at the monkeys, who nimbly dodged them. "Brother, toss a few down, I'm starving," Li Dahua called from below, gazing up at Li Dalong. All right, stop your whining," Li Dalong retorted, dropping several wild fruits. Li Dahua promptly ran over to gather and consume them. Li Dalong also munched on the wild fruits while perched on a branch, though slightly astringent. They were a necessity to fill their stomachs. Suddenly, Li Dalong spotted 2 figures approaching from a distance, armed with guns. He quickly descended the tree, whispering, "Dahua, someone else coming, and they're armed." "Someone? It might be the rescue team. Let us go find them," Li Dahua exclaimed excitedly. Li Dalong frowned and replied quietly, "They don't appear to be rescue personnel. Let us hide and observe." The two hurriedly moved to the base of a nearby large tree, where a hollow provided a perfect hiding spot. Soon, the brothers heard footsteps drawing closer. At that moment, a centipede, measuring several centimeters in length, crawled out from the hollow and began to inch its way onto Li Dahua, whom Li Dahua was about to react when Li Dalong pressed him down, covering his mouth to stifle any sound. The footsteps passed overhead, and Li Dalong cautiously peeked out before retreating back into hiding. After several minutes, once the figures had moved on, the brothers emerged from their concealment. Li Dahua quickly brushed off his clothes, causing the centipede to fall away. They are not rescue personnel. Li Dalong whispered. We must leave this place at once. Brother, if they aren't rescue personnel, then who are they? Li Dahua inquired in Ashton. Li Dalong pondered for a moment. I am uncertain as well. Let's follow them and see. With that, the two brothers discreetly trailed behind the two pirates ahead. Upon reaching a steep slope, the pirates glanced around casually before retreating. For 2 hours, Li Dalong and his brother stealthily followed in their wake. Eventually, the two pirates returned to their camp. The brothers crouched on the hillside, observing the 4 tents below on the grassy ground, with a bonfire crackling in the center, surrounded by a dozen men. Brother, should we descend and inquire? Suggested Li Dahua. Don't drag me into your death wish. Li Dalong shot back with a glare, muttering under his breath, they certainly resemble pirates. Pirates? Li Dahua exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't that a seafaring profession? What are they doing on this desolate island? Hush! Remain silent. Suddenly, Li Dalong whispered, fixing his gaze on the pirate camp below. He observed the group of pirates rise and promptly split into pairs, dispersing in different directions, leaving the camp unguarded. Minutes later, the pirates had vanished from sight. After contemplating, Li Dalong tugged at Li Dahua, and they cautiously descended the slope, inching closer to the camp. Upon reaching the tents, Li Dahua noticed another pirate inside and leaned closer to Li Dalong, whispering, Brother, there's still one person in the tent. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint ignited in Li Dalong's eyes. Eliminate him. Li Dahua nudda, picking up a stick and tossing it towards the tent. Li Dalong positioned himself beside the tent, waiting. Hearing the commotion, the pirate emerged, only to have Li Dalong swiftly seize him by the throat. Li Dahua rushed forward to grasp the pirate's firearm, preventing him from firing. With a decisive snap, Li Dalong swiftly broke the pirate's neck and let the body fall onto the grass. Hurry, search for any food or drink, and take everything, Li Dalong urged. The two quickly surged into the tent, rummaging through its contents. Before long, they had unearthed a collection of liquor, jerky, bread, salted fish, fruit, and even 2 packs of cigarettes, all laid out on the grass. Brother, we have struck it rich. This bounty could sustain us for a week. Li Dahua exclaimed with excitement. Quickly, dismantle a tent and pack everything up, Li Dalong instructed, moving towards the pirate's corpse to retrieve his rifle and ammunition. At that moment, Li Dahua took apart one of the tents, spreading it out on the grass, and placing all of their finds inside before securing it. Let us flee. If they return, we are doomed. With the tent on his back and Li Dalong supporting it, they dashed up the hillside, racing deeper into the woods. Brother, where are we headed? We shall return to the cave. Once we present this food and liquor, Chun Yin and Lung Rushuang will surely be overjoyed and shower us with affection. Haha, splendid. Brother, Chun Yin is mine. Do not covet her. I admire her ample figure. Enough. We must hurry, otherwise we want to make it back to the cave before nightfall. The two hastily plunged into the forest, jogging along their path. As midday approached, Mike returned from the seaside accompanied by several pirates. First mate, could it be that they do not reside by the shore? Perhaps they have retreated deeper into the island? One pirate voiced his concern. Upon hearing this, Mike furrowed his brow slightly. It is quite possible. Once all the brothers have returned, we shall search the interior of the island. The previous day had been spent scouring the coastline, yet not a single soul had been spotted, leading Mike to reluctantly concede that the Easterners may have ventured inland. Wait, why is one of the tents missing? A pirate dashed onto the grass and stumbled upon the lifeless body of a comrade, instantly exclaiming, "This is terrible. Our men have been slain." Upon hearing this, Mike rushed over, only to discover that not only had his comrade been murdered, But all the provisions and liquor from the camp had vanished as well. With a determined grip on his rifle, Mike fired a shot into the air and bellowed, "Search for them. They must be nearby." Chapter 51. Li Dahua came to brag. Mike, having discovered the significant loss of supplies, was consumed by rage, particularly incensed by his ignorance of the appearance of the responsible parties. "Do we still have any food on the ship?" he inquired. "A little, but it is merely sufficient for our return," a pirate replied grimly. Sighing heavily, Mike lamented that without provisions, their search efforts would be futile. After a moment of contemplation, he ordered everyone to retreat and return, resigned to whatever punishment the leader might impose upon him. "By the river in the valley, hurry, my feet are freezing," exclaimed Lu Shuang. "Wow, quick, the fish are coming in." Several women, including Lu Yun, were using bamboo rafts to herd the river fish into a trough, mimicking their previous successful attempt. "I can't take it anymore. I need to get to shore," Yi Shui exclaimed, rushing onto the bank with her feet reddened from the cold. Su Nan and Shun Yin hurriedly gathered the fish from the trough into bamboo tubes. "The river water is too frigid. We should head back," Lu Yin suggested as she donned her shoes. At that moment, Lin Feng and Du Ziming arrived at the edge of the woods at the foot of the hillside. Lin Feng observed a snow-covered fir tree, its trunk etched with patterns. These markings are left by bears rubbing against the tree. They carry the scent of bears. Lin Feng remarked with a furrowed brow. "This indicates that bears are surely nearby. What should we do? Should we turn back?" Du Ziming asked, his trepidation evident. Lin Feng shook his head, stating, "From now on, you must remain vigilant. Let us proceed." With that, he ventured deeper into the forest, ever watchful of his surroundings. Navigating through a bear-infested thicket posed considerable danger, for one could never predict from which direction a bear might charge. Suddenly, two wild chickens erupted from the underbrush. "Stachling du Ziming." Lin Feng merely glanced at them and continued forward. The area was abundant with coniferous trees, allowing sunlight to filter through the fallen leaves, illuminating the surroundings. "Roar!" A sudden bellow echoed from ahead, and Lin Feng immediately recognized it as the growl of a bear. "Follow me," he whispered urgently, racing toward the source of the roar. After a brief sprint, they emerged from the coniferous forest onto a grassy expanse, where a steep slope of approximately 7 to 8 meters descended to a winding river bordered by a muddy bank. Lin Feng and Du Ziming crouched at the top of the slope, gazing below. There, an adult male grizzly bear was dragging a brown wild goat, surrounded by 5 or 6 wild wolves. One of the wolves, entirely white with no markings, appeared particularly formidable and was likely the alpha. The spectacle of the bear-wolf feeding frenzy was a rare encounter for Lin Feng and Du Ziming. The grizzly attempted to haul away the goat, only to be thwarted as 2 wolves clamped onto its hind legs, pulling in the opposite direction. The bear released its grip on the goat and gave chase to the wolves, leading to a chaotic game of pursuit. "What should we do, Lin Feng?" Du Ziming soudainement whispered. Lin Feng replied tersely, "What is there to discuss? Do you wish to join in the struggle for that wild goat?" Upon hearing this, Du Ziming quickly shook his head. "Let us depart. This is beyond our involvement. Whether it is the wolf pack or the brown bear that claims the prey, I dare not compete with them here." 2 hours later, they returned to the valley, empty-handed. "Did you fail to catch anything?" Lu Yin smiled faintly at the 2 men. Lin Feng replied with a gentle smile, "Not every outing yields a bounty. Ah, you cannot imagine. We witnessed a bear and wolves fighting over a wild goat." Du Ziming recounted, his gaze fixed on Lung Ruxiang and her companions, chuckling. "You have no idea how exhilarating that scene was. I had only seen something similar in Animal Planet and never anticipated witnessing it firsthand. Are bears and wolves truly fighting for food? Is it that perilous outside?" Chun Yin inquired, astonished. Du Ziming, with a serious expression, responded, "It is even more dangerous than you can fathom. You should have seen the size of that brown bear. A single swipe could have crushed my skull. All right, Yin Fei, Lu Yun, and Ruxiang, you 3 stay here and prepare dinner. Please take out the wild boar jerky and cut it into pieces," Lin Feng instructed the trio. "The rest of you, accompany me to the riverside to gather some bamboo shoots." Upon hearing this, Yi Shui, Su Nan, and Chun Yin promptly retrieved 3 baskets from the shed and followed Lin Feng towards the riverbank. Meanwhile, Song Yinfei and her companions entered the wooden cabin, extracting 7 or 8 pieces of wild boar jerky, slicing them into small portions, and placing them in a basket. Lung Ruxiang busied herself washing the wild vegetables and wild onions, which she then placed in a basket after cleansing. Lu Yin filled 3 bamboo tubes with water, adding some wild chrysanthemums, and set them over the campfire to boil. After more than half an hour, Lin Feng returned with the others, bringing 3 baskets filled with bamboo shoots into the shed. He took out a dragon and phoenix dagger, scored the outer shell of a bamboo shoot, while Sunan and her companions peeled it away. "Wow, Lin Feng, that dagger is quite impressive," Du Ziming exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the antique. "It seems to be quite valuable." "Antique? Here, it merely serves as a tool," Lin Feng replied with a slight smile, though inwardly he felt a sense of pride. If it were indeed an antique, it could fetch a considerable sum at auction upon their return. "Who are they?" Suddenly, Lung Ruxiang's cold voice broke the moment as she gazed towards the grassland. Chun Yin turned to see the 2 Li brothers approaching. "Oh, no wonder we couldn't find you in the cave. So you were with them?" Li Dahe laughed as he arrived outside the shed, grinning at Chun Yin and Lung Ruxiang. Du Ziming stepped out of the shed, eyeing the 2 with a somber expression. "What brings you here? You are not welcome." "Come now, Minge, do not be so angry," Li Dalong chuckled lightly. "Look what we have brought." With that, he produced 2 bottles of liquor and 2 loaves of bread from his clothing, while Li Dahu revealed 2 packets of beef sealed in transparent bags. The group stared in astonishment at the items the brothers had produced. Lin Feng emerged and noticed the rifle slung across Li Dalong's back, his brow furrowing. "Well, are you surprised?" "Ha ha ha." Li Dahu laughed heartily as he looked at Chun Yin and the others, saying, "As long as one of you accompanies my brother and me, we shall provide you with all this food." "Indeed," Li Dalong added with a grin, patting the rifle slung across his back. "With this, you need not worry about safety." "From where did you acquire such food and wine?" Lung Ruxuang inquired, her expression stern as she regarded the 2 men. "Humph, it matters not to tell you. We acquired it through." "No, we seized it," Li Da boasted with pride. "We dispatched a pirate and plundered their camp. Ha ha ha." "Pirates?" Lin Feng's heart tightened upon hearing this, pondering, what are pirates doing on this desolate island? What could be their purpose? Upon hearing the mention of pirates, expressions of terror spread across the faces of Song Yinfei and her companions. Chapter 52. The Path of Self-Destruction. Du Ziming watched the smug expressions of the 2 men, feeling a surge of anger. Li Dalong, gazing at the 6 alluring beauties before him, instinctively licked his lips, pondering, if I could just sleep with 2 of them, I would accept my fate even if I could never return to civilization. Noticing mi dolors, la charos da mano. The women cast disdainful glances at the 2 brothers and promptly returned to the shed to peel bamboo shoots. "Brother, the situation seems rather peculiar," Li Dahu whispered into Li Dalong's ear as they observed Song Yinfei and the others retreating to the shed. Li Dalong, seeing that Song Yinfei and her companions were ignoring him, felt a swell of indignation rise within him. He stepped forward, asserting, "I am offering you an opportunity. Do not be ungrateful." Chun Yin, regarding Li Dalong with a cold smile, replied, "You 2 brothers should cease your entreaties. None of us will accompany you." "Humph. I hope you do not find yourselves begging us to come to your rescue later," Li Dalong retorted, casting a glare at Lin Feng and Du Ziming before pulling Li Dahu away. "What should we do, brother?" Li Dahu questioned, struggling to comprehend why, despite their abundance of food and wine, the women remained indifferent. This shouldn't be the case. After a moment of contemplation, Li Dalong smirked. "We need to eliminate Lin Feng and Du Ziming. Then they will have no choice but to heed our commands. Ha ha." Li Dahu's eyes gleamed with malice as he declared, "Yes. Tonight, we shall dispose of them." He was already filled with an eager anticipation to indulge in Chun Yin and the others. "Patience. We shall act tomorrow," Li Dalong replied with a chilling smile. As Du Ziming observed the 2 depart, he turned to Lin Feng and said solemnly, "You must be cautious of them." Lin Feng nodded slightly and resumed boiling water, while Lu Yin prepared some bamboo shoots, which, after blanching, could be stir-fried with the dried meat. By evening, the 8 of them sat together on stools, enjoying dinner. "Lin Feng, what are your thoughts on the words of Li Dalong and his brother today?" Lung Ruo Shuang inquired. Lin Feng reflected for a moment. What they said is likely true. There are indeed pirates on this island. Otherwise, one cannot explain the source of their food and firearms. Song Yinfei furrowed her brow. What shall we do if the pirates arrive? Lin Feng glanced at her. What can we do? We will continue living as we have, confronting whatever comes our way. Do not overthink it. We will address the situation when it arises. Chunyin nodded in agreement. Lin Feng is right. Worrying is futile. We are on this island. Where can we possibly hide? Du Ziming smiled faintly. I trust Lin Feng. Lung Ruo Shuang shot a disapproving look at Du Ziming. He seemed to be losing his sense of agency. In the dead of night, everyone had succumbed to slumber, shrouded in darkness, with not a single star visible in the sky. The next morning, the sky was a dull gray, showing no signs of rain. After instructing Song Yinfei and the others, Lin Feng set off with Du Ziming towards the riverbank. Let us go. Follow them. Li Daolong and his brother, concealed in the withered underbrush, quickly pursued Lin Feng and Du Ziming. As I ventured in the narrow pathway, I proceeded deeper, ascending the hillside until I reached the grassy expanse below. Lin Feng, remain silent. Let us act as though nothing has transpired. Lin Feng whispered, continuing toward the thicket ahead. The two of them swiftly enter the woods, soon vanishing from sight. Brother, where have they gone? Let us search separately. The brothers, Li Daolong and Li Dahu, trailed into the forest, only to find that Lin Feng and his companion had already disappeared. A sense of unease began to settle in Li Daolong's heart. The deeper he ventured, the more apprehensive he became, a rising urge to flee the woods enveloping him. Suddenly, a ferocious roar erupted from the left, followed by Li Dahu's desperate cries. Help me! Li Daolong hastily ran toward the sound, only to witness a massive brown bear lunging at his brother. Li Dahu, brother, he exclaimed, rushing forward as he pulled the trigger in fury. The bear, struck, let out a low growl, glanced at Li Daolong, and then collapsed to the ground. In a chilling moment, Li Daolong's eyes widened in disbelief as a spear pierced through his chest. Lin Feng and Du Ziming slowly approached from behind. Li Daolong turned to point at Lin Feng before collapsing to the earth, lifeless, his eyes wide open in eternal shock, sighing at the sight of the brothers' bodies. Du Ziming remarked, "What's wrong? Do you pity them?" Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Du Ziming shook his head, replying, "It's not that. They had assisted me greatly in the past. I never imagined it would come to this." Lin Feng scoffed, "You must realize had it been us lying there today. Have you considered what fate would have befallen Yin Fei and the others had they fallen into their hands? I have never shown mercy to those who seek to take my life." Du Ziming nodded slightly. Acknowledging Lin Feng's point. If it had been their demise, it would indeed have marked the beginning of a calamity for the 6 women. Do not dwell on it. Return and summon them all, bringing along the baskets. Lin Feng instructed with a smile. And do not disclose the fate of the Li brothers to them. Du Ziming nodded and turned to exit the woods. Lin Feng extracted the spear, picked up the rifle, and discovered a magazine, subsequently relocating the brothers' bodies into a pit nearby. He then returned to the side of the bear, observing its colossal form with a grin. This bear weighed at least 800 pounds. They would not need to hunt for the month. The bear's fur was exceptionally warm, prompting Lin Feng to retrieve his dragon and phoenix dagger, methodically skinning the creature. He set aside the entrails and began slicing the meat into chunks. 2 hours later, Du Ziming returned, accompanied by Song Yinfei and the others. "This is bear meat. Such a large bear," Luyan exclaimed. "I had thought Du Ziming was deceiving us. How astonishing. Bear meat. This is my first encounter with it, and I am uncertain of its flavor." Chen Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Do not be so surprised. Quickly carry all this meat back and place it on the table in the wooden cabin before returning," Lin Feng said with a gentle smile. "It will take more than a couple of trips to transport all." He chuckled. Before long, the group set down their baskets, placing the meat that Lin Feng had cut into them, and then made their way back. "Mingu, once we return, please bring the axe," Lin Feng called out to Du Ziming. By around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Feng and the others had finally transported the considerable amount of meat, bones, and entrails back to the cabin. Upon their return, they immediately cleaned the entrails thoroughly and placed them into an iron pot to boil, while the meat was sliced into strips and hung on the bamboo rack. "Lin Feng, we do not have enough racks," someone exclaimed. Go chop some bamboo. Let us construct 10 more racks. Lin Feng shouted. Chapter 53. Rebuilding the wooden cabin. Throughout the entire afternoon, everyone was diligently occupied, with not a soul slacking off. At last, before darkness fell, they managed to hang all the meat on the racks, utilizing over 20 bamboo poles to complete the task. The bones and entrails alone were sufficient to sustain the 8 of them for 2 days. Huh? Lin Feng, ISNT that gunly Dalong S? Yin exclaimed, noticing the AK assault rifle resting in the shed. The others, including Lung Rushuang, turned their gaze toward it as well. Lin Feng smiled slightly and explained, "Oh, it's a rather simple story. I encountered the 2 brothers, and after imparting a few words of wisdom, they recognized their mistakes and gifted me this weapon before departing." He continued, "Moreover, they mentioned that they would be sending us the items from the cave. We should hurry and retrieve them." With that, Lin Feng stepped outside, and Yin exchanged glances with the others, their expressions shifting slightly as they too followed him. They likely surmised that Lin Feng had eliminated the 2 brothers. Under Du Ziming's guidance, they arrived at the cave, where they beheld a tent filled with an abundance of dried beef, wine, bread, salted fish, 2 lighters, and 2 packs of cigarettes, one which had already been opened, with 2 packs missing. They packed everything up. Lin Feng smiled as he picked up the 2 lighters and the cigarettes, while Song Yinfei and the others filled their baskets with the rest. As Lin Feng lit a cigarette, he glanced at Du Ziming and asked, "Care for a smoke?" Du Ziming quickly waved his hand, "I don't smoke." Upon returning to the wooden cabin, they piled all the items in a corner. These provisions could remain unspoiled for several months, ensuring that Lin Feng and the others had an abundance of food. "This wine looks splendid," Yin remarked, holding up a bottle of red wine. "Let us enjoy a glass tonight." Lu Yun smiled gently. "So now the pirates indulge in red wine as well?" Lin Feng chuckled. "Pirates often plunder passing ships, so it's not surprising that they would seize fine wines and delicacies." Inside a tin can, entrails simmered, emitting clouds of steam. Yin poured a small cup of red wine for everyone, and they gathered around the table to savor the entrails. "Cheers! It is fate that brings us together." Yin raised her bamboo cup and smiled at everyone. They all lifted their cups, took a sip, and then began to eat. "This bear meat is tastier than wolf meat," Yi Shui remarked, tearing off a piece of meat from a bone. "It resembles beef, though it is a bit tough to chew." Lin Feng took a sip of wine and replied, "Bear meat is low in fat and high in protein, so feel free to indulge." By the way, Lin Feng, Song Yinfei, turned to him and asked, "Now that we have ample food, what should we do next?" At her inquiry, Lin Feng scratched his head thoughtfully. "This area is open and quite visible, making it easy to be discovered. Therefore, we could construct another wooden cabin in the valley." "Are you concerned that pirates might come here?" Lung Rushuang asked regarding Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. "Indeed. It's not a matter of being overly cautious, but rather a consideration of the unforeseen." Du Ziming spoke up. "Indeed, Lin Feng's concerns are not unfounded. This is an open area, and should pirates truly arrive and besiege us in this wooden cabin, our fate would be sealed. However, the valley over there has 2 exits, so even if the pirates come, we can adapt accordingly." Lu Yin smiled faintly. "Well, at least we don't need to search for food. Finding something to do is better than being utterly bored. Haha." As night fell, the outside world was gripped by a biting cold, with temperatures nearing freezing, prompting many animals to enter a state of hibernation. The following morning, as sunlight bathed the valley, Lin Feng and his 7 companions had finished breakfast and made their way toward the riverbank, axes in hand. In Sunanen's small backpack, a few bottles of brewed wild chrysanthemum tea were nestled. Upon reaching the riverbank, they stepped on stones and walked up for about 20 to 30 meters, entering a narrow path. After traversing the path, they arrived at a grassy area encompassing several hundred square meters, bordered by trees on both sides and the hillside. "Lin Feng, how shall we proceed?" Du Ziming inquired. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings and replied, "Today's task is to dig holes and chop down trees. Let us get to work. This will warm us up." Yin rubbed her hands together and chuckled. Lin Feng handed the axe and the Nepalese knife to Du Ziming and Yin, instructing them to chop trees in the forest while the others followed him to dig holes in the grassy area. An hour later, they had dug 16 holes. after which they assisted with tree cutting. "Chen Yin, let me take over. You should rest a bit," Lin Feng said, moving to take the axe from her hands. He examined the nearby trees. They were relatively small and unsuitable for use as pillars, thus indicating the need to venture to the hilltop to fell some fir trees. "What should we do now?" Lung Rushuang asked as she approached, seemingly at a loss for tasks after the holes were dug. Lin Feng pondered briefly. "Why don't you take Yin Fei and the others up to the riverbank and gather some stones in the backpacks? We will need them later." Lung Rushuang nodded and departed with Song Yin Fei and the others. Meanwhile, on Pirate Island, Mike stood silently in a cave, head bowed, appearing resigned to his impending punishment. Baron took a sip of his drink, gazing down at Mike with a sigh. "Mike, it seems you are ill-suited for the role of captain." Upon hearing this, Mike immediately responded with respect. "Leader, please grant me another chance. This time, I assure you I will capture those cunning Easterners." Baron rose from his chair and slowly approached Mike. "Let us wait for Best to return. You will accompany him then." "Leader," Mike protested. "Enough. Depart." "Yes." Reluctantly, Mike left the cave and returned to his small room. After contemplating for a moment, he stepped out and made his way to the area where hostages and prisoners were held. Lu Hu and his companions were confined in a small room. Upon seeing Mike enter, Zhang Quan rushed to the iron bars, shouting, "We've already promised to pay you. When will you release us?" "Release you? Huh?" Mike scoffed. "Once I have captured everyone on the island, I shall release you all at that time. Could you not let us go first?" Zhang Quan interjectaste. Mike shook his head. "No, it is best for you to remain here and behave." As soon as he finished speaking, Mike departed the cell. "Huh? Do you dream of escaping from here?" A mocking voice from a neighboring cell echoed suddenly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Quan inquired eagerly, "How could that be? Wasn't it promised that we would be released upon payment of the ransom?" "Oof. Naive. Once you pay the ransom, they will simply sink you to the depths of the sea to feed the fish," the voice continued. "You still dare to think of leaving? What a jest." Zhang Quan asked a few more questions, but the voice fell silent thereafter. Chapter 54. Depth of Emotion at Noon. Everyone returned to the wooden cabin. Chun Yin and Lu Yun heated the entrails and bones in an iron pot. "This soup is delightful, rich in flavor. Do partake a little, it will warm your bodies," they urged. Song Yin Fei ladled a bowl of the hearty broth and took a sip. The sumptuous liquid enveloped her, instantly warming her entire being. "I shall gnaw on the bones," declared Su Nan, grasping a sizable bone, tearing at the meat with gusto, her small mouth filled to the brim. She particularly relished the unique taste of the cold, frosty delicacies, favoring the fatty and small intestines. Du Ziming, like Su Nan and Yi Shui, also enjoyed gnawing on bones. With each mouthful of the rich, savory broth followed by succulent bites of meat, a profound sense of happiness enveloped them. In the afternoon, Lin Feng led Du Ziming to the hilltop, where they felled several cedar trees, each as thick as a thigh. "You three ladies can manage to lift one together," Lin Feng remarked to Song Yin Fei and the others. Lin Feng, I can't carry it alone," Du Ziming chuckled, scratching his head. Lin Feng shot him an incredulous glance. A grown man, unable to lift a few meters of cedar? He pointed to a 2-meter log on the ground. "Surely you can manage that one?" Du Ziming approached, hoisting it onto his back. To his surprise, it was lighter than anticipated. Upon reaching the grassy area, they laid the wood down in the center. "Are we to fetch stones as well?" Cold Ru Shuang inquired. "Indeed," Lin Feng nodded. "The more stones, the better." After the women departed, Lin Feng took up his axe, beginning to split the cedar into pieces about half a meter high. Meanwhile, Du Ziming wielded a knife, tasked with cutting down more trees on the hillside. By the end of the afternoon, Lin Feng had successfully chopped all the cedar and a considerable pile of stones, both large and small, accumulated at the edge of the grass. The following morning, Lin Feng buried the half-meter logs into a pit, slanting them on either side, leaving a convex shape in the center. He intended to employ a mortise and tenon structure to construct the cabin. Under Lin Feng's guidance, Cold Ru Shuang and the others were also able to contribute significantly, relieving them of the burden of stone carrying. Surrounding the grassy area, a multitude of logs lay stacked, along with branches and excess short timber, sufficient for them to burn for 10 days or more. After erecting the horizontal beams on the wooden posts, they began constructing the walls, incorporating windows at the front and sides, and extending the eaves considerably. The cabin was raised on wooden posts, elevating it half a meter above the ground, thus mitigating dampness. On the fifth day at noon, the wooden cabin was finally completed. Gazing at the new structure they had collectively built, a wave of excitement coursed through everyone. This new cabin featured a hall and 2 rooms, and was twice the size of the previous cabin in the valley, offering ample space. "Let's move all our belongings over," Lu Yun suggested with a gentle smile. They joyfully made their way towards the valley, returning to the wooden cabin to transfer their possessions into the new abode. Inside the hall, bamboo poles on either side were adorned with dried bear meat, now fully cured. In the center, a thick layer of sand was laid, followed by a layer of stones, which were then encircled with more stones to create a space suitable for warming by fire. The same method was applied in the room. Beneath the eaves on the right, Lin Feng constructed a stove with stones, where he would prepare meals in the future. "Over there in the woods, there's a pit where we could build a latrine." Du Ziming pointed towards the left side of the woods and remarked. Lin Feng glanced over and replied, "Yes, that could work." In the afternoon, everyone joyfully gathered around the bonfire to roast meat, while under the eaves, a pot of meat soup was simmering. "Cheers! Let us celebrate our new home," Lu Yun exclaimed, raising her bamboo cup with a slight smile at everyone. Taking a sip of her drink, Long Ru looked at Lin Feng and said, "I feel this is not enough. It would be best to install a door at the narrow entrance outside to prevent carnivorous animals from entering." "Indeed," Yi Shui concurred. "This way, we can sleep more soundly. I suggest we also build a wall on the hillside for added safety," Chen Yin added. Listening to their conversation, Lin Feng smiled gently, saying, "We must take one step at a time. Each task should be approached individually. The wooden house is already completed, so do as you wish." In the afternoon, everyone went off to play. Having worked hard for several days, it was time to relax. Lin Feng ascended the hillside alone, sitting on the ground, using his binoculars to survey the grassy expanse. He spotted a herd of wild goats in the distance, leisurely grazing on tender grass, and also noticed a red fox prowling, searching for prey. The meadow was alive with wild rabbits, meadow voles, and insects, all potential food for the fox. "What are you looking at?" Suddenly, Song Yinfei approached and sat beside Lin Feng, smiling as she asked, "What brings you here? Where are the others?" Lin Feng inquired. "They went to the riverbank to play with Du Ziming," she replied softly, smiling. "Here, let me show you." Lin Feng handed the binoculars to Song Yinfei. She took the binoculars, observing the distant wild goats and the red fox, a joyful smile gracing her face. Lin Feng lit a cigarette, stealing glances at Song Yinfei, her beauty rendering him momentarily speechless. At that moment, Song Yinfei sensed Lin Feng's intense gaze and turned to him, asking playfully, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Feng grinned foolishly. "You are so beautiful." Upon hearing this, Song Yinfei's face flushed crimson, and she quickly turned away, resuming her observation of the meadow. Lin Feng extinguished his cigarette and gently pulled Song Yinfei into his embrace. "What are you doing?" she asked, surprised. "Shoo! Don't make a sound." Lin Feng gazed deeply into her eyes before slowly leaning down to kiss her. Song Yinfei closed her eyes, gradually responding to the passionate kiss, savoring the moment. Soon, Lin Feng's hands began to wander. Your hands," Song Yinfei murmured shyly, her delicate voice acting like an aphrodisiac, igniting a fire within Lin Feng, causing him to feel a surge of heat, and his grip tightened. Song Yinfei's body gradually softened, becoming increasingly warm as she allowed Lin Feng to explore her freely. After 40 minutes, Lin Feng lay on the ground, smoking a cigarette, a faint smile playing on his lips, exuding an air of indolence. Song Yinfei slowly adjusted her clothing and tidied her disheveled hair, casting a glare at Lin Feng. "Let us return," Lin Feng suddenly exclaimed with a smile as he stood up. Song Yinfei rose unsteadily, her steps faltering. "Allow me to assist you," Lin Feng offered with a gentle smile, moving to support her. Song Yinfei shot Lin Feng an exasperated glance. "This is all your fault." Hee. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Lin Feng guided Song Yinfei back to her room and stoked the campfire. A few minutes later, Du Ziming and Chun Yin returned with laughter. Lin Feng, the river is beginning to freeze, Du Ziming remarked with a slight smile. Freezing? Lin Feng nodded. The long winter has arrived. With the onset of winter, wildlife would dwindle significantly, and hunting would become exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, they had prepared an ample supply of provisions. Chapter 55. The snow falls as night descended. The doors and windows were securely closed to keep the biting cold at bay. Inside, a bonfire crackled, providing a semblance of warmth as everyone indulged in roasted meat. But where was Yin Fei? Lu Yin glanced around, noticing only Song Yin Fei's absence. Lin Feng, with a gentle smile, reassured, "Oh, she feels a bit unwell and is resting in her room. I've already brought her a bowl of soup. There is no need for concern." Oh, Lu Yin nodded, while Su Nan dashed inside to check on her aunt. "Aunt, Big Brother said you're not feeling well. Is that true?" She inquired with genuine concern as she settled beside Song Yin Fei. With a tender smile, Song Yin Fei patted her head. "And it's fine. Just need some rest. You should go out and enjoy dinner." "Okay, then Aunt, take care." Su Nan nodded and exited. As midnight approached, the sky began to release a flurry of large snowflakes, blanketing the entire island in a pristine white layer. The following morning, after Lin Feng and Chun Yin awoke, they opened the door to a delightful surprise. The ground was coated in snow. "Wow, it's snowing. How beautiful!" Su Nan and Yi Shui exclaimed, rushing outside to play in the snow. Lin Feng smiled softly, taken aback by the unexpected snowfall. Song Yin Fei and several other women joined in the merriment. Frolicking in the snow, Lin Feng ventured to the riverside, where the surface had frozen over, yet water flowed beneath. He skillfully broke the ice with an axe, collecting some water to prepare soup. On a snowy day, nothing could be more comforting than a warm bowl of broth. "Hey, soup's ready. Be careful not to get frostbite," he called out, carrying a large iron pot of soup. Upon hearing his voice, everyone hurried back into the wooden cabin. Outside, the snow began to fall anew, each flake a delicate wonder. After satisfying their hunger, Song Yin Fei and the others returned to the grassy area, raising their hands to catch the drifting snowflakes. With the snowfall rendering travel impossible, they settled indoors to warm themselves by the fire and engage in light-hearted conversation. Du Ziming, poking the fire with a stick, suddenly turned to Lin Feng. "Do you think there are other survivors on this island?" Recalling Lu Hu and his group, Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, we parted ways by the seaside. I wonder how they are faring now." Du Ziming, puzzled, asked, "Why did you separate?" "Sometimes. It's just best to part ways when there is a lack of harmony," Lin Feng replied with a subtle smile. "It's so cold. Let us warm ourselves by the fire," remarked Yi Shui, as she cheerfully entered and stretched her hands toward the flames, glancing at Lin Feng and Du Ziming. "What are you discussing?" Lin Feng merely shook his head and tossed a piece of wood into the fire. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind howled outside, prompting Song Yin Fei and the others to rush in and secure the wooden door. The snowfall intensified, and soon, Lu Yun brought over a stool with a smile. "It's much warmer inside. Haha." Before long, a blizzard erupted outside, visibility plummeted, and the cold wind howled ominously. Thick layers of snow quickly enveloped the ground. Beneath the hillside, the grassland was blanketed by a thick layer of snow, measuring several dozen centimeters. Some meadow voles began to emerge from beneath the snow, tunneling their way through the soft white expanse, creating a network of paths. In the forest, the grouse and pheasants sat motionless on the ground, nearly completely covered by the snow. After a few movements of their heads, they poked them out into the open. 2 hours later, the blizzard subsided, transforming the world outside into a pristine white landscape. Various creatures such as wild rabbits, grouse, pheasants, and red foxes ventured out in search of sustenance. Lin Feng opened the door to find the snow had accumulated significantly. Song Yin Fei and her companions also stepped outside, commencing to build snowmen and engage in snowball fights. Lin Feng, armed with a knife, made his way towards the riverbank, where he observed the bamboo bending under the weight of the snow. He chopped down a couple of stalks and dragged them back to the wooden cabin. Upon returning, he saw Song Yin Fei and her 5 friends gathered around the campfire, warming themselves. "You girls need better footwear. These won't keep you warm. Don't go running around, or you might risk frostbite," Lin Feng advised them. Does that mean we can't go play outside? Ye zhu in it. Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head. Bring out those wolf pelts, and I'll show you how to use them. Upon hearing this, Yi Shui immediately pulled Su Nannan into the room and emerged with 5 or 6 wolf pelts. Lin Feng knelt down to examine the pelts and explained to Yi Shui and the others, wolf pelts are remarkably warm. Simply cut them open, wrap them around your feet, and secure them with the laces from your shoes. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Chun Yin and the others eagerly took knives and divided one of the wolf pelts in half, wrapping their feet in the soft material. Wow, this is incredibly warm, Lu Yun exclaimed after taking a few steps in her makeshift footwear. Lin Feng smiled gently. If you wear them long enough, once the wolf pelts conform to your feet, they will effectively become a pair of shoes. Very warm indeed, Chun Yin agreed as she took a few steps to acclimatize herself. Eventually, Du Ziming and Lin Feng also fashioned themselves a pair of wolfskin shoes, enabling them to traverse the snowy terrain. With their new footwear, the girls dashed outside to play again. Lin Feng returned to the riverbank alone, making his way toward the old wooden cabin. As he walked through the snow, he contemplated the structure, deciding to dismantle the cabin, the shed, and the lookout tower for the sake of secrecy. Otherwise, newcomers would easily discern that the place was inhabited. However, he opted to postpone the demolition until the weather improved. Just as he stepped out of the cabin and secured the door, Lin Feng spotted a snow-white ferret, darting through the snow like an elusive sprite, searching for small mice hidden beneath the surface. Ferrets typically thrive in coniferous forests at altitudes of around 1,000 meters or in mixed broadleaf coniferous woodlands. Perhaps the arrival of winter, with its dwindling food supply on the mountain, had driven the creature here in search of sustenance. Before long, the ferret noticed Lin Feng, raised its head to glance at him, and with a swift turn, vanished from sight. Lin Feng chuckled and returned to the riverbank, chopping down 2 more bamboo stalks to take back, thinking it would be worthwhile to craft some tools since he had nothing else to do. How do you eat this hard bread? Chun Yin asked, holding up a large loaf. He entered, set down the bamboo, and cheerfully remarked, simply cut it into small pieces with a knife, place it into an iron pot, add some water, and boil it until it attains a paste-like consistency. Upon hearing this, Chun Yin nodded in understanding. Ah, so that's how it is prepared. No wonder I found it so difficult to chew. With that, she stepped into the house and began cutting, eager to taste the bread for herself. Lin Feng took an axe to split the bamboo and started to peel the bamboo strips. Lin Feng, are you weaving a basket again? Song Yinfei inquired as she approached. But Lin Feng merely smiled at her and extended his hand, inviting her closer. No, they'll see us inside. Song Yinfei gently pushed Lin Feng away, casting him a disapproving glance before retreating into the house. Lin Feng watched her leave, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Chapter 56. Tranquil times. As the evening descended, Lin Feng utilized the remaining wolf pelts to craft hats for everyone by the campfire. With only 2 meters of nylon rope left. Aunt, Sister Yin, do you think my hat looks good? Su Nannan exclaimed, donning her wolf fur hat as she dashed into the room to showcase her creation. Lu Yin removed the hat to examine it, smiling and nodding in approval. The craftsmanship is commendable. It's beautifully fashioned with the rope. After a hearty dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. Lin Feng presented a deer hide to Song Yinfei, while he and Du Ziming found sufficient warmth under the brown bear fur. The following morning, the biting cold wind swept through as Lin Feng sliced meat for the iron pot. Chun Yin and others brought in firewood to ensure the campfire remained ablaze. My hands are freezing. Could you make me a pair of gloves? Chun Yin inquired, rubbing her hands together. Lin Feng chuckled softly. What shall I use? We have no wolf pelts left. Song Yinfei approached and suggested, isn't there still a deer hide? Let's use that. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, realizing the nylon rope might be insufficient. By the way, do we have any worn-out clothes? Song Yinfei pondered for a moment before returning to her room, emerging shortly after with a short-sleeved shirt that had a large tear in the back. Will this do? She asked, handing it to Lin Feng. He inspected the shirt and replied, it works. Let's eat first before we start. Placing the shirt on a stool, he stirred the meat in the iron pot with a bamboo spoon, covered it, and let it simmer for another 10 minutes. Sitting on the stool, he took out a cigarette and began to smoke. Outside, The snow had been gathered by Yi Shui and the others into a mound, from which they fashioned 3 rather unattractive snowmen. Once he finished a cigarette, he lifted the lid, ladling some broth to inspect before retrieving a bowl from the wooden cabin. "Hey, it's time to eat," he called out to the girls outside. Upon hearing him, they hurried back, filling their bowls with steaming soup and meat, and settled at the table to eat. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Feng used a dagger to cut the shirt into thin strips, then took the deer hide and fashioned it to fit his hand before cutting it to size. He proceeded to carve a series of small holes into the hide with his dagger, allowing the fabric strips to weave through easily. Lung Ruishuang and Chun Yin leaned closer, intrigued by Lin Feng's skills, as if he were adept at everything. Due to their proximity, Lin Feng caught a faint whiff of their subtle fragrances. He rolled the small piece of deer hide and tightened it using the fabric strips through the holes. Du Ziming approached, observing Lin Feng's glove-making process, and curiously remarked, "Lin Feng, why do I feel like you can do anything?" Lin Feng glanced up, smiling. "It's nothing extraordinary, merely basic skills." Chunyin looked at him and smiled slightly. "Basic skills? I dare say you surpass many so-called survival experts." "Oh, I would dare compare myself to the experts." Lin Feng humbly shook his head. "Ah, Lin Feng, do not be so modest." Du Ziming chuckled softly. "If I possessed even half of your abilities, I would not need to seek refuge with you." "Indeed, Lin Feng, you are truly remarkable," Lung Ruishuang added. "Had it not been for you, the 3 of us might have perished from hunger or cold in that cave." "Oh, this is quite extraordinary, Lin Feng. You must realize that Ruishuang seldom bestows praise lightly," Du Ziming exclaimed in astonishment. "Now that she has acknowledged your prowess, it is evident that you are indeed exceptional. All right, enough of that. If you continue, I shall become insufferable." Lin Feng interjected hastily. "Why don't you try on these gloves?" Chunyin picked them up for a trial and found them satisfactory, albeit slightly oversized. "They are quite good. Just a tad large, but otherwise they are warm." "As long as they keep you warm," Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. After nearly 2 hours of diligent work, Lin Feng completed the deerskin gloves, crafting a total of 6 pairs. Ultimately, he utilized brown bear fur to fashion an additional 2 pairs, one of which he presented to Du Ziming. Equipped with gloves, Yi Shui and the others eagerly dashed outside to play, frolicking on the grassy slope. Lin Feng meticulously shaved bamboo strips, bundling them together and suspending them from the eaves for future use. He returned to his room to don a coat, place a hat upon his head, sling his bow and arrows, lace up his shoes, and grasp a spear before venturing outdoors. "Lin Feng, where are you headed?" Du Ziming inquired. "I'm going to the riverbank to take a look," Lin Feng replied, stepping outside into the biting cold, while Du Ziming hesitated to follow. Upon reaching the riverbank, he ascended, navigating to a bend where he cleared away the accumulated snow to reveal the flowing waters beneath the ice layer. As he stepped into the snow outside the bamboo grove, Lin Feng discovered several animal tracks clearly imprinted in the snow. Approaching the tripod, he noted that the water within the bamboo strips had frozen over. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, prompting Lin Feng to close his eyes. The area was eerily quiet, the entire valley seemingly devoid of life. Fortunately, the snow was not overly deep, measuring only about 20 centimeters, allowing Lin Feng to traverse the surroundings. Venturing into a small valley to the left, he noticed a series of footprints in the snow, drawing his attention. Upon closer inspection, the tracks varied in size and belonged to wild boars, who sought food by rooting through the grass for sustenance. To pursue the wild boars, Lin Feng resolved to follow the tracks deeper into the woods. Although his home was well stocked with provisions, it was unwise to squander resources. At the end of the grassy area to the right lay a vast expanse of spruce forest. Lu Yun and Su Nannan, armed with bows and arrows, slightly raised their heads to scan the branches above, having just spotted a grouse that had flown into the area, prompting them to give chase. "Nannan, you take the left. I will go right," Lu Yun whispered. Nannan nodded and ventured left, feeling an inexplicable surge of excitement. Outside, Song Yinfei and Chun Yin, along with the others, watched the two with some concern about the potential dangers within. "Shall we go inside?" Yi Shui suggested. Chun Yin glanced over and replied, "What for?" We have no bows and arrows. We should call them back. We've been outside for quite some time. Lung Rushuang interjected. In this icy weather, it will be troublesome to freeze. I will go and call them. Before her words had fully faded, Song Yinfei had already ventured into the woods. 10 minutes later, the three emerged from the forest, their hands empty, indicating they had not caught any pine grouse. Upon returning to the cabin, they observed Du Ziming chopping firewood with an axe. "Oh, Du Ziming, how industrious of you," Chun Yin remarked with a smile. Du Ziming responded with a faint smile. "Just getting some exercise to warm up, and it provides firewood too. Two benefits in one, haha." Then, continue chopping. We shall return to warm ourselves by the fire. As they stepped into the cabin, they added some firewood, and Lung Rushuang fetched 2 bamboo tubes, pouring water from a mineral water bottle into them before placing them over the bonfire to heat. "Rushuang, there are some dried wild chrysanthemums in the basket. Why not add a few?" Song Yinfei pointed to the bamboo basket hanging on the wooden wall nearby. Chapter 57 Encounter with Yang, June noon. Lin Feng returned from the riverbank, where Song Yinfei had prepared a cup of wild chrysanthemum tea for him. "Where have you been?" she inquired. Lin Feng accepted the bamboo cup with a smile, replying, "Nowhere in particular, just took a stroll outside. We discovered some capercaillies in the woods over by the grassy area, but they were too wary to catch." Lu Yun interjected, leaning in. "Indeed, big brother, I couldn't even shoot one with my arrows," Su Nan Nan chimed in eagerly. Lin Feng nodded, sensing that it was time to indulge in a change of flavor. "It's ready to eat. Everyone, bring your bowls," Du Ziming announced as he entered, revealing that he had prepared the meat soup for the day. At this news, everyone hurried to fetch their bowls, gathering around the campfire to feast. The steaming, rich broth warmed their bodies with each comforting sip. Once satiated, Lin Feng resolved to venture into the woods. If he could catch a capercaillie, it would be a delightful twist for dinner. "Wait for me. I'm coming too," Du Ziming called out as he dashed from the wooden cabin, grinning. "I can't let you go hunting alone. I want to learn as well." He lifted his bow, saying, "I borrowed this from Lu Yun, huh?" Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, and the two set off towards the hillside. After 20 minutes, they arrived at the spruce forest and stepped inside. "To catch your prey, you must carefully observe the ground," Lin Feng whispered to Du Ziming. "If the snow hasn't covered everything, you will find animal tracks in the snow." He crouched down, pointing at a series of small footprints in the snow. "See, these are the tracks of snow hare. They are completely white, and in this vast expanse of snow, you would hardly notice them if you weren't attentive." Du Ziming seemed to grasp the lesson, nodding thoughtfully. They ventured deeper into the woods, the snow underfoot not too deep, making their passage relatively easy. Capercaillies generally fly up to the branches or into the thickets. Lin Feng indicated a spruce tree. Once they hear any noise, they swiftly conceal themselves among the foliage. Therefore, you must remain silent while hunting, approach with caution, avoid haste, and exercise patience. Du Ziming nodded with a smile, understood. "That's good to hear. You head right, and I'll go left. Let us search separately." Lin Feng smiled gently, adding, "Remember, if you stray too far, be sure to follow your own footprints back." After Du Ziming departed, Lin Feng took out a cigarette, observing his surroundings as he slowly ventured deeper into the forest. The entire grove was enveloped in silence, not a sound to be heard. As he scanned the snow for tracks, he occasionally glanced up at the trees and even checked beneath them. Before long, Lin Feng spotted a capercaillie perched motionless on a branch. To avoid startling it, he tread carefully, minimizing any noise. Approaching a spruce tree with only a few meters between them, he drew his bow, aiming at the capercaillie resting on the branch. Whoosh! An arrow was released, striking the capercaillie with precision, penetrating its body halfway, and the bird fell to the ground instantly. Lin Feng approached to retrieve the bird and noticed Du Ziming running toward him. "Lin Feng! Lin Feng!" Du Ziming shouted, "I have discovered footprints left by a person." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng inquired, "Are you certain?" Du Ziming, slightly out of breath, replied, "Why yes, I will take you to see." With that, Lin Feng reluctantly followed Du Ziming, still holding the capercaillie. After a brief walk of several minutes, they arrived at a clearing within the forest, where a series of footprints marred the snow, clearly human, and apparently left not long ago. Observing the direction of the footprints, it seemed they led toward the right front. What should we do, Lin Feng? Du Ziming asked, eager to follow the trail to discover the identity of the person who had passed. Lin Feng regarded the prints and stated, "Let us proceed. I too wish to uncover who has left these marks." The two followed the winding trail of footprints, which meandered deeper into the woods. An hour later, the footprints vanished amidst the trees, revealing a clearing surrounded by woodland, where a shelter constructed of spruce branches stood, blanketed by a layer of snow. White smoke billowed from within, indicating the presence of individuals inside. "Wait!" Du Ziming exclaimed as he attempted to advance, only to be halted by Lin Feng. "We cannot approach recklessly. If they are natives, your advance may provoke an attack. Remain here while I investigate," Lin Feng whispered. With that, he grasped his spear and cautiously approached the shelter, where the entrance was obscured by a cluster of branches. Suddenly, through a gap in the foliage, Lin Feng recognized some familiar faces. Yang Jun. He carefully maneuvered the branches aside and stepped inside. "Lin Feng!" Yang Jun exclaimed in surprise as he noticed the entrance being cleared and saw Lin Feng standing at the threshold. Lin Feng surveyed the interior, spotting several acquaintances from the seaside. Hong Tao, Roland, Manny, and Tian Fun. A smile crept across Lin Feng's face, astonished to encounter these individuals in such a place. "What brings you here?" Lin Feng inquired as he approached. He noticed that the expressions of Hong Tao and the three women were far from cheerful. They appeared weary and weakened. Manny lay on the ground, pallid and with darkened lips, resembling someone gravely ill, a stark contrast to her earlier vibrant demeanor by the sea. Yang Jun looked at Lin Feng with a bitter smile. "We have been here for 3 or 4 days. After the snowfall, we have been unable to find any food." "Lin Feng, they are." At that moment, Du Ziming entered, observing Yang Jun and the others. "Familiar faces," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, placing the capercaillie on the ground before turning to leave. "Lin Feng," Yang Jun called out, rushing over, "Please, I beg you to help Manny and the others. We have not eaten anything for 2 days. I am aware that they mocked you with scorn and derision when they were by the seaside, looking down upon you. However, at this critical juncture where lives hang in the balance, I implore you to save them." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng halted, recognizing the inherent decency in Yang Jun's character. "Lin Feng, I apologize for the offenses we committed against you by the sea. I beseech you to forgive us." Tian Fen staggered over, pleading earnestly, "We genuinely understand our mistakes." Lin Feng contemplated. During their time at the shore, they had not truly wronged him, merely uttered some unkind words. If he chose to disregard them, all 5 could very well perish here. "Lin Feng, we are all citizens of Xia country. Please extend your mercy to them, just this once," Du Ziming interjected, though he was unaware of any personal grievances Lin Feng may have held against them. The thought of inaction weighed heavily on his conscience. "Lin Feng, I implore you," Yang Jun's voice trembled as he sank to his knees. He understood that if Lin Feng did not intervene, they would all perish within 2 days, and perhaps Manny would not survive the night. Chapter 58. Ice fishing. As Yang Jun knelt down, Lin Feng quickly moved to assist him, saying, "Gather your belongings and come with us." Upon hearing this, Yang Jun felt a surge of gratitude and immediately turned to pack his things. After a short while, Du Ziming carried Manny on his back, while Lin Feng and Yang Jun supported Tian Fun and Roland as they departed the shelter. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, nearly 2 hours had passed. Yang Jun, Manny, upon seeing them, Song Yinfei, Lu Yun, and Yi Shui were somewhat astonished, not expecting Lin Feng to return with these individuals. "Go prepare some meat soup," Lin Feng instructed Lu Yun and Song Yinfei. Du Ziming took Manny into a room, covering her with a coat. Jiao Fen, hold on. And Hong Tao sat on stools as Chun Yin poured them wild chrysanthemum tea. After sipping the warm tea, the 4 felt their spirits lift slightly. Thank you, thank you." Hong Tao quickly expressed his gratitude to Chun Yin and the others. They had endured a harrowing time, often going without food for entire days. Soon, a large iron pot of meat soup was ready, and Song Yinfei, along with Lu Yun, ladled some into bowls for the others. As Yang Jun and the others savored the steaming soup and meat, tears streamed down their faces. Since leaving the seaside, they had not experienced a single day of being full. The memory of those harsh days would forever be etched in their minds. Once they were satiated, the group felt as though they had been revitalized. Song Yinfei took a bowl of soup into Manny. Roland approached Lin Feng with his head lowered, whispering, "Lin Feng, sorry. Back at the seaside, we ostracized you, Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Let bygones be bygones. I am not so petty." He then inquired, "By the way, what did you end up here? What about Lu Hu and his group? Youngjun Chuklet bitterly. We parted ways with them quite some time ago, and eventually we encountered Manny and Tian Fun." At that moment, Song Yinfei emerged from the room, smiling. After drinking the soup, Manny's complexion is gradually becoming rosy. She will be fine. Rest for a couple of days, and she will recover. Hearing this, Yang Jun joyfully expressed his gratitude. "Yinfei, thank you so much." That evening, 9 women shared a room, making it somewhat cramped, while the 4 men settled in another room. "Here, have a drink," Lin Feng offered, pouring half a cup of liquor for Yang Jun and the others as they gathered around the campfire. Hong Tao examined the cigarette in his hand, which was inscribed with English lettering, and curiously asked, "Lin Feng, what kind of cigarette is this? It doesn't seem to be from our great Xia country." Lin Feng smiled slightly. "These are pirate cigarettes, and this liquor as well along with this." He then retrieved an AK assault rifle from the wooden wall and presented it to Yang Jun and the others. "Pirates?" Yang Jun exclaimed, astonished. What would pirates be doing on this deserted island? Hong Tao also found it hard to believe. It was merely a deserted island, after all. Lin Feng shook his head. "I do not know, but one thing is certain. They are likely here for wealth." "Wealth?" Du Ziming remarked in surprise. "Could there be pirate treasure on this island?" "That remains uncertain." Hong Tao nodded thoughtfully. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, gazing at the 3 individuals before him. Regardless of their intentions, there was a possibility they could breach this place. Thus, we must unite. If we were to fall into the hands of pirates, I trust you can imagine the dire consequences. The 3 nodded in agreement, fully aware that capture by pirates would likely lead to certain death. Yang Jun looked at Lin Feng with determination. "For now, you are the leader here. We shall heed your words. Whatever you decide, we shall follow." Hong Tao echoed in agreement. Du Ziming remained silent, taking a sip of his drink. After all, this was Lin Feng's domain, and there was no need for him to add anything further. "We shall face this together," Lin Feng declared, raising his bamboo cup with a smile. "Cheers!" The following morning dawned bright and clear, with no snowfall. After rising, Song Yinfei and the others began preparing breakfast. Tian Fun and her companions had rested well through the night and were now in good health, showing no signs of ailment. Lin Feng and Yang Jun soon emerged, venturing into the bamboo grove. Clearing away the snow from the ground revealed some bamboo shoots. After harvesting a few winter bamboo shoots and cutting down 2 stalks, Lin Feng and the others returned to the wooden cabin. They crafted bamboo bowls and chopsticks for Yang Jun and the others, making breakfast ready to serve. Once they had eaten their fill, Lin Feng took an axe and ascended to the top of the hill. In the woods to the right, he discovered several plump larvae nestled within a dead tree. Upon returning to the cabin, he dismantled the folding umbrella, fashioned a fishhook from a piece of steel wire, and secured it with the remaining nylon rope. "Yinfei, Chunyin, you ladies should head to the old wooden cabin outside, disassemble it, and bring the wood back to reconstruct a new cabin here," Lin Feng instructed, handing the Nepalese knife to Song Yinfei. "Are you suggesting we dismantle the cabin in the valley?" Luyan asked, astonished. "Indeed," Lin Feng replied with a smile, "including the shed and the watchtower." With the knife in hand, Song Yinfei led her companions toward the valley. "What are we doing?" "Hong Tao in Gui." Lin Feng smiled slightly. "We will take charge of the hunting. Let us go." With that, he too made his way toward the valley, following the river toward the exit. Upon reaching the grassy area by the lake, Lin Feng looked at the frozen surface of the water, cautiously stepping out onto the ice. After walking about 5 or 6 meters, he halted, realizing the ice was too thin to venture further. Clearing the snow off the lake's surface, he gently used his axe to carve a hole in the ice, attaching a larva to the fishhook before placing it into the opening. "You 3, Go down and see what you can discover, then return to inform me. Lin Feng called to Du Ziming and the others. Hearing this, Yang Jun and his companions made their way down through the woods. Ah, a bite already? Suddenly, the fishing line twitched, followed by a firm tug. Lin Feng slowly drew in the nylon rope, and within moments, he pulled up a fish weighing 2 to 3 pounds. Not bad, Lin Feng smiled faintly, removing the fish and placing it into his backpack before attaching another plump larva to the hook. Meanwhile, in the valley, the old wooden cabin was swiftly being dismantled, as Lu Yun and the 9 others busily transported the timber back. Du Ziming and the others arrived at the base of the wooded slope, scanning the ground in hopes of discovering some animal tracks. Mingu, come here for a moment. Whose footprints are these? Hong Tao called softly to Du Ziming, who was above him. Du Ziming approached, crouched down to examine the prints, and furrowed his brow in uncertainty. The tracks were rather large, possibly belonging to a sizable carnivore. Could it be a tiger? Hong Tao asked, glancing around nervously. Du Ziming quickly shook his head. I don't know. Let's return and inquire with Lin Feng. Is certainly not a tiger. Yang Jun, fixated on the prints, remarked, these must belong to some herbivorous creature. Look at the hoof marks. You two wait for me here, Du Ziming instructed before sprinting towards the lake. Chapter 59. The white giant spider upon the frozen surface of the lake. A pure white fox made its appearance, halting a mere 4 or 5 meters away from Lin Feng. Turning his head, Lin Feng observed the creature, which gently nodded its head towards him twice. In the harsh winter, wild animals find it exceedingly difficult to procure food. Lin Feng glanced at his backpack, retrieved a fish about the size of 3 fingers, and tossed it before the fox. Lin Feng. Suddenly, Du Ziming rushed over, calling out. Upon seeing Du Ziming, the white fox grasped the fish in its mouth and swiftly turned to depart. We have discovered a series of footprints, Du Ziming said, slightly out of breath. They are not far from here. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng reeled in the fishing line, placed the fish into his backpack, and followed Du Ziming away. Arriving at the base of a slope, they examined the somewhat chaotic footprints, which resembled deer tracks but were somewhat larger. Let us return to prepare. Following these tracks may yield rewards, Lin Feng remarked with a light chuckle, turning to walk toward the valley. Inside the old wooden cabin, scattered timber lay upon the ground. Let's carry some back, Lin Feng suggested. Wow, this would appear substantial, yet seems quite light, Hong Tao exclaimed, lifting a cedar log as thick as a thigh in astonishment. Let us hurry, stop mumbling, Yang Jun said, casting a glance at Hong Tao as he carried a piece of wood toward the riverbank. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, they found Song Yinfei and her companions resting inside. Big Brother is back. As Lin Feng and the others entered, Su Nan rushed over, her eyes widening at the sight of the fish in the backpack. Wow, you caught fish. With a smile, Lin Feng set the backpack down on the floor and addressed Song Yinfei and her companions. We are heading out for a while. Please remain here and do not wander. After retrieving his bow and backpack from his room, Du Ziming and the others armed themselves with bamboo spears, while Yang Jun took charge of Lu Yun's hat and bow. Once they departed the cabin, they made their way directly to the slope beneath the lake, following the hoof prints in the snow, traversing the vast, snowy expanse. The tracks led them toward the woods ahead, where the snow had been disturbed, revealing traces of lichen and moss that had been nibbled upon. Within the forest, towering trees loomed, reaching heights of several dozen meters, their branches bare save for a layer of fallen snow. Let us proceed deeper and find a place to rest, Lin Feng suggested after more than an hour of walking, as he began to feel a hint of fatigue. Entering the wooded area, he admired the majestic trees, imagining how beautiful this place would be in springtime. By noon, the 4 companions discovered a low-lying area and kindled a campfire. Lin Feng extracted some jerky from his backpack and offered it to Du Ziming and the others, placing the jerky over the flames to roast. Hey, we've been searching for quite some time, yet we haven't even seen a trace of an animal, Hong Tao remarked, tearing off a piece of the roasted jerky. Indeed, Du Ziming nodded in agreement. In such cold weather, they're certainly hiding. Who would venture out? But they must eventually come out in search of food, Yang Jun stated, taking a sip of water. With a smile, Lin Feng stood up and extinguished the campfire, saying, Let us go. It is time to set off. The four individuals continued to tread along the hoof prints, venturing deeper into the woods, where the trees grew increasingly dense. An hour later, a biting wind began to howl, prompting them to quicken their pace. Lin Feng, what should we do? The wind is intensifying, and I can barely keep my eyes open, Du Ziming muttered, squinting against the gusts. Suddenly, Hong Tao extended his hand, catching a few snowflakes as he exclaimed, "It's snowing." Without warning, a 1 meter tall, pristine white spider leaped from a snow mound to their right, darting towards Du Ziming with astonishing speed. "Watch out!" Lin Feng shouted, delivering a swift kick that sent Du Ziming sprawling just as the monstrous spider lunged over him. What in the world is that creature? Hong Tao and Yang Jun gasped in shock. They had never encountered such a bizarre white spider before. With a nimble roll, Lin Feng drew his Nepalese knife just as the giant spider charged at him. Clang! The creature knocked Lin Feng to the ground, its massive fangs snapping towards him. He braced his knife in defense, straining against the force. "Damn it! Get up!" Du Ziming gritted his teeth, scrambling to his feet. He seized a bamboo spear from the ground and charged at the giant spider, with Hong Tao and Yang Jun following suit, brandishing their own spears. Thud! The spider was pierced by the spears, oozing a greenish blood, but with a swift sweep of its long legs, it sent all three men flying. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng shouted and plunged his knife into the spider's abdomen. He quickly rolled away, standing up to grab a nearby spear, and leaped, thrusting it forcefully into the creature's head. With a few desperate twitches, the spider fell lifeless in the snow. "Are you all right?" Lin Feng inquired as he withdrew his weapons. The three slowly regained their footing, shaking off the snow. "We're fine, just a bit sore," Yang Jun replied, shaking his head. "What was that creature?" Hong Tao asked, wincing as he rubbed his sore backside. Lin Feng glanced at the giant spider and shook his head. "I have no idea. Let us move on. This deserted island is not what it seems." At that moment, the snow began to fall heavily, prompting the four to hastily search for a sheltered area among the trees. They gathered branches to construct a makeshift refuge and ignited a fire within. "You won't believe how startled I was by that enormous spider," Hong Tao said, patting his chest in relief. "And it was white. That speed was incredible. If it weren't for Lin Feng's kick, it might have pierced my neck with its fangs." Du Ziming continued to rub his sore backside. Lin Feng nodded. "This island is indeed peculiar. When Yin Fei and I arrived here, we encountered a python as thick as a thigh." "A python as thick as a thigh?" Du Ziming's eyes widened in disbelief. "Would it eat a person?" Lin Feng flashed a wicked smile. "What do you think? Are you suggesting there are more monsters on this island?" Yang Jun asked, frowning slightly. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded, remarking that one should not be overly alarmed when encountering gigantic creatures in the future. "All right, I need a rest for a while," he said, reclining beside the campfire. Outside, snowflakes danced in the air, while within the shelter, the warmth of the fire provided a stark contrast to the frigid conditions beyond. In the wooden cabin, Song Yinfei gazed out at the falling snow, her heart heavy with concern for Lin Feng and the others. "What is this? Are you worried about Lin Feng?" Lu Yun inquired with a gentle smile as she approached. At Lu Yun's words, Song Yinfei turned her head. "Not at all. I'm merely observing the snowfall. Rest assured." Cold Ruashing then stepped forward, her voice calm. "Lin Feng is always cautious in his endeavors. He will be fine." "I hope so," Song Yinfei mused inwardly, her heart unknowingly entwined with Lin Feng's presence. Chapter 60. The capture of the reindeer after spending a night in the woods and consuming some jerky. The four companions departed from their shelter. The snow outside had thickened considerably, and the hoof prints had long been concealed beneath the heavy snowfall. Hong Tao gazed at the snow-covered ground and voiced his concern. "The tracks have vanished. What shall we do now? We've been out for so long. We cannot return empty-handed." Du Ziming responded, "Minggu is right. Let us proceed." With a nod, Lin Feng agreed and began walking deeper into the woods, prompting the others to follow swiftly. An hour later, they emerged from the expansive forest, arriving at the edge of a canyon where a deep river flowed below, its surface frozen over. After surveying the canyon, the four continued along the cliff's edge to the left. Before long, they reached a patch of coniferous forest. Lin Feng took out his binoculars to scan the surroundings. hoping to spot some game. Suddenly, he noticed several dark shapes in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were reindeer. We found them, Lin Feng murmured excitedly. Let's go. Where to? Just follow me. No need for further discussion, he added. To avoid startling the herd, Lin Feng stealthily navigated into the coniferous forest. Half an hour later, the four crouched at the forest's edge, watching a few reindeer on their right, digging through the snow to feed on moss. They're enormous. Like small calves, Hong Tao whispered. If we can catch one, it would provide us sustenance for an entire week. Du Ziming contemplated silently. I'll circle around to their front. If they come this way, you all take action, Lin Feng instructed, bending slightly as he ventured deeper into the woods. Soon, he positioned himself approximately 20 meters in front of the reindeer. Drawing his bow, he waited quietly, knowing that any sudden movement would alert the reindeer. After several minutes, a male reindeer finished eating the moss and began to stroll towards the forest. Lin Feng readied an arrow, carefully nocking it and keeping his gaze fixed on the creature. As the male reindeer entered the woods, just a few meters below Lin Feng, he lifted his bow and drew it taut, following the reindeer's movement. With a swift release, he shot the arrow just as the reindeer lowered its head beneath a tree. The arrow struck true, and the reindeer let out a cry, bounding away in panic and crashing through the trees. Lin Feng immediately seized his spear and pursued, and upon hearing the commotion, the other three rushed to join him. There's blood. It's over there. Follow, Yang Jun exclaimed as he crouched to inspect the bloodstains in the snow before hastily continuing the chase. After sprinting several dozen meters, Lin Feng spotted the reindeer collapsed in the snow, thrashing its limbs. I will end your suffering, Lin Feng murmured, approaching the creature and raising his spear to deliver the final blow. Lin Feng, this deer is truly magnificent. Hong Tao et Gleam, crouching down to stroke the reindeer with joy, while Du Ziming and Yang Jun shared in the laughter. Lin Feng approached the tree and skillfully carved away a portion of its bark. After kneading and tearing it a few times, the bark became somewhat pliable. He then moved to the side of the reindeer carcass, secured its limbs, and fetched two sturdy wooden poles resembling arms. Let us proceed. We shall carry it back. The four of them positioned themselves, lifted the reindeer, and began their trek toward the edge of the forest, while the other reindeer had long since vanished from sight. It is too heavy. Stop. I need to rest. My shoulders can bear no more. After less than 10 minutes of carrying, Hong Tao cried out. The four could only halt and take a well-deserved respite, for the reindeer weighed several hundred pounds, making the task arduous. Let's go lift it slowly. After approximately 10 minutes of rest, they resumed their journey with the reindeer. Shortly after their departure, three natives emerged from the coniferous forest, clad in animal hides. Armed with spears and bows, their bodies adorned with black and white paint. They examined the bloodstains and footprints in the snow, gradually following their trail. As the four men reached the precipice of the canyon with the reindeer, Lin Feng noticed figures pursuing them from behind. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he urgently called to Du Ziming and the others, Hurry, let's take it into the woods. It seems someone is on our trail. What? Are there others here? Quickly, move it inside. No more talking. The four hastily carried the reindeer into the forest and laid it on the ground. Hide, Lin Feng instructed, swiftly concealing himself, while Du Ziming and the others scattered to find cover. 10 minutes later, three figures appeared beside the reindeer carcass, surveying the area cautiously. One of the natives pointed at the reindeer corpse, uttering words in a language Lin Feng could not comprehend, and attempted to drag the carcass away. Natives? Lin Feng, hidden behind a large tree, marveled at the unexpected presence of indigenous people on the island. Hey, that is my prey. Suddenly, Hong Tao dashed forward, shouting at the three natives, What do you intend to do? The three natives, startled by Hong Tao's abrupt emergence, exchanged bewildered glances. Thud! One of the natives shouted at Hong Tao, charging at him with a spear, while the other two readied their bows. Whoosh! Thud! Just as the two were about to release their arrows, Lin Feng managed to shoot one dead, while he dispatched another with a spear thrust. Kill him! Lin Feng shouted to Yang Jun and Du Ziming. Yang Jun, bow in hand, swiftly stepped out and shot down the native in front of them. Hong Tao remained stunned, barely 3 meters away from the now lifeless native. Who? What are these people? Du Ziming approached, gazing in astonishment at the three corpses. They are natives. We must leave quickly, or we shall find ourselves in trouble with more of them arriving, Lin Feng said, frowning, heeding his words. Hong Tao and the others hurriedly picked up the wooden poles and lifted the reindeer. After a considerable time, they finally reached the center of the woods, where the accumulating snow made their passage increasingly difficult. After a long journey, darkness fell before they could reach the edge of the forest. Lin Feng and his companions had no choice but to set up camp on the spot. In the shelter of the woods, the four sat beside the flickering campfire, savoring the taste of dried meat. Exhausted, Du Ziming questioned, how could there be natives on this deserted island? Rubbing his sore shoulders, he expressed his disbelief. Lin Feng took a bite of the jerky and replied, it is not surprising to find natives. It is quite possible they migrated to this island long ago. He then turned to Hong Tao and added, if it weren't for Yang Jun, your belly would have been pierced by a spear. Be more cautious next time. Hong Tao sheepishly scratched his head in response. As night descended, the howling wind outside grew stronger, chilling them to the bone. Du Ziming tightened his clothing and murmured, it would be much better in the wooden cabin. Sigh, we should rest early. We'll return to the cabin tomorrow. Hong Tao sighed as he lay on the ground. Lin Feng poked at the campfire with a stick, his mind troubled by the emergence of the natives. He resolved to exercise greater caution during their next hunting expedition. Chapter 61. The prolonged winter the following morning, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the valley. Song Yanfei and her companions had already risen, diligently constructing another wooden cabin beside their current shelter. The timber used for this endeavor had been salvaged from the dismantled old cabin. Lin Feng and his three companions had been away for 2 days, which inevitably caused a flicker of concern among the 9 remaining. To stave off idleness, they resolved to apply the knowledge gained from their previous experiences to erect a new wooden structure. Roland, tie that a bit tighter, or it may slip, Lu Yun instructed, guiding Roland and Manny. Nan, bring over those bamboo strips. Just a moment, I'm on my way. At that moment, Lin Feng and his companions were returning with a reindeer, pausing to rest from their exertions. Lin Feng, is the meat from this reindeer still edible after being dead for 2 days? Du Ziming inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Lin Feng offered a slight smile. In this weather, as long as we remove the entrails, it should be fine for a week. That's a relief. Otherwise, after all this effort, it would be a shame if we couldn't eat it, chuckled Hong Tao. Let us go. I can hardly wait to return to the cabin. After enduring a period of hardship that felt like a living hell, both Hong Tao and Yang Jun had experienced a significant shift in their perspectives. Merely surviving had taken precedence over the desire to return to civilization. Around 4 in the afternoon, the 4 finally managed to bring the reindeer back to the riverbank, having made minimal stops along the way. Breathing heavily, Du Ziming and the others settled onto the sandy ground, undeterred by the chill, while Lin Feng too was slightly out of breath from the arduous task. Hong Tao, go inside and call them out. Remember to bring the basket and axe. All right, I'll go. Hong Tao responded and swiftly made his way down the path. Soon after, the trio heard hurried footsteps as Song Yanfei and her companions rushed out. Wow, what kind of animal is this? It must be a deer, right? I feel it's more like a cow. Its body is so large. The group gathered around the reindeer carcass, astonished and debating amongst themselves. Big brother. Hee. Sun An ran over and hugged Lin Feng, her heart having been heavy with worry for him over the past couple of days. Now that he was back, her joy was uncontainable. Why did you take so long? Song Yanfei approached with a smile, inquiring. Lin Feng gently patted Sun Nan's head, responding with a smile. It was only 2 days. That is not too long. After a short while, Lin Feng took the axe and approached the riverbed, shattering the layer of ice above. Using a knife, he skinned the reindeer and then opened it up to remove the entrails, which he handed over to Lu Yun and the others for further processing. With a dagger, Lin Feng sliced the meat, while Hong Tao used the axe to break the bones. Du Ziming wielded a short dagger to cut the meat from the other side. Yang Jun took a knife to sever the reindeer's head, setting it aside for cleaning. Half an hour later, Lu Yun, Tian Fun, Chun Yin, and Roland had successfully processed the entrails and cleaned them thoroughly. Bring out some firewood, Lin Feng instructed Su Nanan and Manny. And don't forget to bring out the iron can as well. Upon hearing, Manny seized Su Nan's hand and dashed back. Moments later, the two emerged. Lin Feng constructed a rudimentary stove from stones, kindled a fire, and returned with a half bucket of frigid river water in an iron can for boiling. Sister Yun, simply place the entrails into the iron can, he instructed. The abundant entrails required blanching 3 times before being transferred into a backpack. Meanwhile, Chun Yin and Lung Rushuang, along with others, carried the freshly cut venison back to the wooden cabin. Glancing at his watch, Lin Feng noted it was already past 5 in the evening, and darkness was beginning to descend. The days were short, and the nights were long. Rushuang, please fetch a salted fish and slice a few pieces, Lin Feng said, stirring the entrails in the iron can with a bamboo spoon. The salted fish was incredibly briny, and a few slices would suffice to season the entrails. After nightfall, everyone joyously filled their bamboo bowls with soup and entrails, enjoying their meal at the table. Lung Rushuang continued to relish the fatty intestines, while Du Ziming savored the chewy tripe. A sip of hot soup washed away the fatigue of the past 2 days. Where did you find this reindeer? Someone asked. Indeed. Did you encounter anything unusual? Du share upon hearing this, Hong Tao began to regale them from his seat. I must tell you, do not be frightened. But what I say is true. We encountered a gigantic white spider. It was terrifying as Hong Tao spoke. Su Nan and the others gathered around, listening intently, their expressions shifting with curiosity. Lin Feng smiled faintly, placing the iron can on the outdoor stove to prepare reindeer fat. How should we handle the meat? Yang Jun inquired. Simply slice it into strips and hang it on the bamboo poles, Lin Feng replied. An hour later, the reindeer fat was rendered, and Yang Jun, along with Du Ziming, hung the venison on the poles. By 9 o'clock that evening, Lin Feng and the others returned to their rooms, utterly exhausted, and fell asleep as soon as they lay down. The following morning, Lin Feng observed the wooden cabin constructed by Song Yinfei and the others. Only the roof remained unfinished, while everything else was complete. What should we do with the deer head? Yang Jun asked, producing it. Lin Feng pondered briefly. Let us roast it over the fire. We'll handle the roasting. You all focus on completing the roof, Chun Yin remarked, taking the deer head with a smile. Lin Feng nodded and led Du Ziming and the others to finish the roof. 2 hours later, the roof was completed, and they had also installed the wooden door. The cabin was still a single room without partitions, accommodating everyone comfortably. Let us move in. There are so many of us, Chun Yin suggested to Song Yinfei and the others. All right, everyone, let us transfer the wood, bark, and reeds to the cabin. Immediately, Chun Yin and the others began moving their belongings into the wooden structure, which had ample space for over 10 people. After they finished, Hong Tao, Yang Jun, and Du Ziming relocated as well, allowing Lin Feng to have a room to himself, as his previous quarters were rather cramped. After tidying up the room, Chun Yin and the others proceeded to the hillside to gather firewood, while Hong Tao and Yang Jun hurried to assist. Lin Feng, how about we go fishing? Du Ziming suggested with a smile. Lin Feng retrieved a cigarette and replied, let's go in the afternoon. You can check if there are any grubs or the like. All right, I'll go right away, Du Ziming exclaimed happily as he grabbed a knife and dashed toward the hillside. Lin Feng lifted his gaze towards the sky and began walking towards the riverbank, aware that enduring the long winter would not be an easy endeavor. Chun Yin returned with 3 pieces of firewood, each over a meter long, and upon noticing Lin Feng heading towards the riverbank, she decided to follow him closely. Chapter 62. A heated argument between Roland and Manny at noon. Yang Jun returned to the wooden cabin with 7 or 8 logs, seeking a moment of respite beneath the eaves. Yang Jun, have a sip of water, Roland said, approaching with 2 bamboo cups and handing one to him. Thank you, Yang Jun replied, accepting the cup with a smile. Are you getting accustomed to being here? He inquired. As long as you are by my side, I can adapt anywhere, Roland replied, taking a sip and smiling at him. Upon hearing her name, Yang Jun felt a sharp pang in his heart. The matter between Manny and Zhao Meng had become an unremovable thorn in his soul. Just then, Manny returned, carrying a bundle of branches. Upon spotting Yang Jun and Roland conversing under the eaves, Her expression shifted, jealousy flaring within her. She was well aware of Roland's affection for Yang Jun. Otherwise, she would not have sought him out so frequently for conversation, which they seemed to enjoy. With a loud thud, Manny threw the branches to the ground, casting a stern glare at the two before striding up to Yang Jun. "Come with me. I have something to discuss," she said coldly, turning toward the river. Yang Jun, feeling a bit awkward, glanced at Roland before rising to follow her. Roland merely smiled, watching them depart, before she too returned inside. By the riverside, Manny stood with a grimace, motionless. Yang Jun approached silently from behind. "What were you discussing with Roland just now? You seemed quite cheerful." Laughing together, Manny turned to him, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Not much," Yang Jun replied nonchalantly. "Not much." Manny's expression darkened, her voice rising. "Are you still upset with me? Concerned about Zhao Meng? Didn't I tell you that was not my intent? I thought I had explained it well enough, but I never imagined you would be so petty." The mere mention of Zhao Meng ignited a fire within Yang Jun, and he retorted, "Do not mention Zhao Meng in my presence again. And as for Roland, our relationship is not as you suspect, so please do not overthink it." "I am not overthinking," Manny shouted. "She constantly clings to you, seeking you out for conversation. What does that signify? I am your girlfriend." Yang Jun regarded the irate Manny, sensing a change in her demeanor. She had grown unreasonable, unlike her former self. "Enough. I do not wish to argue with you," he said, raising his hands in exasperation. "Think whatever you please." With that, he turned away and walked down the path, disregarding the furious Manny behind him. "Yang Jun, I want to break up with you," Manny cried, tears brimming in her eyes as she shouted after him. "You will regret this." Ignoring her pleas, Yang Jun quickened his pace. Upon returning to the cabin, Lu Yun and Song Yanfei noticed Yang Jun's troubled expression and exchanged concerned glances. "Yang Jun, why do you look so unwell? Are you sick?" Lu Yun asked. Yang Jun shook his head and managed a faint smile, saying, "It's nothing. I'll head back to my room." Shortly after he entered his chamber, Manny returned alone from the riverbank, her countenance even more distressing than Yang Jun's, with traces of tears adorning her cheeks. Upon seeing her, Song Yanfei and the others sensed something was amiss and speculated that she and Yang Jun must have quarreled. "Roland, come out here." Manny stormed into the wooden cabin, directing her ire towards Roland. "Why are you trying to steal Yang Jun from me? He's my boyfriend, don't you know?" Roland, undeterred, approached calmly and replied, "I did not steal Yang Jun from you. Please do not slander my character. Didn't he steal? Then why do you keep seeking him out for conversations? Aren't you ashamed? What is wrong with chatting? We haven't done anything inappropriate." Their altercation soon attracted the attention of Du Ziming and Lung Rushuang, among others. "Hey, Yang Jun, Manny and Roland are arguing. Shouldn't you check on them?" Hong Tao burst into the room, addressing Yang Jun. "Who would have thought you possess such charm? Yang Jun, two women are quarreling over you. Impressive." Du Ziming remarked with a grin, reveling in the drama. Irritated, Yang Jun ran his fingers through his hair and stood up to leave. Seeing the tension escalate between Manny and Roland, Lu Yun and Song Yanfei rushed in to separate them. "Hey, can't you both tone it down a notch? Surely, there's a way to resolve this." "Indeed, what can't be settled? Just take a moment to cool off." "I can't calm down. I want to tear this shameless woman apart for stealing my man," Manny shouted, attempting to lunge at Roland, only to be restrained by Lu Yun and Lung Rushuang. Roland scoffed. "Who is truly shameless here? Who is the one tangled up with Zhao Meng?" Manny froze at the mention, her heart racing in shock. Who divulged that information to Roland? She had only confided in Yang Jun about her involvement with Zhao Meng. Could it be that he had revealed it? Meanwhile, Tian Fun's expression shifted as she quickly pulled Roland out of the room. "Oh, let us not argue. Let us step outside for a moment." At that moment, Yang Jun entered and witnessed Tian Fun escorting Roland away. Spotting Yang Jun, Manny's fury reignited as she rushed towards him, delivering a punch to his chest while shouting. "Who told her? Was it you? Was it you? What are you talking about? Stop causing a scene here." Yang Jun swiftly embarked Manny, lifting her onto his back as he made his way up the hillside. "Let go of me. Put me down," as Yang Jun carried Manny away. Hong Tao expressed his envy. "Wow, Yang Jun, your romantic luck is quite impressive. Why can't I have such fortune? Hey, you could too. There are plenty of beautiful women here, Du Ziming chuckled. But just remember, you can pursue anyone except for Rushuang. Upon hearing this, Hong Tao glanced at Lu Yun and the others, quickly shaking his head. Them? Not a chance. Have a little faith in yourself, Du Ziming encouraged, patting Hong Tao on the shoulder with a smile. As time passed, Yi Shui and the others brought out chairs, basking in the sun and enjoying the warmth. In the afternoon, Lin Feng and Chun Yin returned from a side path. Big brother, Sister Yin, where have you been? Upon seeing the two return, Su Nan promptly rose to inquire. Where have you been? Nowhere in particular, just taking a stroll, Lin Feng replied with a gentle smile. Haven't you started cooking yet? Annie mentioned that since no one is hungry, there's no need to prepare a meal. To conserve some food, Su Nan responded with a smile. Lin Feng glanced at Song Yinfei and the others, saying, if you're hungry, feel free to grab some persimmons. I'll go get them. Upon hearing about the persimmons, Su Nan joyfully dashed into the wooden cabin. Lin Feng approached the eaves and looked at Du Ziming. Brother Ming, how did it go? Did you find the larvae? Yes, 8 of them, Du Ziming replied with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded with a grin, saying, all right, let us go fishing. Chapter 63. Night raid on the wild boar in the afternoon. Lin Feng accompanied Song Yinfei and the others to fish by the lake. Su Nan and Yi Shui skated on the icy surface, gliding with abandon. Move aside, move aside, Yi Shui shouted to Chun Yin and Tian from ahead. Hey, the ice is thin in the middle, don't go out there. Lu Yin called out to Su Nan and Yi Shui. Du Ziming, along with Hong Tao, ventured into the woods below with bows and arrows, claiming they were off to hunt for grouse. I caught one. I caught one. Song Yinfei exclaimed joyfully as she watched Lin Feng pull a fish from the ice hole, clapping her hands in delight. Lin Feng, do you have any more hooks? I want to fish too, Lung Rushuang inquired. Lin Feng placed the fish in his backpack, stood up, and smiled. Not right now, but I'll let you fish. As he left, Lung Rushuang took the fishing line and settled onto a small stool to begin her own fishing. Lighting a cigarette, Lin Feng strolled towards the hillside, with Song Yinfei following closely behind. Careful, she exclaimed as she slipped slightly, but Lin Feng swiftly caught her. Upon reaching the top of the hill, they gazed down at the vast sea of trees blanketed in white snow. Sitting on the snowy ground, they admired the breathtaking scenery, occasionally spotting a soaring eagle gliding through the sky, scanning the earth for prey. Lin Feng, what if we can't go back? Song Yinfei asked, her gaze fixed on the sky. Lin Feng smiled gently, embracing her and whispering, if we can't return, we shall remain here and raise a brood of children, living joyfully. At his words, Song Yinfei's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot him a playful glare. Who is having children with you? How shameless! Lin Feng lowered his gaze to her exquisite cheek, unable to resist kissing her cherry lips. Song Yinfei feigned a struggle for a moment, but soon succumbed to the warmth of his kiss. Lin Feng's hand wandered, exploring her soft curves, eliciting a soft gasp from her as her complexion deepened in hue, her breath quickening, eyes fluttering shut. Suddenly, Lu Yin approached, about to call out, only to witness the couple in a passionate embrace. Watching them, Lu Yin bit her lip and quietly withdrew. Lin Feng, no, they'll find out. Song Yinfei hurriedly pushed him away and adjusted her clothing. You naughty boy, she chided, lightly hitting Lin Feng. Lin Feng, licking his lips, chuckled, I kiss my wife. What of it if they saw? Who's your wife? I haven't agreed to that yet. Song Yinfei retorted, quickly standing up and walking away. After about 10 minutes, Lin Feng also made his way back. Upon returning to the icy surface of the lake, he discovered that Lung Rushuang had already caught 4 fish, 2 of which were quite sizable, weighing several pounds. It seemed her fishing skills were commendable indeed. Half an hour later, Du Ziming and Hong Tao returned, proudly holding a wild rabbit. Ha ha, Lin Feng, your method really works. Du Ziming exclaimed joyfully. Look, I caught a wild rabbit. Oh, Lung Rushuang has caught so many fish too. Impressive. Cold as frost, Lung Rushuang did not even turn her head upon hearing Du Ziming's words. Her gaze fixed on the icy cave. Du Ziming, well aware of Lung Rushuang's nature, felt no embarrassment in her silence. Lin Feng smiled at Du Ziming before stepping onto the ice surface, noting the thinness of the ice layer that rendered it unsafe to tread upon. Nan, yes you are. It's time to head back, Lin Feng called out to the two. After a brief interval, Cold Rushuang managed to catch another fish, prompting everyone to pack up and return. Upon reaching the riverbank, they tended to the fish and the wild rabbit before Lin Feng, Du Ziming, and Hong Tao made their way back to the wooden cabin. 6 fish were sliced to prepare a delightful fish soup, while the wild rabbit was entrusted to Lu Yun and Chun Yan for roasting. Manny's mood had improved significantly, and she no longer sought quarrels with Roland, likely because Yang Jun had comforted her. The details of that comfort remained unknown to the others. As night fell, the wooden cabin was aglow with the warmth of a bonfire, where they enjoyed roasted rabbit and delectable fish soup. Cough, cough. Be careful. This fish has many small bones. Chunyan cautioned as she gently patted Su Nanin's back. Manny offered a piece of fish to Yang Jun, casting a glance at Roland as if to assert her claim. Hee, Tian Fun, this is for you. Fish swim bladders are good for the complexion, Hong Tao said, playfully placing a piece of fish bladder in a Tian Fun's bowl. She smiled coyly in response. Thank you. Du Ziming wished to offer fish to Lung Rushuang, but knowing she would refuse, he simply consumed it himself. This roasted rabbit is quite good, Lin Feng remarked, nodding in approval as he chewed on the meat. It seems your roasting skills have improved. Of course. Once we return, I could set up a stall to sell roasted meat, Lu Yun replied with a subtle smile, her heart warmed by Lin Feng's praise. Later that night, Lin Feng sat alone by the bonfire in his room, lost in thought, and did not retire to bed until the early hours. Time flew swiftly, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng and his companions had resided in this mountain hollow for nearly 2 months. During this time, Lin Feng had taught Du Ziming and the others how to craft lariats, dig traps, and track prey, and even Lung Rushuang and Su Nanan had learned quite a bit. However, their food reserves had been depleted, and after 2 days of consuming bamboo shoots, hunting had become exceedingly difficult, with winter rendering the pursuit of game a daunting task. That night, under the hazy moonlight and brilliant starlight, Lin Feng, Du Ziming, Hong Tao, and Yang Jun lay in the snow within a small valley. We've waited quite a while. Why hasn't it shown itself yet? One asked. Be patient. There's no need to rush. This wild boar is large and has tusks, so we must be cautious, Yang Jun replied, observing their surroundings in hushed tones. We must take it down tonight. It's been 2 days since we last had a decent meal, Hong Tao murmured, gripping his spear. Lin Feng, armed with an AK assault rifle, closed his eyes to listen intently to the sounds outside, knowing that success in hunting the wild boar hinged on his weapon. Du Ziming also readied his pistol, prepared for action. Suddenly, a sound of crunching snow pierced the silence, and Lin Feng's eyes snapped open. It's here, Yang Jun spoke in a hushed tone, his excitement palpable as the 4 of them lay on the snow, observing a colossal figure not far ahead. The creature was foraging through the snow, rooting up the rhizomes of ferns. Lin Feng signaled to Du Ziming and the others to crawl forward slowly. When they drew within 20 meters of the wild boar, Lin Feng pulled back the gun's bolt and abruptly stood up, firing at the beast. The sound echoed, bang, bang, bang. The wild boar, struck but not critically, became frenzied and charged towards Lin Feng. In a swift response, Lin Feng unleashed another barrage of bullets, and the wild boar collapsed to the ground, still attempting to rise. I'll take it, Du Ziming shouted, rushing forward to deliver a shot to the creature's head. Hong Tao followed closely behind, brandishing a spear and thrusting it into the wild boar's throat. Chapter 64. Is Song Yinfei jealous? As they gazed at the wild boar sprawled on the snow-covered ground, the 4 companions erupted into joyous laughter. The crimson blood seeping from the boar stained the surrounding snow, and Lin Feng crouched down to inspect the creature's formidable tusks, which were impressively long. Had they not been armed, capturing such a beast might have proven quite challenging. This wild boar appeared to weigh around 400 pounds, its bristles stiff and unmistakably characteristic of a true king of the wild. At this size, we certainly can't carry it back, Hong Tao remarked, patting the massive body of the boar with a grin. We can only call for them to come. It's not too far from here, Du Ziming suggested. Lin Feng glanced at Du Ziming and replied with a smile. Then you go back and summon them. We'll begin processing the boar here. All right. Du Ziming scratched his head, chuckling as he departed. Lin Feng produced a dragon and phoenix dagger, expertly slicing through the thick hide of the boar and extracting its innards, instructing Yang Jun and Hong Tao to take them aside for further handling. By the time Du Ziming returned with Song Yanfei and the others, the meat had been cut into manageable pieces, and the bones had already been severed with a knife. Seeing the bounty of meat, Song Yanfei and the others felt a surge of excitement. "Sisters, let's pack the meat into our backpacks and carry it back," Chen Yin said with a smile towards them. Without waiting for Lin Feng to speak, Lu Yun and the others began filling their backpacks with the freshly cut meat. Upon returning to the riverside, they carved out a hole in the ice, thoroughly cleaning the innards before bringing them back. Now, Chen Yin and Lu Yun were adept at handling the innards and preparing roasted meat, requiring no assistance from the four men. An hour later, a large iron pot filled with offal was ready for cooking. On that frigid night, savoring a steaming bowl of pig offal soup accompanied by bits of meat was nothing short of delightful. The following day, when Lin Feng awoke and glanced at his watch, it was already past 9 o'clock. "Lin Feng, where shall we go hunting today?" Yang Jun inquired as he entered the room. Lin Feng got up, dressed, and pondered for a moment. "Let's head to the woods behind the lakeside slope." "All right." Yang Jun nodded and stepped outside to gather Du Ziming and Hong Tao. As Lin Feng emerged, Lung Rushuang and Tian Fen had already prepared a pot of meat soup. After satisfying their hunger, the four of them set off towards the lake. "We're going fishing at the lake too. Let us go," Lung Rushuang called out to Song Yanfei and the others with a smile. Upon reaching the forest, the group separated. Just 2 days prior, they had been digging through the snow to set several snares. Lin Feng navigated through the barren woods, observing his surroundings. The snow was nearly knee-deep, making movement quite laborious. After walking for several minutes, Lin Feng cleared some snow and sat against a tree trunk. This method of hunting was proving ineffective due to the depth of the snow. Suddenly, he noticed a movement in the snow ahead. A beautiful snow-white rabbit bounded a few times before disappearing into the deep snow. Lin Feng quickly crawled and rolled over to the spot where the rabbit had vanished. And after a brief search, he successfully captured the rabbit. "Excellent. At least I didn't return empty-handed," Lin Feng chuckled at his find. Upon reaching the lake, he saw that Lung Rushuang and Song Yanfei were already engaged in fishing. "Big brother is back." Upon seeing Lin Feng returning, Su Nan hurriedly approached him. Upon noticing the snow rabbit in Lin Feng's hands, she exclaimed, "Wow, what a beautiful wild rabbit. Its fur is entirely white. How adorable. Be careful not to let it escape." Lin Feng smiled as he handed the snow rabbit to Su Nan. Joyfully nodding, she clutched the rabbit and ran off to play. Approaching Lung Rushuang, she noticed 2 fish in the basket and remarked, "Not bad." Lung Rushuang turned and smiled. "The fish in the lake must be terribly hungry. Once we cast our lines, it took less than a minute for them to bite. When we return, let us gather more bait to catch even more fish." Lin Feng smiled slightly, considering that as long as they endured this winter, hunting would become significantly easier in spring, the season of wildlife mating and renewal. "All right," Lung Rushuang replied with a faint smile. She walked to the edge of the woods, found a spot with little snow, and sat down, waiting for Du Ziming and the others to return so they could head back. Song Yanfei, upon seeing Lin Feng sitting beneath a tree, approached him. "How did you return so quickly?" she inquired with a smile as she settled beside him. "The snow is too thick," Lin Feng chuckled lightly. "It's difficult to walk." "Oh, I see." Song Yanfei smiled slightly, extending her snow-white hand to Lin Feng's thigh, teasingly saying, "You seem to be enjoying a pleasant conversation with Rushuang just now." As soon as she finished speaking, she playfully twisted his leg. "Ah," Lin Feng winced, gritting his teeth. "That's not true. We only exchanged a few words." "Let go." "Oof." Song Yanfei scoffed. "Rushuang never smiles when she speaks to anyone, not even to Du Ziming. Why does she smile only when talking to you? Speak." Lin Feng quickly wrapped his arms around Song Yanfei, but she struggled free, responding softly, "How would I know? Perhaps you should ask her." "I'm ignoring you," Song Yanfei said, standing up and walking away. Lin Feng watched her retreating figure, a smile creeping onto his face, feeling a sense of joy as he recognized her jealousy. After more than half an hour, Du Ziming and the others returned, having caught 2 capercaillies. When did you come back? Du Ziming asked as he approached Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied with a faint smile, I've been back for quite a while. The snow in the forest is too deep. We didn't venture far in, Yang Jun added as he sat down. Without snowshoes, it's quite difficult to walk. Lin Feng remarked with a smile. Let us head back. Go call Ru Shuang and the others. Hearing this, Du Ziming stood up and walked towards the lake. And soon after, Lung Ru Shuang appeared, gathering her things along with Lu Yun and the others. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, they prepared the capercaillies and fish, immediately cooking fish soup, chopping the 2 birds into pieces to place in bamboo tubes, and roasting some wild boar meat. Big brother, can we keep the snow rabbit alive? I want to play with it, Su Nan Nan said as she approached, holding the rabbit. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. All right, we want to kill it. The snow rabbit eats the tender bark of trees. You can go cut some bark to feed it. It is now winter, devoid of grass and tender shoots, leaving only the option of feeding on soft tree bark. How delightful. Thank you, dear brother. Hee hee. Su Nan Nan joyfully planted a kiss on Lin Feng's cheek before skipping away. Lin Feng touched his cheek and smiled. After all, it was merely a snow hare. Even if it were killed, a dozen people would scarcely receive a morsel of meat. Moreover, with an abundance of wild boar available, there is more than enough to eat. Tian Fun, shall I assist you with the roasting? He inquired, grinning. No need. I can manage the roasting myself. Tian Fun replied with a slight smile. Then I shall sit here to keep you company, Lin Feng said, still smiling. Roland, seated nearby, cast an exasperated glance at the pair. Observing them, Lin Feng smiled gently and instinctively reached into his pocket, only to find that his cigarettes had long been exhausted. With no smoke to indulge in, he decided to take a stroll outside. Lung Rishuang watched as Hong Tao and Tian Fun exchanged laughter and banter, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the departing Lin Feng, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Chapter 65. Winter's Departure, Spring's Arrival Noon. The atmosphere inside the house is lively, filled with laughter and conversation. Du Ziming sits alone beneath the eaves, leisurely savoring fish soup while tearing into a piece of roasted meat. Hey, Hong Tao emerges from the house, perching himself on the railing, and observes Du Ziming with a grin. Why do you look so glum? Is it because Ru Shuang is ignoring you? Upon hearing this, Du Ziming merely shoots him a glare and continues indulging in his roasted meat. Oh, Ming Ye, if you wish to win over a woman as aloof as Lung Ru Shuang, you cannot be overly persistent. Hong Tao leans closer, whispering conspiratorially. You must master the art of feigned indifference. Perhaps that will grant you a chance. What nonsense are you spouting? Du Ziming, with a knowing look, retorts softly. I merely regard her as a sister. Ha! A sisterly affection. Is it? Scram. If you keep talking nonsense, I will have to teach you a lesson. Du Ziming raises his hand in jest, and Hong Tao, chuckling, leaps down to the ground. Hong Tao. At that moment, Tian Fun steps out of the house, smiling. Shall we take a stroll outside? Upon hearing this, Hong Tao eagerly nods, and the two quickly make their way toward the riverbank. Oof. A fellow who prioritizes romance over friendship, Du Ziming mutters, clapping his hands before retreating into the wooden cabin. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sits atop a hillside, peering through binoculars at the vast expanse of snow below. He spots a red fox searching for hares and meadow voles in the snow. Just as Lin Feng becomes engrossed in the scene, a hand rests on his shoulder. Assuming it to be Song Yinfei, Lin Feng reaches out to grasp the hand. Have you had your fill of touching? Hearing the voice, Lin Feng turns his head, quickly releasing the hand, only to discover it is Chun Yin. Embarrassed, Lin Feng chuckles awkwardly. My apologies, I thought you were. Thought I was whom? Chun Yin sits down with a smile. Let me take a look. Lin Feng hands the binoculars to Chun Yin and observes her beside him. Oh, look, there is such a beautiful creature over there, Chun Yin remarks with a light laugh. If only we could capture it and keep it. Let us head back. It's too cold outside, and you might catch a chill. Lin Feng stands and smiles. Upon hearing this, Chun Yin also rises, handing the binoculars back to Lin Feng, and teasingly asks, Who did you think I was earlier? No one. Lin Feng waves his hand dismissively, turning to leave. Back in the wooden cabin, Song Yinfei and Lu Yun are weaving bamboo baskets. Hey, Lin Feng, are we going out again later? Du Ziming inquires as he steps out of the room. Lin Feng approaches the bonfire to warm himself, replying, "The snow in the woods is too deep to venture. Let us go fishing instead." Lin Feng, "Just let us handle the fishing," Lung Rushuang interjects. Pausing her work with a smile, "We have enough bait." Lin Feng nods in agreement. "Very well, you all be careful." Lung Rushuang acknowledges him with a nod. Dressing warmly in her coat, hat, and gloves before departing with Song Yinfei and the others. "Rushuang, wait for me." Du Ziming donned his attire and hurriedly chased after them. In this time of scarcity, meals were limited to 2 a day, predominantly consisting of broth. As days turned into weeks, spring arrived. Tender buds blossomed on the branches, temperatures rose, the thick blanket of snow gradually melted away, and rivers began to flow once more. New grass emerged from the earth, painting the meadows in vibrant green, bursting with the essence of spring. Life was rekindled, and some hibernating creatures began to stir. "Look, there are fish in the river," Sunin exclaimed in astonishment, crouching by the riverbank, pointing at schools of fish. Lu Yin dipped her hand into the water, exclaiming, "This water is freezing." Lin Feng chuckled softly. "The ice has just melted. It's bound to be cold." With a glimmer of excitement, Song Yinfei remarked, "Now that the snow has thawed, can we go outside and perhaps forage for food?" Lin Feng shook his head, cautioning, "The outside world is currently perilous. Newly awakened bears and venomous snakes could be lurking about at any moment. It is wise for you to stay indoors for now." "What should we do then?" Chun Yin interjected. "Are we to remain cooped up inside?" "It's not about staying in," Lin Feng clarified. "When you do venture out, be vigilant and ensure the surroundings are safe before engaging in any activities. Let us head back. It's chilly here, and we could warm ourselves by the fire," Lu Yun suggested, tightening her clothing as she made her way towards the wooden cabin, followed closely by the others. Yang Jun trailed behind, closing the wooden door of the path. Inside the cabin, everyone gathered around the campfire, their spirits low, as none had consumed any food that day. Lin Feng returned to his room, shouldering his rifle and grasping a spear before stepping outside. "Where are you going?" Song Yinfei inquired, lifting her gaze to Lin Feng. "Food supplies have dwindled. I must assess the situation," Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. "I'll accompany you." Both Du Ziming and Yang Jun stood, speaking in unison. Lin Feng shook his head. "I merely intend to survey the area. Too many people would complicate matters. Should anything arise, I will return to summon you." With that, he exited, opening the wooden door to the path before closing it behind him. Descending into the valley, Lin Feng headed downward, recalling his encounter with a black bear at the river nestled within the valley before the snowfall. He hoped for a stroke of luck. With so many individuals present, hunting large game was the only viable option, as smaller prey like hares or pheasants would yield little benefit. After Lin Feng departed, Yang Jun entered the cabin, arming himself with a bow and a bamboo spear before stepping outside. "Yang Jun, you cannot let Lin Feng venture alone in search of food. I shall also investigate," he declared to Manny and Song Yinfei. Hong Tao stood and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I will accompany you. I wish to join as well," Du Ziming added with a smile. "Now we can truly lend a hand." Yang Jun acknowledged the two with a nod. "Let us go and inspect the meadow. Capturing a hare would be a fortunate endeavor." The three departed from the wooden cabin, with Song Yinfei and the others glancing at one another, uncertain of what to do next. "How about we go catch some fish in the river?" Yishui suggested, looking at the group. "No way," Lu Yin quickly interjected. "The river water is too frigid. You would lose sensation in your feet within moments. Let us explore the bamboo grove by the riverbank," Lung Rushuang proposed as she rose to her feet. "That works. Let us go fetch the baskets," Lu Yin replied, and as her words faded, everyone exited the cabin, intending to retrieve the baskets from the adjacent wooden structure. "Quick, get inside." A sudden shout from Hong Tao echoed from the hillside. Startled, Lung Rushuang and the others turned in confusion. They saw Hong Tao hurriedly descending the slope, slipping and falling, only to be swiftly assisted by Yang Jun and Du Ziming as they all fled. "Get inside. There's a bear," Du Ziming shouted as they ran. "A bear?" Just as Lung Rushuang and the others were momentarily taken aback, Yang Jun and the others had already arrived. From the slope, a famished black bear was in pursuit. "Hurry, Get inside, Lung Rushuang cried out in a panic. Chapter 66. Slaying the black bear upon rushing into the wooden cabin. Du Ziming hastily secured the door, while Lung Rushuang and Lu Yun braced it with 2 sturdy logs. What happened? How could a bear be pursuing you? Chun, Yin inquired, her gaze fixed upon Du Ziming and the others. We had barely reached the grassy area when we spotted the bear, Hong Tao recounted, a shiver of fear coursing through him. It fixated on us, seemingly in a frenzy, and lunged at us without warning. Had we not fled swiftly, it would have surely crushed us. Du Ziming patted his chest as he spoke. Shoo! Do not utter a word, it is outside. Ye Zhu Yi spit it. Peering through the window, she beheld the black bear circling the cabin, intermittently sniffing the air. Let me see. Let me see. Su Nan Nan exclaimed with excitement, tiptoeing to the window for a furtive glance. Huh? Where did it go? Suddenly, the bear reappeared at the door, relentlessly pounding against it with its massive paws. What do we do? What do we do? Tianfen murmured in panic. Knife, axe, bamboo spear. Yang Jun shouted urgently to the women behind him. At his command, Lung Rushuang and the others dashed into the room, retrieving several bamboo spears. Song Yinfei climbed the wall, bringing down an axe and a gurkha knife. Manny and Chun Yin gripped their short daggers tightly, their bodies trembling with fear, their faces etched with terror. Du Ximing, Yang Yun, and Hong Tao braced themselves against the door with all their strength. Bang! Crack! Roar! In an instant, the bear's colossal paw shattered a wooden beam in the middle of the door, its entire paw thrusting through the opening. Hong Tao, spotting this, seized the bear's arm and shouted, I've got it! Quick, strike! You two hold it steady. Yang Jun directed Lu Yun and Yi Shui. Hand me the knife. They complied immediately, rushing over to reinforce the door, while Song Yinfei passed him the gurkha knife. Quick! I can't hold on much longer. Hong Tao Gai, his face turning crimson. Huh! As Yang Jun took the knife, he summoned all his strength and swung it down at the bear's arm. Thud! Roar! Roar! The gherkin knife sank halfway into the flesh, embedding itself in the bone and becoming stuck. In agony, the bear struggled to retract its paw, blood gushing from the wound. Yang Jun then seized the axe from Song Yinfei's hands, relentlessly hacking at the bear's arm. In an instant, dozens of deep gashes marred the bear's limb, blood pouring forth. Roar! Roar! The bear howled in excruciating pain, its maw agape as it attempted to bite through the door. Crack! Another wooden beam splintered under the bear's relentless assault. Step aside, Lung Rushuang bellowed, grasping a bamboo spear and charging forth. Du Ziming quickly retreated a step. With a thrust, the sharp spear pierced through the gap in the broken wood, driving deep into the bear's neck, blood cascading down the shaft. Roar! The bear threw its head back, howling in agony, crimson blood trickling from its mouth. Huh! Yang Jun clutched the Nepali dagger tightly, exerting all his strength to draw it forth. D! He shouted, thrusting the blade directly into the chest of the black bear, letting out a thunderous roar. The bear turned its head, intending to flee, but the pain in its injured arm caused it to collapse onto the ground, rolling into the grass. It attempted to rise, yet the severity of its wounds rendered it incapable, leaving it to emit low growls as its blood quickly stained the ground crimson. Having just awakened from hibernation, its condition was far from restored, and with such grievous injuries, its fate was sealed. I will finish it, Hong Tao declared, brandishing a bamboo spear, eager to exit through the wooden door. Do not go. Yang Jun hastily grabbed Hong Tao, cautioning, even in its wounded state, do not underestimate it. A final strike could cost you your life. Indeed, let's wait for it to bleed out, Du Ziming concurred. Reluctantly, Hong Tao refrained from going outside, and the group anxiously observed the black bear through the slats of the wooden door, awaiting its demise. The bear continued to roar, struggling to rise, but each attempt was thwarted by its arm injury. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Time trickled away, and the bear's growls grew weaker, its head drooping as it leaned against the grass, which was now significantly stained red. Is it dead? Yi Shui inquired, stretching her neck to peer through the door. Yang Jun shook his head. Not yet. Let's wait a moment longer. It appears weak. It must have just emerged from hibernation. Otherwise, we would be in dire trouble today. Lung Rushuang remarked, observing the bear's frail form. Chunyin glanced at the wooden door and smiled. This door ought to be reinforced. Phew, you nearly frightened me to death, Roland murmured, patting her chest. My legs felt as if they were turning to jelly. Yang Jun, casting a final glance at the bear, retreated into Lin Feng's room to retrieve a bow and arrows. He knocked an arrow, drawing the bowstring taut, and aimed directly at the bear's head, releasing the arrow with precision. Thwack! The arrow struck the bear's forehead, and it emitted no sound. Only then did Yang Jun feel it was safe to step outside. Hong Tao prodded the bear with his spear, relieved to see it unresponsive. Let's process on the spot. Yang Jun smiled at Du Ziming and Hong Tao. With this bear, they would not have to worry about food for the next 10 days or so. The three set to work skinning the bear, extracting its entrails, instructing Chun Yin, Manny, Yi Shui, and Roland to take the remains to the river for cleaning. Sister Yin, Rushuang, please take some meat back to roast, Yang Jun offered, slicing off several pieces with a grin toward the others standing behind. All right, Lu Yun replied with a slight smile, addressing Song Yin Fei and the others. Let us each take a piece back to roast. Once they departed, Hong Tao chuckled with pride. Do you think Lin Feng will be surprised when he returns? He certainly will, came the assured reply. Du Ziming chuckled. However, he merely responds to you with phrases like, not bad, quite impressive, haha. Impressive? Ha! Yang Jun shook his head with a bitter smile. In comparison to Lin Feng, we are still miles apart. Indeed, Hong Tao nodded in agreement. Do you recall that day by the seaside? He single-handedly took down several of us, and even Zhao Meng was no match for him. He was dispatched in a single move. I seriously suspect he possesses martial skills. Upon hearing this, Yang Jun smiled. He too had wished to spar with Lin Feng that day, yet reason told him he was no match for Lin Feng. Do not doubt it. Lin Feng indiet possesses martial prowess, Yang Jun assertet, who possesses martial skills. At that moment, Lin Feng returned from a narrow path, smiling as he inquired of the three. Chapter 67. Midnight howls within the wooden cabin. Lin Feng savored the roasted bear meat, while Chun Yin stirred the entrails in an iron pot with a bamboo spoon, balancing a piece of meat in her left hand. Lin Feng, we need to replace this wooden door with a sturdier one, she remarked as she continued to stir. Otherwise, if another massive bear comes along, we might not survive. Lin Feng swallowed a mouthful of meat and nodded. I had some concerns from the start. Now that they've awakened, they will undoubtedly be searching for food. Is there any way to prevent them from getting in? Song Yin Fei inquired. Lin Feng smiled faintly at the women. Didn't you mention last time about building a fence at the foot of the hill? With a fence? They wouldn't be able to enter, would they? Yu Shui, chewing on her meat, chimed in. But is that truly effective? No, Lin Feng gently shook his head. They might still find a way in. A fence would only serve as a minor barrier. Some bears, upon encountering an obstruction, might turn back, while others may simply climb over. What good is a fence then? Roland question, puzzled. If they can still enter, it hardly seems useful. A barrier still has its merits. Lung Rushuang interjected. Yang Jun pondered for a moment. It would be better to reinforce the cabin than to build a fence. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Hong Tao agreed, nodding. Very well, Lin Feng replied, looking at Yang Jun with a smile. Then you all can reinforce the cabin, and we shall forego the fence. Understood. Yang Jun responded with a grin. Shortly thereafter, the entrails were cooked, and everyone filled their bowls with soup and entrails. What a long-awaited flavor. It's delicious, Hong Tao exclaimed, taking a couple of sips with satisfaction, as he couldn't recall the last time he had eaten bear meat. Once the contents of the iron pot were consumed, Chun Yin continued to cook another batch of entrails, as there was far too much for a single pot. After satisfying their hunger, Yang Jun led Song Yin Fei and the others to the bamboo grove by the river to cut bamboo, while the women were tasked with dragging it back. Upon their return, they began to strip the bamboo, while Yang Jun, accompanied by Du Ziming and Hong Tao, went to gather wood. Lin Feng descended to the grassy slope, using binoculars to survey the surroundings. The temperature on the island was rising swiftly, and the abundant sunlight caused the ice and snow to melt rapidly. Once the snow had melted, he planned to construct a raft and venture to the sea, seeking an opportunity to escape the desolate island. After observing for a while, Lin Feng walked to the left, cautious not to wander too far, fearing the presence of a black bear on the slope. Song Yinfei and the others had produced a considerable amount of bamboo strips by the time Yang Jun and his companions returned with wood. To fortify the cabin further, Hong Tao and the others took the wood and secured additional pieces onto some smaller logs. The bamboo strips seemed to be effortlessly stripped, encircling the structure repeatedly. The door was crafted from dense hardwood, and the bamboo strips were tightly wound around it. Hong Tao, with the rate you're using these bamboo strips, we might not have enough to keep up with you, Yu Shui remarked with a smile as she approached. What do you know? Hong Tao chuckled in response. A door like this is the most robust, after all. Don't worry, feel free to use it, Chen Yin said with a slight smile. There are plenty of bamboo outside. See, Sister Yan's words are quite agreeable, Hong Tao replied with a smug grin. Oomph. Yu Shui shot a glance at Hong Tao before turning away and leaving. For the entire afternoon, Yang Jun and the others busied themselves fortifying the 2 wooden cabins, crafting 7 or 8 bamboo spears for future use. By evening, when Lin Feng returned with a wild chicken, he could tell from the reinforced cabins that Yang Jun and the others had put in considerable effort. The feathers of the wild chicken could also be used to make some arrows, Yang Jun remarked, holding up several beautiful tail feathers with a smile. Lin Feng, we also want to go hunting, Chanyan approached with a grin. Our archery skills have improved. We could shoot some small grouse in the woods. Lin Feng glanced at Yang Jun and said, if you want bows and arrows, consult Yang Jun, all right. Yang Jun replied with a subtle smile, tomorrow, I will craft a bow for each of you. That evening, everyone enjoyed a meal of pork intestines and beef tripe, complemented by bear liver and 2 bamboo tubes filled with wild chicken meat. I prefer wild chicken and grouse. The meat is delicious and the broth is sweet. Song Yinfei chuckled. Once the snow completely melts, I'll head into the woods to set more snares, Lin Feng said to Song Yinfei with a smile. This will greatly increase our chances of capturing wild chickens. I want to eat venison, Lin Feng. When are you going to hunt a deer? Luyan asked sweetly. I love fish and fish soup. I adore lobsters. Sunan raised her hand and exclaimed. The mention of lobsters reminded everyone of the seaside. It had been over 3 months since they last visited. Lung Rushuang also expressed her desire to go to the beach, saying, Lin Feng, when shall we go to the seaside? Indeed, we are eager to visit the beach, to catch fish and seafood. Ye Zhuchaim in Hapidi. Du Ziming and Hong Tao also looked at Lin Feng, their intentions clear. They wished to go as well. Lin Feng observed their expressions and smiled gently. In fact, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have taken you to the seaside in a few days, as I need to harvest some sea salt. Why wait a few days? Can we go tomorrow? Tianfen asked, puzzled. Lin Feng shook his head. I still have some preparations to make. Tomorrow, everyone should gather some tree bark, and I will teach you how to weave bark nets. Nets? Chun Yin exclaimed in surprise. Are you planning to fish in the sea? Yes, Lin Feng nodded with a smile. This method will make fishing much more convenient, but you must remember that the bark needs to be resilient to be effective. The group engaged in lively conversation until deep into the night, before retreating to their rooms to sleep. In the stillness of the night, with not a sound to be heard outside, the newly risen moon illuminated the entire island. Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed from the grassy hillside, long and resonant. Upon hearing the howl, Lin Feng's eyes snapped open, and he sat up, frowning. The campfire was nearly extinguished, so he reached for a nearby log to add to it. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Feng ultimately resolved to venture outside. He donned his overcoat, adorned a hat, slung a rifle over his shoulder, and took up his binoculars before departing from his room. Lin Feng, did you hear the howling of the wolves? Came Yang Jun's voice from behind as Lin Feng opened the wooden door. Turning his head, Lin Feng nodded. Yes, let us go and take a look. At this, Yang Jun eagerly approached, and the two made their way towards the hillside. The moonlight of the deep night was particularly bright, illuminating the surroundings. Upon reaching the summit of the hill, they lay down, gazing across the grassy expanse. In the distance, they discerned a dozen silhouettes of wolves in pursuit of a colossal creature. What is that? Yang Jun whispered. Lin Feng raised his binoculars for a closer inspection and murmured. It's not entirely clear, but it seems they are chasing a wild boar. Should we go and take a closer look? Yang Jun inquired. No, it's best to observe from here, Lin Feng replied softly. It's too dangerous. We cannot outrun them. After watching for a while, the biting cold drove the two back to their shelter. Chapter 68. The Watering of Bamboo Rats. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight graced the rooftop, while in the nearby woods, a flock of little birds frolicked and chirped incessantly. Yishui opened the door and stepped outside, picking up a nearby stick to hurl it into the thicket, exclaiming, "What a racket so early in the morning! Sooner or later, I'll bring you down for a soup." "Be good. Tutu, go find something to eat." Su Nan laughed as she carried her snow-white rabbit out and set it on the ground. The moment the snow rabbit touched the earth, it bounded toward the woods. Yishui watched the rabbit and smiled slightly at Su Nan, saying, Nan, this rabbit has grown quite plump. Why don't we roast it?" Su Nan, hearing this, retorted in mild annoyance. "If you want to eat, catch your own. Don't even think about my rabbit. Come on, let's fetch some water," Lu Yin interjected, stepping out with an axe in hand. Shortly after Yishui and Lu Yin departed, Chun Yin and a few others emerged and made their way to the riverbank. Upon reaching the river, Lu Yin chopped down 2 bamboo stalks, fashioning them into segments to be filled with water. Each person took a bamboo tube to the river and returned with it brimming. Back at the wooden cabin, they placed the bamboo tubes over the fire to heat them, making them suitable for washing. After freshening up, Lin Feng led them to the grove atop the hill, where they harvested some resilient tree bark to bring back to the cabin. Yang Jun and Hong Tao ventured into the bamboo grove to craft bows and arrows for Chun Yin and the others. "Hey, Yang Jun, look at this bamboo. It's beautiful, straight, and surely possesses splendid elasticity and toughness," Hong Tao exclaimed, grasping a stalk and shaking it. Yang Jun glanced up and nodded. "Indeed, this one will do." He then began to chop down the bamboo, finding a small clearing to cut it into roughly 2-meter lengths for easier transport. "Goodness, a giant rat!" Hong Tao suddenly shouted, spotting a particularly large bamboo rat not far ahead, but it vanished swiftly. Hong Tao rushed over, discovering that many of the bamboo plants in this small grove were nearly wilted, and it appeared that the surrounding bamboo forests were in a similar state. He crouched down to peer into a dark hole in the ground, which was utterly impenetrable to his sight. "Are you seeing things?" Yang Jun approached and inquired, having missed the sight of the bamboo rat. "No, I swear I saw it. A rat as big as a wild rabbit. It must have burrowed into this hole." Hong Tao insisted, "A rat the size of a wild rabbit?" Yang Jun regarded Hong Tao with disbelief. "Surely, such a creature cannot exist. Has it gained some sort of magical prowess? Let us head back. We need to prepare for the hunt later," Yang Jun suggested. Hong Tao cast one last glance at the hole before gathering the bamboo and following Yang Jun home. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Hong Tao recounted his encounter with the colossal rat to Lin Feng, but the others, hearing his tale, dismissed it as a figment of his imagination. After all, who had ever seen a rat of such size? Lin Feng, however, smiled knowingly, aware that what Hong Tao had glimpsed was, indeed, a bamboo rat. The wild bamboo rat is indeed a rare delicacy, rich in nutrition and possessing exquisite flavor. These large wild bamboo rats can weigh around 5 to 6 pounds, with the largest specimens reaching up to 7 or 8 pounds. Nan, put on your small backpack and bring those water bottles with you," Lin Feng said with a smile to Su Nan. Upon hearing this, Su Nan joyfully ran outside, quickly donning her small backpack and following Lin Feng. "I'll go see what is happening. After all, I can't make bows and arrows," Du Ziming remarked as he dashed out. "Lin Feng must be going to catch that big rat," Hong Tao said to Yang Jun, sharpening his bow, replied with a grin. "Whether he catches the big rat or not, we'll find out when he returns." Hong Tao's comment piqued the curiosity of Chun Yin and the other girls. Yishui looked at Song Yin Fei and the others, whispering, "Shall we go take a look too? Or perhaps we should weave a bark net. Do you wish to head to the seaside sooner?" Lu Yin suggested. Upon entering the woods, Lin Feng quickly located the entrance of the burrow mentioned by Hong Tao. Observing the footprints outside the entrance, he was certain that it housed bamboo rats. Nan, go fill the water bottles and bring them over," he instructed. "All right." Su Nan cheerfully grabbed her small backpack and hurried to the nearby river to fetch water. Lin Feng used a spear to enlarge the burrow's entrance slightly. When Su Nan returned with her backpack, he poured the water from the bottles into the burrow. At that moment, Du Ziming arrived, watching Lin Feng's actions. Is there really the big rat that Hong Tao mentioned in there? He asked with a laugh. Lin Feng nodded and replied, Indeed, you'll see shortly. In a little while, he poured 3 bottles of water into the burrow. Quickly, go fill the water again. Lin Feng handed an empty bottle to Du Ziming, who took it and dashed back to the river, filling it quickly before returning. After a few minutes, Lin Feng kept a close watch on the burrow entrance, with Du Ziming and Su Nan bending down to observe as well. Suddenly, a remarkably large bamboo rat emerged from the burrow, its body completely filling the entrance. Fluffy and robust. As soon as it appeared, Lin Feng swiftly pressed the spear against its head, capturing it. What kind of rat is this? Why is it so large? Du Ziming exclaimed in astonishment, finding it hard to believe that a rat could grow to such a size. Su Nan also widened her eyes, gazing at the bamboo rat in Lin Feng's hands, its large teeth appearing rather fearsome. This is called a bamboo rat, not a regular rat. Lin Feng explained with a smile to the two. Its nutritional value is quite rich, and it is delicious. He then used a small bamboo stick to secure the bamboo rat and placed it in the backpack before continuing to search for more bamboo rat burrows in the bamboo grove ahead. Due to the absence of human interference, the bamboo rats had proliferated extensively, causing many bamboo plants to wither. In less than half an hour, Lin Feng caught 2 more bamboo rats, though they were not as large as the first, each weighing around 3 pounds. Let us go. It's time to head back. After plucking a few bamboo shoots, the trio departed from the riverbank. Wow, there really are such large rats? This one must weigh at least 5 or 6 kilograms, right? Look, its teeth are quite long. Could it possibly carry any viruses? Chun Yin and several women, gathered around the backpack, were all astonished. It was their first encounter with such a large rat. Hong Tao smiled with pride, saying, See, I wasn't exaggerating, was I? Hee, brother. This is known as a bamboo rat, not just any ordinary rat. Du Ziming remarked with a grin at Hong Tao. Lin Feng brought water to a boil, blanched the pre-sliced bamboo shoots, and then proceeded to prepare the 3 bamboo rats. After briefly scalding them with boiling water, he took them outside to pluck the fur. Once the fur was thoroughly removed, he spread some dry straw on the ground, placed the bamboo rats atop it, and covered them with another layer of straw before igniting a fire to roast them. After several turns, the bamboo rats had developed a crisp, golden-brown exterior, emanating a delectable aroma of roasted meat. Chapter 69. A journey by the seaside. As Lin Feng stir-fried the bamboo rat meat, a delightful aroma wafted throughout the wooden cabin. Wow, this is absolutely delicious. It's the best meat I have ever tasted, Hong Tao exclaimed, eagerly picking up a piece with his chopsticks, his expression reflecting sheer enjoyment. Yang Jun nodded in agreement, echoing Hong Tao's sentiments. Du Ziming and Su Nan, with little to say, busily helped themselves to the meat, chewing with their eyes closed in bliss. Initially hesitant, Chun Yin could no longer resist once she observed that Lung Rushuang and Song Yinfei were indulging. She took a piece, and suddenly, her eyes lit up. She could no longer hold back and simply began to eat. All 3 bamboo rats were consumed, yet Hong Tao still appeared unsated. Lin Feng, this bamboo rat meat is exquisite. Let us go catch a few more this afternoon, Du Ziming remarked, patting his belly and licking his lips with a smile. Upon hearing Du Ziming's words, Hong Tao immediately sat up. Yes, I want to go too. We wish to see it as well, Yi Shui chimed in. Lin Feng took a sip of water and smiled. Such delicacies should not be indulged in too frequently. Let's wait until we return from the seaside. In the afternoon, Lin Feng ventured alone into the valley. To guard against unforeseen circumstances, he left his rifle in the cabin, taking only a spear and a dragon phoenix dagger tucked at his waist. Exiting the valley, he reached the lakeside where the ice had melted, revealing several wild ducks joyfully foraging in the water. The bamboo raft lay on the grass, awaiting its next use. As dusk approached, Lin Feng returned to the cabin where Song Yinfei and the others were roasting bear meat. 2 mornings later, the bark nets were woven, and everyone packed their baskets and grasped their bamboo spears, departing the wooden cabin towards the valley. Lin Feng led the way, and they followed in silence, with Yang Jun and Hong Tao trailing for safety. As they ventured deeper, They arrived at a river, a place where bears might be present. Upon reaching the cave previously inhabited by Lung Rushuang and her companions, Lung Rushuang pointed inside. Lin Feng nodded and proceeded inward, navigating through the winding paths until he reached the riverbank. After a brief inspection and finding no immediate danger, he continued along the river's edge. Due to the recent thaw, the river had swelled significantly. After walking alongside the river for over an hour, it merged into a main stream approximately 4 to 5 meters wide. Both banks were lined with dense aquatic vegetation, accompanied by thick underbrush, with the jungle looming behind. At this point, the trail became difficult to traverse. Navigating through the dense thicket posed considerable challenges and potential hazards. "What's wrong?" Seeing Lin Feng halt, Song Yinfei inquired from behind. "This jungle is quite treacherous. It will be prudent for us to take the water route." Lin Feng assessed the surroundings before speaking. "The water route?" Lung Rushuang glanced at the thicket, nodding, "But we have no boat." Lin Feng smiled, turning to call out, "Yang Jun and Hong Tao, come here." The two promptly approached upon hearing his summons. With axes and knives in hand, they ventured into the jungle to procure some timber, for they intended to construct several rafts for navigating the waterways. Lin Feng addressed the two companions, who nodded in agreement, and he led them deeper into the thicket. Approaching a tree, Lin Feng observed it with a grin and remarked, "Yang Jun, Hong Tao, this is the kind of tree we need. The others will not suffice." Yang Jun approached, studying the trees with a hint of confusion. "Why is that? Isn't any tree suitable?" Lin Feng chuckled and elucidated, "This is balsa wood, the finest material for raft making. Go ahead and chop it down." The two soon discovered several balsa logs nearby and began to swing their axes and knives with fervor. Once felled, they cut the logs into 3-meter lengths, while Lin Feng and Du Ziming carried the timber back to the riverbank. After more than 3 hours of labor, they had successfully constructed 4 rafts. Each of the 4 men took 3 women with them, and Lin Feng accompanied Song Yinfei, Su Nannan, and Lu Yun. Lin Feng grasped a 3-meter-long log and first steadied the raft, followed closely by Du Ziming, Hong Tao, and Yang Jun. Indeed, navigating along the waterway proved to be swift, as they were carried downstream by the current, requiring little effort, provided they skillfully avoided entanglement with the aquatic vegetation. This is exhilarating. Ha ha ha, Hong Tao shouted with glee. "Goodness, this is infinitely faster than walking." Du Ziming exclaimed, "Equalité. Be cautious. We certainly do not wish to fall into the water," Roland called out to Du Ziming. At that moment, Lin Feng sensed the current growing fiercer, akin to an arrow released from a bow. Soon after navigating several sharp bends, the river widened, and the banks transformed into sandy shores, indicating they had departed from the jungle. However, large boulders emerged on the river's surface, posing a significant danger. Any collision could spell disaster for the rafts, potentially throwing them into the water. "Be careful. Ensure the raft does not strike the rocks," Lin Feng shouted to those behind. Fear not. My skills are impeccable," Hong Tao replied with enthusiasm. "Woo, here comes the real thrill." At that moment, the raft became increasingly difficult to steer, although its direction remained somewhat manageable. Chun Yin and the others lay flat on the raft, their hearts pounding with anxiety due to the rapid pace. Suddenly, the rear raft became lodged against a stone on the left, violently thrusting it toward the bank. "Get to shore," Du Ziming shouted to Yi Shui and Tian Fun, prompting them to rush toward the bank. Lin Feng turned to see some had made it to shore, quickly using his log to push against a stone on the right, causing the raft to veer sharply to the left bank. Seeing this, Hong Tao and Yang Jun maneuvered the raft to the shore, ensuring everyone disembarked safely. After dragging the rafts to the bank, Du Ziming guided Yi Shui and Tian Fun down as well. Once reunited, they all sat by the shore to recuperate and calm their racing hearts after the thrilling escapade. "That was exhilarating," Hong Tao laughed, "more thrilling than my previous rafting experiences." "Indeed, it was thrilling, albeit a bit perilous," Du Ziming chuckled, still feeling a tinge of apprehension. Had the raft capsized moments ago, he could scarcely fathom the consequences. "My heart races with an alarming quickness." Chunyin patted her impressive chest and spoke aloud. "I don't believe it. Let me hear it, Hong Tao jested, gazing at her with a playful smile. No sooner had he spoken than he was startled by Tian Fan's piercing gaze, prompting him to hurriedly clarify. He, merely a jest. Lin Feng rose and strolled along the riverbank to observe. The turbulent waters, rife with stones, rendered the raft no longer a viable option. Should it overturn, a person would vanish in an instant. For the sake of safety, Lin Feng resolved to walk instead, as the hour-long journey by water would likely take them a day on foot. This way, they would presumably be closer to the seaside. Lin Feng, are we still taking a raft? Yang Yun opposed to inquire. Lin Feng shook his head. No more rafting. We shall walk along the riverbank. Very well. I shall summon the others. In truth, Yang Jun too was reluctant to board the raft again, for fear had gripped his heart moments earlier. Chapter 70. Overnight in the jungle as we traversed along the riverbank, we soon arrived at a precipice after a brief interval of about 10 minutes. The tumultuous waters cascaded over the edge, forming a magnificent waterfall, plunging down several dozen meters. The consequences of a fall would be unimaginable. Thankfully, we had managed to reach the shore. Otherwise, we would have been swept away. Lung Rushuang gazed at the waterfall, her heart racing as she patted her chest. Chunyan, equally shaken, remarked, "Indeed, with such a swift current, we would have had no means of escape, left only to the mercy of the raft." With the cliff ahead blocking our descent, Lin Feng guided us to ascend the mountain peak on our left. The terrain was treacherously uneven, fraught with jagged stones. Lin Feng led the way, while the rest of us climbed cautiously, requiring assistance as we navigated the rugged path. A moment's lapse in concentration could result in a perilous fall to the valley below, where no trace would remain. Casting a glance to the left, Lin Feng observed the sheer cliffs, devoid of any footholds, compelling us to proceed to the right. Below the precipice lay a raging river, 100 meters deep, with only a narrow path along the cliffside suitable for our descent. Lin Feng, perhaps we should seek an alternative route? Yizhu voiced it had trepidation, staring into the unfathomable depths below. I cannot bear to traverse this. My legs feel unresponsive. Lin Feng extended his hand reassuringly. Take my hand. Do not look down, just follow my lead. After a moment's hesitation, Yishui summoned her courage and reached out. Grasping her hand, Lin Feng carefully maneuvered along the cliff, with Yishui holding on a Song Yinfei behind her. Fear and tension gripped our hearts as we traversed this path. Only Lin Feng seemed resolute enough to proceed. Du Ziming, overwhelmed by anxiety, murmured, "I haven't even married yet. I do not wish to perish." The narrow, perilous stretch measured only a few dozen meters, yet as we crossed, no one dared to look down. Our hearts lodged in our throats. What should have been a brief span felt like an eternity. Soon, we reached the end of the treacherous path, which twisted inward to reveal a flat stone surface. Once we all stepped onto the stone, we promptly collapsed in exhaustion. Du Ziming exhaled, patting his racing heart. Lin Feng, I swear, I shall never brave such paths again. Look at my legs. His feet trembled uncontrollably. Had the route been any longer, he might not have endured. Even Yang Jun wiped the sweat from his brow, despite his prior adventures in climbing and navigating treacherous terrains. He had never encountered a path quite like this. Coward. Chen Yin mocked Du Ziming. Just look at Nan Nan. She is unfazed. As long as Big Brother dares to go, I shall too. Su Nan Nan declared confidently, her trust in Lin Feng unwavering. Lung Rushuang retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her backpack, distributing it among us. We needed to rest and recuperate before continuing our journey. Lin Feng glanced at the three men, Du Ziming and the others, and smiled slightly. Are you truly frightened by this path? How will you accompany me on a deeper exploration of the island? Then, he chuckled. The depths of the island? Hong Tao exclaimed in astonishment. Are you suggesting that you wish to take us inside? Lin Feng shook his head with a grin. Let us not discuss that for now. We should regain our strength. The group settled on the stones to recuperate their energy and calm their nerves. After half an hour, they began their descent. Fortunately, the journey downward posed no significant challenges, and they reached the foot of the mountain in roughly half an hour. Suddenly, a piercing cry of an eagle echoed from above. as a golden eagle circled in the sky, searching for prey below. "What a magnificent bird!" Hong Tao exclaimed, gazing up at the golden eagle in admiration. Lin Feng checked his watch and said, "We should move on. It's nearly 3 o'clock. The nights fall early here, and if we travel a bit further, we'll need to find a place to rest for the night." The group departed from the mountain's base, heading towards the nearby thicket. Soon enough, Lin Feng led them into the jungle, filled with the sounds of chirping birds. Armed with a Nepalese knife, he walked ahead, attentively observing his surroundings. After an hour of trekking, they ventured deep into the forest where the trees were not particularly tall and undergrowth was scarce, with only tender grass emerging from the ground. Before long, this area would burgeon with life, enveloped in dense foliage. After walking for a while, they arrived at a trench approximately 3 meters wide, 1 meter deep, and extending over 10 meters in length. "Let us rest here for the night," Lin Feng suggested, surveying the area. It was already past 4 o'clock, and in about an hour, darkness would envelop the land. Everyone, feeling fatigued, set down their backpacks upon hearing Lin Feng's words. Lung Ruo and Manny retrieved the tent from their packs, while Yang Jun and Du Ziming stepped forward to assist in setting it up. The tent was quite spacious, accommodating 6 to 7 individuals comfortably, and if they squeezed in, even Chun Yin and the other women could fit. "Yin Fei, why don't you gather some firewood?" Lin Feng instructed, glancing at Song Yin Fei and the others. "Be cautious while collecting it. Venomous snakes may be lurking." Hearing this, Song Yin Fei, Roland, and Lu Yin ventured into the nearby thicket to gather firewood. Lin Feng and Hong Tao also collected some long logs, laying them across the trench to create a rudimentary shelter. "Covering it with this deer hide will improve it greatly," Hong Tao remarked with a slight smile as he produced the hide. Lin Feng chuckled upon seeing the deer skin. "I didn't expect you to bring out a deer hide as well. What is so surprising about that?" Hong Tao replied with a gentle laugh. "Nanan even brought along those 2 bear skins. Given the chilly weather, it was quite reasonable to have the bear skins with them." Song Yin Fei chimed in, carrying a bundle of firewood. As Roland and Lu Yun returned with their firewood, the sky began to darken. Lin Feng lit a bonfire between the tent and the shelter. Chun Yin and the others took out bear meat from their packs and placed it over the fire, which soon began to sizzle and release a tantalizing aroma. Suddenly, Lin Feng lifted his head and beheld a cobra slithering slowly towards the campsite. Instantly, he rose to his feet, seizing the nearby spear and hurling it at the serpent. With a swift thud, the cobra was impaled, cleaved in 2 by the sharp spear. What had transpired? At that moment, Yang Jun and his companions finally reacted, hastily standing up and turning to see the spear embedded in the serpent. "Incredible! You actually hit it?" Hong Tao exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. Lin Feng approached, extracting the spear and skillfully skinning and gutting the cobra before carrying it back to roast by the campfire. "Everyone, be cautious before sleep," Lin Feng cautioned, as he roasted the snake meat, addressing Chan Yin and the other women. "Ensure you check thoroughly for certain snakes, spiders, and centipedes may take refuge beneath you while you sleep." "No way," Yishui exclaimed in terror. "Why didn't you mention this before?" Lin Feng chuckled lightly. "It's never too late to say it now." Unbeknownst to them, a shadow lurked in the jungle, observing their every move. Chapter 71. Arrival at the seaside beach. As evening descended, the cloak of night enveloped the surroundings. Within the pitch-black jungle, intermittent rustling sounds and peculiar cries echoed, reminiscent of birdsong. In a trench, Lin Feng and Song Yin Fei, along with their companions, were savoring roasted bear meat while engaging in light-hearted conversation. "Say, what do you suppose that sound is?" "It's like a gurgling noise," Yishui inquired softly, tearing off a piece of meat and glancing at Song Yin Fei and the others. Song Yin Fei shook her head. "Don't ask me. I don't watch nature documentaries, so I have no idea." Chun Yin leaned forward to listen intently, yet the strange calls abruptly ceased. "It must be some kind of animal, but what exactly, I cannot say." Yishui rolled her eyes in response. "That is hardly informative. Roland, I'm getting anxious. Shall we go find a place?" Tianfen whispered into Roland's ear. Roland glanced outside, but could see nothing in the darkness. "How can we go out?" "Take a torch. But don't venture too far. Lin Feng suggested, pointing to the half-burned logs in the campfire. Nodding, Roland reached for a burning log, and together with Tian Fun, they climbed out. Moments later, the two returned briskly. Soon enough, the 9 of them squeezed into the tent, huddling together to keep warm, covered by bear hides. "You all rest first. I'll keep watch," Yang Jun declared. Reluctantly, Lin Feng and his companions leaned against the trench, closing their eyes to rest. Yang Jun tended to the campfire, periodically adding wood to stoke the flames, ensuring the temperature in the trench was significantly warmer than outside. Time passed unnoticed as Yang Jun occasionally surveyed the surroundings. Upon seeing nothing unusual, he whittled a branch with a short dagger to pass the time. 2 hours later, the jungle gradually brightened. A crescent moon emerged above the treetops, bathing the forest in a silvery glow. Suddenly, a scorpion crawled into view. Yang Jun spotted it and swiftly dispatched it with his dagger. A fine midnight snack, he mused, placing the scorpion over the fire to roast. After about a minute, he sampled the delicacy, nodding in approval as he murmured, "Not as bad as I imagined. Quite palatable, in fact." Half an hour later, Du Ziming awoke to relieve Yang Jun armed with a spear. He occasionally stood to scan the area. Throughout the night, Lin Feng and his companions took turns keeping watch, while the ominous shadow in the jungle evaporated into obscurity. At dawn, as the first light broke, Song Yanfei and the others emerged from the tent, roasting some jerky and casually consuming a bit before packing up to depart. The morning jungle was alive with the cheerful chirps of little birds. Over an hour later, they finally exited the thicket, emerging onto the grassy expanse ahead. "I believe I can smell the sea," Yishui exclaimed, tilting her head slightly as a breeze wafted by. Chunyin chuckled softly. "Your nose is sharper than a dog's, haha." The grassy slope gently descends, leading to a hillside that is not particularly steep. "Hurry up," exclaimed Yishui, joyfully racing ahead. "I can hardly wait to play by the sea." As they ascended the slope and then descended, Lin Feng spotted a few seabirds in the distance. Realizing that the coastline was not far off, Yishui's keen senses were indeed impressive. Upon reaching the bottom of the slope, the flat expanse of grass stretched forward, leading directly to a cliff overlooking the ocean. Gathered at the edge of the cliff, they gazed at the vast, endless sea below, where tumultuous waves incessantly battered the exposed rocks. Lin Feng took out his binoculars and scanned the surroundings, soon discovering a sandy beach to the left. "Let us head that way," he said, putting away his binoculars and leading the group toward the left. After about 20 minutes of walking, they arrived again at the cliff's edge, now overlooking a stretch of beach with a forest behind it. To reach the beach, they would need to backtrack and navigate through the woods. "This is too high. How do we get down?" Tianfen peered over the edge, noting that the drop to the beach was over 20 meters. "Follow me," Lin Feng replied, glancing back at the others before leading them backward. After approximately 10 minutes of winding through the trees, they entered the forest, where large-leaved plants flourished and parasitic vines clung to the trunks. The ground was carpeted with thick layers of fallen leaves and dry twigs. At last, they emerged at the edge of the beach, where a few coconut trees stood sentinel. Just beyond, a towering cliff loomed, and below it lay a rocky area. This small beach, about 100 meters long, was enveloped by cliffs on both sides. "Come and play," Yishui exclaimed, as she spotted the ocean water beyond the beach. She promptly set down her backpack, removed her shoes, and dashed outside. Seeing Yishui's excitement, Chun Yin and the others could not resist, and they too dropped their bags. Though the water was somewhat chilly, the group of 9 reveled in the fun, splashing each other amid their joyful shouts. Lin Feng glanced up at the nearby coconut trees, laden with fruit, and climbed one to gather 7 or 8 coconuts. Yang Jun picked one up and, using a knife, opened it, sharing it with Du Ziming and Hong Tao. "You 3 find a flat spot in the woods to build shelter. I'll explore up top." Lin Feng instructed Yang Jun and the others before ascending with a coconut in hand. Yang Jun took a few sips of coconut water before he, along with Du Ziming and Hong Tao, ventured into the woods to find a relatively level area. They began clearing nearby trees to construct their shelter. Lin Feng reached the top of the cliff and extended his hand to touch the uneven stone surface, which felt damp as water trickled down. He sampled the liquid with his fingers and discovered it was fresh water, nodding with delight. With a source of fresh water, they could extend their stay in this place. Though the freshwater flow is modest, it runs continuously for 24 hours. By placing a few mineral water bottles atop and guiding the water into them with small twigs, one can collect several bottles by day's end. Additionally, there are coconut trees nearby, providing another source of fresh water. Upon returning to the campsite, Yang Jun and his companions had cleared a patch in the woods, erecting a shelter. Lung Ruo, Mani, and Tian Fen returned as well, using branches to tidy the area of dried leaves and debris. Soon after, Song Yanfei and the others returned, beaming with smiles. "How'd it go?" Lin Feng inquired, observing their cheerful faces. Lu Yin replied with a gentle smile. "The seawater was a bit chilly. Just a brief place sufficed. Please assist in setting up the shelter." "I will venture up for a moment," Lin Feng stated, retrieving several empty mineral water bottles from his pack as he made his way upward to gather fresh water from the rocky wall. Meanwhile, out in the vast sea beyond the west coast, a pirate ship sped toward the island. At the bow stood 4 men, one of whom, the pirate Captain Best, wielded a telescope, scanning the approaching island. With his short hair and a beard framing his somewhat portly face, he bore a fierce expression. Turning to his companion, he grinned maliciously. "If you can help me capture your comrades, rest assured I will speak on your behalf to the chief, and you shall return home." "Rest assured, sir, I will cooperate fully," Fan Tienda replied, bowing obsequiously. Best cast a glance at Fan Tienda before addressing the 2 pirates behind him, informed the crew. "Prepare to disembark." "Yes, Captain." Chapter 72. Song Yanfei was upset on the west coast. By the bay, the pirates anchored their ship at the water's edge, and some began unloading their cargo. Best led Fan Tienda onto the grass, surveying the surroundings with a smile. "Did you once reside here?" he asked. "Indeed, Captain," Fan Tienda replied with a quiet chuckle. "In the past, we lived here, waiting for rescue. Ultimately, when help never arrived, we departed." Best, intrigued, gazed intently at Fan Tienda. "Oh, where did you all go in the end?" Fan Tienda pointed below. "We traveled along the coastline until we found a cave in a ravine, and eventually, we parted ways." "Parted ways?" Best furrowed his brow. "Do you know their whereabouts now?" Fan Tienda shook his head. "No, I do not." "No?" Best's voice dropped ominously. "Then what use are you to me? You are also from the east. You should understand them and assist me in locating them." He then gripped Fan Tienda's collar tightly. "If you prove to be of no assistance, I shall not hesitate to feed you to the fish and bring your 2 companions here instead." Fan Tienda's face turned pale with fear. When we separated, they ventured deeper into the island. "Yes, they must be inside." "Oomph." Best pulled Fan Tienda closer, threateningly patting his face. "I hope you still possess some value, and do not entertain thoughts of escape." He gestured for his men to take Fan Tienda away. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 pirates approached and led Fan Tienda to a patch of grass nearby. "Captain, we have brought all the supplies aboard, though some remain on the ship. Shall we set up camp here?" one pirate inquired. Best glanced around before responding. "Yes, let us establish camp." Upon hearing this, the pirates began instructing others to pitch tents. "I will find you," Best murmured, gazing at the sky. "On the southern coast, by the sea. Hold it down." In the rocky area, Su Nan pressed a large crab with a stick while Yi Shui crouched down to catch it. "Hey, I got it." "Huh, it's huge," Yi Shui exclaimed, raising the large crab triumphantly, its pincers snapping at the air. Manny and Lung Rushuang were busy in the crevices, gathering the large and plentiful Buddha's hand shells and placing them into their baskets. "There's one here, Yinfei, and there's another behind you." From the nearby rocks, Song Yanfei and Lu Yun were trying to catch mantis shrimp, commonly known as urine shrimp. Why is there water here now?" Roland, holding a few scallops, expressed confusion. "There was no water here just a moment ago. It's high tide. Quickly come back." Lin Feng shouted towards the rocky area, prompting Song Yanfei and the others to hurry back. In the woods, Lin Feng poured some water into an iron can and began cooking the Buddha's hand shells, scallops, octopuses, mantis shrimp, and crabs together. "Nan, pass me a coconut." Cold as frost smiled at Su Nan. Du Ziming glanced at Lin Feng and asked, "Have you ever considered building a raft to venture out to sea?" In response, Lin Feng chuckled softly, rising to stroll towards the shoreline, followed by Du Ziming and the other women. Standing at the water's edge and gazing at the tumultuous waves, Lin Feng remarked, "Do you truly believe a raft could withstand such monstrous surges?" The depths of the ocean roared with towering waves reaching 7 to 8 meters in height. The surface continuously churning. Not even a typical vessel could endure such ferocity. "Hey, seafood is ready," Chunyin called out to Lin Feng and the others. "What kind of shell is this?" "Quite delicious. It's a Buddha's hand shell. This crab is splendid. Don't snatch my octopus." Around the campfire, everyone gathered, indulging in seafood and sipping coconut juice. After satisfying their appetites, Lin Feng instructed Du Ziming and the others on how to filter seawater using fine sand and wood ash to produce sea salt. Having imparted this knowledge, Lin Feng then approached the cliff above, retrieving several mineral water bottles. In the woods atop the camp, Hong Tao and Tian Fen sat cozily among the leaves. "Give me a kiss." "A kiss is fine, but will you marry me?" "Don't worry, once we return, we'll get our marriage certificate right away." General Now, Yang Jun and Manny also made their way down to the beach, settling at the edge of the woods. In the camp, only Du Ziming remained, busy making sea salt, while Song Yinfei and the others frolicked in the water. Lin Feng returned to the camp with water, crafting a fish spear from bamboo, and then set off again. Chun Yin, playing on the beach, noticed Lin Feng heading up and curiously inquired, "Where's Lin Feng going?" "To catch fish. Can't you see he has a spear?" Yi Shui replied, glancing back with a faint smile. "Don't we have a bark net? Why isn't he using it?" Cold as Frost interjected. "I don't know." Yi Shui shook her head. "You should ask Lin Feng." After pondering, Cold as Frost stood and walked upward. Su Nan, busy stacking fine sand into peculiar structures, glanced at the departing Cold as Frost before returning to her task with focus. Beneath the cliff, Lin Feng explored the crevices of the rocky shore, seeking fish. Cold as Frost arrived and silently observed him from above. After about 10 minutes, Lin Feng successfully caught a fish. "The seawater is quite cold. It's becoming a bit unbearable," he said, approaching Cold as Frost with a mild grin. She smiled slightly in return. "Isn't there a net? Why not use it?" Lin Feng raised the spear in his hand and replied with a smile, "I want to try a different method to see if it proves effective." "What method?" Cold as Frost inquired, intrigued. You'll find out shortly," Lin Feng answered with a gentle smile. At that moment, Song Yinfei stood below, observing the two share laughter, her expression turning melancholic and discontented. "Oomph," she huffed, turning away to leave. After a considerable time, Lin Feng and Lung Rushuang returned, carrying a basket to the hidden reef below. Surrounding the reef were numerous deep water pits, connecting to the vast depths beyond. "What are Lin Feng and the others up to? Come, let's take a look." Yang Jun and Mani, seated at the edge of the woods, immediately stood up and approached upon seeing Lin Feng and Lung Rushuang by the reef. "Spread the net and place it into the deep water pit. Each of you hold a corner," Lin Feng instructed the girls. Upon hearing this, they promptly grasped the net, positioned themselves around it, and then lowered it into the water. Lin Feng proceeded to chop the fish into small pieces, kneading them slightly before gradually scattering the morsels into the deep water pit, where they quickly dispersed. "Remain silent," Lin Feng advised the group after releasing the fish scraps. It was not long before the scattered bits attracted a few small fish, which eagerly devoured the offerings. Chapter 73. The appearance of sharks. Lin Feng stood beside the deep water pit, observing the increasing number of fish swimming in. He knew it was time to cast the net. "Lift," he commanded, and everyone joined in to pull up the bark net, dragging it towards the shore. "Ha ha ha! What a splendid catch!" At the beach, several people opened the net to reveal a lively assortment of fish, both large and small. They hurriedly bent down to gather the fish and place them into their baskets, totaling over 20. Lung Rushuang looked at Lin Feng and remarked with a smile, "Your method is quite effective. Let us use it for fishing next time." Lin Feng nodded with a smile. "Indeed, let us head back now." Yang Jun carried the net into the woods, while Chun Yin and the others lifted 2 baskets and made their way back to the camp. Upon returning to the camp, Du Ziming was taken aback at the sight of so many fish in the baskets. "Stop staring. Let us process these fish quickly. It'll be dark soon." Chun Yin urged the group. Lin Feng glanced around and noticed that Song Yin Fei was missing, unsure of her whereabouts. Exiting the beach, Lin Feng looked left and right, eventually spotting Song Yin Fei alone at the cliff above, staring blankly into the depths of the sea. Concerned, he quickly approached her. "What's wrong? Missing home?" Lin Feng said, attempting to embrace her from behind, but she stepped forward, evading him. "No, I just want to look at the sea," Song Yin Fei replied coolly. "Look at the sea? Why not down below?" Lin Feng chuckled. "I prefer watching it from here." As he observed her expression, he sensed something was amiss. "What is bothering you? Did someone upset you?" Lin Feng stepped closer and whispered, "Tell me, and I will teach them a lesson. Whoever dares to provoke my precious Fei or will have to face the consequences." Song Yin Fei shot him a glare. "Who is your precious? How shameless. It's you who made me angry. You should punish yourself." Lin Feng felt puzzled. "When did I upset you? I don't recall. What did you make me angry? Just think about it," she retorted, turning to leave. However, Lin Feng swiftly embraced her. Let go of me." With a playful slap on her rear, Lin Feng grinned. "Hee hee, if you want tea, tell me. I'll find a way to make you." He hoisted her up and headed into the woods. Lin Feng, you big rascal. Put me down." He ignored her protests and carried her deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, in the camp, Chun Yin and the others had removed the fish entrails and were skewering them with sticks, preparing to roast them on the ground. "Hey, where are Lin Feng and Yin Fei? Why aren't they here?" Lu Yin looked around but couldn't find the two. Yi Shui shook her head. "I don't know. We just returned and he left right away." Cold as frost. Upon hearing this, her expression shifted slightly. She turned her head to glance outside, distractedly tending to the fish on the grill. "Ru Shuang, if you don't turn your fish soon, it will be burnt," Du Ziming remarked, observing her. Startled, Ru Shuang hurriedly flipped the fish over and began cooking the other side. After half an hour, Lin Feng and Song Yinfei returned, with a lingering blush on Song Yinfei's cheeks. As dusk fell, the setting sun cast a crimson hue across the sky, painting the clouds in splendid colors. A few seabirds soared above the ocean, creating a picturesque scene. "Wow, look, what is that?" Su Nan exclaimed joyfully, pointing towards several spouts of water erupting from the depths of the sea. The group stood by the shore, captivated by the magnificent sight. "That's a whale. I saw in a video once," Lu Yun said with a gentle smile. "Who would have thought I would witness it in person now?" Suddenly, two whales raised their massive tails and slapped them against the water surface, sending countless droplets glistening into the air. A breathtaking spectacle. "Wow, so large and beautiful. Do you think they eat people?" Tianfen asked curiously, laughing. "I've heard that whales don't eat humans. It's only sharks that do." Yishui responded with a nod. At that moment, a sea breeze swept in, bringing a hint of chill. Chun Yin tightened her clothing and suggested, "Shall we head back? It seems to be getting colder." As night descended, the temperature plummeted. In the campsite, everyone gathered around the campfire, warming themselves and chatting. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed through the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning. "Let us move the campfire into the shelter," Hong Tao quickly suggested. The group promptly relocated the campfire and gathered the firewood from outside. Chun Yin and the others squeezed into the tent to sleep. "The weather changes so abruptly," Du Ziming remarked, glancing at the darkening sky, sensing rain might be imminent. Lin Feng smiled slightly. "It's quite normal. Spring thunder brings rain, and once it starts, the entire island transforms." "Are we keeping watch tonight?" Hong Tao asked, taking a sip of water. Yang Jun chuckled. "If you wish, you can keep watch, haha." The four chatted for quite some time before lying down, the campfire flickering gently in the breeze. As Hong Tao drifted into a light sleep, he felt something moving against him and instinctively reached out to touch it. "What the heck is this?" Startled, he shouted and immediately scrambled back into the shelter. Lin Feng and the others were awakened by his cry. "What's all the commotion at this hour?" "Look," Hong Tao pointed at a moving creature in astonishment. Lin Feng quickly grabbed it with one hand, chuckling, "This is a coconut crab. Who would have thought it would crawl in here?" Du Ziming and Yang Jun hurried over to inspect the coconut crab, with Yang Jun exclaiming, "This is a coconut crab. It's enormous, like a monster." Du Ziming smiled slightly. "These are quite delicious. I've had them a few times before. They're a local delicacy." Lin Feng chuckled softly before stepping into the nearby woods, where he deftly pulled a vine from a tree to bind the coconut crab, which he then placed in his backpack. At that moment, the sky began to drizzle lightly. It's raining. Let's rest for a while. There's still over 3 hours until dawn, Lin Feng remarked as he glanced at his watch. After adding some firewood to the campfire, the four of them reclined and settled down for the night. The following morning, the rain had ceased. Upon awakening, Chunyin and the others hurriedly dashed to the beach to frolic in the surf. Once Lin Feng and the others rose, they took an iron can to the shore to collect some seawater, which they intended to filter and boil to produce sea salt. Shall we go fishing? Lin Feng proposed. Sure. Roland, you go back and fetch 2 fish. We'll take the net with us, Chunyin replied eagerly. The 8 of them promptly made their way down, retrieving the bark net from the woods. Upon reaching the base of the cliff, Lin Feng set down a mineral water bottle and navigated around the trees to ascend the cliff. Standing at the precipice with binoculars in hand, he gazed out over the vast ocean, acutely aware that without a vessel, escape from this island was impossible, necessitating alternative solutions. Suddenly, he spotted Song Yinfei and her group fishing near the reef. A dorsal fin broke the surface of the water, gliding towards the deep trench of the reef. Alarmed, Lin Feng exclaimed, swiftly turning and retreating into the woods, recognizing the ominous presence of a shark approaching. Chapter 74. Chunyan's initiative outside the reef. A multitude of fish swam into view. Wait, just a moment. Let more fish come in before we cast the net, Chunyan exclaimed, her heart racing with excitement as she observed the fish entering the waters in groups. Lung Rushuang glanced outside and suddenly noticed a dorsal fin emerging from the depths, only to quickly submerge again. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Suddenly, realization struck her, and her expression shifted dramatically as she shouted, "Everyone, run! A shark is approaching!" Song Yinfei and the others were momentarily stunned, but upon hearing the word shark, panic gripped their faces, and they swiftly turned to flee. Lu Yun, Roland, we need to pull the net up, Chun Yin cried out as the 3 of them hurriedly dragged the net backward. Bam! Splash! At that moment, a massive shark leapt from the depths, its gaping maw revealing rows of menacing serrated teeth, a truly terrifying sight. Wow, that shark is enormous. How frightening. After running a mere 7 or 8 meters, Yi Shui and the others halted and turned back, witnessing the astonishing scene. Chunyin patted her chest, still shaken, and remarked, "Thank goodness Rushuang spotted it. Otherwise, if it had bitten us, it would have been the end. How frightening. My heart is still racing. We must leave this place at once." Dragging the tree bark net, they made their way toward the beach. There are still a few fish in this net. Ha. On the beach, Chunyin and Manny opened the net to find several fish still inside. At that moment, Lin Feng arrived, visibly relieved to see that they were unharmed. Lin Feng, a shark jumped out just now. It was terrifying. Fortunately, we ran fast, Song Yinfei exclaimed as she approached him. Lin Feng smiled slightly, looking at everyone as he replied, "I came over because I noticed a shark in the water. I'm glad you're all safe." "How'd you spot it?" Lu Yin inquired, curiosity piqued. Lin Feng pointed to the binoculars hanging around his neck. "I saw it with these." "Strange, Lin Feng," Lung Rushuang interjected. "Why would there be a shark this time? There wasn't one last time." Lin Feng pondered a moment before responding. "Sharks are highly sensitive to the scent of blood. The last time, perhaps the sharks were simply too far away." "Let us go. It's time to head back," Chunyin announced, picking up the fish from the net as they walked back to the campsite, while Tianfun and Manny carried the net into the woods. Upon returning to the camp, Song Yinfei and the others were too fearful to venture to the beach to play in the water, anxious that a shark might suddenly appear. So they decided to go to the rocky area to catch seafood instead. "Lin Feng, have the 5 bamboo tubes been filled with sea salt? Is that enough?" Du Ziming inquired. Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, it's sufficient. We can come back for more when we run out." "Haha, then we can go have some fun." Du Ziming chuckled. "Han Tao, let us head to the rocky area as well." On the beach, Yang Jun climbed a coconut tree, using a knife to chop down coconuts. Nan, step back a bit. Be careful not to get hit by a falling coconut." Roland reached out and pulled Su Nan aside. Lin Feng, armed with a spear, ventured into the shallow waters below, standing still as he observed various fish gliding beneath his feet. After a glance around, he found a fish too small and decided to venture further out. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared beneath the water, an unmistakable manta ray. Lin Feng cautiously approached, careful to avoid its long, venomous stinger. Once he managed to pierce the creature's head with his spear, he lifted it triumphantly and headed back to camp. By noon, a pot of seafood simmered over the fire, while Hong Tao and Roland grilled the manta ray. The delectable seafood, devoid of any seasoning, was delightful, preserving its authentic flavor. "Aren't we cooking the coconut crab?" Lu Yin inquired, glancing at Su Nan Nan, who was playing with the crab. "One is hardly enough for each of us. There might be more in the forest. After we finish eating, we can search for more," Chen Yin suggested. Roland took a bite of the grilled manta ray and nodded in approval. "This fish is quite good. Yang Jun, you should try some." He offered a piece to Yang Jun, who accepted it and agreed that it was quite palatable. Manny, witnessing this, felt a twinge of annoyance and shot a glare at Yang Jun before grabbing a handful of conch meat to feast upon. "Hey, Tian Fun, enjoy this. I've picked out the conch meat for you." Hong Tao offered her a bowl filled with the delicacy. Once everyone had their fill, they dispersed to engage in their own pursuits, some to play, others to rest. Lin Feng wandered alone to the precipice below, using binoculars to scan the depths of the ocean. Hoping for a miracle, a ship passing by. After several minutes of only seeing the vast sea, occasionally interrupted by the flight of albatrosses, he meandered to the right. Reaching the edge where the ground became uneven with jagged rocks, bordered by dense, low shrubs. At that moment, Chun Yin emerged from the thicket, and upon noticing Lin Feng, she approached him with a smile. Hearing her footsteps, Lin Feng turned around and smiled slightly. "Sister Yin, what brings you here?" Chun Yin reached Lin Feng's side, chuckling softly. "I came for a stroll." Lin Feng grinned in response, and raised his binoculars to observe the coastline ahead. Suddenly, Chun Yin extended her arms and embraced him, pressing her ample bosom against his back. Taken aback, Lin Feng lowered his binoculars and murmured, "Sister Yin, you shoo, don't speak." Chun Yin whispered as she leaned closer, her breath warm against his face. "Lin Feng, do you like me?" Inhaling her enticing fragrance, Lin Feng swallowed hard. A woman as captivating and alluring as Chun Yin was undoubtedly irresistible to any man. "Since arriving here, I have felt so lonely and isolated," she confessed, panting softly. "Even with Frost and the others by my side, every day, my heart still feels desolate. Lin Feng, I am a widow. After my husband passed away, I chose not to seek another partner for the sake of my daughter. I am 33 this year, and I simply desire someone who can offer me solace. I am aware of your relationship with Yin Fei, but rest assured, I do not expect you to take responsibility for it." After speaking, her alluring lips gently brushed against Lin Feng's, while one hand gradually caressed his chest. A surge of desire ignited within Lin Feng, his heart racing, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Soon, the two were engaged in a passionate kiss. Chun Yin shuddered slightly, her face flushed, letting out a delicate moan. Then, Lin Feng lifted Chun Yin into his arms and made his way into the woods behind them. Chapter 75. The search for the island begins on the beach. Su Nan, Yi Shui, and Lu Yun were thoroughly enjoying themselves, even engaging in a playful wrestling match. Sister Yun, come save me," Su Nan called out to Lu Yun as Yi Shui pinned her down in the sand. "Ha! Quite formidable, aren't you?" Ye Zhu said. You rogue," Su Nan exclaimed as Yi Shui suddenly reached out and touched her, prompting Nan to flail her arms, desperately trying to grasp Yi Shui's thigh. Underneath a coconut tree, Manny was sulking, casting an angry glance at Yang Jun. "Do you have feelings for Roland?" she inquired. Yang Jun, upon hearing this, lowered his gaze slightly, stammering, "No, that's not the case." "Oh, even your speech is faltering, and you still deny it?" "Oomph," Manny shouted, standing up and running off, with Yang Jun immediately scrambling to follow her. Within the campsite, Song Yin Fei, Lung Rushuang, and Roland were peacefully asleep. Meanwhile, Du Ziming, Ong Taiyu, and Tian Fun were nearby in search of coconut crabs. "Brother Ming, Han Tao, come quickly. It seems there's something in this tree hole," Tian Fun exclaimed, peering into a tree hollow where she noticed something stirring. The two rushed over, and, sure enough, it was a coconut crab. Hong Tao attempted to reach inside to grab it, but Du Ziming halted him, saying, "Do you want to lose your fingers? If it pinches you, it could break them." Hong Tao, astonished, responded, "Is it really that serious? Go fetch an axe. We'll split open the tree hollow." Du Ziming instructed Tianfen. Upon hearing this, Tianfen turned and dashed away, returning shortly with an axe in hand. Du Ziming took the axe and began chopping at the tree trunk, quickly dislodging the coconut crab. "Quick, hold it down. I'll fetch a vine," he commanded. No sooner had he spoken than Hong Tao used a spear to pin the crab down. And when Du Ziming returned with the vine, they bound the creature securely. "Wow, it's quite sizable. Let us search elsewhere." After more than an hour, Lin Feng and Chun Yin made their way back. Upon reaching the sandy beach outside the campsite, they spotted Su Nan Nan digging a hole. "Big brother, Sister Yin, you're back," Su Nan Nan exclaimed happily, turning to greet them. Chun Yin smiled and approached, asking, "What are you digging for?" "Let us dig together." Su Nan Nan nodded eagerly, and the two squatted down in the sand. Suddenly, Su Nan Nan sniffed the air and looked at Chun Yin. "Sister Yin, why do you smell like something? Have you applied something?" Chun Yin, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "What smell? It's just sweat. Come on, let us dig." Sitting nearby, Lu Yun, upon hearing Su Nanan's words, glanced back at Lin Feng entering the campsite, then looked at Chun Yin, noticing a slight blush on her cheeks. After contemplating for a moment, she stood up and headed towards the campsite. Upon returning, she found Lin Feng sitting beside the campfire. "Lin Feng, where did you and Chun Yin go?" Lu Yun asked with a smile as she settled down beside him. Lin Feng, maintaining a calm demeanor, smiled back and replied, "We didn't go anywhere special. We just explored some other areas down below." "Oh, you didn't do anything else?" Lu Yun squinted with a smile and continued to inquire, "What can we do?" Lin Feng stood up, saying, "I need to take care of something," and walked into the woods. Lu Yun chuckled softly, as if suddenly enlightened. Soon after, Song Yinfei, Lung Rushuang, and Roland awoke and emerged from the tent. "Ah, a midday nap feels refreshing. I feel much more energized," Roland remarked while stretching. Song Yinfei glanced at the sky. "The clouds are darkening again. It might rain." "Let it rain. We still have plenty of seafood, so there's no need to venture out," Lung Rushuang stated as she sat down. "Sister Yin, where did they go?" Song Yinfei asked Lu Yun. Lu Yun smiled faintly. They went outside to play. Just then, Lin Feng and Du Ziming emerged from the woods, carrying 2 coconut crabs. "Ha ha! Look at this!" Du Ziming exclaimed, approaching Lung Rushuang and the others with the crabs. "We searched for a long time before catching these 2. We'll have a feast tonight." Roland chuckled softly. "Indeed, they're quite large," Lung Rushuang remarked, eyeing the coconut crabs. Upon returning, Lin Feng sat in the shelter, sharpening his spear with a stone, as it had become dull from lack of use. Shortly after, Yang Jun and Chun Yin returned, and Hong Tao immediately placed the 3 coconut crabs over the campfire to roast. At that moment, rain began to fall from the sky, and darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. "Lin Feng, when are we heading back?" Hong Tao inquired. Lin Feng glanced outside. "Tomorrow." Meanwhile, Best led the pirates to the grassy area above the ravine, setting up camp. "Is this where you parted ways?" Best asked, surveying the surroundings as he addressed Fan Tienda. Fan Tienda nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Captain Best. They headed into the island from here." Best nodded in response. "I hope you're not deceiving me." "I would never." Fan Tienda flattered. Best, using binoculars, scanned the area, realizing the vastness made a thorough search impractical, leading him to decide to send out a few men for reconnaissance. Due to the rain, Best retreated to the tent, enjoying a cigar and sipping fine liquor. The central tent served as a storage for food and supplies, filled with various provisions including canned meats, noodles, rice, fruits, vegetables, and spices. These goods, along with the cigars and liquor, were plundered from a luxury cruise ship, and tragically, none aboard the ship survived, showcasing the ruthlessness of the pirates. Later that evening, as the rain ceased, the pirates ignited a bonfire on the grass, constructing a wooden frame to suspend a large iron pot in the center. They filled the pot with water, and before it boiled, they added a generous amount of noodles. This food is excellent. Far tastier than that hard bread. Ha ha. One exclaimed. Indeed, after we finish, we shall raid again. Brothers, am I right? Benny declared. Absolutely right. The others echoed in laughter. A band of pirates sat around a crackling campfire, engaged in spirited discussions about their recent exploits, which left Van Tienda crouching nearby, utterly terrified. At that moment, Best emerged from the tent, a cigar in hand, declaring, "Once we complete this mission, I shall take you all to Grand Island. I hear a few lovely maidens from the land of cherry blossoms have arrived. Quite splendid. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing Best's words, the pirates erupted in cheers. "Our captain is formidable. I adore our captain." The following morning, over 20 pirates stood in 2 neat rows upon the grassy expanse, resembling a disciplined regiment. Best faced them, issuing commands. "Pair up, scour the surroundings for any signs of our target, and report back immediately if you find anything." He called out to the pirates, "Remember, do not fire upon discovery. The chief has commanded we capture them alive." "Understood? Understood," they replied in unison. With a decisive command from Best, the pirates swiftly set off, leaving only Best, Van Tienda, and 3 other pirates behind in the camp. Chapter 76. Du Ziming's thoughts on the southern coast by the seaside. Chun Yin and the others had just returned to the campsite after gathering seafood from the rocky area. Where are Lin Feng and the others? Lu Yin wondered. Noticing the absence of Lin Feng and the 4 men, "They went fishing," Su Nanan replied, setting down her small basket. Roland sat down and inquired, "Are we returning today?" "Yes." Lung Rushuang nodded in agreement. "Let us tidy up a bit. They'll be back soon, and then we can leave." "Oh, I'm a little reluctant to leave," Yi Shuem murmured while lying on the ground. Song Yinfei smiled gently. "We can always come back another time. There's no need to feel sad about it. Come on, get up and help take down the tent," Chen Yin said, giving Yi Shui a light kick before entering the tent to retrieve their clothes and bearskin. After they finished organizing the campsite, Lin Feng and Yang Jun returned, their baskets filled with fish. Lin Feng surveyed the tidied campsite and smiled. "Since everything is in order, we can depart now." The group, carrying their baskets, left the campsite and retraced their steps. Upon reaching the base of the steep cliff, they ventured into the woods, crossing through to the grassy area. "Lin Feng, have you considered relocating? Ideally, we should find a place not far from the sea, so we can fish more frequently," Du Ziming suggested, looking at Lin Feng. "What do you think?" "I concur with Minggu," Hong Tao nodded. "If we run out of food, we could easily catch fish from the sea." The women, "Aponiering du Ziming as proposition," brightened. Song Yinfei quickened her pace and tugged on Lin Feng's hand. "Lin Feng, I believe Minggu is right." Lin Feng pondered the idea of relocating. The new site would need to be near the sea and have a water source. Soon, a vision of the river at the foot of the mountain sprang to his mind. That was the only location with a water source. After more than half an hour, they reached the edge of the jungle and ventured directly inside. It took nearly 3 hours to traverse the forest and arrive at the foot of the mountain. They all sat on the grass to rest. Lin Feng approached the left side of the cliff, gazing at the turbulent river below, noting the significant height and steepness of the drop. "Lin Feng, we aren't going to take that perilous path again, are we?" Du Ziming asked, approaching him. The mere thought of that route made his legs tremble. He felt he might not be able to manage it this time. Lin Feng chuckled, moving to the right side of the mountain. Using binoculars, he scanned the area. He discovered that by walking along the foot of the mountain, they could circumvent the danger, though it would likely take an additional hour. For the safety of the group, Lin Feng resolved to take the longer route. The rocky path was indeed treacherous, and any slip could lead to a disastrous fall. "Lin Feng, what are your thoughts on what Du Ziming said earlier?" Lung Rushuang inquired, walking over to him. After some reflection, Lin Feng explained, "To settle near the sea, we must first secure a freshwater source. Therefore, I've decided to investigate the area at the foot of the mountain. If we discover a suitable place to reside, we can settle there." Upon hearing the words, Lung Ruo nodded lightly. To the left at the foot of the mountain lay a river, resolving the issue of fresh water. After a brief interlude of 10 minutes, the group resumed their journey, traversing along the base of the mountain. The ground was littered with gravel, remnants of stones weathered and dislodged from the peak above. After approximately 40 minutes of walking, they encountered a steep incline, which Lin Feng guided them up with caution against slipping. Be careful not to slide, Lin Feng called out to those behind, urging them to continue upward. In certain areas, they needed to grasp onto some scraggly trees for support to ascend, making the path somewhat arduous. Upon reaching the summit of the slope, everyone was breathless from exertion. If I had known, I would have preferred the stone path, Yishui remarked while taking a sip of water. Lu Yin chuckled. You're the one most averse to that path. Yishui, feeling challenged, retorted loudly. Who said that? I'm not afraid. I was merely expressing a thought. All right, let us hurry on. I'm famished and can hardly bear it, Chun Yin interjected, standing up. They then descended the slope at a faster pace, reaching a small meadow in less than 10 minutes, heading leftward. Exiting the valley, they arrived at a patch of weeds, beyond which lay a stretch of sandy ground, bordered by the river. Yang Jun, you all can set up the cooking station up there. I'll climb the peak to survey the surroundings, Lin Feng instructed. Yang Jun nodded and led Song Yinfei and the others upward. After walking about 100 meters, they placed their backpacks on a grassy area and headed to the riverbank to gather some sizable stones for the cooking platform. Lin Feng ascended approximately 300 meters up the mountain, standing on a protruding boulder while surveying the area through binoculars. To the right of the river, a series of undulating high mountains rose steeply. The depression between the two mountains likely marked a valley worth exploring. To the left of the river sprawled a vast, dense jungle, interspersed with numerous small peaks and deep ravines. After observing for a while, Lin Feng descended back down to the meadow, where he noticed that the iron pot was already emitting white smoke. How is it, Lin Feng? Upon seeing him return, Song Yinfei immediately stood and inquired. Lin Feng gestured ahead with a smile. There are 2 valleys up there. After we eat, we can explore them. Then let's eat quickly. These seafood dishes are freshly cooked, Du Ziming said as he hurriedly took out a bamboo bowl, serving a hearty seafood medley that included small sea snails, scallops, Buddha's hand shellfish, crabs, and shrimp, among others. After finishing an entire pot of seafood, everyone found themselves only partially satisfied. Should we cook more? Those fish are dead, Hong Tao remarked to Lin Feng. Let us hold off on cooking for now. We should first explore the area, Du Ziming suggested promptly. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Let us tidy up and take a look. Once they were organized, they proceeded along the base of the mountain. The peaks were exceedingly steep, rendering ascent nearly impossible. After walking over 100 meters, they finally reached the entrance of a valley. As I ventured further along the path, nestled between 2 mountains, I encountered a patch where wild grasses had just begun to sprout, and young trees were adorned with tender green leaves. Upon reaching the innermost area, I discovered a level expanse of grassland. To the left stood a modest coniferous forest, but what captured attention most were 2 towering cedar trees flourishing beneath the sheer cliff, their height rendering them remarkably prominent. On the right, a gentle slope was dotted with newly sprouted grass. The area, though not vast, approximately 1,000 square meters, was oval in shape, surrounded by sheer cliffs with a dramatic drop of over 100 meters. I invite everyone to explore this place. If it suits our needs, we might consider constructing a wooden cabin here. Lin Feng turned to Du Ziming and Lung Rushuang and suggested, if this location proves unsuitable, we can continue our exploration upwards. Upon hearing this, the group eagerly set aside their backpacks and hurried inside to inspect the area. However, Lin Feng felt a sense of unease about the location, for it offered no escape route. Should any unforeseen event occur, there would be no means of fleeing. Chapter 77. Best wait in a small valley. Lin Feng stood on the grassy ground, surveying the surroundings, eagerly anticipating the emergence of her companions. Soon, they would depart to another valley not far above, though she pondered whether it would resemble this place. Lin Feng, come quickly. There's a cave inside. At that moment, Hong Tao burst forth from the small coniferous forest, shouting excitedly. Upon hearing his call, everyone rushed over. Lin Feng, too, approached and followed Hong Tao into the cave. Within the coniferous forest, they ascended a gentle slope. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a cave nestled beneath a sheer cliff, flanked by 2 towering cedar trees that stood like sentinels. The cave entrance was quite spacious, approximately 2 meters high and over 3 meters wide, and upon entering, They found it to be rather roomy. Lin Feng observed that the cave bore no signs of being hewn. It was a natural formation. Everyone, come look. There's another cave. Su Nan shouted from within. Lin Feng entered to find a circular opening in the wall, large enough for a person to crawl through. Peering out, she saw a sprawling expanse of broadleaf forest below, with the cave entrance perched some 7 or 8 meters above the ground, and the stone walls outside were remarkably straight. Lin Feng, this cave is splendid. It's spacious and well lit, Du Ziming exclaimed with delight. Living here, we wouldn't even need to build a wooden house. Observing the joyous expressions on everyone's faces, it was clear they were all quite pleased with the cave. Let us settle here, Lin Feng said with a smile. Nodding in agreement. Everyone, go fetch some branches to clean this place up. Hong Tao Yangjun. You two come with me to carry some stones back for a cooking platform. The tasks were clearly delineated. Some would clean, while others would chop wood. Su Nan, Yi Shui, and Manny busied themselves clearing away the dry branches and leaves outside the cave entrance. By the time Lin Feng and the others returned, the cave had been thoroughly tidied. We'll seal the entrance, leaving just a doorway. Lin Feng instructed Yang Jun and the others. Du Ziming looked puzzled. Why seal it? Wouldn't that block out the light? For safety, Yang Jun interjected. We can't predict if other animals might wander in at night. Lin Feng glanced inside the cave. The light from that opening is sufficient, and besides, we'll only close it at night. It will still be bright during the day. Let us get to work. It won't take long, Yang Jun remarked with a grin. With that, he sharpened a piece of wood, while Hong Tao wielded a Nepalese knife to assist. Lung Rushuang and her companions set up their tents inside the cave, and once completed, they stacked the collected dry wood against the stone wall at the entrance. By evening, the wooden wall was finished, complete with a wooden door. That night, Chun Yin and Manny prepared fish soup, while Song Yinfei and the other ladies roasted fish. In the center of the cave, they arranged stones into a circle for the fire. It's ready to eat. Everyone, grab a bowl, Chun Yin called out. As the warm fish soup slid down her throat, Lin Feng felt a comforting warmth envelop her entire being. The grilled fish was exquisitely prepared, perfectly crisp on the outside and tender within, leaving everyone savoring each bite. Today, everyone felt weary. After a hearty meal and a brief chat, they retreated to their tents to rest. The following noon, Lin Feng summoned Yang Jun, Hong Tao, and Du Ziming. Yang Jun, you stay here. I will take Minggu and Hong Tao back to the wooden cabin to retrieve the remaining supplies. Lin Feng handed his rifle to Yang Jun, cautioning him to exercise care. With that, the three ascended along the riverbank. Yang Jun understood that Lin Feng entrusted him with the rifle to ensure the safety of Song Yinfei and the others. At that moment, Best arrived in the valley with his band of pirates. Best commanded, and the pirates, armed with AK rifles, rushed into the hollow, kicking down the wooden door as they entered. Earlier, 2 pirates had discovered bamboo rafts by the lake and returned to inform Best, prompting him to bring everyone here today. Upon entering, the pirates conducted a thorough search but found not a soul in sight. Best, accompanied by Fan Tienda, entered the wooden cabin and surveyed the boxes and backpacks inside, a slight smile gracing his lips. Ah, you Easterners certainly know how to live well, he chuckled. Tell me, where do you think they have gone? Fan Tienda, with a wry smile, shook his head. Captain, I have no idea. Perhaps they have gone hunting? Best nodded, a faint smile lingering. Perhaps you were right. We shall wait for their return. He then turned to address the pirates behind him, instructing, tell the others to bring everything here and send a few men outside to keep watch. If they spot our guests returning, they must report immediately. Yes, Captain. One pirate respectfully acknowledged before turning to leave. Well done, Best remarked, his hand gliding over the table. It seems they are quite skilled in woodworking. Observing the cabin and its contents, Fan Tiender recognized that it must have been constructed by Lin Feng, as no one else possessed such craftsmanship. Lin Feng, you shall not escape this time, he thought gleefully. By evening, the pirates had moved all the supplies to their location. Within the wooden cabin where Song Yinfei and the others resided, 3 tents had been erected, filled with provisions. Lin Feng's cabin also accommodated 3 tents, which housed Best and several pirates alongside Fan Tienda. On the hillside and pathways, 2 pirates stood guard. ready to encircle Lin Feng and his companions the moment they returned to the grassy area. As night fell and Lin Feng and the others had yet to arrive, Best furrowed his brow and turned to Fan Tienda, speaking in a low voice. "It is nightfall. Why have they not returned? Do you have any idea what is happening?" Fan Tienda, scratching his head, thought to himself, "Why do you ask me? Do you think I am a deity?" Though these thoughts crossed his mind, he dared not voice them. Instead, he offered an explanation. "Well, Captain, hunting can sometimes take 2 or 3 days. It is quite normal. Wouldn't you agree?" Best contemplated for a moment, realizing that there was merit in the statement. It seemed quite reasonable, so he decided to wait another day. However, if they did not return by tomorrow, he would hand you over to Eli, who would undoubtedly be pleased, he chuckled. Nearby, a burly pirate, his skin a deep shade of brown, grew somewhat agitated upon hearing Best's words. He scrutinized Van Tan from head to toe, even extending his tongue to moisten his thick lips. Upon catching the pirate's gaze, Van Tan was overtaken by a shiver, a wave of goosebumps sweeping across his skin. Could it be that he harbored an affection for men? The thought sent a chill of cold sweat cascading down Van Tan's forehead, his expression darkening considerably. He silently prayed, "Lin Feng, you must return by tomorrow. Otherwise, I shall not spare you." Meanwhile, Lin Feng and his companions were spending the night in the woods by the riverbank, poised to return to the valley before noon the following day. Chapter 78. The miserable Fan Tienda. The following morning, Lin Feng and his companions traversed the dense thicket by the riverbank, with Hong Tao wielding a Nepali machete, forging a path through the obstructing branches. After more than an hour of walking, the trio found themselves at the steep bank of the river. "Shall we swim across?" Hong Tao inquired, gazing at the expansive riverbed. "Absolutely not." Du Ziming interjected hastily, "I cannot swim." "Cannot swim? Heh." Hong Tao chuckled lightly. "When there's time, I shall teach you. It's quite easy to learn." Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings and suggested, "Let us construct a raft. We shall need it when we return." "Let us go. We shall enter the woods and chop down some trees," Hong Tao declared, brandishing his machete as he ventured deeper into the forest. Navigating through the dense foliage, they soon arrived at the heart of the woods. The sound of chopping echoed through the trees as Lin Feng employed his dragon and phoenix dagger to sever numerous vines, which he carried back to the riverbank. Upon returning to the woods, he noticed Hong Tao and Du Ziming standing frozen, staring ahead. "What is the matter?" Lin Feng inquired. "Look." Du Ziming pointed towards the thicket, revealing a leopard, baring its teeth, slowly emerging while crouching low, prepared to pounce at any moment. Seeing this, Lin Feng swiftly grasped a nearby spear and positioned himself between his companions and the leopard, fixing his gaze upon the creature. Hong Tao's hand trembled slightly as he glanced at Lin Feng, panic evident in his eyes. "What should we do?" "Do not fear and do not run. You must project strength. Only then might it refrain from attacking," Lin Feng replied gravely. He tightened his grip on the spear and cautiously approached the leopard, maintaining eye contact. Observing Lin Feng's advance, Hong Tao and Du Ziming followed suit. The leopard growled menacingly, its jaws agape, revealing sharp fangs, yet it began to retreat as the trio approached. "Begone!" Lin Feng suddenly shouted, causing the leopard to flinch and retreat hastily, quickly disappearing into the thicket. "Quickly, gather the wood and bring it to the riverbank. We need to finish the raft and leave this place," Lin Feng instructed his companions. He remained vigilant, wary of the leopard potentially launching a surprise attack from another direction. Upon hearing this, Hong Tao and Du Ziming promptly turned and began hauling the felled timber towards the riverbank. With Lin Feng's presence, their fear diminished. Half an hour later, the raft was complete. The 3 men pushed it into the water, stepping aboard as it took on a slight amount of water. Yet it was manageable. Upon reaching the opposite bank, they secured the raft with a long pole and proceeded upstream along the tributary. "Hey, Lin Feng, why didn't you kill that leopard earlier?" Hong Tao jested, "At my size, I've never tasted leopard meat." Lin Feng shot him a disapproving glance. "Do you wish to engage it in battle? What if you're injured? Leopard meat, you say? It may not have tasted human flesh yet. Why not return and see who the predator really is?" Hong Tao quickly shook his head. "I cannot do it alone. Let us hurry. Once we retrieve our belongings, we shall return." Du Ziming remarked from beside them. After approximately an hour of walking, the trio arrived at the narrow path, turning twice before reaching the cave where Du Ziming had once resided. Upon reaching the grassy entrance of the valley, Lin Feng suddenly seemed to have made a discovery. He quickened his pace, crouched down, and picked up a cigarette, but from the ground. "Is this cigarette but one you discarded previously?" Hong Tao inquired as he approached. Lin Feng scrutinized the cigarette, but, frowning slightly, it appeared quite fresh, and the brand was unfamiliar. His own cigarettes had been finished long ago, making it improbable for the butt to be so new. "Someone has arrived. Be cautious," Lin Feng warned as he retrieved his binoculars, bending slightly as he ventured further in, making his way to the low-lying area by the riverbank to survey the surroundings. Hong Tao and Du Ziming lay flat on the ground, extending their heads to glance about. "Stay here and wait for me. Remember, do not venture outside," Lin Feng instructed before proceeding along the right side of the riverbank. As he neared the entrance of the mountain hollow, Lin Feng crouched in a depression, using his binoculars to scan the area. Suddenly, he spotted two individuals armed with rifles seated within the bamboo grove, their eyes occasionally darting around. After ensuring their identity, Lin Feng withdrew slightly. "What did you see?" Du Ziming whispered upon his return to the lowland. "They're pirates. They have indeed come," Lin Feng replied in hushed tones. "Pirates?" Hong Tao echoed in astonishment. "Aren't they supposed to loot at sea? What brings them here?" Lin Feng pondered for a moment. "I do not know. Perhaps they are searching for something." Du Ziming's eyes suddenly brightened. "Why not capture one of them and ask?" Lin Feng glanced at his watch and whispered, "That is a sound plan, but it is daytime. We cannot take the risk. We are unaware of their numbers. We shall discuss it again at night. Let us depart." Leaving the lowland, they exited the valley and returned to the cave they had previously occupied, where the three climbed inside and sat down. "Hey, Lin Feng, could you return that watch to me?" Du Ziming said, eyeing the watch on Lin Feng's wrist with a smile. "To be honest, I quite like that watch." Lin Feng touched the watch, smiling faintly, and remarked upon the jade pendant around Du Ziming's neck. "Sure, you can trade it for the jade around your neck." Du Ziming paused at this, reaching to feel the jade before quickly shaking his head. "That won't do. This jade is far too precious, a birthday gift from my father. I cannot part with it." Lin Feng sighed. "Then it seems there is no alternative. You have nothing to offer." "But it was originally mine," Du Ziming retorted. "Umph. I exchanged it for wolf meat." Meanwhile, Bess sat in the wooden cabin, sipping a glass of red wine. Fan Tienda fidgeted on a stool, his anxiety palpable. "Captain Best, do you think they might have gotten lost while hunting? Is that why they have yet to return?" Fan Tienda turned to Best and whispered. Bester slowly opened his eyes and gazed at Fan Tienda with a smile, remarking, "It is not entirely impossible." Upon hearing this, Fan Tienda quickly suggested, "Then, why don't we search elsewhere?" "No rush," Bester gently waved his hand. "We shall discuss it tomorrow." As time slipped away, the overcast sky began to darken as evening approached around 5 o'clock. With the onset of night, Bester stood beneath the eaves, staring into the pitch-black abyss beyond. He grasped Fan Tienda by the arm and said in a low voice, "It seems you are of little use to us." Fan Tienda, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "I can pay you. I have plenty of money." "Umph." Bester snorted disdainfully and pushed him to the ground, commanding, "Eli, I leave him to you. Remember, do not kill him. He still has some utility." "Don't. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Captain." Eli laughed heartily as he approached, effortlessly hoisting Fan Tienda over his shoulder and heading towards the tent. Despite Fan Tienda's desperate pleas, Bester remained silent. "What a pale backside. I like it. Ha ha. Soon, wretched cries echoed from within the tent, resembling the lamentations of a slaughtered pig. "Ha! Eli is certainly enjoying himself tonight. If you fancy it, you could join him. TCH, I prefer women." The pirates outside exchanged cheerful banter, reveling in the unfolding chaos. Chapter 79. The Fury of Best in the Deep of Night. The clouds above dispersed, revealing a half-moon that cast a gentle luminescence throughout the valley. Under the moonlight, Lin Feng and his companions cautiously approached the entrance. "I shall enter first. Observe my signals," Lin Feng whispered, gripping the spear with utmost care as he stepped inside. Upon reaching the grassy ground, he discerned a flicker of firelight emanating from the wooden cabin. He stealthily positioned himself beneath the window, peering within. There, by the bonfire, two pirates were slumbering, rendering the interior indistinct. Lin Feng gestured towards the narrow path, prompting Hong Tao and Du Ziming to enter quietly. The trio crouched beneath the wooden wall, contemplating their next move. Suddenly, the door of the cabin swung open, and a pirate, still in a daze, stumbled out to relieve himself on the grass. Hidden behind the wall, Lin Feng seized the opportunity. He swiftly drew the dragon and phoenix dagger from his waist and stealthily approached. After the pirate finished, he turned back towards the door, reaching out to pull it open. In a flash, Lin Feng closed the distance, covering the pirate's mouth with one hand while the dagger glided across his throat. The pirate struggled momentarily before falling still. Lin Feng dragged him behind the cabin and then entered through the wooden door. Inside the cabin, a bonfire blazed, yet no pirates were in sight. Peering into the two tents, he spotted pirates in slumber. As he examined the central tent, his eyes sparkled with delight. It was brimming with provisions. Entering, he marveled at the rice and noodles, pondering how the pirates had come to enjoy such abundance. Quickly, he hoisted two 50-pound sacks of rice and exited. "What is this?" Hong Tao and Du Ziming inquired in hushed tones as they approached. "Rice, and there are several boxes of noodles inside." "I'll retrieve them," Lin Feng replied before re-entering. Soon, he returned with several boxes of noodles, along with a dozen bottles of condiments, some liquor, and dried meats. "I have discovered something splendid. Ming, come assist me," Hong Tao exclaimed, pulling Du Ziming under the eaves, where a large iron pot hung on a wooden rack. Lin Feng ventured deeper into the wooden cabin, entering the tent and chuckling at the sight of the slumbering pirates. He discreetly seized two rifles before departing. Moments later, Hong Tao and Du Ziming reappeared, carrying the large iron pot. The three then commenced the task of transporting their newfound treasures. "What now?" one queried. "What shall we do while the moonlight lasts?" "Let's move these goods to the riverbank quickly," urged Lin Feng. As dawn approached, they finally managed to transport everything to the riverside, loading their bounty onto a raft. "We have less than an hour until dawn. Once the pirates awaken, they will soon realize the goods are missing and initiate a search," Lin Feng stated urgently. "Listen closely. If the pirates search this area tomorrow, they will undoubtedly uncover traces of our presence and follow the river in pursuit. At that point, we shall all be in grave danger. Thus, I shall return. Once dawn breaks, I will intentionally allow myself to be discovered, leading them to the location where we previously pursued the reindeer." Upon hearing this, Du Ziming immediately interjected, "Lin Feng, this is far too perilous. Indeed, why not allow me to accompany you in luring them?" Hong Tao quickly added. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "No, it is only by going alone that I can act without hesitation." "It is settled then. Upon your return, remember, do not venture outside. Remain hidden within the cave." He then handed two rifles to Du Ziming. "If anything should transpire, use the cave's exit to flee. I have faith in you both." Lin Feng, "Cease with your words," he replied solemnly. "I shall return within a day or two." With that, he secured his Nepalese dagger at his waist, slung his bow and arrows, and departed. As Lin Feng's figure faded from view, Hong Tao turned to Du Ziming. "What shall we do now?" After a moment of contemplation, Du Ziming decided, "Let us heed his advice. We shall go." The two resolved to ascend the wooden raft, grasping the long poles as it gently drifted downstream. Lin Feng returned to the valley, settling down at the foot of a small hill, finding a piece of wood on which to rest. At that moment, the sky began to lighten, gradually brightening. An hour later, daylight broke, and within the cabin, several pirates began to awaken. Alas, the iron pot has vanished. The food is greatly diminished. Suddenly, several pirates outside the cabin were shouting in disarray. "What is the matter? Why all the commotion?" Bastur emerged from the cabin, calling out to the frenzied pirates. "Captain, the iron pot is missing, much of the food is gone, and one of our brothers lies dead behind the cabin," a pirate hurriedly reported. "What?" Upon hearing this, Bastur immediately strode into the nearby cabin. Inside the tent, a significant quantity of food was indeed absent, along with various bottles of liquor and spices. On the grass outside lay the lifeless body of a pirate, long deceased. At that moment, Fan Tienda stumbled over, clutching his backside, and declared, "Captain, it must have been them. They came at night to steal the food and even murdered someone." With a swift motion, Bestir emerged and slapped Fan Tienda away in fury, exclaiming, "Fool, do you think I am blind?" Fan Tienda fell onto the grass, covering his reddened cheek, nearly brought to tears by the pain. "Those cunning Easterners," Bestir seethed. "Everyone go search. They cannot have gone far." Upon hearing this, over 20 pirates swiftly grabbed their rifles and rushed outside. Bestir then re-entered the cabin, retrieving an M16 assault rifle before marching out, his face ablaze with anger. Lin Feng sat upon the wood, gazing towards the riverbank, when suddenly a group of pirates emerged, rushing forth. "Here they come, huh?" Lin Feng stood, a slight smile gracing his lips, and turned to retreat. "There they are. We found him." The leading pirates, upon spotting Lin Feng at the foot of the hill, shouted joyfully and immediately surged forward in pursuit. Lin Feng deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for them to draw nearer before dashing towards the valley ahead. Upon hearing the pirates' shouts, Best hurriedly emerged, raising his binoculars to observe the direction in which Lin Feng fled. "Everyone pursue him together. We must capture him." A group of determined individuals relentlessly followed in Lin Feng's wake. Upon entering the valley, Lin Feng swiftly made his way towards the river at its innermost point. Meanwhile, Fan Tienda, seated on the grass, noticed that all the pirates had departed. He quickly stood up, rushed into the wooden cabin, gathered some belongings, and then sprinted towards the hillside. He was intent on escaping this place. Otherwise, he would inevitably meet a grim fate here. Chapter 80. Toying with pirates. Lin Feng swiftly navigated through the dense woods, leaping into the stream below before darting into the thicket on the opposite side. After him, he has jumped into the river. Just as Lin Feng entered the underbrush, the pursuing pirates closed in. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air, embedding itself in a tree trunk, startling the nearby pirates, who promptly jumped into the stream in pursuit. Best approached the tree, yanked out the arrow, and with a grimace, snapped it in half before continuing the chase. Roar! Abruptly, from the thick undergrowth to the right, a black bear surged forth, tackling one of the pirates and viciously tearing at his throat with its sharp teeth, eliciting a harrowing scream. Thud! 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 The nearby pirates immediately opened fire on the bear, bringing it down. After the bear's demise, one pirate rushed over to check on his fallen comrade, only to discover he was already dead. "He has gone. Let us hurry." Lin Feng skillfully exploited the terrain, running forward while glancing back occasionally, anxious that the pirates might close in on him. He traversed the rugged slopes, and when fatigue set in, he paused to observe the pirates' movements through his binoculars. Suddenly, he spotted one pirate also peering through binoculars at him, and for a brief moment, their eyes locked. Lin Feng flashed a faint smile, raised his hand, and gave a thumbs up, then slowly turned his thumb downward. Seeing Lin Feng's provocation ignited a furious fire within Best, who shouted, "He is on the opposite slope. After him. Whoever captures him will become my first mate." As soon as Best's words left his lips, the pirates shouted and surged forward as if fueled by adrenaline. Lin Feng, noticing the pirates charging towards him, turned and sprinted up the slope. Upon reaching the summit, he glanced down to see a grassy expanse below, the very spot where he and Du Ziming had tracked the reindeer. The incline was steep, and one misstep could send him tumbling down. So Lin Feng carefully navigated a winding S-path to descend. By the time the pirates caught up, Lin Feng had reached the grassland and was making his way towards the woods. "Pursue him. We must capture him today," Best shouted, gazing through his binoculars at Lin Feng's fleeing form. The pirates, disregarding caution, raced down the slope. Ouch! Oh, damn it! 2 pirates lost their footing, tumbling down the steep incline. Once on the grassland, Best spotted Lin Feng resting at the edge of the woods, still taunting him with a thumbs up. Enraged, Best growled, "That scoundrel! If I catch him, I'll let Ailey have his way with him for 3 days and nights." Meanwhile, the pirates lay sprawled on the grass, panting heavily. "Captain, I feel he is toying with us," one pirate gasped. "He is always keeping his distance." Best glared at him in fury, retorting, "That is your incompetence. You can't even catch a single Oriental. Get up. Keep chasing." Upon witnessing Best's fury, the pirates had no choice but to rise and continue their expedition. Lin Feng, noticing the pirates in pursuit, sluggishly stood up, turned, and ventured into the depths of the forest. The chase ebbed and flowed until the afternoon, leading them to the precipice of a canyon, where Lin Feng kept sprinting forward. Bang! Bang bang! Best, in a fit of rage, unleashed a barrage of bullets in the direction Lin Feng was fleeing. Upon reaching the thickets before the grassy expanse, Lin Feng plunged into the dense underbrush. After traversing through the foliage for a good 15 minutes, he suddenly heard some noises and crouched down to investigate. Before him, not far beneath a towering tree, several indigenous people were binding a young deer. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng stealthily maneuvered to the right, utilizing the cover of the thick brambles to swiftly vanish from sight. After another 15 minutes, he arrived at the forest's edge, where the canyon loomed below. Casting a glance around, he moved slightly to the right, grasping some protruding tree roots, and began his descent. Descending 3 to 4 meters, he found himself with no path of retreat. Gritting his teeth, he let go of his hold and tumbled down into the canyon below. Upon landing, he collided with a stone, his head ringing painfully. Leaning against the rock, he rested for a moment until the ache in his body subsided somewhat. Suddenly, the sounds of gunfire and shouts erupted from the jungle above. Lin Feng understood that a confrontation had erupted between the pirates and the indigenous people. After taking a brief respite, he rose and walked along the riverbank. His objective achieved, he intended to return to prevent any worries for Song Yanfei and the others. Bang, bang, bang. Captain, the number of indigenous people is increasing. We must leave at once. We have lost 5 or 6 brethren. A pirate rushed over, shouting at Best. Retreat. Best bellowed upon hearing this, immediately dashing outward. In the jungle, a dozen indigenous people lay dead, while the pirates also suffered casualties. Although the pirates wielded rifles, the indigenous people employed poisoned arrows, thrown spears, and bows, surrounding them from all directions in overwhelming numbers, leaving the pirates at a distinct disadvantage. As they retreated from the jungle, the indigenous people contemplated pursuing, but were suppressed by the pirates' gunfire. After several of their own fell, the indigenous warriors hesitated and ceased their pursuit. Along the way, Best realized he had been outmaneuvered. Someone had deliberately led him into this trap. After years of being a pirate, he had never felt so humiliated, so toyed with, and his rage reached a boiling point. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, darkness had already descended. Best sat beside the fire within the cabin, his face grim, silent as the night. The dozen or so pirates surrounding him dared not utter a word, their heads bowed, exuding an air of dejection. Captain, what shall we do next? Eiley cautiously inquired. Upon hearing this, Best glanced at him with an expressionless face and replied coolly, Tomorrow, we will conduct a thorough search of the surrounding area. That individual led us astray, possibly to protect others. Upon hearing this, Eiley nodded in agreement. Captain, however, we no longer possess a cast iron pot, rendering us unable to prepare any food. Furthermore, that Oriental individual has escaped. The Oriental individual he referred to as Fan Tienda. Oomph. Best exclaimed in indignation. These Easterners are utterly despicable, even stealing our iron pots. You must find a way. Regardless, I shall not depart until those Easterners are captured. Rest assured that Oriental will not get far. He then muttered to himself, Returning like this will only lead to ridicule from that woman, Lena. Oomph. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was in a stone cave within the canyon, roasting a fish. It was quite a decent catch, albeit somewhat bland. After consuming one fish, he added more firewood, then leaned against the stone wall and closed his eyes, exhausted from a long day of running. Chapter 81. The Rise of Hostility. The following morning dawned drearily, the sky shrouded in ominous clouds, portending imminent rain. The pirates emerged from their wooden shelters, with a few heading towards the hills, while Best led the other pirates towards the valley's outskirts. After more than half an hour, Best arrived at the cave and, upon observing the charred remains of wood on the ground, deduced that the Easterners had recently taken refuge there. Ally, take your men and search the vicinity. Leave no stone unturned. Best commanded. Report back immediately upon any discovery. Understood. Follow me. Ally instructed the three pirates behind him as they departed the cave. Meanwhile, Lin Feng traversed the riverbank, flanked by sheer cliffs, leaving no alternative path available. Inside the cave, Song Yanfei and Chun Yin remained, their faces etched with worry for Lin Feng's safety. Hong Tao stood vigil at the entrance of the small valley, keenly observing the surroundings in case any developments arose. Will this would suffice? One inquired. Absolutely. We shall soon find out, came the confident reply. Yang Jun and Du Ziming felled a tree approximately 7 or 8 meters tall, stripping it of its branches before carving grooves into it, resembling a ladder. Lu Shuang, Sister Yin, come lend a hand, Yang Jun called after finishing the woodwork. Upon hearing his call, the two women emerged, followed by Lu Yun and Tian Fun, who joined in to assist. Everyone hoisted the wood and cautiously maneuvered it towards the cave, carefully extending it out of the opening. Slowly, be careful not to let it drop, Yang Jun urged Du Ziming and the others. At last, with a firm grip, Yang Jun lowered the wood, stabilizing it perfectly at the cave's entrance. Casting a glance back, he squeezed out of the opening and gingerly stepped onto the wood, then descended while clutching it securely. Upon reaching the ground, he dug a small pit beneath the wood to prevent it from shifting. Is everything all right? Du Ziming called from inside the cave. Yang Jun gave a thumbs up, smiling, rest assured, everything is perfectly fine. Once Yang Jun climbed back inside, Roland and Yi Shui had already prepared the noodles. Time for noodles, Roland announced to Song Yanfei and the others. Observing their anxious expressions, Yang Jun reassured, do not worry, Lin Feng will be fine. He will return shortly. Indeed, we are well aware of Lin Feng's capabilities, Du Ziming added, offering further comfort. He knew the kind of person Lin Feng was. Recalling how he had dealt with Li Dalong sent a shiver of fear through him. Lin Feng was resolute and merciless towards his foes. After satisfying their hunger, Yang Jun inspected his rifle while Du Ziming watched attentively. Have you fired a gun before? Du Ziming inquired. Ist nicht für Yang Yunis fluid motions. Yang Jun nodded sleekly. I have. I spent some time at a shooting club in the past. Oh, that explains your proficiency, Du Ziming acknowledged, nodding in understanding. Yang Jun let out a bitter laugh. Oh, is this what you call proficiency? Surely, you have never witnessed Lin Feng wielding a firearm, have you? Du Ziming shook his head in response. No, I haven't seen him. He always carries it around, but I've never seen him in action. Yang Jun gazed at Du Ziming and smiled faintly. I've seen him once. He disassembled and reassembled it in merely 11 seconds. Ha ha. 11 seconds? You must be mistaken. Du Ziming exclaimed, astonished. Is this truly the speed of a human? Yang Jun shook his head. I'm not mistaken. Thus, Lin Feng is not as simple as he appears. Given his profound understanding of firearms, he must have served in the military or perhaps been a mercenary. Du Ziming nodded. Indeed, he must have been a soldier. Cold as frost, upon hearing their conversation, felt a surge of astonishment. Disassembling and reassembling in just 11 seconds? Even her brother could not achieve that. It is worth noting that her brother is a king among soldiers. 11 seconds is beyond his capabilities. How could Lin Feng accomplish such a feat? Could it be that Lin Feng possesses another identity? All right, I will go fetch Hong Tao for dinner, Yang Jun declared as he stepped outside. Annie, when will Big Brother return? Sun An inquired while clinging to Song Yanfei. Song Yanfei gently patted her shoulder and smiled. Soon, he will be back either today or tomorrow. At noon, Best arrived by the riverside, contemplating the footprints on the ground. Captain, the trees in the forest have been cut down, reported Ailey as he emerged from the woods. Best grinned wickedly. It seems they are cutting trees to construct rafts. They must be nearby. He commanded, instruct the crew to cut trees for raft building. Yes, Ailey replied respectfully, unsheathing his machete, and led 7 or 8 pirates into the forest. Over an hour later, the pirates emerged carrying timber, using vines to construct rafts. After crafting 3 rafts, Best stepped aboard and pushed downstream along the river. An hour later, Ailey spotted a raft by the riverbank and joyfully shouted, Captain, there is a raft ahead. Best, upon hearing this, beamed and commanded, land ashore. The 3 rafts approached the bank, and as the pirates disembarked, Best surveyed the surroundings and waved his hand, searched the area. Upon hearing this, the pirates spread out, Aside from the mountains on the opposite side, the surrounding riverbank was entirely unobstructed. Only a few hundred meters above was a patch of uneven thicket. Yang Jun sat idly beneath a mound outside the small valley, a piece of grass in his mouth. Suddenly, he lifted his head and spotted the approaching pirates, merely 100 meters away. He quickly bent down and dashed into the valley. Not good. The pirates are coming. Quickly, follow me. He shouted anxiously to Hong Tao and Du Ziming as he rushed into the cave. Damn it. Let's take them on. Upon hearing this, Hong Tao immediately grabbed his rifle and ran out. Yang Jun cast a glance at Song Yinfei and the others and spoke. Be prepared to crawl out of the cave at any moment. Once you descend, flee. With that, he followed Hong Tao, while Du Ziming, clutching his rifle, shot a look at Lung Rushuang before turning away. What shall we do? Tian Fen asked, her voice trembling with fear. Chun Yin, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied, Remain calm. Let's wait and see. At the mouth of the valley, the trio hid beneath a mound of earth, their expressions grave as they observed the approaching pirates. Click! Hong Tao pulled the bolt of his gun, readying himself for battle. Upon grasping the firearm, an inexplicable thrill surged through him, an emotion he had never experienced before. Do not rush. There are only 10 of them, and this lack of cover works to our advantage, Yang Jun whispered. Wait until they're closer to fire. Ha! They are nothing but live targets. Du Ziming sneered, also bracing for combat. A few pirates slowly approached the valley, now merely 30 meters away. Yang Jun held his AK rifle, a tinge of nervousness creeping in. Fire! He shouted softly, rolling over to rest his weapon on the mound, aiming at the pirates below, and pulling the trigger. Rat-tat-tat! Rat-tat-tat! Kill them! Or rush! Ha ha ha! Hong Tao erupted in laughter as he unleashed a barrage at the pirates. It's an ambush. The 4 pirates were instantly riddled with bullets. Get down! Best shouted at the remaining pirates. At that moment, Lin Feng was making his way through the underbrush, and soon the sound of gunfire echoed from across the riverbank. Upon hearing the shots, Lin Feng's expression darkened as he swiftly navigated through the dense foliage. His heart brimmed with a fierce intent to kill. Chapter 82. A temporary conclusion by the riverbank. Best was relentlessly firing at the 3 individuals hiding behind a mound of dirt, accompanied by the remaining pirates. Bang! 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 Damn it! We're being suppressed. What should we do? Hong Tao and his companions hunched down, their heads splattered with the churned-up soil. As Yang Jun prepared to raise his head to retaliate, the bullets from the pirates forced him to duck again. Onward! Seeing the individuals behind the mound in distress, Best shouted, and 5 pirates began to advance, shooting as they approached, with the lives of the trio hanging by a thread. Lin Feng dashed to the river's edge and leaped into the water, swimming swiftly to the opposite bank, seeking death. Upon witnessing the pirates besieging the valley entrance, Lin Feng roared in fury, swiftly retrieving his bow and drawing 3 arrows from his quiver, knocking them onto the string and pulling back with all his might. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The trio of arrows flew forth, aimed directly at 3 pirates. Thud! The arrows pierced through the throats of the 3 pirates, and before the other 2 could react, Lin Feng hurled a spear and a Nepalese knife, embedding them into the chests of the 2 remaining foes. Who? It was you. Best, witnessing the demise of his subordinates, spun around in shock. Upon recognizing Lin Feng's face, he was taken aback, realizing this was the very rascal who had mocked him. Lin Feng smirked wickedly, the dragon and phoenix dagger inexplicably appearing in his hand, spinning deftly between his fingers. Suddenly, Lin Feng raised his hand and hurled the dagger at Best. Scoundrel! Thud! Ignoring everything, Best lifted his rifle, intending to shoot Lin Feng, but the dagger struck through his wrist, causing the rifle to clatter to the ground. Best clutched his wrist in agony, crying out in pain. Lin Feng! With the gunfire ceased, Yang Jun lifted his head and noticed the pirates sprawled on the ground, catching sight of Lin Feng. Overjoyed, he leaped up calling out, and rushed over with Du Ziming and Hong Tao. Lin Feng approached Best and inquired, Are you their leader? Tell me, what is your purpose for coming here? Enduring the pain, Best met Lin Feng's gaze and replied, If I tell you, will you spare me? Lin Feng offered a faint smile, I promise. I shall not take your life. Best hesitated, wrestling with his thoughts, then spoke. We came here to capture you. Lin Feng and his companions exchanged astonished glances. How did these pirates know of their presence here? Moreover, why did they seek to capture them? Observing the curious expressions on Lin Feng's face, Best continued. We captured 3 Easterners. They informed us of your whereabouts. They claim that there is another group of Easterners on this island, all offspring of wealthy families. If we can capture you, we shall receive a handsome ransom. Enough, Lin Feng interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. I'm not particularly interested in the rest. I require you to take us off this island. Very well, I shall escort you. My ship is anchored in the cove by the shore. Bester, suppressing his pain, nodded joyfully and declared, we can set off now. Once we reach the sea, those Easterners will surely be brought back to the island by me. Once they're back, there will be no escape for them. The thought filled Bester with excitement. Captain, we are here to rescue you. Suddenly, 7 pirates emerged from across the river, raising their rifles and opening fire on Lin Feng and his companions. Hot, 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 hot. Watch out, Lin Feng shouted, immediately throwing himself over Yang Jun and the others to shield them. In one swift motion, he seized the rifles from Yang Jun and Du Ziming, kneeling on the ground with one AK-47 in hand, and fired back at the pirates across the river. Hot, 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 hot. The pirates standing at the riverbank fell into the water after being struck by bullets. One pirate, with a grazed arm, stumbled into the jungle in a panic, crawling and rolling away. Bester stared at the bloody hole in his chest, eyes wide in disbelief, murmuring, damn it, those bastards, Lin Feng, he.s. dead. Du Ziming rushed to Bester's side, noticing the gaping wound and the blood flowing from it. The life had already left him. After climbing to his feet, Hong Tao raised his rifle and approached the riverbank, returning only after confirming that all the pirates lay lifeless. Du Ziming squatted down, examining the scene, and scoffed, this fool, dying by the hands of his own men. What terrible luck. Now that he is dead, how do we leave this island? Yang Jun asked, bewildered. Oh, you foolish one. Didn't he say his ship is anchored in a bay? We can take it. Hong Tao chimed in with a grin. A bay? Huh. Du Ziming smiled subtly. This island is vast. How many bays could there possibly be? Lin Feng contemplated the jungle across the river for a moment before approaching Bester's lifeless body. You all handle the remains. I'll go investigate. With that, he made his way to the riverbank, crossing over on a wooden raft. The bodies of the pirates were swept downstream by the river's current. Upon entering the jungle, he crouched down, observing some bloodstains and footprints on the ground. Could it be that some pirates survived? Have they fled? Lin Feng stood up, frowning as he murmured to himself. He examined the ground ahead, and indeed, the traces indicated that some pirates had escaped. Now that they had distanced themselves, pursuit was futile. I believe you will return, he whispered to himself before making his way back to the opposite riverbank, where Yang Jun and the others had finished dealing with the pirate corpses. Lin Feng, we have 9 AK-47s, but the ammunition is limited and 1 M16 rifle with 2 magazines, Yang Jun reported as he approached. Lin Feng smiled slightly. There are more in the river. We can check. At that moment, Lung Rushuang and the others arrived at the mound, glancing over and, upon spotting Lin Feng and his companions, rushed towards them. Lin Feng, big brother, Song Yinfei, rushed over and directly leaped into Lin Feng's embrace, with Su Nan also hurrying to hold him. It's all right now, Lin Feng gently reassured them, lifting his gaze to nod at Chun Yin and the others. Upon returning to the cave, everyone settled down as Lin Feng recounted Best's words. Could the captured individuals be Lu Hu and his companions? Lu Yin inquired. Lin Feng nodded in response. If there are no other survivors on this island, then it must indeed be them. Those 3 are despicable, even calling pirates to capture us. Yi Shui exclaimed, filled with indignation. Enough. Everyone has been anxious all morning. It's time to rest, Lin Feng said, looking at Song Yinfei and the others. Hong Tao brought over a box of cigars, handing it to Lin Feng with a smile. Here you go. I found this on the pirate leader. At that moment, Lin Feng recalled the wooden cabin in the valley, certain it held numerous items. He chuckled softly. Tomorrow, we shall pay a visit to the cabin. Chapter 83. Cold as frost teaches gun handling in the afternoon, After Yang Jun and Du Ziming had neatly organized the firearms and ammunition, they placed them against the wall. "Gome, everyone, it's time for noodles," Chinyan called out as she entered with a large pot of noodles. Lin Feng filled a bowl, sprinkled some seasoning, stirred it gently, and began to eat. It had been several months since he last savored noodles, and he had almost forgotten their taste. After satisfying his hunger, he sat outside the cave, enjoying a cigar. He knew that they could no longer stay here. They needed to find a safe haven. This place had already been discovered by pirates, and should they encircle them, they would be at a serious disadvantage. Thus, they could not linger. "Lin Feng, let's head to the wooden cabin. You can rest here for a while," Yang Jun suggested, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Lin Feng lifted his gaze slightly to glance at the three of them. "Are we going now?" "Yes," Yang Jun nodded. "The earlier we go, the sooner we can return." Lin Feng gently nodded. "Be careful. Take your guns. It's not very safe outside." "Already packed," Yang Jun replied, patting his rifle before departing with Du Ziming and Hong Tao. After Chen Yin and the others had finished their meal, they moved to the grassy area below, where Cold as Frost instructed them to line up. She looked at Tian Fun and the others and said, "You all experienced this morning's events, and we were unable to assist you. To ensure we can help, as well as for our own safety, we must learn to use firearms. Do you wish to learn?" "Yes," everyone shouted in unison, with Yi Shue's voice the loudest. Cold as Frost smiled and nodded. "Excellent. I have some knowledge of firearms, so today I shall teach you how to use them." With that, she picked up an AK assault rifle from the ground and approached them to demonstrate. "Remember the first rule, never point the muzzle at your comrades." Hearing the shouts from Chen Yin and the others piqued Lin Feng's curiosity, prompting him to rise and cross through the woods to observe them on the grass. Watching Cold as Frost instructing Lu Yun and the others with the rifle, Lin Feng smiled, realizing that she had likely served in the military. Her background was indeed remarkable. With ample food available, taking a few days to rest was feasible, and allowing them to learn was beneficial. If the pirates truly did arrive, they would not be caught off guard. Song Yinfei, spotting Lin Feng standing nearby, joyfully ran over. "Lin Feng, Cold as Frost, is teaching us how to use guns. He." Lin Feng smiled gently and ruffled her hair. "Actually, you don't need to learn. I can protect you all." Song Yinfei nodded. "I know, but we all want to be able to help you." Lin Feng nodded slightly. "All right, if you enjoy it, then go ahead and learn." Since they were eager, he had no objections. At that moment, Cold as Frost approached and smiled at Lin Feng. "How about you come and teach us?" Lin Feng smiled gently. "You teach well. Please take them to retrieve the guns, one for each, ensuring they are unloaded. Let them familiarize themselves with the firearms first, and then you can instruct them in some basics. When time permits, I will teach you all." Hearing this, Lung Ruo Shuang nodded in delight and hurried off to summon them back to the cave for the guns. Lin Feng strolled outside, following the riverbank upstream. The temperature had noticeably warmed over the past few days, with many trees donning a fresh coat of green. Among them, the grass grew the fastest, transforming into a vibrant green in just a few days. Even some wild vegetables began to sprout, such as shepherd's purse, plantain, and dandelions, which were particularly abundant. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of a valley. He merely glanced inside without venturing further, instead wandering around the surroundings before returning. As dusk descended, Tian Fan was cooking rice, Lu Yun was slicing cured meat, and Su Nan Nan was tending the fire, preparing to stir-fry the meat. "If only we had bamboo shoots. We could stir-fry them together with the cured meat," Yi Shui remarked with a faint smile. Roland chuckled softly. "It's too far from the wooden house. Otherwise, we could dig some up." "No need. In a couple of days, we might have to relocate," Lung Ruo Shuang interjected, glancing at them. The other women, Chun Yin and the others, expressed surprise at her words. "Why must we move suddenly?" "Everything has been well here," Chun Yin asked, puzzled. Lung Ruo Shuang explained. "The pirates have learned of this place, and one of them escaped. If they return, we would be their first target." Song Yin Fei's eyes widened in realization. "Indeed. If they know about this place, they will likely come here first." "Oh dear, Yunjia, the iron pot is heating up. Quickly add oil for the stir-fry." Sun Nan called out to Lu Yun in haste. "This iron pot is too troublesome for stir-frying. Next time, we should use a large iron wok for cooking and the iron pot for rice," Lu Yun replied after stirring the contents. Wait, this rice seems a bit undercooked. Did you add enough water? Lin Feng entered just in time to hear their conversation. Lin Feng, you're back. Come quickly. The rice seems undercooked, Yi Shui exclaimed. Lin Feng approached, smiling slightly. It is indeed a bit undercooked, but it is still edible. I must tell you, when cooking rice in a large pot, once the water boils, you must stir it with a wooden stick or it will easily stick to the bottom and remain uncooked. Lu Yin rolled her eyes in response. Why didn't you say that sooner? What could I say? The lid wasn't even on. How could the rice cook properly? Lin Feng explained. Next time, let us use the iron pot for cooking rice. Oh, never mind. Let us just make do with what we have. It's only once in a while. Manny said with a smile. After a few minutes, once the cured meat was ready, they each filled their bowls with rice and began to eat. Although the rice was slightly undercooked, it was still edible, albeit less palatable. As night fell, the sounds of insects began to fill the air outside. As the night deepened, the moon emerged, illuminating the sky adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars, a sight so exquisite that it would be imperceptible in the city. Yi Shui rubbed her eyes and stepped out of the tent, seeking a moment of solitude. However, upon reaching the entrance, she overheard hushed voices outside and leaned in to listen intently. Don't speak so loudly. They might hear us. No, you're too skilled. I can't help it. Yi Shui recognized the voices of Lin Feng and Chun Yin, and a wave of resentment washed over her. Cursing them silently, she retreated slightly. Lying in the tent, sleep eluded her as the realization struck her. Lin Feng was involved with Chun Yin. In her heart, she pondered, is that experience truly so delightful? Chapter 84. The altar in the cave, the following morning. After partaking in breakfast and attending to several matters, Lin Feng departed from the valley. He descended the wooden ladder at the cave's entrance and entered the broadleaf forest. Cold as frost observed Lin Feng's departure, aware that he was on a quest to discover another camp. As he traversed the forest, he stumbled upon traces of bears, prompting him to remain ever vigilant. Suddenly, a few exquisite wild chickens burst forth from the thicket, startling Lin Feng. A badger darted out from the underbrush, only to vanish back into the dense woods. While the birds overhead chirped incessantly, Lin Feng paid them no heed, instead using his spear to part the tangled foliage as he cautiously advanced. Before long, a troop of golden monkeys appeared in the treetops, feasting on the tender shoots that had just sprouted. Suddenly, a monkey began to screech loudly, waving its arms and shaking the branches as though it had made a startling discovery. Furrowing his brow, Lin Feng scanned the surroundings and soon spotted a python, as thick as a calf, coiled upon a stout branch, stealthily approaching the monkey troop. It then became clear to Lin Feng why the monkey had been so agitated. A commotion ensued as a flock of birds erupted from the canopy, soaring away in haste. Lin Feng quickened his pace, pressing onward. After half an hour of walking, he reached the forest's edge and beheld a marshland dotted with numerous ponds. The swamp was thick with aquatic vegetation, bubbles forming in the water, exuding a foul stench of decay, while animal bones surfaced ominously. Suddenly, a noise erupted nearby, causing Lin Feng to whip around. He beheld a gigantic python constricting a crocodile with relentless force, its body coiling tighter around the reptile. Lin Feng observed for a moment before continuing along the edge of the forest, remaining cautious of the marsh, wary of a potential crocodile ambush. After several minutes of navigating the terrain, he rounded a bend and spotted a few young deer drinking from the marsh's edge. Upon noticing Lin Feng, they turned tail and dashed into the woods. Ascending for another 10 minutes, he arrived at the marsh's boundary and began to climb the hillside ahead. The slope was adorned with wildflowers, where bees and butterflies danced among the blossoms. Upon reaching the summit, Lin Feng took out a cigar and lit it, raising his binoculars to survey the surroundings. In the distance, a range of mountains stretched out. To the left lay an ancient forest, while to the right, the marshland continued into the trees. Danger lurked everywhere, leaving Lin Feng uncertain of the best path to take. He muttered to himself and settled onto the grass to rest. After a brief respite of about 10 minutes, Lin Feng resolved to explore the peaks ahead. Walking along the ridge of the slope, he marveled at the picturesque scenery, though it was fraught with peril. Upon reaching the edge, he descended the incline, revealing a lush green meadow below, with a considerable distance still remaining to reach the mountain peaks. In the vast expanse of grassland, undulating hills stretched before him, where a few wild rabbits were nibbling on wildflowers. Upon spotting Lin Feng, they quickly retreated into their burrows. Suddenly, a chilling wolf howl echoed through the air, as a prairie wolf stood atop a high mound, howling at the sky. It was broad daylight, and Lin Feng pondered the source of such eerie sounds. He raised his binoculars to observe the wolf, and then hurriedly continued his advance. After nearly half an hour of running, Lin Feng encountered a deep ravine that obstructed his path. Without hesitation, he leaped down the steep slope, sliding into the ravine's depths. Fortunately, the ground was soft earth, leaving him with little more than a soiled garment. The ravine twisted and turned, and Lin Feng trotted along its length until he spotted a steep incline that seemed climbable. He quickened his pace, sprinting towards it. Suddenly, with a burst of energy, he ascended the slope in one bound, reaching for the grass above. With a deft roll, he landed safely on the grassy surface. Turning around, he was startled to see a pack of prairie wolves approaching from the opposite side, their numbers overwhelming. Could they be pursuing him? Lin Feng muttered to himself before darting forward. The wolves reached the edge of the ravine, gazing up at him for a moment before turning away and departing. Upon reaching a nearby stream, Lin Feng glanced back before bending down to take a few sips of water. After quenching his thirst, he waded through the stream and made his way towards the woods ahead. Entering the forest, he treaded carefully over the litter of dry twigs and branches, venturing deeper within. As he traversed the sparse trees, he arrived at a thicket of thorny bushes, and not far ahead lay a cluster of peaks. Raising his binoculars, he scanned the surroundings and noticed a cave nestled halfway up one of the mountains. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to ascend and investigate. Navigating through the thorny underbrush, he reached the base of the peak and was astonished to discover a stone pathway leading up to the cave. Could it be that this place was once inhabited by humans? Curiosity compelled him to ascend further. As he ascended the stone path step by step, Lin Feng soon arrived at the cave's entrance. For the sake of caution, he retrieved his rifle and cautiously entered. The narrow mouth of the cave soon opened into a spacious interior. It was circular, though not vast, measuring around 50 to 60 square meters. The space featured a large flat stone in the center, surrounded by 4 cylindrical stone pillars. Approximately 3 to 4 meters from the stone lay 8 smaller pillars, upon which hung various animal skulls, those of cattle, leopards, and wild goats. Lin Feng noted that these skulls had likely been suspended for quite some time. The surrounding stone walls bore torches and a few spears, which stood erect against the walls. Approaching the central stone, Lin Feng ran his fingers over its surface, now thick with dust, indicating that this place had long been abandoned. It seemed to be the altar of some indigenous tribe. Lin Feng gazed around, murmuring to himself, "Yet, it seems they have departed from this place. What could possibly be the reason?" After a few moments of contemplation, he ventured forth, surveying the majestic peaks before him. The mountains here were truly awe-inspiring, their rugged formations standing tall, with several reaching into the clouds. At the heart of this breathtaking landscape loomed the tallest peak, from whose summit wisps of smoke ascended, leading Lin Feng to ponder that this mountain might indeed be a dormant volcano. Casting a glance at his watch, he noted it was now 3:20 in the afternoon. Darkness would soon envelop the land in approximately 2 hours. I must find a suitable place to rest for the night and procure some sustenance, he resolved, and made his way downward. Upon reaching the base, he ventured into a narrow path nestled between 2 towering peaks. After a brief walk of about 10 minutes, he arrived at a fork in the road. Surveying both paths, he chose the left one. "Ah, this looks promising," Lin Feng remarked as he lifted his gaze to discover a flat expanse a few meters above. An excellent spot for an overnight stay. Chapter 85. The Abyssal Valley. As evening descended, Lin Feng concealed himself among the dense thickets, bow and arrow in hand, surveying his surroundings. He had lingered here for nearly half an hour, spotting only a few small birds. Suddenly, a creature with striking black and white fur emerged from the underbrush, diligently foraging for food. Upon sighting it, Lin Feng swiftly aimed his bow, but the creature's erratic movements afforded him no opportunity to strike. Abruptly, it halted, seemingly having discovered an insect prey. With a deft release, Lin Feng seized the moment and loosed an arrow. The projectile struck true, piercing the creature's head, causing it to collapse among the foliage. Rushing forward, Lin Feng retrieved the animal, revealing it to be a skunk. A grin spread across his face as he thought of roasting it over a fire. With purpose, he ascended towards the nearby peak. Upon reaching a fork in the path, he veered left and climbed to a small plateau where he set about preparing a fire. Once the skunk was ready, he placed it upon the flames. As the skunk cooked, Lin Feng indulged in a cigar, admiring the resplendent sunset that painted the sky with hues of crimson and gold. Soon, darkness enveloped the landscape, and he sat down to partake of his meal. The taste was somewhat disagreeable, prompting him to mutter to himself that he would refrain from consuming such fare again. Nevertheless, hunger compelled him to swallow the unpalatable bites. That night, leaning against a stone, he added more wood to the crackling fire. The haunting howls of wolves echoed in the distance, and after a belch, he gradually closed his eyes. In the valley, Lin Feng's absence was felt, and neither Yang Jun, Du Ziming, nor Hong Tao had returned. Once satiated, Lung Ruo and the others secured the wooden door of their cave and settled by the fire, engaging in light conversation. However, without Lin Feng and his companions, their chatter was brief, and they soon retreated to their tents for sleep. The following morning, Lin Feng was roused by the piercing sunlight. Rubbing his eyes and shielding them from the brightness, he stood and stretched. He had awoken several times throughout the night, the relentless howling of wolves disrupting his slumber. Approaching the base of the peak, he surveyed the area before continuing forward. The narrow path resembled a labyrinth, branching out in multiple directions, each leading to uncharted territories. After more than half an hour of trekking, Lin Feng arrived at the foot of a grand and imposing mountain. A fissure ran down its center, as if cleaved by an axe, large enough for a person to enter, though it was ensnared by thick vines. The sheer cliffs surrounding the peak were formidable, adorned with bizarre rock formations, evoking Lin Feng's admiration for nature's artistry. As he ventured further, Lin Feng suddenly discovered a perilous, rugged trail that led upward. To gain a clearer understanding of the terrain, he resolved to brave the ascent. With determination, he climbed, utilizing both hands and feet to grasp the jutting stones as he steadily made his way upward. After a brief span of several minutes, Lin Feng had ascended approximately 20 meters, surrounded by a landscape of bare stones devoid of any greenery. Suddenly, a golden eagle soared overhead, and Lin Feng glanced up to observe it seemingly clutching its prey as it flew towards its nest. After resting for a few minutes, Lin Feng resumed his climb. However, upon reaching 50 meters, he discovered the path had vanished, leaving him unable to ascend further. Assessing his surroundings, he noticed a narrow path to his left, although it appeared unsuitable for traversing, as it led towards a crevice. Nevertheless, Lin Feng felt compelled to explore it. Cautiously navigating the precarious stones that threatened to crumble beneath his feet, he advanced slowly, ensuring each step was secure before proceeding. Before long, he reached the edge of the crevice, peering inside only to find it overrun with vines, offering little to behold. What a waste of time, Lin Feng muttered, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a series of calls caught his attention. Monkey sounds. Were the monkeys here? Lin Feng quickly leaned into the crevice, spotting two monkeys that had unexpectedly emerged. Swinging from the vines as if on a playful swing, their mouths clenching a bright orange citrus fruit. Curious, Lin Feng pondered how these creatures had appeared so suddenly. Was there some hidden secret within the crevice? Overcome by intrigue, Lin Feng's mind sparked with a daring idea. Taking 2 steps forward, he grasped a slightly sharp stone with one hand while extending the other into the crevice. Soon, he seized hold of the vine, pulling it taut to ascertain its stability before executing a swift leap and turning, propelling himself into the crevice. Emulating the monkeys, he swung energetically deeper into the crevice. The walls within were uneven, separated by less than a meter. Should he tire, he could lean against the right wall, resting one foot against the left. The drop below extended for dozens of meters, promising dire consequences should he fall. As Lin Feng swung with both hands gripping the vine, he noticed a small opening in the rock wall and promptly swung back. Planting a foot against the opposing wall, he propelled himself into the opening. Inside, he released the vine and cautiously bent forward, stepping deeper into the cave. The entrance was modest, about a meter wide and slightly over a meter high, with numerous small vines sprouting within. After advancing 5 or 6 meters, the interior suddenly brightened. Exiting the cave, Lin Feng beheld a lush expanse of verdant grass, with a depression at its center that revealed a small pond. Beneath the left stone wall, 3 citrus trees flourished, explaining the monkey's presence in this hidden sanctuary. The 3 citrus trees were laden with oranges, some of which had fallen to the ground. Lin Feng hurried over and picked a few to savor. Delightful. They were quite sweet. As he enjoyed the oranges, he surveyed his surroundings. To his right lay a small grove, the trees modest in stature, the largest no thicker than a thigh. Approaching the edge of the cliff, he peered through his binoculars, taking in the panoramic view. Living there might be quite pleasant. Below the active volcano, a vast lake sprawled, across which stood a stretch of coniferous forest, an ideal place for habitation. However, this location was only suitable for refuge, not for long-term residence, as reaching it posed a considerable challenge. After a while, glancing at his watch, he smiled gently. It was time to return. Chapter 86. The downfall of Fan Tienda by the riverside. At noon, Du Ziming, Yang Jun, and Hong Tao returned, transporting everything from the wooden house using 3 rafts. Wow, so many items! Su Nan exclaimed in astonishment as she rushed over to the goods piled on the riverbank. Lung Rushuang and the others also hurried over to inspect the treasures. These are apples, bananas, and look, a cabbage. This wine is splendid. Oh, this iron kettle is quite nice. We can brew tea with it. Song Yin Fei observed the bounty with delight, urging everyone, let us carry these back. With these supplies, we can enjoy a comfortable month ahead. As Du Ziming and the others began to unload their finds, Fan Tienda appeared from the woods across the way, muttering to himself, "So, you dwell here, huh? Ha ha." Upon returning to the cave, they placed their belongings in the corner. The 6 tents were all neatly packed. Where is Lin Feng? Why isn't he here? Du Ziming inquired, noticing Lin Feng's absence. Song Yin Fei smiled gently. He went out. He didn't return last night, but he should be back today. Is there porridge? I haven't eaten anything all morning, Hong Tao remarked, spotting the pot of porridge and quickly fetching a bowl. Yang Jun and Du Ziming followed suit, devouring their servings in no time. Song Yin Fei sliced some apples, distributing pieces to everyone. In the afternoon, Lung Rushuang continued to instruct Chen Yin and the others in marksmanship. Meanwhile, Yang Jun and Manny stepped outside, finding a secluded spot at the base of the mountain where they engaged in a passionate kiss. As their embrace deepened, Manny's hands began to wander. Just as they were on the brink of taking things further, an image of Zhao Meng flashed in Yang Jun's mind, prompting him to abruptly push Manny away, still grappling with the overwhelming emotions. "What's wrong?" Manny asked, her face flushed, her voice soft with concern. Yang Jun shook his head. "Nothing. It's nothing." Seeing his expression, Manny's anger flared. "Are you still thinking about the past? Didn't I tell you to forget it?" Yang Jun quickly replied, "I don't want to either, but whenever I'm close to you, those memories just come flooding back." With a sharp slap, Manny struck Yang Jun's face. Standing up in fury, "Leave. I don't want to deal with you anymore. Go find your Roland." She stormed off, striding down the path in anger. Yang Jun, clutching his reddened cheek, watched her retreating figure with a deep sigh. "Hey, what is going on with Yang Jun and Manny? Never mind them. Let us head to the thicket and have some fun." Hong Tao and Tian Fen murmured as they made their way towards the clump of trees above. Manny reached the foot of the mountain, sitting on a rock, fuming as she picked up small stones and tossed them into the river. "Ha! Manny, sweetheart, I finally found you." A sudden voice from behind startled Manny, and she turned to see Fan Tienda. "What? How are you here?" Manny stood in astonishment, her mouth agape. A sinister grin spread across Fan Tienda's face as he chuckled. "Do not concern yourself with how I arrived here. For now, allow me to relieve my frustration." With that, he lunged forward, attempting to embrace Manny, but she deftly evaded him by stepping back. Quickly retreating a few paces, Manny exclaimed in anger, "Van Tienda, do not act recklessly. Yang Jun and the others are just above us." Van Tienda smirked, his fingers brushing his lips. "Manny, surely you do not wish for Yang Jun to discover our secret, do you?" Feigning composure, Manny replied, "What secret? There is nothing between us. Do not utter such nonsense." Van Tienda erupted in laughter, tilting his head back. "Surely you haven't forgotten our encounter by the river? That time, you were quite forward as well." Panic surged within Manny at his words. If Yang Jun were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly never forgive her. "What do you truly want?" she asked, her eyes reddening as she glared at Van Tienda. He approached her slowly, lifting her chin with a lecherous grin. "You remain as captivating as ever. As I mentioned, my temper is rather volatile and in need of release. Fear not. As long as you cooperate, I assure you that Yang Jun will remain oblivious to our affair." Manny stood frozen, realizing the effectiveness of his threat. With a malevolent glint in her eyes, she discreetly retrieved a small dagger from her waist. "Fontionde!" she shouted. "You shall perish." Before he could react, she thrust the blade into his side repeatedly, 5 or 6 times. Afterward, she wrenched free from his grasp and retreated, brandishing the dagger menacingly at him. You vile creature, how dare you stab me?" Van Tienda's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at her, then lowered his gaze to the blood seeping from his wound. "You," he stammered, taking faltering steps toward her, but soon collapsed to his knees, the pain rendering him powerless. "Fontionde! If you die, no one will know, and Yang Jun will remain in the dark," Manny hissed, her face twisted in rage. "So, please meet your demise." Without hesitation, she lunged at him, pushing him to the ground and positioning herself atop him, raising the dagger high. "No!" Van Tienda cried in terror, raising his hands in futile defense, but Manny plunged the knife into his chest with fervor. Moments later, he lay lifeless, his eyes wide open, unable to close in death. After taking Van Tienda's life, Manny's chest heaved with rapid breaths. Glancing around and finding no one in sight, she hastily dragged his corpse to the riverbank and disposed of it. As she watched his body being swept away by the current, she crouched down to cleanse her hands and the dagger of blood. Once satisfied with her cleansing, she sat at the river's edge to calm her racing heart before making her way back into the valley. Upon returning to the meadow, I noticed Lung Ruo Shuang and Chun Yin, along with a few others, were practicing with firearms. "Oh, Sister Manny, where have you been? Come and join us." Su Nan Nan exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Manny's return. Manny, upon hearing her, turned to the group and replied with a smile, "I'm feeling a bit unwell. I shall return to rest for a while. You all enjoy yourselves." Upon entering the cave, I found Du Ziming and Yang Jun engaged in a drinking session. After glancing at the two, I proceeded further inside. Du Ziming looked at Yang Jun and chuckled. "What is the matter? Did you two have a quarrel?" Yang Jun shook his head with a wry smile. "No, not at all." "That's good to hear. Come, let us drink," Du Ziming said, raising his glass, clinking it against Yang Jun's before taking a sip. Chapter 87. Beneath the active volcano evening. Lin Feng returned, bringing with him a bounty of oranges. "Lin Feng, must we truly relocate?" Du Ziming inquired, munching on an orange. "Moving might be prudent. Should pirates indeed arrive, we would be left in a precarious position," Yang Jun interjected. Hong Tao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if they lay in ambush, we would be utterly ensnared." Lin Feng smiled gently. "Do not worry. The scenery at our new location is equally splendid." As night fell, after a hearty meal and a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone retired for the night. At the break of dawn, the sun shone brightly. As the group rose, they hastily gathered their belongings and descended the wooden ladder, following Lin Feng into the broadleaf forest. Each person carried a rifle. Even though Chun Yin and the others had never fired live ammunition, they were proficient with basic handling. For safety, Yang Jun took up the rear, with Du Ziming and Hong Tao positioned in the middle. Navigating through the broadleaf woods, they reached the edge of the marsh. Lin Feng remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the swamp. "Be cautious. There are crocodiles in the marsh," Lin Feng called back. At the mention of crocodiles, the nerves of Chun Yin and her companions heightened. "Look, There's a crocodile, Su Nan Nan exclaimed, pointing towards the center of the swamp, where a massive crocodile emerged momentarily before sinking back beneath the surface. Wow, it's enormous. If it bites, one's life will be forfeit, Hong Tao expressed, astonished. Du Ziming chuckled softly. Hey, have you ever tasted crocodile meat? If not, let us ask Lin Feng to take us to catch one in a few days for a barbecue. Song Yinfei glanced at the marsh and smiled slightly. There are also egrets and wild ducks. Who would have thought so many creatures could inhabit the marsh? Lu Yin remarked in wonder. Continuing their journey, they soon reached the ridge atop the hillside, where everyone sat down to rest. Lin Feng, when shall we return to catch a crocodile for a taste? Du Ziming sat busy Lin Feng, inquiring. Lin Feng regarded him with a light laugh. Let us discuss it once we are settled. After resting for a brief span, they resumed their trek and arrived on the grassland. Lin Feng began to survey the surroundings. With so many people and firearms, any wolves daring to approach would meet their demise. They walked to the edge of a deep ravine without encountering any prairie wolves, prompting Lin Feng to lead them forward. Descending the slope directly, climbing onto the grass, they made their way towards the woods ahead. This grassland is vast. It must be teeming with wild rabbits and rodents. Hong Tao remarked, glancing back with a smile. I would love to come here to catch wild rabbits. That must be exhilarating. After traversing the woods, they reached the foot of the mountain, following a narrow path inward. Arriving at a fork in the road, they descended the slope, aiming to enter the coniferous forest leading to the active volcano. Coo, coo, coo. Wow, a wild chicken. How beautiful. Su Nan Nan joyfully pointed out a striking red-bellied pheasant that had flown out from the thicket. Chun Yin lifted her head, gazing at the distant red-bellied pheasant with a gentle smile. This is the bird revered as the phoenix of the avian world. Hong Tao Gun meets shall beautiful. It must be delicious. Always thinking about food. Can you bear to eat such a splendid wild bird? Tianfen shot him a disapproving glance and scolded him. All right, let us move on. Lin Feng has already gone far ahead. Lu Yun urged the group. They traversed through the coniferous forest, with small creatures scurrying to hide. After more than half an hour, they finally reached the edge of the woods beside a lake, with an active volcano looming across the water. Lin Feng, that must be a volcano, right? Du Ziming exclaimed in astonishment. It's still emitting smoke. Could it erupt unexpectedly? Lin Feng smiled reassuringly. If it were to erupt, the surrounding trees would have vanished long ago. Rest assured, it's perfectly safe. Wow, this lake is truly vast. Hong Tao marveled at the immense body of water. The lake, shaped like a crescent moon, stretched endlessly, sparkling under the sunlight, with wild ducks paddling about. This is indeed a fisherman's paradise. Cold as frost remarked with a slight smile. Yi Shui glanced around and voiced her concern. What if there are crocodiles? What is there to fear from crocodiles? Hong Tao replied confidently, holding his rifle with a smug grin. With this, they'd merely be my dinner. Hee. At that moment, cold as frost approached Lin Feng. Are you planning to build a wooden cabin here? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings and moved towards an indented area. Soon, he arrived at a flat, spacious spot just a dozen meters from the lake, a perfect campsite. Hey, come over here. This place is great. Lin Feng called out to Du Ziming and the others. Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, everyone gathered around and set down their backpacks and belongings. Are we still building a cabin? Lu Yin inquired. Lin Feng gently shook his head. No need for that. We'll just surround the area. This will likely be a temporary campsite, and constructing a cabin would be a waste of time. However, erecting a fence is essential, as this is a forest where bears, wolves, or leopards might appear at any moment. A fence would provide some protection. Before long, everyone had clear roles. Those who would cut trees did so, while others set up tents. Once Lin Feng constructed 2 stone hearths, Su Nan and Roland took charge of cooking. Lin Feng observed that even without building a cabin, a shelter was necessary. Otherwise, there would be no refuge in case of rain. Yang Jun, Hong Tao, do not fell any large trees. Small ones will suffice. Lin Feng advised as he approached them. About the thickness of a calf will do. A calf's thickness? Yang Jun pondered. There were plenty of them when we arrived. Then go chop some there. Remember, the taller the better. They nodded in agreement and ventured into the woods with Tian Fun and a few others. In the campsite, only Lin Feng, Roland, and Su Nan remained, as the rest had accompanied Hong Tao to gather timber. Suddenly, the forest reverberated with the sound of gunfire, prompting Lin Feng and his companions to rise quickly and investigate. Lin Feng, we have successfully hunted a wild boar, Yi Shui exclaimed joyfully as she rushed out. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, having feared something dire had occurred. Shortly thereafter, Du Ziming and the others emerged, carrying the wild boar, while Lung Rushuang and her companions dragged along some timber. We were chopping wood when this wild boar unexpectedly charged at us, Hong Tao remarked, a triumphant grin on his face as he looked at Lin Feng. I took it down with a single shot. Lin Feng examined the boar's carcass, estimating its weight to be around 80 to 90 pounds, certainly less than 100. Not bad, he said with a faint smile. Let us go enjoy some noodles. They are ready. Chapter 88. Indigenous Girl? By the lakeside, Lin Feng, Roland, and Su Nan were engaged in processing a wild boar, while Du Ziming and his companions were tasked with chopping wood, and Lung Rushuang's group was responsible for dragging the timber back. Take the entrails down below to clean them. Do not place them in the lake, Lin Feng instructed, placing the entrails into a basket for the others to carry to a low-lying area. As he worked on the wild boar, Lin Feng remained vigilant, aware that the scent of blood might attract bears or other creatures, given their acute sense of smell. He placed the cut meat into the basket to return to the camp, leaving the bones for Yang Jun and the others to handle once they returned with axes. Big brother, the entrails are cleaned, Su Nan exclaimed joyfully as the two carried the basket back. Lin Feng glanced at his watch. It was already past 4 o'clock, and darkness would soon envelop the land. Roland, please call them back. We have sufficient wood now, he said. Roland nodded with a smile and ventured into the woods. Lin Feng filled 2 cans with water and poured them into a large iron pot, while Su Nan tended to the fire. After ensuring there was enough water, he dumped the entrails from the basket into the pot for blanching. Once the water boiled, he skimmed off the foam that floated to the surface with a bamboo ladle. At that moment, Song Yinfei and her group returned, dragging the wood and placing it nearby. After blanching the entrails, Lin Feng lifted them out and placed them back into the basket, then began rendering the lard. I'll do the cutting, you go chop the bones, Lu Yun said to Yang Jun and Hong Tao, brandishing a dagger as she began slicing the entrails on a piece of wood. As dusk fell and a gentle breeze rippled across the lake's surface, Lin Feng continuously stirred the entrails in the large pot, while Yang Jun and Du Ziming grilled chunks of meat by the campfire. Yi Shui lifted the lid, revealing that the rice in the iron pot was ready, emitting a delightful aroma. Dinner is ready. Bring over some wood, Lin Feng called to Lu Yun and the others. Hearing this, Lu Yun and Manny hurried to fetch 3 logs, placing them beside the fire. Su Nan and Yi Shui went to retrieve bowls and chopsticks. The addition of spices to the large pot infused the entrails and meat with a savory fragrance. Each person served themselves a bowl of rice and settled beside the pot to begin their meal. Ru Huang, this fatty intestine is excellent. Here you go, Du Ziming said with a grin as he placed a piece into Lung Rushuang's bowl. Hong Tao nodded while savoring his meat, commenting, it lacks ginger. It would be even more delicious if stir-fried with ginger. This meat is rich yet not greasy. I adore this kind of meat, Lu Yun said with a slight smile as she enjoyed a piece of meat that was half fat and half lean. If only we had some wild vegetables to add, Song Yinfei remarked, nodding in agreement. Wild vegetables? Yes, I saw some on the grass. They were just sprouting and very tender, Manny chimed in. Well then, let us search for some nearby tomorrow. As night fell swiftly, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Lin Feng placed the bones and ribs into a large iron pot to stew, ensuring a warm meal for the following day. The camp was adorned with 6 tents, and the occupants had little knowledge of who would share their sleeping quarters. They simply entered and rested. Lin Feng occupied 1 tent, while Yang Jun had another, and Du Ziming shared his tent with Hong Tao. I will keep watch. You all should sleep, Du Ziming remarked to Lin Feng and the others. All right, I'll take over for you in the latter half of the night, Yang Jun replied before retreating into his tent. In the deep of night, the moon ascended from the mountaintop as Du Ziming, cradling his rifle, dozed beside the campfire. Suddenly, Yang Jun emerged from the tent, clapping Du Ziming on the shoulder. "Hey, it's my turn now. You can go rest." "Hmm? Very well. I shall retire then." Du Ziming mumbled sleepily, handing over his rifle. A distant wolf howl echoed through the night, suggesting it came from afar, while rustling sounds emerged from the woods. At that moment, Lin Feng also exited the tent, surveying his surroundings before sitting beside Yang Jun and tossing a few logs into the fire. "What brings you out here?" Yang Jun inquired softly, glancing at Lin Feng. With a slight smile, Lin Feng produced half a cigar, igniting it with a burning stick. "The howl roused me, and I've had enough sleep. The sound is distant, so there is no need for alarm." Yang Jun chuckled lightly. "Do not let your guard down. Anything can happen here. You stay vigilant." Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, he seized a spear nearby and dashed into the woods. Yang Jun contemplated following, but, recalling Lin Feng's warning, chose to remain seated, alertly observing the vicinity. Under the moonlight, a figure flitted through the trees with remarkable speed, and Lin Feng pursued relentlessly. Upon exiting the tent and catching sight of the figure, he had merely pretended to relax by the fire to lower the intruder's guard. "Still trying to flee? Halt!" Lin Feng bellowed, launching his spear. The figure turned, panic etched across their face, swiftly darting to the left. Lin Feng leapt, propelling himself off a tree trunk, successfully capturing the individual. Upon turning them around, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. It was a young woman with disheveled hair, clad in animal hides. Fear radiated from her beautiful eyes, which were fixed intently on Lin Feng. "Who are you?" Lin Feng asked, his brow slightly furrowed. The woman remained silent, merely staring at him. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated from outside, causing her expression to shift to greater alarm as she pointed ahead. Noticing her distress, Lin Feng released her. After being freed, the woman glanced back at Lin Feng before hastily fleeing towards the source of the roar. "Lin Feng!" At that moment, Yang Jun rushed over, rifle in hand. "What are you doing here? Hong Tao is on watch. Come with me." Lin Feng called out and hurriedly pursued the direction in which the woman had disappeared, with Yang Jun hastily following suit. Under the glow of the moonlight, as they raced through the woods, Lin Feng soon spotted the girl ahead. After what felt like an eternity of running, they burst forth from the coniferous forest and arrived at an expanse of grassland, where a hillside lay before them, and the girl was sprawled upon it. When Lin Feng and Yang Jun caught up, the girl turned her head and gestured towards the grassland ahead. Following her, the two men exchanged incredulous glances as they beheld the sight before them. "Goodness, what manner of creature is this? How could it be so enormous?" Chapter 89. The eight-eyed giant spider. Beneath the silvery glow of the moonlight, a colossal creature with 8 legs was engaged in a fierce struggle against a mature brown bear. To be precise, it was the creature that was hunting the bear. The earlier roar had emanated from the bear itself. Surrounding them were several indigenous people, armed with long spears, eager to attack the 8-legged beast. However, before they could approach, they were flung away by its long legs. "What should we do, Lin Feng?" Yang Jun inquired. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Feng realized that if this creature was not dealt with, their safety in this place would be compromised. Now, with the bear's assistance, it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate the threat. "Go back and fetch Hong Tao and Du Ziming, and bring a couple more rifles." Lin Feng instructed Yang Jun solemnly. "Also, wake Ru Shuang and Sister Yin to keep watch." "Understood." Yang Jun promptly handed the rifle to Lin Feng and dashed off. Lin Feng slung the rifle across his back, grasped a spear, and ran forward, followed closely by the girl. The bear let out a thunderous roar, relentlessly attacking the giant creature, its body marred with wounds, some of which stained its fur with blood. As Lin Feng approached, he realized that it was an 8-eyed giant spider, adorned with an abundance of dense black hair and colossal pincers. Towering over 2 meters, its 8 legs were remarkably sharp. Noticing Lin Feng's approach, the indigenous people paused momentarily, but upon seeing the girl behind him, they rushed over to pull her away from the perilous scene. At that moment, the bear managed to bite one of the spider's legs, pulling forcefully. The spider raised another leg, intent on striking downwards. Observing this, Lin Feng quickly ran beneath it, thrusting his spear towards its mouth. With a sudden snap, the spear was crushed by the spider's massive pincers. A leg swept toward Lin Feng, and he rolled to the side just in time to evade the attack. "D!" he shouted, lying on the grass, and he pulled the trigger of the rifle aimed at the spider's mouth. The spider hissed in pain and retreated, one of its legs descending towards Lin Feng. Click! Damn it! No more bullets! Lin Feng flung the rifle aside, rolling away, and swiftly drew the dragon and phoenix dagger from his waist, plunging it into one of the spider's legs. The dagger, sharp enough to cut through iron, embedded itself deep into the leg, and with a powerful twist, Lin Feng rendered that leg useless. The eight-eyed giant spider let out an enraged hiss, stomping down on the bear, piercing through its body. The bear howled in agony and collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing the bear's fall, the spider fixed its gaze upon Lin Feng and lunged towards him. Realizing the imminent danger, Lin Feng sprinted forward, intent on stalling for time until Yang Jun and the others arrived. The indigenous people, seeing the monster chase Lin Feng, shouted and followed in pursuit. The eight-eyed giant spider moved with astonishing speed, undeterred by the severe injuries to its two legs, as Lin Feng deftly evaded its long limbs. He spun around continuously, at times even sliding beneath its underbelly. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he dashed towards the hillside, with the relentless spider in hot pursuit, closely followed by the natives. Ascending the slope, Lin Feng raced into the nearby forest. At that moment, Yang Jun and his companions were hastening toward him, each wielding two rifles. Upon entering the woods, the eight-eyed giant spider followed suit, snapping branches in its wake, which impeded its speed. What a monstrous creature! How can it be so enormous? Hong Tao exclaimed upon glimpsing the massive shadow. Quick, we must eliminate it! Yang Jun shouted, accelerating his pace toward the beast. Lin Feng spotted Yang Jun and his group, rushing over to cry out, "Fire!" Just as he finished speaking, he threw himself to the ground and rolled to the right. The trio formed a triangle, lifting their rifles to unleash a barrage of bullets at the spider's head. "Lin Feng!" Du Ziming shouted, tossing a rifle toward him. Lin Feng leaped up, grasping the weapon, and began firing from the side. The eight-eyed giant spider hissed in agony, retreating while swaying unsteadily until it finally collapsed. Observing the creature's fall, the four approached cautiously, rifles raised. The natives behind them, witnessing the spider's downfall, began to scream and flee. Is it dead? Someone wondered. Yang Jun aimed at its head and fired another 7 or 8 rounds. It must be dead now. Let us go. We should return, Lin Feng said, casting a final glance at the giant spider before turning away, with Yang Jun and his companions swiftly following. Upon returning to the camp, Lung Rushuang and the others had awakened, anxiously gathered around the campfire. They're back. Yi Shui exclaimed joyfully as she spotted Lin Feng and the trio emerging from the woods. Song Yinfei and the others felt a wave of relief at their return. What did you hunt? Yi Shui inquired curiously. Hong Tao smiled slightly. A big monster. To be precise, a gigantic spider, huh? Lu Yun looked at the three. A spider? How large could it possibly be? Quite large, approximately 3 meters tall, Hong Tao gestured. Lin Feng checked his watch and addressed Song Yinfei and the others. It's still early before dawn. You should get some rest. All right, Nan Nan, let us go to sleep, Song Yinfei said, pulling Su Nan Nan into the tent. Chen Yin, Tian Fun, and Roland also stood up to leave. Once they departed, Lin Feng and the others settled by the campfire. Lin Feng produced a cigar and offered to Hong Tao. Care for a smoke? Hong Tao smiled and waved his hand, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. I prefer these. Cigars are too large and cumbersome. He yawned and added, I'm feeling tired, so you all carry on. I'm going back to sleep. Du Ziming nodded and entered the tent. Yang Jun turned to Lin Feng and inquired, how could such creatures exist on this island? Lin Feng exhaled a puff of smoke and replied with a faint smile, it could be attributed to the island's environment. Or perhaps they have ingested something that caused them to mutate. It's hard to say. With a contemplative look, Hong Tao asked the two, do you think there might be other monsters lurking on this island? Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Certainly, but whether we encounter them depends on fate. Yang Jun Sigit, I truly wish we could leave this dreadful place soon. It's hardly fit for human habitation and far too perilous. Lin Feng gazed into the campfire, pondering silently. Returning? Such a notion is easier said than done. Chapter 90. The Indigenous Gratitude. Early the next morning, a group of indigenous people stood before the camp. Among them, an elder adorned with a splendid feathered crown caught the eye. Lin Feng and Yang Jun stood before them, while Song Yinfei and the others observed curiously from the side. At that moment, a young indigenous man approached, leading a wild goat, which he handed over to Lin Feng. Without uttering a word, they turned and departed, with one girl glancing back and offering a smile. "Why do they give us a goat?" Hong Tao inquired, glancing at Lin Feng, observing their retreating figures. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Perhaps it is in gratitude for helping them slay that eight-eyed giant spider. Yang Jun nodded with a grin. That must be it. They even brought that broken spear with them. I can't shake the feeling that they are quite different from the other indigenous people we've encountered. They indeed belong to a different tribe, as you can tell by their attire, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. Nan Nan, please take the wild goat and tie it up. Upon hearing this, Su Nan Nan hurried over to lead the goat to a nearby tree for tethering. I thought they were coming to attack us, Yi Shui remarked with a chuckle. Lin Feng smiled lightly. If they intended to ambush us, we would have been met with a rain of poisoned arrows and spears before even seeing them. All right, breakfast is ready, Chun Yin called out to the group. The morning meal consisted of thin porridge accompanied by bone and rib stew, simmered overnight until the meat was tender and falling off the bone. Wow, this broth is incredibly rich. Everyone, do give it a taste, Roland exclaimed after savoring the soup. Once satisfied, Lin Feng took the broken spear and began dismantling it to fashion a new wooden rod. We're going fishing, Lung Rushuang announced as she approached with a fishing hook, before leading Su Nan Nan away towards the lake, taking along a few pieces of uncooked fatty meat. Song Yinfei, Yi Shui, and Roland slung baskets on their backs, claiming they were off to forage for wild vegetables. Meanwhile, Chun Yin and the others ventured into the woods to prepare snares, expressing their desire for some capon soup. Only 4 men remained in the camp. Shall we build a fence first, or set up a shelter? Yang Jun inquired. Lin Feng took a puff from his cigar, extinguished it, and stood up, saying, "Let us set up the shelter first. The sky is darkening." By the lake, Lung Rushuang attached a small piece of fatty meat to her hook and cast it into the water. Given that the line was only a little over 2 meters long, she employed a resilient piece of wood as a makeshift fishing rod. "Sister Rushuang, can we really fish with meat?" Su Nan Nan asked, curiosity brimming in her voice. Lung Rushuang smiled. "Using fatty meat is the way to catch larger fish. Hee hee." Suddenly, the bobber sank and the line was pulled taut. Lung Rushuang felt the rod being tugged forward. "We've got a fish. Wow, the pull is incredible. Nan Nan, come help." With determination, Lung Rushuang anchored the rod to the ground, crouching down to grasp it firmly, while Su Nan Nan rushed over to assist her in the endeavor. The fishing rod swayed and bent. "Sister Ruo Frost, let us pull out quickly." Su Nan Nan gritted her teeth as the two gradually pulled backward. "Wait, let it tire itself out before we reel it in," Cold Ruo Frost quickly interjected. Hong Tao, binding the horizontal beam with vine, observed the two by the lake and exclaimed, "Brother Ming, look, Ruo Frost seems to have hooked a big fish." Du Ziming turned his head in surprise. "Oh, indeed, it requires 2 people to pull it." Lin Feng chuckled, noting that fish meant for consumption are often quite large, sometimes weighing over 100 pounds. Capturing such a fish could even drag a person into the lake. "Brother Ming, go lend a hand." "Sure," Du Ziming replied joyfully, dropping the vines and rushing down. "Nan Nan, pull quickly. It's tired," Cold Ruo Frost shouted, and the two exerted their strength slowly. Suddenly, the lake erupted with a great splash as a large fish thrashed about. "Wow, this fish is enormous," Su Nan Nan exclaimed, laughing with excitement as she watched the fish roll. "Ruo Frost, I'm coming to help." At that moment, Du Ziming dashed over, grasping the fishing rod with both hands and pulling back. Shortly after, a large fish was hauled onto the shore, and the trio hurried to secure it. Cold Ruo Frost's eyes sparkled with joy as she declared, "This is a big grass carp, weighing at least 40 to 50 pounds. Quite substantial indeed. This type of fish can grow to over 200 pounds. Du Ziming and Su Nan Nan gazed at the large fish, their hearts racing with exhilaration. Yet they were even more astonished upon hearing Cold Ruo Frost's remark about its potential size. Quick, let us carry it back. The three of them joyfully lifted the grass carp and made their way back. Wow, what kind of fish is this? It's so large. Hong Tao approached as he saw the trio returning with the fish. Yang Jun also came over to take a look, commenting that such a fish could easily fill a pot for stew. Cold Ruo Frost smiled slightly. With a good fishing rod, we might catch even larger fish. It's simple. Lin Feng chimed in. Let us craft a raft tomorrow. We can head directly to the center of the lake to fish. Oh, that's a splendid idea. Cold Ruo Frost nodded in delight. You all go about your tasks. Nan and I can handle this fish. Not only was Cold Ruo Frost skilled at fishing, but she was also quite adept at preparing fish for cooking. After Lin Feng and the others secured 6 pillars, they began laying wooden planks horizontally atop them, binding them with vines, and then constructed a wooden frame to facilitate the building of a roof. I'll go strip some bark. You all just wait to carry it back, Lin Feng said, wielding a Nepalese knife as he walked into the woods. Inside the forest, there were several larger trees, and their bark would be perfect for constructing a roof, as it was both waterproof and easy to work with. While Lin Feng was stripping the bark, a sudden hissing sound caught his attention. Approaching quietly, he stumbled upon an intriguing scene. A viper was being confronted by a mongoose, which was incessantly provoking the snake. The viper made several attempts to strike, but the mongoose skillfully evaded each attack. Lin Feng, shoo, don't make a sound. Hong Tao and the others approached, and upon hearing Lin Feng's words, they looked forward and were equally astonished by the sight. This small creature is so formidable. It dares to confront such a venomous snake? Hong Tao was taken aback. Lin Feng smiled slightly and whispered, This is a mongoose, the nemesis of serpents. In the future, if you encounter such an animal, do not harm it. With its presence, nearby poisonous snakes will be eradicated. Du Ziming displayed a look of astonishment, exclaiming, This little fellow is so powerful. It must be protected. Indeed, it should be safeguarded. Yang Jun replied with a gentle smile. If bitten by such a venomous snake, one would essentially be awaiting death with no recourse. Let us proceed and not disturb it any further, Lin Feng concluded, turning away as the 4 of them picked up the tree bark and returned to the campsite. At noon, Lung Ruo Shuang placed the chopped fish into a large iron pot, added some water, and sprinkled in various seasonings and salt. While Nan began to stoke the fire. Just then, Song Yin Fei and her companions returned, having foraged fresh tender wild vegetables. So much fish? Did Ruo Shuang catch all of this? Song Yin Fei set down her backpack and approached the pot, astonished by its contents. Nan tilted her head and laughed. Auntie, this is one fish. Hee, today we can feast solely on fish. Chun Yin chimed in from the side, smiling. Half an hour later, the fish was cooked, and everyone joyfully began to eat. This fish is delicious, incredibly fresh, and most importantly, it has no hint of a fishy taste, Chun Yin commented like a connoisseur. Roland nodded gently, suggesting if it were stewed a bit longer, it might taste even better. The delectable flesh of the big carp, combined with the remnants of ribs and bones, ensured that each of them was thoroughly satisfied. In the afternoon, as some clouds dispersed, sunlight flooded the entire forest. Lu Yin ran her fingers through her hair and looked toward Song Yin Fei and the others, saying, How long has it been since we last bathed? Why not take advantage of the mild weather and wash up by the lake? That sounds wonderful. Let us go. Hong Tao responded, a glint of excitement in his eyes, murmuring to himself, A bath? This is a treat for the eyes. Chapter 91. A mundane day in the afternoon, the sun shone brightly, and the birds in the woods chirped melodiously. Lin Feng and Yang Jun stood atop a wooden platform, methodically stacking slabs of bark onto the beams of the roof. Hey, Hong Tao, stop staring, or your eyes might pop out. Yang Jun called out to Hong Tao, who finally turned around and handed up the bark. Below, by the lakeside, Lung Ruo Shuang and the others frolicked in the water, clad only in their undergarments. Du Ziming Kimeding. It seems like this guy has never seen a woman before. As he spoke, his gaze occasionally strayed to the lakeside. Such a rare and beautiful sight should not go unnoticed. Hong Tao defended himself. I say we should join them. After all, it has been ages since we last bathed. Yang Jun, disinterested in the conversation, urged, Hurry up. Otherwise, we won't finish the roof before nightfall. At that moment, Song Yin Fei and her 8 companions were thoroughly enjoying themselves in the lake. Oh ha! Something just bumped into my foot. Su Nan exclaimed, jumping up. Yishue looked over to see a large fish swimming among them. It's a fish. A big fish. Where? Where? Instantly, they all began to search the water excitedly. Meanwhile, Chun Yin approached the shore and called out to Song Yin Fei and the others. Come on up. The lake water is quite chilly, and staying in too long might give you a cold. Hearing Chun Yin's words, everyone hurriedly climbed out, jumping on the shore while waiting for the water to dry before donning their clothes to return. After washing up, they felt remarkably refreshed. Indeed, if I weren't worried about catching a cold, I would have liked to stay in a bit longer. Upon returning to the campsite, Lu Yin placed the iron kettle over the bonfire to boil, adding a handful of pine needles. Back so soon? Hong Tao smiled at Song Yin Fei and the others. Lu Yin smiled slightly and looked at him. What? Haven't you seen enough? Enough? I was merely concerned for your safety, Hong Tao retorted. You must understand, with such a vast lake, there might be some giant creature ready to drag you under. I'll lend a hand. How should this be placed? Picking up the bark to set it down. Let's encircle it. The 4 of them can handle it from there. By 3 in the afternoon, Lin Feng and the others had completed the roof. Hong Tao and Yang Jun carried a large iron pot into the shelter, while Lin Feng and Du Ziming assisted Lung Ruo Shuang and the others in forming a fence. Hold it steady. I'll hammer it, Lin Feng declared, wielding an axe while Du Ziming steadied a post. Lin Feng swung the axe down decisively. Soon, Yang Jun and Hong Tao joined to lend their assistance. Lin Feng, we're short on vines, Yang Jun noted. Let's go chop some more. Hong Tao, come along. With that, Yang Jun led Hong Tao into the woods. It wasn't until evening that they wrapped up for the day, having firmly set the wooden stakes. Tomorrow, they would simply need to lay some wood atop the stakes and bind it with vines. For dinner, they had the leftover fish from lunch, and Lu Yin prepared a tin of rice. Yishue, bring over some wild boar meat. If we don't eat it now, we'll spoil. Lin Feng instructed Yiju. The wild boar meat has been cooked and stored in the basket, untouched for today. Ah, Lin Feng, when shall we slaughter the wild goat? Hong Tao inquired, glancing at the goat tied to the tree trunk. Slaughter? Let it be for a few more days. There is no scarcity of food at the moment. Lung Rushuang remarked. Hong Tao chuckled softly. I was merely asking. Haha, once the rice is cooked, the fish and wild boar from the large iron pot shall be ready to savor. As the meal progressed, Song Yin Fei retrieved the wild vegetables from the basket and began to cook them, which would be ready in a matter of moments. These wild vegetables are tender and delicious. Have we finished? The pot is empty now. In the evening, after a hearty meal, everyone sat on logs, engaging in idle chatter, and did not return to sleep until after 9 o'clock. Lin Feng and his companions took turns keeping watch throughout the night. The tranquil night soon passed, giving way to dawn and a new day. In the morning, Yishue and Lu Yun carried the large iron pot to the lakeside for cleaning before bringing it back to fill with water and kindle a fire. Nan, please fetch the noodles from the basket. All right. Su Nan dashed over and quickly returned with several handfuls of noodles, exclaiming, that is all there is. Yishue took the noodles and placed them into the pot. If that is all, let us cook them. Lin Feng and the others were gathered around the enclosure. Tighten this section a bit more. Yes, just like that, Lin Feng instructed Roland. Lin Feng, have you finished the oranges you brought last time? Manny asked with a smile. Lin Feng nodded with a grin. Yes, once we finish breakfast, I shall take you all to get some. Upon hearing this, Song Yin Fei and Su Nan exchanged smiles. The noodles would be ready in 5 or 6 minutes, and as the enclosure was nearly complete, Lin Feng decided to finish it in the afternoon. The noodles are ready. Yishue called out. Lin Feng turned to Song Yin Fei and the others. Let us head back to enjoy the noodles. Hong Tao filled a bowl with noodles and devoured it in 2 bites, quickly grabbing another bowl. How do you eat so fast? Du Ziming asked, astonished. Haha, Hong Tao replied with a grin. I tell you, when eating noodles, one must take large bites to relish them fully. Du Ziming shook his head in response. Eating should be done slowly and thoughtfully for better health. No wonder you always eat slowly, like a woman, Hong Tao retorted, having already consumed 3 bowls while Du Ziming had barely finished one. After satisfying their hunger and taking a moment to rest, Lin Feng led them into the woods. After traversing the forest for over 10 minutes, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. "You all wait for us at the crack above," Lin Feng instructed Song Yin-fei and her companions. Turning to Yang Jun and the others, he cautioned, "Climbing up there can be perilous. If your strength is lacking, it would be wise to remain here." "I'll take a look first," Du Ziming replied. Lin Feng nodded, shouldering his backpack and beginning the ascent, closely followed by Yang Jun and the others. Upon reaching the precipice of the chasm, Lin Feng glanced back and declared, "I shall go first. Remember to grip the vines tightly. Otherwise, should you fall, it could mean certain doom. You know how to swing, don't you? It's akin to swinging across." With that, Lin Feng boldly grasped 2 vines and leapt into the abyss, swinging within. Yang Jun took a moment to steady his nerves, then emulated Lin Feng and swung into the chasm. Hong Tao peered over the edge, shaking his head vigorously. "No, we cannot proceed. Let us wait below for them." Upon hearing this, Du Ziming promptly turned and made his way forward, descending. Lin Feng stood at the cave's entrance, observing Yang Jun swing towards him, and called out, "Over here." Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Yang Jun swung to the entrance and stood within. "Phew, I almost lacked the strength," he chuckled, shaking his somewhat sore arms. "Let us proceed." Lin Feng patted his shoulder and, smiling, ventured inside. Chapter 92. The marvels of the cavern in the depths of the sheer valley. Yang Jun entered and began to explore the surroundings, finding it difficult to fathom that such a place could exist atop the mountain peaks. "Lin Feng, what a splendid location. If we were to reside here, those pirates would surely be oblivious to our presence," Yang Jun remarked cheerfully as he approached Lin Feng. While plucking oranges, Lin Feng replied, "This place is suitable for refuge, but not for habitation." Upon reflection, Yang Jun conceded the point, realizing the inconvenience of entering and exiting, and promptly dismissed the idea. They filled 2 backpacks with oranges before exiting the cave, sliding down the vines, pausing to rest against the rocky walls when fatigue set in. "Look, they have come down," exclaimed Song Yin-fei, gazing upward in awe. "Wow, how high they are." Soon, the 2 descended to the ground and stepped outside. "Shall we head back now?" Su Qingxing inquired. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings and suggested, "Since we are here, let us wander nearby to familiarize ourselves with the terrain." "Wonderful. This path seems to lead somewhere unknown," a member of the group said. As they munched on oranges, they ambled along, with Yi Shui and others discovering and collecting beautiful wildflowers. The peaks loomed majestically, and the paths diverged in numerous directions, leaving Lin Feng uncertain of their route. "Look, monkeys!" Su Nan exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the mountainside. Everyone turned to gaze, but Lin Feng furrowed his brow upon closer inspection. "Those are not monkeys. They are baboons," he corrected. Baboons are known for their aggressive nature, particularly the males, who can be quick to anger and may pose a threat to humans. "They are not monkeys. They are baboons. Let us move swiftly," Lin Feng advised, urging Song Yin-fei and the others to depart. They navigated a winding path, finally escaping the baboon's sight. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a flat expanse surrounded by towering peaks and low shrubs. At the base of 2 of the mountains lay 2 wide openings that were immediately visible. "Shall we explore?" Du Ziming suggested. Lin Feng smiled and replied, "Yes, but be cautious. Wild animals may inhabit the area." Upon hearing this, Hong Tao and Yang Jun promptly retrieved their rifles for safety and proceeded toward one of the openings. At the entrance, they found it quite spacious, with remnants of animal bones scattered within, indicating that wildlife had frequented this location. As they ventured inside, they were greeted by an array of uniquely shaped stones, with rugged formations and an abundance of stunning stalactites and dense stalagmites adorning the ceiling. The layers of stalagmites were particularly astonishing, resembling blooming lotus flowers with a creamy liquid at their centers. Various stone flowers flourished between the stalagmites and stalactites, exhibiting diverse shapes and vibrant colors, alongside other remarkable formations. To the right, a subterranean river flowed quietly, adding to the mysterious allure of the cavern. "Here lies an underground palace," where the wondrous stones are shaped by the sublime craftsmanship of nature. Lin Feng marveled at this spectacle, gradually venturing deeper within. As he progressed, the passageway narrowed, winding and twisting in an intricate dance. Surrounding him were numerous extraordinary stones, each possessing its own unique form, embodying the essence of infinite diversity. Suddenly, a few dark shadows darted out, startling everyone. "Do not panic. It's merely bats. Everything is fine," Lin Feng quickly reassured. The surroundings grew increasingly dim, as no light penetrated the depths. He halted and called out to those behind him, "It is too dark to see. Let us retreat." Soon, everyone emerged back into the light, where Song Yinfei and the others curiously admired the lotus platforms and stalactites. "I have visited caves before, and they were more beautiful than this," Yi Shui remarked, caressing a stalagmite. Chun Yin smiled slightly. "Those caves are adorned with vibrant lights and have been modified. Otherwise, do you think they would appear so enchanting?" Lu Yin nodded and replied, "Sister Yin is correct. Those attractions are indeed enhanced by colorful illumination, yet they are undeniably beautiful." Tian Fun, Song Yinfei, and Su Nanan gazed at the three lotus platforms. Tian Fun, observing the liquid in the center of the platform, spoke. "Have you ever read some fantasy novels? They say consuming the liquid from thousand-year-old stalactites can greatly enhance one's abilities. And something else. I forget." Upon hearing this, Song Yinfei paused, shook her head, and chuckled. "I do not read novels, so I wouldn't know. I have read some, but they were school-themed novels, not fantasy." Su Nanan murmured. The four men, seated on a stone, saw Hong Tao take out a pack of cigarettes and offer one to Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted it. Glancing at Hong Tao, "How many cigarettes do you have left?" Hong Tao grinned, raising 3 fingers. 3 packs remain after that, I'm out." 3 packs. "Then this one is mine," Lin Feng said, snatching the pack from his hand. He lit the cigarette and exhaled a puff. In his tent lay a solitary cigar, reserved for leisurely enjoyment. "What do you think that path leads to? How deep is it?" Yang Jun inquired with curiosity. Du Ziming pondered for a moment before responding. "Next time we come, let us bring some torches so we can explore it thoroughly." Lin Feng nodded. "Indeed, I wish to see what lies within." Chun Yin, Lung Rushuang, and Lu Yun approached the bank of a dark river, observing a peculiar creature resembling a dragon swimming gracefully in the water. After half an hour of ample exploration, everyone returned to the cave entrance. Lin Feng then led them to another cavern. This cave's entrance was modest, barely accommodating 2 people walking side by side. The interior was somewhat dim, revealing little of interest, just some stone columns and stalactites. Upon reaching a clearing, the group paused, and Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings. Seeing nothing particularly captivating, he decided it was time to return. As they returned to the path, the mountain monkeys on the nearby peaks chattered incessantly, baring their teeth at Lin Feng and his companions with audacity, even leaping onto a stone pillar halfway up the mountain. What were they planning to do? Hong Tao Inquit? Gazing at the monkeys, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, "Let us move on. They are attempting to drive us away, for this is their territory." "Damn, drive us away? Be careful, or I shall reward you with a handful of peanuts." Hong Tao shouted at the monkeys. "Oh, come on, why shout a bunch of monkeys?" Du Ziming interjected hastily. Suddenly, a large monkey, leading a dozen others, charged swiftly towards Lin Feng and his party. Chapter 93. Lin Feng's dream. As Lin Feng spotted the mountain monkeys bounding towards them, he urgently instructed Song Yinfei and the others to flee. "Goodness, they are coming," Hong Tao exclaimed, pointing at the approaching creatures. "It's all your fault for shouting at them earlier. Run." Du Ziming cursed, turning on his heel and sprinting away. Hong Tao immediately brandished his rifle, declaring fiercely, "I'll shoot them down." Lin Feng restrained Hong Tao with a firm hand, saying in a low voice, "Do not waste your bullets. Let us leave." No sooner had he spoken than he tugged Hong Tao away. The mountain monkeys halted their pursuit after only a few dozen meters. Upon returning to the campsite, everyone settled on wooden benches to catch their breath, shaken by the ferocity of the monkeys they had just encountered. "What shall we have for lunch?" Lu Yin inquired, glancing at the group. "Let us just boil some rice porridge," Lung Ruo Shuang suggested. As noon approached, The sky grew overcast, with dark clouds gathering in the distance. A gentle breeze stirred the lake, creating ripples as if heralding an impending downpour. The group huddled together, sipping their porridge in a rather somber atmosphere. Suddenly, Lin Feng set down his bowl and stood up. I'll check the surroundings for materials to reinforce the camp. It looks like the rain may be heavy. The others eagerly agreed. While scouring the vicinity for branches and vines to strengthen their makeshift shelter, Hong Tao shouted, "Look, there seems to be something over by the lake." The group turned their gaze to see increasingly larger ripples on the water's surface, and a massive shadow began to emerge. As tension mounted, a giant otter surfaced, clutching a large fish in its mouth. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, followed by laughter. However, their mirth was short-lived as raindrops began to fall. Soon, the rain intensified, accompanied by howling winds. Despite their efforts to reinforce the camp, some leaks persisted, forcing everyone to relocate their tents to the center of the shelter. Gathered around the campfire, they began sharing stories from their past to pass the time. Meanwhile, Tian Fun, Manny, and Lu Yun retreated into the tent to rest. Lin Feng, we have all shared our stories. Now it's your turn, they urged. Yes, do tell us about some interesting experiences you've had, they pressed. Hearing their encouragement, Song Yinfei smiled gently at Lin Feng, eager to learn more about his past. With a grin, Lin Feng glanced at the group, saying, "What is there to tell? I'm merely a security guard." Chun Yin interjected, "Everyone has their own history, to share some joyful moments. Indeed, otherwise, it would be quite dull sitting here." Hong Tao chimed in, "How about this?" Du Ziming proposed with a laugh. "Why not share what your dreams are?" "Dreams? Huh." Lin Feng chuckled humorously. "My greatest dream is to marry a wealthy woman. That way, I wouldn't have to work as a security guard anymore. Is that all?" Du Ziming waved his hand dismissively. "You don't even need to find a wealthy woman. I'll simply gift you a private club where you can choose from countless lovely ladies." Hong Tao added with a smirk, "What kind of dream is that? I'll give you an 800 square meter villa, and those ladies will flock to you. Upon returning, you will remain by your sister's side," chuckling softly. Chun Yin playfully remarked, "Your sister possesses a modest fortune. I shall indulge you. My aunt is also quite affluent. She has a substantial wealth." At this moment, Su Nan raised her hand with a smile, adding, "When the time comes, I will invite my big brother to join us. My home is a grand villa." Song Yinfei remained silent, her face adorned with a smile, casting a brief glance at Chun Yin upon hearing her words. Lung Ra, gazing at Lin Feng, chuckled lightly. "With your talents, perhaps you should consider enlisting in the military." Lin Feng, upon hearing this, shook his head vigorously. "No, I'm accustomed to a leisurely life. I fear I may not adapt to such a lifestyle." Listening to the banter, Roland, Mani, and Yang Jun shared in laughter. As time ticked by, the rain outside gradually ceased, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sky appeared to open up, allowing a beam of sunlight to pierce through. In the distance, a beautiful rainbow emerged. After the rain, the birds in the forest chirped joyfully, and the surrounding air felt rejuvenated, carrying a hint of earthy freshness. With the downpour at an end, everyone rushed outside to play. Some picked wildflowers while others engaged in merriment, leaving only Lin Feng and Song Yinfei in the camp. Noticing Song Yinfei poking at the embers of the campfire with a stick, Lin Feng approached and sat beside her. "What's wrong? You seem a bit downcast." He gently inquired, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. "Is something troubling you?" Song Yinfei lightly struggled, a hint of irritation in her voice. "No. Are you not pleased? Someone wishes to pamper you?" Realizing her jealousy, Lin Feng reassured her, "Oh, you know how it is. We were merely engaging in idle chatter, nothing serious." Humph. Why do I feel she speaks truthfully? Song Yinfei remained somewhat vexed. "How could that be? If she desires it, I certainly do not. Come here, sweetheart. Give me a kiss." "No." Just as Song Yinfei attempted to refuse, Lin Feng silenced her with his lips, and they quickly succumbed to a passionate kiss. Under Lin Feng's skilled touch, Song Yinfei soon found herself lost in the fervor of their embrace. Observing the surroundings, Lin Feng noted that Du Ziming and the others had wandered off, and he swiftly swept Song Yinfei into his arms, carrying her into the tent. "Wait, what if they return?" "They will not. Do not worry, they have gone to play and will not be back so soon. As spring unfolded, life awakened anew, heralding the season of animal reproduction. The warmth of spring brought blossoms and vibrant grass. Everywhere was imbued with vitality and romance, as herds of wild goats ventured onto the meadows in search of mates. Half an hour later, Su Nan joyfully returned, clutching a bouquet of colorful wildflowers. At that moment, Song Yinfei emerged from the tent, adjusting her attire and hair. "Aunt, what were you up to?" Upon noticing Lin Feng exiting the tent as well, Su Nan asked in surprise. Lin Feng stepped out with a gentle smile, explaining, "Oh, it's nothing. Your aunt was feeling a bit unwell, and I merely helped her with a massage." Ha! Upon hearing this, Su Nan turned her concerned gaze towards Song Yinfei. "Oh, Auntie, are you all right?" Song Yinfei managed a shy smile, replying, "Oh, I'm fine now, much better." Su Nan nodded in relief, saying, "That's good to hear. I'm going to tend to the goats." With that, she darted towards the large tree nearby, feeding the wild goats with the wildflower she had picked, murmuring to herself, "Not feeling well? I hardly believe that. Do you really think I'm a child? Oomph. Naughty big brother. And you too, Auntie." Song Yinfei shot a glare at Lin Feng, exclaiming, "Oomph. It's all your fault. Nan has discovered me. I shall ignore you now." With that, she retreated into her tent. Lin Feng smiled gently, gazing at the rainbow in the sky, whispering, "So beautiful." Chapter 94. The structures in the rift time flows swiftly, and Lin Feng and his companions have spent nearly half a month by the lakeside, gradually forgetting the matters concerning the pirates. "Come quickly and help. I can't hold on any longer." "Hold on, Yuri." Lu Yin shouted towards Roland as she rushed over to assist Lung Rushuang in securing the fishing rod. Once Roland arrived, the three of them worked together to haul a large catfish onto the shore. "Lin Feng, our food supply is dwindling. It seems we must venture out to hunt once more," Hong Tao remarked with a smile as he approached Lin Feng. Hunting was his favorite pastime, thrilling and exhilarating. "We discovered a herd of wild goats near the mountain peak the other day. We could check that area," Yang Jun suggested with a nod. Upon hearing this, Du Ziming interjected, "But there are mountain goblins up there. Those creatures chased us quite a distance last time." "Oomph. A few of them will be subdued," Hong Tao replied with a serious tone. Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. "Our ammunition is limited. Let us not waste it on them. Tomorrow, we shall explore behind the volcano." As evening approached, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shimmering reflections upon the lake's surface, while the rosy twilight painted the waters. A gentle breeze caressed the area, bringing a refreshing chill. Not far from the lakeside, Lu Yun and Su Nan were joyfully playing in a patch of grass. Meanwhile, Lung Rushuang and Roland were preparing a fish stew. During this time, Lung Rushuang's culinary skills had greatly improved. As night fell, the sky was adorned with countless stars, and the moon hung high in the air. Inside the shelter, everyone gathered around the campfire to partake in dinner. "Ah, I'm so sleepy. I've eaten my fill. You all continue chatting. I'm off to bed," Chun Yin said, stifling a yawn, before rising and retreating into the tent. With Chun Yin's departure, Song Yinfei and the others soon followed suit, leaving only Lin Feng and 3 other men by the campfire. Lin Feng looked at Yang Jun and the others. "You all should rest. I'll keep watch for the first half of the night." "All right, we're quite tired anyway. We'll take our leave," Hong Tao replied as he stood up. As the others retired for the night, the surroundings fell into an extraordinary silence, interrupted only by occasional sounds from the forest. The following morning, after breakfast, the group followed Lin Feng as they departed the campsite, walking along the lakeside, circumventing the active volcano and entering a dense forest. Lin Feng wielded a Nepalese army knife to clear the path ahead, while Song Yinfei and the others followed closely, each armed with a spear, vigilant and observant of their surroundings. As they delved deeper, the forest grew increasingly dense, with towering trees adorned with parasitic vines and moss, enveloping the area in an eerie stillness devoid of any birdsong. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at the bank of a stream, where stones littered the water's edge, and the stream flowed gently over them. The stones were coated in moss, imparting a sense of primal wilderness to the forest. "Let us rest here for a moment," Lin Feng said, turning to the others as he found a rock to sit upon. Hong Tao and Du Ziming waded into the stream, crouching down to splash their faces with water. Hey, don't just drink the water without checking. Ensure there are no parasites or the like in it, Lin Feng cautioned. Lin Feng observed Hong Tao and the others, saying, there exists a creature known as the hairworm, which swims in streams. Upon hearing this, Du Ziming quickly glanced at the clear waters and remarked, there are none. The water is pristine. Moreover, we merely splashed our faces and did not drink it. Lin Feng smiled gently. I merely wish to offer a word of caution. Song Yanfei and the others retrieved bottles of mineral water from their backpacks, each taking a few sips. This place appears quite picturesque, Chen Yan remarked, surveying the surroundings with a smile. Picturesque, Yi Shui replied with a glance. It seems rather eerie and foreboding. After resting for a brief period, they stepped onto the stones, traversing the stream as they ventured deeper into the forest. Hiss! Shortly after Lin Feng and her companions departed, a massive reticulated python emerged from the trees beside the stream, flicking its tongue in the air. 2 hours later, Lin Feng and her group were still navigating the primordial forest, encountering numerous monkeys and birds along their path. Slap! Lu Yin clapped her arm, murmuring, there are so many mosquitoes here. When shall we escape this wretched place? Suddenly, Lin Feng halted, spotting a fawn leisurely nibbling on tender shoots among the underbrush not far ahead. He beckoned Hong Tao and Du Ziming, who promptly approached. Lin Feng gestured towards the fawn and whispered, no firearms. Use bows and arrows. Yang Jun and the others nodded in understanding. In no time, the four dispersed in various directions, encircling the fawn. Lung Rushuang, along with Yi Shui and Mani, crouched low and fanned out to form a perimeter amidst the nearby thicket, ensuring the fawn could not escape. Soon, Lin Feng and his companions were in position, arrows drawn, inching closer to the fawn. Lin Feng concealed himself behind a tree, stepping slightly out to knock an arrow aimed at the fawn. Yang Jun and the others were also prepared, waiting for Lin Feng to release the first arrow. Whoosh, 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 thud. All four released their arrows simultaneously, two striking the fawn, which then bolted in panic towards Lung Rushuang's direction. Upon seeing the fawn approach, Lung Rushuang immediately stood, darting from the thicket, and hurled her spear with precision. The fawn fell, and everyone rushed over. Ha! Lunch is secured, Hong Tao exclaimed with a grin. Lin Feng smiled softly. Let us proceed. There is light ahead, indicating we are nearing the edge of this woods. Hong Tao, carrying the fawn alone, followed the group towards the brightness. Before long, they emerged from the forest onto a grassy expanse. Lin Feng glanced at his watch. It was just past 11 o'clock. Perfect for roasting the deer. Let us rest here. Gather some firewood, he instructed Roland and the others. Everyone promptly ventured back into the woods to collect kindling. Yang Jun, Du Ziming, and Hong Tao took charge of preparing the fawn. Not far from the grassy area lay a series of hills, a landscape of undulating slopes. In no time, they had gathered a substantial amount of firewood, laid it on the grass, and began to kindle a fire. Let us start by roasting the meat. Du Ziming sliced off several pieces of meat, allowing Yi Shui and the others to commence grilling. The entrails, lacking moisture, were placed in a woven basket. Soon, a small deer was prepared, and Hong Tao and his companions settled on the grass to roast it, sprinkling some salt over the meat. Lin Feng wandered to the right, walking for about 10 minutes until he reached the edge of a vast chasm, where he gazed through his binoculars at the expanse before him. This great gorge revealed a network of paths below, interwoven like a spider's web. What could that be? Suddenly, Lin Feng spotted through the binoculars a verdant area nestled in the middle of the gorge, where dilapidated stone structures seemed to emerge amidst the greenery. Chapter 95. Ancient tribal ruins. Upon noticing Lin Feng standing motionless, Chen Yan approached him with a piece of roasted venison. What are you looking at? She inquired. Lin Feng turned his head at her words and smiled gently. Look over there. Chen Yan handed the venison to Lin Feng and took the binoculars to gaze in the direction he indicated, her face instantly reflecting astonishment. It appears to be a structure. Lin Feng, savoring the meat, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is a building. Seeing the two engaged in cheerful conversation, Song Yanfei also made her way over. Lin Feng, spotting her approach, cheerfully beckoned to Du Ziming and the others. "Come over here, everyone." Upon hearing him, Du Ziming and the others hurriedly jogged over. Each took a turn with the binoculars, all eager to explore the site. "Do you all wish to see it?" Lin Feng asked, a smile gracing his lips. "Yes." Du Ziming and the others chorused in unison. Lin Feng continued to observe through the binoculars, noting that reaching the location would require navigating a convoluted path. A wrong turn would lead them deeper into a labyrinthine maze. "Let's set off now," Lin Feng declared. Upon hearing his words, everyone promptly dashed back to the grassy area, gathered their belongings, and followed Lin Feng down the steep slope, arriving at a narrow path. Surrounding them were a multitude of intricate trails, with sheer cliffs reaching heights of several dozen meters, some resembling stone columns, others entire mountain peaks. Strangely, there was not a hint of greenery. The landscape was stark, a blend of gray and yellowish soil devoid of life. Following Lin Feng, they ventured deeper, twisting around corners and veering down various paths, causing Hong Tao and the others to feel quite dizzy. "Hey, Lin Feng, are we lost?" Hong Tao could not resist asking. Lin Feng smiled slightly. "I cannot say, unless you can climb to the tops of those mountains to check." Upon realizing the cliffs were utterly vertical, Hong Tao understood that scaling them was impossible. An hour later, the group rested on the ground, while Lin Feng ascended a steep peak to survey the area with his binoculars. Soon, he slid down the slope. "What did you find?" Chen Yin asked. Lin Feng cheerfully pointed toward a leftward path. "If we take this route, we will arrive shortly." "Then let us hurry." Hong Tao and Du Ziming quickly stood, shouldered their packs, and ventured forth. Driven by curiosity, they quickened their pace. After half an hour, they finally reached the verdant area. Surrounding them were numerous trees, wildflowers, and a few fruit trees, though they bore no fruit at this time. Scattered across the ground were many broken, circular stones, now shrouded in vines. This place formed a striking contrast to the barren exterior, which harbored no greenery whatsoever. Curiously, they walked and observed, their faces illuminated with wonder. After a while, they arrived at a stone archway, now dilapidated and entwined with vines. Stepping through the arch, they found themselves in an expansive area, where monkeys and small birds frolicked nearby. Most astonishingly, at the center of the grassy expanse stood a grand stone palace covering over 1,000 square meters, exuding magnificence and splendor. The stone walls were intricately adorned with carvings of various animals and patterns, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. "Do you think extraterrestrials have visited this place?" Hong Tao exclaimed in astonishment while tracing the engraved designs. "Look, there's a waterfall," Yi Shui shouted, pointing to a nearby location. A small cascade tumbled down from a steep cliff. "Let us go take a look." Before Qin Yin could finish her sentence, she had already dashed ahead, with Lung Rushuang and the others hurriedly following. Lin Feng glanced at them before making his way towards the palace entrance. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed 4 round stone pillars beside the doorway. The entrance was wide, flanked by 2 solid, heavy stone doors. Hong Tao and Du Ziming approached, each pushing against one of the stone doors, which swung open effortlessly. Upon entering, they found stone pillars lining both sides, though not as grand as those outside. Soon, a series of rooms appeared, containing tools crafted from stone, including stone axes, spears, mortars, and grinders. Venturing further inside, they encountered a central courtyard with corridors on either side, allowing a view of the sky above. Within, 2 stone staircases led up to the terrace above. After exploring the interior, they discovered a mix of intact rooms and many dilapidated areas, along with some peculiar structures. Stepping outside, they circled around the perimeter and realized the palace resembled a fortress. Once the stone doors were closed, entry from the outside was nearly impossible. Arriving at the waterfall, they spotted Chun Yin and the others playing in the water. Apart from a few rundown houses, there was little of interest nearby. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings, contemplating that this place had once been inhabited by many, bustling with life. Yet it had now become a desolate city. Observing the waterfall, Lin Feng understood the reason for the lush vegetation. The water nourished the land. The fruit trees must have been transplanted by the former residents. "How do you find this place?" Lu Yin approached with a smile. Lin Feng replied with a slight grin. What? Are you considering moving here? Lu Yan nodded enthusiastically, indeed. It's not only beautiful, but there is also a waterfall and potential living spaces. Lin Feng surveyed the area, acknowledging its suitability for habitation, though the hunting routes seemed somewhat distant. I also think this place is quite appealing, Yang Jun chimed in. With this palace, we need not fear pirates. Indeed, Du Ziming added with a subtle smile. Once the doors are shut, they wouldn't be able to break in. Lin Feng cast his gaze towards the palace terrace, realizing that ascending it would provide a clear view of the surrounding terrain. Let us explore the palace further. This time, we must be thorough and inspect every room meticulously. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he headed towards the palace, recalling that they had only skimmed the surface of their earlier exploration. If they were to reside there, thorough inspection for safety was imperative. As Lin Feng entered the palace, he ascended to the rooftop and assigned Hong Tao and the others to conduct a search. Standing atop the terrace, he was afforded a panoramic view of the surroundings. To the left, a grove of trees harbored a tranquil pond, where the waterfall's waters cascaded down into its depths. A similar scene unfolded on the right. Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed a winding path emerging from the right side of the woods, leading directly into the outer forest. It was approximately 1 kilometer in length, making it a much shorter route for hunting excursions. Lin Feng, I have discovered a well. It is located within the courtyard, exclaimed Du Ziming, rushing over with a smile. Chapter 96. The movements of the pirates within the palace. Lin Feng and his companions hunched over the well situated in the center of the courtyard. This circular well had a wide opening, allowing 3 or 4 individuals to descend simultaneously without difficulty. Is the water below drinkable? Du Ziming inquired. Yang Jun shook his head. It should not be. Lin Feng smiled faintly. It's all right. Once we clear the water inside,